Well, a very good morning and welcome to beautiful Dubbo for the Junior Northern State Conference of Touch Football New South Wales. James Preston and Jason Stanton with you. And I'd just like to start by acknowledging the Wiradjuri people who are the traditional custodians of the land. I'd also like to pay respect to the elders, both past, present and emerging of the Wiradjuri Nation, and extend that respect to other Aboriginal peoples from other nations who are present, and hope that we have a very productive meeting of all the minds here today. And we are certainly looking forward to some terrific touch footballing action. Stanto, it's great to have you alongside me here today. This one should be a good fixture here between the Manly side and the Northern Beaches. Northern Beaches wearing that white and blue horizontal stripe kit. How do you see this one faring?
Yeah, this one's particularly exciting. You'd be forgiven for thinking this was the grand final to start it off. Manly and Northern Beaches, very strong clubs, and bit of a rivalry out there at the Northern Beaches between these two clubs. So this is going to have a lot of intensity in this match.
It's pretty warm conditions to start with as well. The sun is already biting. It's expected to get up to about 32 today. Just taking a quick little look at the current temps too. It's a nice morning, but I'm sure these players are going to be feeling it come about midday. And about 17 degrees at the moment, so not too bad, but that sun has got plenty of bite in it, and it will be Manly who will get first use of the ball here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of added spice to this one, James, because the coaches for Northern Beaches, Nathan Wong and Harry Berryman, are actually great men's players from Manly. So that's a little bit of extra spice in this one.
Well, there is the siren. Manly with first use of the ball, and straight up the guts they begin with here. So they'll look to roll it forward and perhaps launch a strike raid right towards the end. Working for that strike dump. Not a bad one to begin with already. The cutout pass is on. Oh, good touch. Just at the death. That's smart play already from Manly, showing their hand early. They'll head back towards the middle here. Sergi drops it down. Once more, they come at the line. Oh, the pass was on. There was a little gap that opened up, but slippery conditions early on, just popping out of the fingers as he was trying to take that mid-flight.
Yeah, it's a little bit dewy out there, but it's a really good start there for Manly, and particularly impressed there with Northern Beaches. They weren't flustered with the speed or the lateral movement there at all, so they've sort of hit the ground running as well.
Out it comes here to DeJesus. Once more, big dummy here from Blackberryman, one of the captains of this Northern Beaches side. To the middle he comes now. The touch is made. Last play here for the Northern Beaches. They'll really slow things down. Not much doing. Blackberryman tries to jumpstart things. Quick hands here. Nice changes of angle, but very well read in the end there from Kobe Reid.
Yeah, interesting just even to start the game. The game plan's coming through a little bit. Manly look like they want to run those early sweepers and attack running into the line. Northern Beaches seem comfortable to pull it up and run static. So a little bit of contrasting styles there. We'll see how it plays out. Changeover
already here, though, for Manly. Good field position to start for the Northern Beaches. They've looked pretty sharp with their first use of the ball. What can they conjure up this time as Boyle plays it? Now back to Blackberryman, who fires it wider still here to Berryman Duff. There's a lot of berries going on out here. Why not? It is the country after all. Touch comes in midway through the count. Berryman Duff slowing things down and drop it off. Nice little strike dump, however, there was a little bubble there. Very well picked up from the referee.
Yeah, Manly quite clever. They're sort of been a little bit sort of physical in the contact without going too far. And Northern Beaches are going to, they're going to have to focus on controlling the footy, especially in this morning, with the dewy conditions. So, yeah, we'll see how that one plays out as well. Northern Beaches meeting them here as well as they're subbing on, which is very good to see.
So up over halfway now come Manly, and at pace too. This is a great run. It's really set up an opportunity here. Just had to stop in his run for a moment there, did Stewart. And unfortunately, they've left it behind. So it was building there for Manly, just unable to capitalise on that occasion. Play on is the call here now for the Northern Beaches. They get the quick touch, and out now to Berryman Duff. Of course, we've heard that name plenty of times at higher levels throughout the last couple of years. They head up over halfway. Nash Ritchie now with a nice run. Straightened here from Baum. They'll pick it up and go again. And Manly, too much in the contact there.
Yeah, so this is where you're going to see something specific come in. You've got Black Berryman coming on here, a repeat set. So this will sort of give us a bit of a window in how Northern Beaches want to play today. Let's see what they run with a fresh set.
Well, here he is now, Black Berryman, getting that drop down. Just shy of that 7 metre mark. Great footwork from Black Berryman. They get the quick strike done too. It's on here. Richie has to just pull up on the run. Great sliding defence out there from the link. Black Berryman, long ball, bombing it over the top. Pop back onto the inside. Once again, really well tracked from the link position for Manly. Last play now comes out for Baum. Baum to Black Berryman. Drops it back on the inside. Baum, they're changing angles all over the place. It's like Mr. Squiggle. Oh, Nash Ritchie through the middle, nearly there. Just caught at the death, though.
Yeah, can't speak highly enough for Black Berryman. Those that are a little bit older or know their touch history, he's a clone. He looks very similar to one of the best players that we've had of all time, Remus Gentiles from New Zealand. And Black Berryman looks like he's been YouTubing Remus because he's looking very similar and he's running similar plays as well.
Stanto, just wait till they start YouTubing you. There's some good stuff we can find of late, but unfortunately the slippery conditions there resulting in a loose pass for Manly. So more opportunities here for the Northern Beaches to try and get on the board. Still 0-all. Now the score on your screen, or should I say the time on your screen, is just a guide. So too, unfortunately, is the one here at the ground. So only the referees know the exact time, as it is play on here for Richie. Back to Black Berryman. They catch him now. Berryman Duff. Oh, Black Berryman had a crack himself. Good touch, though. Coming in was Truman. Last play now here for the Northern Beaches. They won't have a strike dump to work with. So we'll see if they can just bury it towards the corner. Dancing around Benji Marshall style. As Berryman Duff fires it off. Black Berryman, they've actually lost about 5 or 10 metres on that play there.
You know, interesting that you mentioned Benji Marshall, because that's a bit of the flow on. There was Remus Gentiles, then it was Benji Marshall, maybe Black Berryman's the next one in that story.
I wonder how Geordie Marshall King will be feeling about that. He's somehow been ruled out of the equation here.
Nah, Geordie's got his own career, mate. He doesn't need to go off the back of bench.
Touch comes in midway through the half here as Long slowly crabs upfield. Waits for that defensive line to come out and meet him. They must do so or a penalty is enforced. Once again, stopping on his run there is Long. Sharp footwork on this dewy surface to begin the morning. Long. Last play now. Here they come. Oh, I think that might have been played at there. It was definitely a hand out, and yes, they'll rule again here. So, official spot on so far.
And this is something that you'll often see in the higher levels of touch. When it's a repeat set, you'll often see an attacker run off, like what happened there in Manly, and bring on like a specialist or someone to run a specific play. So keep your eye out for that throughout the day when there's a penalty or a repeat set.
Well, the man they've brought on is in the thick of things right now. Kobe Reed gets to ground very quickly. I think he may have dropped it on the way through. No, they're going to rule touch here. So there's a whole range of things happening on that particular play. Now they work it on. It's Masters, that man who's come out to try and change things. Here he is again. Now, I think for mine, that was deliberately passed into the defensive line. Yes, referees agreeing on that one. So there's the changeover, Stano.
Yeah, very good call there. What's interesting here is that these teams obviously know each other. Some of them play in the same team. I think ball down there. So what you're seeing in the defence is they're actually anticipating the attack because they know what's coming. So where the tries are going to come from is when you do a change-up, either a second phase or you look like you're going to the right and then peel back to the left. They've got to do something a bit different because at the moment the defence is dominating the attack.
It's good meters there from McMillan before hopping to the sideline. We haven't seen too much in the way of those subsets so far. It's been very stop-start to begin this one. And speaking of which, there's another penalty coming the way of Manly. I think at this point, both sides just really trying to get used to how slippery that surface is. Long drops it off. Quick hands, did well to take that in there. Baxter Stewart. Back to that 7 metre mark as Long comes out with a couple of dummies and just crabbing across field. So lots of patience so far about this set here for Manly. Now drop it off again. Long having a crack himself, decides to go long. Well tracked once more though. This time it was Cooper. Last play now here for Manly. Long pass comes again. They're not going to be able to do much with that though. They're getting up off the line very quickly.
Yeah, hopefully you're picking it up there watching at home that it's a bit of a chess match, but clearly the defence is anticipating what's running here. Like we're seeing really good plays from both teams in attack, and the defence sometimes is not even having to dive. So that's another bit of a bit of a trigger or something that you look for. If the defence is handling the attack and no one's even having to dive or scramble, then you've got to try something different. You can't keep running the same plays.
Well, here is Berryman Duff with a little strike dump now, getting close to that line. Oh, good pressure coming across in that link position. Now, he was convinced he got the try. He's kicked the ball away. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen a penalty for that.
Yeah, he was trying the bluff. I think I've tried a few of them back in my day, and anyone that wants to copy me, they're going to have to slow down a bit because these boys are super quick and super skillful.
So Richie denied, and then, it's dangerous for Berryman Duff. That slippery surface, he couldn't quite pick up the ball. We've seen plenty of handling errors so far as a result. I'm not sure if it's coming across on the screen, but Stanley, we can definitely see it here. You can see little blades of, I'm not going to quite say frost, but there's a lot of liquid on the surface of this grass.
Yeah, it's a little bit dewy, which I guess shows how impressive the ball handling's been overall, because they are running lots of plays. They're not shy. What I'd like to see here, James, is I'd almost run like a second phase play on the way in, because they're defending so well. I'd almost like scoop from about here, attack, and then like return it to a player, then dump again. I'd almost like to see something like that, like we call second phase, to break it up a bit, because the statics seem to be being handled.
Well, so far the Northern Beaches have definitely been playing with a higher tempo and looking for that strike dump. Manly more, I suppose, attuned to just slowing things down and once more doing this patient kind of play so far, as Masters just slows things a little bit. They've been very used to that so far, Manly. Now they'll have a crack though. Masters, the ball was on. Very well stepped up in the defensive line though. It's probably a take that had to be made there from Charlie Boyle.
Yeah, very good defence there. I think that was probably, a really good opportunity there for Manly. I almost thought they would score if that ball could have squeezed through to the link.
Oh, Masters wanted to have a crack himself, but again, you're seeing those slippery conditions really causing a few problems for the handling. Stan, I'll ask this for you. I mean, you've played for a long time. Is it more difficult with conditions like this compared to full-on pelting rain?
Yes. Yeah, this is rain. You generally make the adjustment and you run slightly different plays. When it's like this, you sort of want to, you want to play dry footy, and you can almost play it, and so you sort of get a bit sucked into just playing, regular touch rather than wet weather footy. So yeah, you're 100% on with that.
Well, here is Sergi now, middle of the field, dropping it down about 10 shy of the try line. Oh, quick hands. It was on there for the Northern Beaches. They just couldn't get it out to the wing quickly enough. And they've recovered well here, Manly. They're going to say no touch, are they? No touch indeed. Yeah, so play on is the call. Thought they certainly came up and put a stop to that. The Manly winger. The referee didn't call the touch. Towards the middle they go now. Here is Baum. Sergi. Crabbing across field. They didn't step up here, Manly, so another penalty coming. It's the first one we've seen of that notion.
Yeah, now you'll see that quick change we were talking about when they've got the repeat set and Black Berryman comes on.
So Black Berryman out there. No Berryman Duff at this point. Those two have been working in tandem with one another so far, but Baum, who is one of the co-captains in the 7, there he is. He's also looking to create something. Great ball over the top.
Let's
try. The Black Berryman, he gets it to ground in time. I think we've got our first one here, Stanto. Yes, we do. Try time for the Northern Beaches. They lead over Manly in the 18s division.
Yeah, that was really sharp. And that was a case of a player not really being beat. Like, the Manly defensive line seemed to handle it, but it was just executed with such precision. Like the quick release from the ground, the long ball from Black Berryman, and a great put down in the wing there.
Now, if you are wondering why they've changed ends here, that's because we're playing 25-minute matches, no breaks, and the two sides do change the ends that they're running after a try is scored. So here come Manly with a chance to hit back through Blake Long. Taking it forward to the line now, gets a nice little strike dump. They'll slow things down now. Kobe Reed, they've worked the overlap beautifully. The pass isn't a great one, but I think they've got there in time anyway, yes.
No, try.
It is indeed a try. They got there in time, beating that cover defence. And Manly go in. You're not quite convinced, Stanto?
No, I think that was a 50-50, but something happened there. I don't know if it would have come through, through the sound, but something absolutely extraordinary is that the actual defenders were actually yelling out the play they were going to run before they ran it, and they still couldn't stop it. So I thought that was quite extraordinary, and it just sort of shows that these boys know each other.
It was a very deep passive play as well. Kobe Reed about 5 metres behind the play itself. You don't often see it that deep, especially at the 18s level. Here is Berryman Duff popping it back to the open side. Black Berryman over the top. Oh, not a bad pass. It was on. Just a little too high though for the winger.
Yeah, and that's an example back to your other point there about the wet weather footy versus the it gets a bit dewy, or that's what they've done. There's really a dry a play you'd run in the dry, so that would have been really hard to execute for Northern Beaches.
Now an offensive push there with the ball, knocking the defender backwards. That's why we've got a changeover here in favour of the Northern Beaches. So Boyle will touch it, and now Berryman Duff to Black Berryman. Those two once more, thick as thieves, working through the middle. Forward they drive, now Berryman Duff, lovely pass. Oh, they open them up like a can of tuna, and they go through. No one in Kui, 2 tries to 1, the Northern Beaches lead.
Yeah, that was very clever there, James, because they run, like we talk about static plays where you're trying to almost run around the defence, or very lateral, or like direct plays when you're running through. And what was really clever about that sequence is they've run a couple static plays, but then they've run the direct play, really running at the line, almost like a rugby league or a rugby union play. And then Manly had to adjust, couldn't handle it. So really, really clever sequencing there from Northern Beaches.
So work to do here for Manly as Long comes forward, about 15 away from the line. Masters back out there. He is the talisman. Here he comes again. Oh, lovely little floating pass back towards the middle. Well read, though, in defence from the Northern Beaches. Midway through the count now. A pop it here for Truman. Masters slows it down. Last play now, and again, we're just seeing the slippery conditions here, causing all sorts of problems, especially from the play the ball area.
Yeah, that's because you've got you actually, I know it's probably a little bit technical, but when you're playing in the rain, you almost hold the ball facing up, like with your hand under the ball, and turn it to dump. When you're playing dry footy, you'll hold the ball from above because you've got grip. So that's what you see when you're dumping. See how the number 4 there for Northern Beaches was holding up, facing up? We might come back to that.
Oh, what a ball here, Berryman. It's nearly on, but it's just floated forward and also been dropped in the process. So either way, not a try there for Cowper, but we're just seeing the electric footwork there from Black Berryman.
He's sharp, isn't he? Yeah, so hopefully you get a bit of a visual from that at home. What I'm saying is if you can imagine your hand under the ball with the ball, facing up, that's generally how you hold it in the wet. Whereas in the dry, your hand will be on top of the ball. You'll almost palm it or grip it a bit like a basketball. And that's what we're seeing a little bit here today.
So Masters at full tilt, gives it away here. Oh, great touch in the end coming across. It's nice play from Dalby Ball faithful. He's managed to get the turnover as well in the process. Really good sliding defence and a bit of a chat back too, so they'll be marched further upfield here, Manly. They can ill afford that. They already trail.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration, so they'll have to get their focus back here because they're only 1 down and there's still plenty of time for them to get back in this match.
So here is Berryman Duff now. A little jink and a jive and then off the left foot, picks up another 5 or 10. This time the Northern Beaches slow it down. We haven't seen too much of this from the Northern Beaches side. They've been operating at full cylinder for most of this match, and Kobe Reed has been told to head off to the side here. Is that a forced sub there, Stanto?
I'm not sure. The referee didn't have the signal. I wonder if he had a bit of blood on his arm or something. He was sort of pointing down, and there didn't seem to be. Referee didn't seem to be too animated. So yeah. Well,
he's gone straight to the medical staff, so I think that might be the case. I was potentially thinking it could have been a case of the back check, because Kobe Reed was the man who was pinged for that. But no, they are tending to him on the sideline. And speaking of sidelines, no one coming anywhere near that play from the Northern Beaches. Another try for them. Now it starts to get a little bit interesting. 3-1.
Yeah, Black Berryman's definitely. I know I'm going off very early, first game, 10 minutes in, but I think Black Berryman's put this tournament on notice. He's looking outstanding, James.
He's very sharp. I mean, I've seen the big lawnmower come out and cut all these blades of grass. I don't think we need it when Black Berryman starts dancing around. Just use his feet.
Nah, he's clipping all of them. And what you'll see when he does that quick release play, when the dummy half gets around the side of him, he's way more dangerous. Because he's so quick on his feet, jumping around a bit, sometimes the dummy half doesn't know where he's going to go.
Here comes Long and fires the long ball. No touch completed. Beautiful pass there. Blake Long stopped on his run, straightened things up and then fired it left to right. Manly are back.
Yeah, very clever. They're going against the grain, sometimes we call that, where they've gone a sweep to the left. And Northern Beaches, overcompensate going that way, and then Manly going back the other way. That's a really clever play from Manly. I'd like to see more of that in these last 6 or 7 minutes.
So Berryman Duff gets us back underway. Black Berryman also out there, so they're certainly not putting things in the rack just yet. They're not trying to defend that lead. Those two strike weapons out there, they'll definitely be searching for another try here. Berryman Duff. Back to Black Berryman. Just shy of the 7, Berryman Duff with a little pass to play out the back. Now they've flung that away, and yes, it had to be another set there. I think quite smart play, really. There was no way that ball was ever getting past the defender. He let it sing anyway, though.
Yeah, and again, we've seen that Manly really good defence. Like their talk's good, they're scrambling well. They're definitely in this contest. They just got to stay composed.
Boyle coming to the line. Good touch made, though, from Bridgewood. Back to the 7 they go. Still a few more plays up very quickly as well was McMillan. Good urgency in defence from the link. Boyle out to Black Berryman, and now Berryman Duff. Crabbing across slowly but surely. DeJesus. And another penalty coming here for the Northern Beaches. They've definitely won the count so far. Hasn't been the most disciplined performance so far from Manly, and on that occasion pinged for not coming up to that 7-metre mark. No mistake this time from Masters. Black Berryman threatening to unleash the dancing feet. Here he comes now. Oh, what about that from Black Berryman? They've said he's been touched just in time. Goodness me, that's done my back out just watching it. Here is Black Berryman again. More dummies than a yellow and black book at Dimmicks. Over the top they go. A lovely ball there. Berryman Duff fired it and got it exactly right. Cowper goes in, and now there's problems for Manly. 4-2 with time quickly running out here.
Yeah, absolute superb play from Northern Beaches, and it's been really impressive the way they've worked their way through the contest and built through it. There was the early tussle. Then once the game settled, Northern Beaches have clearly taken a step forward, or gone to another level.
Well, Manly will need to do the same thing here to get themselves back into it. So Kobe Reid is back out there now. Not 100% sure what occurred to him. Could have potentially been a little bit of blood or something, though, as Jason Stanton pointed out not too long ago. But nonetheless, he is back out there, the 14. Here is Long now. Long shifts it on here to Keane. Dropped off. Last play. Lovely ball. Reid pops it back on the inside. This will be special if they can get it to ground. That's lovely play from Manly. Inside, outside, all over the place. But at the end of it, the only location they end up is over the try line.
That was great footy, but really entertaining as well. It's almost, I think I need a replay up here, James, because that was great scramble in defence, but the attack just kept having one more pass, one more trick up their sleeve.
I tell you what, it was like me trying to go to Coles or Woolworths. I never know exactly where I'm supposed to be heading, but eventually I get it. Now Black Berryman comes forward, about 20 away from the try line. Berryman Duff, short ball, Black Berryman wrapping around. They just got there in time. And we're down to the final minute here, so ignore the screen in the background. It's a little off time, but here is Berryman Duff popping it over the top. It was played at, and it's play on. They just managed to snatch it in, and I think it's Nash Ritchie. In fact, it's Cowper who's gone in for them. Another try, and that should secure it here for the Northern Beaches. The margin is 2, and I think the clock is going to beat them, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, Northern Beaches there just putting the icing on the cake there. Manly had a bit of a sniff late, thinking they might be able to steal it, but Northern Beaches, they do look calm and composed, and this is definitely going to be a team to watch throughout the weekend, because this is very, very mature and measured touch football from the Northern Beaches team.
And it's an incorrect play, the ball from Manly. You've got to play it square. They didn't do so on that occasion. So the change over here for the Northern Beaches, they won't quite rest on their laurels, but I know they've got this one pretty much sewn up and in the bag. Blackberryman, touch came on. Thought just for a moment maybe he was free with it. Now to Hazes. Touches in there and the ball comes free. No extra hand on it. So Manly with perhaps a final chance to launch a raid here. Masters back through the middle. Good meters straight up the guts like a bad curry. And into halfway they go. And they're lucky there, Manly, because Masters had overrun the play. It was all going to break down, but fortunately a penalty coming their way. Masters taps it. Slowly encroaches on the defensive line.
James, can you ease up on the curry? I just grabbed my belly when you said bad curry. You got me a little bit anxious there, mate.
I'm not sure what you had for breakfast, mate, but I went for spaghetti bolognese. A man that needs a lot of fuel. Masters, short ball, long, over the top. Oh, it's beat them all. It's a perler of a pass. That's the fourth for Manly. And they trail by just one here. I still think they might run out of time, though.
Yeah, the Manly, this is really interesting for Manly, as in I think they will gain a lot of confidence from this game, James, because Northern Beach is clearly a class outfit, but Manly have stuck with them. They keep scoring, they keep coming back at them. This is going to serve them well for the tournament. Don't be surprised to see both these teams there on finals day.
Baum comes forward. There is again now with the follow-up run. Cowper. And there is the siren at long last. Blackberryman, all he has to do is make sure he doesn't pass the ball. Well, he's done it anyway. Baum continues the pop. Berryman Duff, now Blackberryman back against the grain. He's opened them up and gone for it. Oh, Blackberryman. He's a gymnast with moves like that. Sign him up for the Olympic team. The Northern Beaches finish in style, 6-4 at full time. Jason Stanton.
Yeah, absolute superb start to the tournament. Really exciting, and if that's the standard of footy we're going to see, I think maybe everyone's going to have a few days off and just sit there and tune into Bar TV, because that was an absolute superb and entertaining game of footy.
Absolutely, and you think it's only just after 8 in the morning. Maybe they might still be working the cobwebs out, but not the case. It was frenetic, it was full pace, and at full time, the Northern Beaches beat their northern rivals, Manly, 6 tries to 4. And coming up for you next, we move to the under-14 girls division and all the action between Manly and Wallsend in just a moment here on Bar TV. Welcome back here to beautiful Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. We now move to the 14 girls division. James Preston and Jason Stanton with you in commentary. And it is Manly with first use of the ball up against Wallsend in the predominantly blue strip. Manly immediately on the attack. They come away here through Tamale. Touched inside the 7 nice and early as the wind starts to pick up here as well at Dubbo. It wasn't much forecast, but certainly it's coming out in full effect at the moment. You can probably hear it through the mics. If you are just joining us, 25-minute matches, no halftime breaks. The sides simply change ends when a try is scored. Taudian back to the middle and out. Taudian once more, no touch called. Play on instead. Farrell. And now the changeover comes here for Wallsend. So not the most enterprising set there for Manly, but working through their set nonetheless there, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, really good start to the game, and Manly are known for probably having, like arguably the best female pathway and program in the state. So Wallsend's going to have their work cut out for them, and I think they'll be really excited at taking on their more fancied city folk.
Absolutely, names like Dybel and Davis come to mind when we think of Manly. Some of those premier players, that's who the under-14s girls will be trying to emulate here today. And of course carve out a name for themselves as Wallsend go on the attack here. Wicker plays it. Agland back to Taylor Wicker, so the two Wicker sisters are out there at the same time. Wicker trying to wedge herself through a very narrow gap. There's absolutely zero regard for a body there.
Yeah, that was really focused and direct. She really wanted that try, and it was an excellent dive. They've gone for it again.
Wicker has another crack. So both Wicker sisters, neither of them are brash about diving from distance. A big push there with ball in hand. I thought potentially could have gone against Manly, but play on is the call. It's hard to carry, but they've done a great job there to reel it in from Tamale. And now they work for a penalty here, Manly.
Yeah, the diving's quite an advanced skill, and it wasn't as prominent if you go back, say, 5-10 years ago in the female game. And now just from, under 12s all the way right through, they can all dive and really put really good finishes on their plays for tries. So great work.
It was a great previous play there, running at pace, but they just didn't have anyone waiting for the strike dump, so it's broken down a little here for Manly. Last play now, though. Can they work something? Unwin at pace. Nearly got around them. Beautiful cover defence, though. Working hard from the middle. That's nice stuff from Wallsend.
Yeah, Wallsend are actually using, you might see some of the defenders putting their hands up, pointing, and their communications or, the comms are really strong. So that's how they're handling Manly's speed and footwork at the moment as a team. And that's a really good early sign for Wallsend.
So they'll work up towards halfway now. The pressure from Unwin was very good, though. Changeover coming now. She's been very strong so far for Manly, April Unwin. Lots of energy about her play as they work it wide now. Good speed on display too. That one is going to be a drop ball, though. Tried to play it a little bit too quickly there, Manly.
Yeah, the speed of game's always something that always marvels me. I think with YouTube, social media, bar TV, a lot of the players get to watch some of the older or like their heroes play, and then they come out and execute the same stuff.
Well, Polsford certainly did. There was a great strike dump from the 23. Here she is again now with it. Short pass provided to her link position. Polsford slows it down, dumps it, and now back towards the middle they come with Fuller. Now they look to launch a raid. They've got them backpedaling. Good pressure, though, stepping up from Charlotte Hawkins and shut it down. So very good defensive play from both sides so far. They're reading those set plays extremely well.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit in the last game, James, where there's a fair bit of anticipation now in the modern game, where the defence almost guesses or reads what's coming and then makes an early adjustment. And so I think throughout this weekend, the teams that are able to run second phase type plays against the grain or against the flow, trick plays, they're going to be the ones that I think rise to the top.
I'll tell you what, they might have also picked up a few cues from you, watching you on the live stream over the last couple of years, because that was a rather cynical play thrown directly into the opposition. Trying to get the extra set was never going to happen for them.
Any of these kids that watch me will have to slow down because they're about 4 times as fast as me and 4 times as skillful. So
Mate, it's about how quick you are between the ears, though. That's what they say when you get to, I'm not going to say that age, but when you have a bit more experience, such as the great Jason Stanton. Last play here now for Wallsend. Wicker dumbing back to the open side. Wicker receives it once more. Has the opportunity to link up with her sister. She does so. Now, they were trying to suggest they didn't step up to that 7-metre mark there, Manly, but referees were happy with the defensive efforts. The changeover comes, and we're about 5.5 minutes into this one. No score yet between Manly and Wallsend in the 14 girls division of the Junior State Cup Northern Conference.
Yeah,
before they charge.
Yeah, sorry, James. Yeah, a little bit of a tip for you know, when the defence is not coming up like that, you need to sort of get the comms or be audible to the referee a bit earlier in the set. When it gets the 4th, 5th or last touch, it's a little bit hard to say, oh, by the way, they didn't come forward for the whole set. So a bit of a tip, if the defence is not moving forward, try and get your comms up early in the set and say, referee, they've got to come forward, you know. That's sort of what happened there. They sort of communicated, but it was a little bit late in the set, so they didn't get any advantage.
Sanderson plays it. Now they head back towards the middle once again. Nice little run there from Grace Smith. Wicker pops it back to the middle. More than happy to slow things down here. Good patience about the play. Wicker to Wicker. Once more they go for the dive. No touch this time, is there? No, they've said she's dropped it in the play the ball, I believe. Or should I say in the process of scoring the try. So Manly hang on as Unwin play it. And up they come now. Aglin makes the touch. Good speed about this particular play from Manly, and they're able to work the roll on here. Good start to the set. Oh, big contact. Thought that could have potentially gone against Manly. Certainly a raised arm there from Tonga. Play on is the call, though. Up towards the 7-metre mark. Last play now. They've tried to operate down the short side, but Wallsend were ready for it. And Stanton, you talk about some of the reads in defence that we've seen already in the opening couple of fixtures. Well, that's a great example there because they stacked the short side, but so too did Wallsend.
Yeah, well, it's almost like Wallsend were there before the attack, which is, anticipation's a really good skill to have for all our kids coming through the programs. And if you can get a bit of a read of where you think's coming, sometimes that can help.
Miscommunication there from Wallsend, though, resulting in a changeover here for Manly, and probably the best field position of the match so far to start a set. They hit it at pace. It's Williams who plays it on the 7, receives it back once more. Touch made from the middle there for Wallsend as Williams slows it down. Now they look to launch a raid. Williams still an option. Williams is there. She finds an opening. Manly lead 1-0.
Yeah, that wasn't that clever from Williams the way she put it down so quick. It's quite a difficult skill in the game to catch a pass that's quite high or above the eye level and get it down so quickly. So Williams, that was super impressive, James.
Eliza Williams, as you mentioned there, Jason Stanton almost in one motion, catching and putting it to ground. As Wallsend now have a little bit of work to do here. Back on the attack though. They push it through the middle. Evading the first touch. Good meterage here. Oh, there was an opportunity out wide for Wallsend, but they turned it back towards the middle. Still live for them though, as it's worked here through Polesford. She's one to watch. Gray floating pass over the top. Well read in defence. And I think it just ended up between middle and, should I say, link and wing there. They weren't quite sure who should take it.
Yeah, a little bit of confusion. The Wallsend team, they have started well, but I mean, over that first 10 minutes, you almost felt that Manly try was a bit of a build. Like Wallsend turned over the ball a couple times in attack. You might not have caught it on your screen, but they actually had made an error with the subs, and they had 5 on the field for a couple touches there, Wallsend. So it's a little bit hard to stick with Manly, over long periods, and Wallsend have been doing a good job and maybe lost a little bit of focus there, and Manly were able to get up 1-0.
So Wallsend looking to get back on level peggings, and they're not going to do it with a pass like that. Unfortunately, a little too difficult to take for the wing. It was down low and in slippery conditions. Play on though now for Fanakore. He's about 20 away from the try line. Slow approach here from Slater. Fanakore cut out. Now they go wider still. Oh, nearly opened up there for Tamale. It's been left behind though. I must say the pressure from Wallsend in defence, though, has been excellent since kickoff.
Yeah, I think their D's been good. They're definitely not overawed. I think with their attack, when they're driving here, they could probably get a little bit maybe further towards the halfway before they do their substitutions, because they're going off fraction early, and you see Manly now meeting them, and that's third or fourth in the set. So they're sort of not getting as much, I guess, value or, you know, purchase out of their driving sets, but their defence has definitely been great. And I think if a few little improvements on the drive, and I think they can really stick it, you know, like sort of stick with Manly.
Change over here for Manly. And that one ruled to be a 50-50, so play on is the call. Tamale goes away now for Slatter. Whanakore, up she goes. And at pace, hitting it now is Eloise Rich. Now Rich is knocked onto her backside, so a forceful touch there against Wallsend. They'll get a full set to play with. Only about 10 or 12 metres away from the line. Good signs here for Manly. April Unwin. It's been really impressive so far for the Northern Beaches side. Here she comes again. Unwin diving from distance. Wicker, though, is very tall. And she got down nice and quick with those long limbs of hers.
Yeah, gee, those dives are very skillful. Get down low very quickly and slide in. It's a really difficult skill.
So Unwin again looking to pull a few strings here. She has another crack at them. She's certainly got that skill set, the long-range dive. And she thought she got there. I think they're suggesting it was an incorrect play the ball in the process, though.
You see, Unwin hasn't scored there, but if I was the on the Manly side, I think it's Coach Millie, I think, on that side, I'd be really impressed with that, because her lateral movement and that quick release was first class. So definitely I'll be looking to Unwin to be one to watch throughout the weekend, because that looked particularly sharp.
Well, in touch, we often talk about going back to the well if something is working or just about to breach a defensive line. It's worth persisting with as they get a nice little run down the sideline here. Great pace shown from Farrell. She certainly can run.
And I think that was Wicker, was it? That picked her up. Great defence too.
And the Wicker girls have had a strong start to this match in the 53 and 54 respectively. Simmons back towards the middle. So Williams is out there, the sole try scorer so far. Oh, did a great job to handle it. Just couldn't link up with the pass though, but that was entertaining stuff nonetheless.
Yeah, and the Wallsend drive, it's almost been on cue, James, when we started talking about it. I think they've turned over the ball 2 or 3 times in their drive, but that's been followed by really good defence. And that's been a bit of the story of the game, where they're defending really well, they're resilient. Just got to get over halfway a little bit better, try and get Manly coming off their own try line to start their sets.
So just over halfway through this match with about 12 minutes remaining here. Wallsend trailing by 1, but with ball in hand. Manly, great pressure, continuing to push up and up into the faces of Wallsend. Force a turnover. Very flat pass there to restart things though. So they get up over halfway. Tonga is an option. Now she receives it. Tonga at pace. Did a good job there to draw in the winger and had to make it plated. The smart stuff though from Charlotte Carlson. I think she had to make a play there, Stanton.
Yeah, there was Manly had sort of just like, you know, grinding into it and really controlling the pace of it, and Wallsend are definitely coming up with answers. As you said, they've got to make those plays, but Wallsend's going to have to try something a little bit different, because I think Manly are really enjoying the rhythm of this game and how it's rolling out, and most of it's on the down their end of the field, or, you know, the left of your screen. So maybe this penalty here will give Wallsend an opportunity. They really got to have a good driving set.
Certainly will help. Oh, geez, a difficult pass to take, but they did a good job under the circumstances, especially with a rushing defensive line. A little mix up in the play the ball here. That's going to crush that momentum just a little bit. And the subset is not a good one here from Wallsend. They've put themselves under oodles of pressure, but they recover quite nicely here, actually. Good right foot step up towards halfway. And now over the halfway line. Last play, still not the kind of set they would have wanted, Wallsend. But with one more decent play here, they can at least salvage something out of it. So a very disjointed set, and they've thought they've got one more play here.
Yeah, it happens. What happens sometimes, James, is when you're defending well, like Wallsend are. This is a good turnover for them. Then sometimes you sort of you puff and you want to break, and you sort of almost migrate or go to the substitution box a little bit earlier than probably what you should, because you want to get off, and that's what we've seen a little bit of from Wallsend today.
Well, they were left with just one player who had to quickly get in there at acting half. Now they'll pop it back towards the middle.
Yeah, and Wallsend haven't had many opportunities, so they really need to ask some questions on this set.
So once more the touch comes in, about 20 metres away from the try line. Big gap here between link and wing. Eventually they connect. The passage just far too wide in the end. And so with about 9.5 to go, this Manly side is proving very difficult to break down in defence.
Yeah, and they look quite fresh there too, which is a product of them controlling the ball more. It's a touch generally flows where you get even ball, but there are on the odd occasion one team will probably get the weight of possession, and that sort of means that they're a little bit fresher.
Here they go, Manly. Good touch coming in though, just at the death there from Wallsend. So back to that 7 metre mark they come now. Still a few plays in this one. Unwin slows it down. Last now for them, Williams and Unwin. Watch these two. They're both dangerous customers. Oh, Unwin with a little in and away. Nearly got around him, but a great touch in the end from Sienna Stevens.
Yeah, very good defence. Haven't we seen great scramble from Wallsend today, James, with their defence? They only down 1-0. Manly's one of the powerhouses here. They'd be expecting to win this thing, like the whole tournament, and Wallsend are just sticking with them, and it's purely from their resilience and their effort. And you know, if they can get a few improvements on their drive, that's another turnover without getting halfway. I really think Wallsend can do some damage this weekend.
You mentioned the word effort there now. Defence is all about attitude and effort. So we're certainly seeing plenty of that here from Wallsend. Just a little lacking so far in the execution of their attacking plays, though, as Unwin for Manly dives from a long distance. Jeez, there was a good touch in the end from Wicker. That's what we're talking about with that attitude in defence. I thought Unwin might have just slipped underneath her, though. But here she comes again. This time there's a much bigger gap, and Unwin, no mistake here. She gets it to ground. 2 tries to nil, and Manly are now in a really good position here.
Yeah, Unwin definitely very sharp laterally there. Going to be one to watch. And one of the things that was a little bit different on that play for Manly is that the dummy half actually got round to the side of her and gave her the ball very quickly from the ground, which is those quick release plays. It's not just how quick you dump it and move, it's how quick you get the ball from the ground, which will result in pressure on the defence.
Now, speaking of ball to ground, that's exactly what's happened here for Wallsend. Matheson unable to reel it in. Once more, that slippery surface rearing its ugly head to start the day. Hopefully with the sunshine out as bright as it is, we'll see that clear up maybe at about 10 o'clock, I'd imagine. They come wider still though, Manly. Good metres on offer as Farrell hops into acting half. And at pace comes McPhee. Back towards the middle now. Really nice set so far from Manly. Hawkins drops it down. Farrell. And now Williams, the first try scorer of the match. It was the right idea from Manly, just a little bit behind with the pass.
Yeah, I like seeing the substitutions. I know we're labouring the point a little bit, but I like seeing the substitutions for Manly coming on their side on the attacking side of the halfway, which was, in direct contrast to what probably, we've seen from some of the opposition teams.
Well, so far, a lot of that has been due to the defensive pressure from Manly. How about the pace here, though? I think the touch comes in before the ball is lost. Yes, that's called as such. But Aglin really showing a clean pair of heels. Be interesting to see if they can pop her on the outside again. Here she is now hopping in at acting half. Not too far to go here. Polsford drives forward, though. Nearly beat the initial touch there. That would have been very interesting.
Yeah, I just want a bit of a shout out to the referee, and I don't have their names with us, but this team of referees, I know they're not mic'd up, so you've probably not been able to appreciate it through the coverage, but they're actually communicating as a group or as a unit, and you can see that the two, like on the wing, like the outside referees, are actually talking to the controlling referee well before you hear the whistle. This is a really impressive group, and yeah, it's unfortunate I haven't got their names. A bit of a shout out. It's really good to see strong refereeing, James.
Of course, we do have so many referees in action across this weekend. We can't run the competitions without them, so their work is very much appreciated. Here comes Polsford, popping it back towards the middle. Touch comes in. Good defensive pressure from Manly. They'll wrap around to the open right here. Polesford off the right foot, nearly opened them up. Last play now, though, for Wallsend. So she's the danger woman, Polesford, but at the moment she's out of the action. They'll get her back in here, but there's nowhere to go for Wallsend.
Yeah, it's a strong D there. Hopefully the Wallsend team take a bit of encouragement out of the game, because they have played well. It's just that Manly probably just a fraction sort of stronger across the park, but Wallsend have showed some great signs, so hopefully they're not too discouraged by this first result.
Great play here from Tonga, though, the big dummy, and now setting her down the sideline. Farrell's got all the pace in the world. She keeps the sideline. In fact, no, she's been ruled back. I thought it was very close. There might have been a stray boot on there, and yes, our referees are right on the spot, but Farrell thought she was off for all money.
Yeah, you better record this because you won't hear that very often. That was great refereeing. I actually noticed the play down the sideline skimmed the line. I think the referee might have been grabbing a drink or something. I thought, oh, she's missed this, but she wasn't. What a great call. Can we get these on the men's games or what? Superb refereeing here.
Jason Stanton, can you stop crushing on our referees, please? I know they're doing a good job, and they've definitely got it right there. I must say, I was half going to pull it up, and I thought, nah, we'll stick with it, see if the referees do the job themselves. They've done exactly that as Wicket nearly splits them. And that will be a changeover, though, for Manly. So just under 4 minutes remaining. Manly still up by 2. It's not done with yet for Walls, and certainly not with a turnover here. If they can score, we're up for a grandstand finish. Here comes Wicker again off the left foot. Oh, Wicker goes all the way nearly. No, they just got there in time, but they're also playing a little bit of advantage too.
Yeah, that was a good call there. I'd like to see Wallsend get one as a bit of a reward, you know, for the way they've played the game, and maybe get him back in. They just got to ask some questions. Manly's been coaxed up by the referee, so if Wallsend run plays at him, they're a good chance to get the call.
Oh, Wicker, that was the right play from her. Just the link not pushing up quickly enough there to connect with the pass. It was on for Stevens. Wicker has so much pace, it's sometimes hard to keep with them. Here they go now, speaking of pace. Whanakore down the sideline, and a beautiful play the ball too. They continue it on, just over the top. It was building nicely though.
Yeah, the number 2 there for Manly was a Whanakore. Don't underestimate how difficult that was. She was flying down the sideline and then had enough poise and composure to think, the defence is coming across, so she ducked in field and a clean dump. That's really skillful.
Great skill set on display, and what's the one thing we can't substitute at any level, Jason Stanton?
I don't know, sure, skill.
Pace. Pace, my friend. You can't substitute for speed.
You can't go in Audis and buy a packet of speed. Or pace, I should say. I don't want to say speed. But I've been trying to go in shops, trying to look for skill, brains. I can't buy it anywhere, mate. I'm just stuck with what I got, James.
Well, I think you've still got enough to get through. Let's say that much. The comeback is on. It's been on for a little while now as Manly keep pushing forward. Wallsend would like to have their own little comeback here with 2 minutes to go. Set, Farrell, and now Unwin towards the sideline. Farrell in an acting half. Hawkins straightens things up. Back into the action here is Williams. First try score of the match. That might be a touch pass. Yes, changeover is called. So this is do or die now here for Wallsend, Jason Stanton. They must score off the back of this set. Otherwise, it's going to be a bridge too far. Time will beat them.
Yeah, they might run out of time, potentially. One of the things I noticed with Wallsend when they did have an opportunity there, and there may be something they can take into the next game, is when the referees calling the defence to come forward because they're not being active, that's a really good time to run at them rather than trying to run around them, run at the offside player, more so than ever. And I think maybe that's something Wallsend will have a think about going to the next game when they do get to the line and they've got the defence in a bit of trouble, they're being called offside. That's the time to run at them, dive at their feet, not so much try and run around them. So I think that'll be a bit of a correction that the Wallsend crew will make going into the next game.
Well, much the same. It takes a bit of courage to have a scoot out of acting half when you do see that retreating defensive line, but we've seen it so often. Big risk and potentially big reward. Speaking of reward, here come Manly. Oh, beautiful draw and pass. And India Preston, we love that last name. She goes in for a try. 3-0 Manly lead with time very much running out.
Yeah, beautiful chain pass in there from the Manly team. That's the icing on the cake. And you could see a couple of players within your shot there with the arms in the air. They enjoyed that. they enjoyed that, and that's an important aspect of this game as well, enjoying the success on and off the field and really sticking together. And it was great to see the excitement around the Manly crew when that try was scored.
So 30 seconds to go here. Wallsend looking for a consolation try. And if you're wondering why I'm having so much fun calling India Preston there, that's the first time in my life I've ever been able to call a Preston scoring a try. So there is the siren in the background. Of course, the time on your screen and at the ground here is merely a guide. All the official timekeeping is kept by our people in the admin tent with that siren. And at full time, it is Manly with a nice little victory. They're going to get one more play here.
Yeah. Lucky you pointed that out, James. Some of the people might be like me. I'm a little bit slow on the uptake. Took me a while to join the dots and see the Preston try. So Preston calling Preston.
Very exciting. No relation, but there's something I can tick off the bucket list. And Manly are ticking off a win to begin their day here and to begin their tournament for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference in the under-14 girls division. It is Manly 3-0 over Wallsend. All the action for our next match coming up very shortly. Stick with us here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV. We move to the 16 girls division next. Welcome back here to Dubbo, the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. James Preston and Jason Stanton with you in commentary. And in this particular match, we see the Berkeley Vale under-16 girls taking on Wallsend. And we just saw the Wallsend 14 girls put up a pretty decent showing against one of the hot sides of the competition in Manly. Are we thinking we can see a pretty similar effort here in the follow-up match, Jason Stanton?
I think so, and if you've watched the last couple of games with us, you notice James talking about the field conditions and how it would start to dry up. Well, now's about that time. The surface is starting to look really good. Hopefully the wind settles a bit, but this has turned into perfect conditions here in Dubbo for this matchup.
Well, first use of the ball will be with Berkeley Vale here as they go on the attack and driving forward. A nice run from Georgie Lawton. Back towards the middle they go now with Ainsley Mills. Walker. You can just see how strong the wind is picking up in the microphone. It's I'm not exactly sure what the breeze is, but it's really come along in the last 30 minutes or so, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, it's been it's been in spurts. I'm still trying to work it out myself, but it was interesting there. With the defence, that Wallsend really had almost like a compressed or really compressed line. So it'll be interesting to see whether Berkeley Vale have picked up on that and whether they can exploit that today.
So here comes Harris. And they'll have a little crack here themselves. Apologies here if you're wondering what is exactly happening with the timepiece. Unfortunately, we've been left in charge of it up here in the booth.
You don't want to leave me in charge of anything. So we've got Wallsend here setting up something to see if they can ask some questions this Berkeley Vale defence.
So here they come now, Wallsend all stepping off the right foot and nearly finding a way through there was Leishon. Back towards the 7 metre mark she comes as they fire it back to the middle. Leishon wrapping around and now straightened. Once more they work it towards the centre of the field. All good touch coming in.
I think it was down, James.
Yes, they got there just in time. So I thought initially Walker might have got there in time, but just off.
Yeah, got under, and I think we've seen that in the female game, and it's been a real big jump in standard to what we've seen in previous years. Is that these young girls, they're such superb athletes that they're actually getting down low and sliding under the defensive touch, and that was a good example of it there. Really good attack. The defender didn't do much wrong, just really sharp dive.
So Berkeley Vale with work to do now. Of course, you can see that the two sides have changed ends. How this tournament is working is that we have 25-minute matches. The two sides change the ends that they are running after a try is scored. So Neville Smith back to the middle to Spindler. Neville Smith, I think she's been tripped by her own player there accidentally. So coming across was Hofbauer. She's just clipped the foot. It's a little awkward there for the Berkeley Vale side, but it does mean that Wallsend have a chance to work away with it here.
Yeah, really good changes here from Wallsend. I like the way they're substituting and sort of coming on with the flow of the drive. That's really good play.
So here come Wallsend at pace. Allo getting very close to that 7 mark. But Berkeley Vale have done enough here, and now they have use of the ball. Thought they could have been pinged there for a bit of a sloppy play. The ball was rolling around for just a moment. Referee said good enough. Just shy of the halfway line now as they continue up and over at Berkeley Vale. Unfortunately, we don't have the 11 on our team sheet. Back towards the middle now with Mills. And Mills, it's left behind. Change over here. Wallsend again with a chance to go on the attack. So the early stages of this match certainly favouring Wallsend here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, Berkeley Vale possibly a little bit unsettled in those couple driving sets, and you'll hear us talk about it a lot. The way you drive down the field affects the rhythm and the flow of the game, so you've got to get that right before you start worrying about what attacking move you might try or some sort of trick play. You really got to get the drive strong, and Wallsend will have to, Berkeley Vale, they'll have to settle a bit and get their drive a bit stronger.
So another set to play with though here for Wallsend. They'll go back to that 7 metre mark. Offside is the call against Berkeley Vale. And a whole set to try and conjure up a few different plays here as Harris crabs across field, drops it down for Leishon. At pace they come. Now have they done enough back through the middle? No, they were just too quick there, Wallsend. They hit the ball very hard and found the gap. And I tell you what, if you're playing that quickly, it's always going to be tough for the defence to crab across.
Yeah, that was just pure speed, and the way that they executed that play, it's like a bump and run, middle down for link, and then the middle flying onto it like that. It really made it difficult for Berkeley Vale. They needed to have, really good comms and really good defence to try and hold out a play of that standard, and resulted in a second try for Wallsend.
Well, they tried to up the tempo there, Berkeley Vale, but unfortunately the ball has been left behind. Still just a little bit of dew floating around on the surface. Conditions have improved, but handling still not 100% perfect for either side. So they slow things down here, Wallsend. Botham In at acting half now. She has a scoot herself. Botham has to release. Of course, dummy half can't be caught with the ball. Oh, the big dummy comes out, nearly split them. Good touch just at the death there from the link for Berkeley Vale. Back through the middle they come. Olsen slumming things last play now. They're going to work short side here. And they try and get the numbers. Oh, pop the pass back through the middles. Good play. They did a great job in the end there from Brooke Burns, who came across and just shut things down in time.
Yeah, really good defence there too from the winger, because she stepped forward as she was making the touch. She could have easily just been passive and tried to cover the attack, which would have resulted in a try on the inside. But she stepped forward, initiated the touch, and got a good result there with the late pass.
So up they come now through Spindler. They floated over towards the subs box. Good hands as well from Hofbauer. And nice meters to start this set. And then the commentator's curse comes out once more. Of course it does.
Yeah,
I think that's the first of the day, actually, Steph.
I think so. You've been really strong up until this point. But I think, see how we talk about the drive, and I know you're sort of labouring the point again, but a lot of this affects the rhythm of the game. If you don't complete your set, then the other team's a bit fresher. Then they get the substitute on their side of halfway, and it just sort of changes the whole rhythm. And now we've got Wallsend with a repeat set, so you could almost put down this 90 seconds of pressure on Berkeley as a result of their drive not being as strong. So that'll be something they'll be looking to improve.
So another set here for Wallsend, with Ida stepping up and knocking down the pass for Berkeley Vale. They'll play it on the 7-metre mark. The wraparound comes. They've got numbers in motion. Oh, it was certainly on there for Wallsend and building nicely. Just a little out in front of the winger, though.
Yeah, good sort of variety of play from Wallsend too. They've had some runarounds or some wraps. They've had some switches and some of those direct plays as well, where they're running onto it like a bump and run. So really good variety showed from Wallsend here today.
They've been pinged on this occasion, though. A touch pass going against Berkeley Vale. So another chance here for Wallsend to extend their lead. It's been a red-hot start in the first 8 or 9 minutes here at Dubbo. Berkeley Vale will need to be stern in defence here to try and keep touch with Wallsend. They head back through the middle. Oh, I don't think they've got there in time. That could be down again. No, they've just managed to reel it in at the death there. So great touch in the end there from Ella McMahon. Lang drops it down. In fact, it was Roberts. Play on is the call now. LaShawn back to Roberts, but nothing doing there. Good pressure from Berkeley Vale. They'll take some confidence out of that.
Yeah, and that was really impressive from McMahon, the defence there, because she was covering on the inside, had to sort of really make up a big distance, and then had to dive as well. So absolute superb defence there and resilience shown by McMahon.
Much better transition here as well from Berkeley Vale. Managed to get their players all on the pitch in the space of about 1.5 plays. However, things have really slowed down for this final play here for them, so they couldn't really progress further upfield. Brooke Burns caught with it on the last. Wallsend get the changeover, and now up over halfway. So the field position battle most definitely being won here quite convincingly by Wallsend at the moment. Tiernan, and now Harris. Harris grabs across. They've opened them up again here. Oh, Wallsend with speed to burn. They pick up their third try. A lovely little team effort there.
Who was that? Was that Burns there, James? Like, she just come flying around the side. It was almost like the defense lost sight of her, and then just out of nothing almost. It was just wow. I don't have any words for that. That was just like blinding speed out of nothing, and a third try to Wallsend.
So a lot of work to do here for Berkeley Vale. It's almost like a magic trick, Jason Sten. Once you see them and now you don't.
I didn't expect it. I normally try and pride myself on know what's coming, and yeah, here's that play. I know what they're going to do here, but I certainly didn't expect Burns to be flying like that.
At pace they go. Spindler was there in the link position. It's play on now though for Wallsend. Oh, they've called it back. Interesting, because they were playing advantage here. Wallsend were caught offside. Always like seeing a nice little foot race. Unfortunately, we're denied on this occasion.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for later in the day, but yeah, we always love a good old-fashioned foot race.
Berkeley Vale, though, will be quite happy with that. It means the margin won't be extended any further, at least for now, and they can try and reel one back here. Dumbing inside and outside and ultimately confusing her link partner there. Probably have to be a little bit more direct there, did Ida?
Yeah, they on the line there, they do look maybe a little bit too wide or spread out. Berkeley Vale, they probably tighten it up a little bit and try and go through. Might be a good plan.
It was a smart hold as well there from Tiernan. She did want to link up with her wing partner, but realised she'd come back on the inside, so there was no one to throw it to, as they now go directly through the middle and evade all the touches in the process. No one gets there just in time. Last play now here for Wallsend. It was nearly another miracle. They'll operate down a short side. Quick hands, drawing pass is good, but even better is the cover defence there from Sarah Wolford.
Yeah, Wallsend appear to have guns everywhere. It's like, you know, it's not one or two players right across the park. They got speed, they got good ball skills, and if they can drive how they've driven here through, even maybe against some of the stronger teams throughout the tournament, they're really going to be right in the game because they've got a lot of attacking options there on the try line.
So Berkeley Vale up towards the halfway line and engaging that subset. Not a particularly bad transition. They can still keep moving upfield as the touch comes in. However, we've seen another error, and this is really what has been killing them so far in this match, Jason Stanton. They've turned over a lot of ball in their own end.
Yeah, and some of that's from that Wallsend pressure. Like, they're actually getting off the line and they're pressing. There's a good opportunity here that's gone to ground. So what the Wallsend D's doing is that they're actually pressing and getting up, and they're putting a little bit of pressure on the Berkeley Vale drive, and Berkeley Vale haven't been able to make the adjustment just yet. But generally these things can change pretty quickly.
So here they go now, Berkeley Vale nearly getting away from them. Just over halfway, good touch made from Wallsend. This is looking better though. Or the Berkeley Vale side. Neville Smith. Oh, and they just managed to get there in time before that ball hits ground. Mills on the last now. Neville Smith at pace. Lovely cutout pass, but once again you can see beautiful tracking in defence from the link position for Wallsend.
Yeah, Wallsend absorbing that, and this is where they get that benefit from their strong drive, is that they're a little bit fresher and they can sort of press a little bit more and have a little bit more energy for the defence. This is Burns again. I'm glad I'm not playing out there. I wouldn't be able to catch her. She's a flyer.
I think she's very well named because she scorches the field whenever she runs, Burns. She is an option once more in the middle, but they don't go to her on this occasion. Instead, they turn it away to the open side. They'll slow it down once more here before looking to launch that strike dump. Here is Botham. Botham having a crack herself. Oh, nearly getting away there. Very fast is Botham. In fact, yes, it is Botham. So Burns is the 3 for Berkeley Vale, just letting you know. The cutout pass comes, just left behind on that occasion. But good cover defence from Lang.
Oh, have I been... I'm sorry to everyone.
Stitched up.
I've been stitched up. Is it Botham, is it?
It is Botham. Botham's very quick.
Well, I've only said...
I'm sure Burns is too.
I've only said Burns about 38 times. So a shout out to Burns. We love you as well. But... Botham's been the one scoring the try, so I'm sure someone will come up to replace me. I'll be sacked in the commentary box now, James, after that.
I think you got another with me, and then we'll have a chat.
Yeah, can I blame not having the player sheets or something?
I think you certainly can. It's all right. We won't dwell on it. We'll move forward.
So it's Botham. We'll have to get some name dropping for Botham. She's been great.
We've got 12 minutes to do so. So Wallsend on the attack with about 20 metres away from the try line. They lead 3-0. Harris drops it off. Now they come at pace once more here, looking to find an opening. Still alive here for Wallsend. Well tracked across field. Once again, the Berkeley Vale defence, especially when sliding, has been particularly strong.
Yeah, they've been strong, very lateral in their lateral movement. So really good pick up there, James. Once the Wallsend run their sweeper or run their play, Berkeley Vale really strong at making that adjustment and getting across the try line.
So Walker comes up over halfway. Now Ida drops it down. Last play now, a little bit too slow for a strike dump though, and yes, it's easy pickings for Wallsend. So once more they get field position pretty good spot to start the set. And by play number 2, you can see this easy meters on offer. They go all the way up over halfway. And guess who it is? Botham with the ball. She's up.
Yeah, I'll see if I can say Botham 11 times before the end of the game to give us some credit for that great play from before.
Well, here is Olsen, not one of the twins, the famous celebrities, at least not yet. Here she comes. Now dropped off. Worked away here through Nelson. Oh, Nelson popped it back to the middle. They were waiting for them though, Berkeley Vale. Good pressure. 10.5 to go. Still the margin is 3 tries. They can be next to score. It's not done with yet. There's a lot of time left. Just wonder how much that wind is causing potential problems for these players. We haven't seen too many long passes thrown in this match. I think that might be why, because we certainly saw the 14s division having a bit of a crack with the long ones.
Yeah, I think so, especially with this, it's a bit of like a crosswind. It's a little bit hard to sort of judge your passing, especially when it's gusting. So, yeah, I think the players have got their work cut out for them, but they've been putting on a good show nevertheless.
Now, I'm sure we saw a foot go on the sideline there, but they're going to say touch was completed beforehand. Play on is the call. Tiernan now comes to the middle.
So you won't see me having a crush on the refs now. Only if they do well, James.
You're a fair man. Heart.
I'm a fair man. We talked a little bit, I think it might have been in the previous game, but this one as well, about the anticipation of the defence. And the modern play is really good at it, anticipating. And we're actually seeing it here with Berkeley Vale, where Wallsend are running the similar plays they've run in the first 10 or 15 minutes, but now they're not as effective because Berkeley Vale's made the adjustment and they're anticipating. And it's a really good asset or skill, I guess, in the modern player to be able to do that.
It's turned into a bit of a stalemate here. Other side really giving too much ground as Tiernan receives it back to the middle. Tiernan with a dummy on. Tiernan goes herself. And they're going to say that is to ground. Referee pops back.
Yeah, we've had the commentary box get blown over here.
Goodness me, we've got things flying everywhere. So before the sponsor sheet disappears, we might try and get a few out right now. Big thank you to Dubbo Council, Guzman and Gomez, Hyperactive Merchandising, ISC, the official apparel partner, Budgie Smugglers. I've heard a little rumour that Jason Stanton's wearing them right now. And also Bar TV, Josh and the team doing a great job there up above us on the scaffolding. Hopefully it's not blowing you over up there, Josh.
Yeah, I think everyone's getting blown over. James, you're only a little fella. You got to be careful. You might get blown off this scaffolding.
I like to think I've muscled out, but thank you very much for that. Here come Wallsend on the charge.
It's all relative, James. You're standing next to me. It's all relative.
Don't make me get Carly Banks back on in the action. She has certain nicknames she likes to call you
yes,
towards the try line they come. Nelson is cut out. Oh, nearly an intercept there as well. Left behind though. However, the play the ball will still go in favour of Berkeley Vale. Little change over here. So 8 minutes to go roughly. Of course, that's merely a guide. Oh, very flat pass. It's more than flat. It's forward. It was a little bit lazy on that particular play there. They knew there was potentially an overrun of the play itself, but still opted to go for it. That's just, I think, a bit of fatigue starting to come into the equation there. Yeah,
I think so. It's maybe a little bit of scoreboard watching, trying to force your hand a little bit. This is a nice bump and run here from Wallsend.
Just trying to squeeze through the defensive pressure there, Avita, who made a good touch on the outside. They're going to say no touch because apparently she wasn't back on side. So another try here for Wallsend.
Yeah, I missed that one. It was quite a direct play there. The referee must have been calling the defender off. And Wallsend were able to take full advantage of the offside player and get the ball down sharply for a try.
Very interesting there because certainly Ida thought she'd made the touch. The referees did confer before making that call there, but it's a big margin now for Berkeley Vale. 5-0 by our watch. Might be seeing a little bit different on your end. Short ball provided here from Wolford. Wolford now plays it. Up they come here through McMahon. Spindler to McMahon again. Last play now, Ferguson hops up, Spindler, Ferguson, and the pressure again is too much. Botham popping up out of that link position and making the touch. So Wallsend have been very impressive, both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I think so. The thing that's been a standout most to me has actually been what you see now through this midfield, where they're actually driving through, not in a rush to make their substitutions. And probably the wind got the better of that pass. But that's probably been the most impressive thing I've seen here from James, is really, really good flow through the middle of the field.
So Berkeley Vale working away from their own end once again inside the final 5 minutes here at Dubbo. And wind really beginning to become quite an element and an effect on this match. We are seeing it just take the ball from time to time and shuffle it a fair way forward. Playing directly across the ground, as Jason Stanton referred to as Spicer. Has a little run towards the middle. Once more they slow it down here, looking for that strike dump. They'll work it on this occasion. At pace they come now. Wallsend, good pressure back through the middle from Spindler, forces a drop ball.
Yeah, we saw that play there where they've run into the try line and we've had the partner attacker trailing. And those sort of trail plays, they're sort of getting more popularity now, James, where you attack, say, to the right, and then you're looking for someone to almost follow you, almost like a trail on the inside. But they're definitely gaining a little bit more popularity, we've seen.
So another change over here from Berkeley Vale. Means that Wallsend can start inside enemy territory with a full set to play with. Nelson. Good meters on offer here. Finally the touch is made. Naan gives it away here for Tiernan. Naan again at pace. Tiernan an option back through the middle. And I think they're going to rule touch pass. Yes, they are. So change over here for Berkeley Vale. And it's been a little bit down the last few minutes. Both sides unable to complete sets. I'll see if Berkeley Vale can at least work this one up into the opposition half. That'll be the first goal for them. Just try and get a little bit more dominance in the field position battle.
Yeah, so this is that point we were talking about earlier. Because the ball was on away from the Berkeley Vale box and they weren't able to substitute, they were forced to drive. And actually, that's probably been one of their better sets. And now they've got a penalty. So this will be something that I think they'll take away from this game, is that we actually can drive strongly and we are good drivers. We don't necessarily have to substitute as quick. And I think that was a good example of it.
So Wolford takes the touch, and now forward they drive once more. Walker, Wolford, Eder, Walker flings it on. Still looking for an opening here are the Berkeley Vale Panthers. Oh, intercept taken though from Wallsend. They picked it very nicely. And away they come now. They've got plenty of players down this short side. They'll look to try and link back up to the middle. It was Nelson who was away just for a moment. Up over halfway they come. Nan. And now Spicer. Into the action comes Allo. Allo back towards the middle. Stevens now at pace here. Wallsend. Great ball over the top. Oh, the hands were there. They just came flying free at the death. It was nearly try time for the Wallsend side. It would have been probably the best of the match, but a hard one to take. Fortunately, though, just having a little look at it, I don't think we can blame the Jew anymore, Jason Stanton.
No, it was a sharp play. The middle dump, and then sweeping around the outside, and that's the sort of play that's going to have a fair bit of traction throughout the weekend, particularly when the wind dies down.
So Berkeley Vale once more turning the ball over here the moment they get into enemy territory. And around about the last minute of this match now. So the touch is made there from Burns. There is the siren. There'll be no further action here. And it is Wallsend with a strong victory at full time over Berkeley Vale in the 16 girls division. Coming up for you next, we move to the Northern Beaches. And Dubbo boys, the home side, getting their first appearance on our main field in the under-12s division. Stay tuned with all the action here on Bar TV. Our next match is coming up inside the next 3 or 4 minutes.
John, I was going to do a shout out. You trying to get me or not?
Welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. We move to the 12 boys division. The Northern Beaches taking on the home side, Dubbo, who are set to get first use of the ball. James Preston and Jason Stanton with you in commentary. And a big shout out as well to the Dubbo Council for this beautiful venue to host all the action here for you today. Brought to you live and exclusive on Bar TV. And Jason Stanton, this is our first chance to see one of the home sides in action.
Yeah, this is a good clash, and it's of particular interest because Northern Beaches are one of the probably one of the stronger teams, if not in the top few in the state. So Dubbo's going to really like having a crack against this absolute juggernaut on their home ground.
Well, they begin at pace here through Ed, and he's caught about 20 shy of the try line. Now McAnally. Nice little ball floating around the back here. Rome Williams looking to open up some sort of passage between middle and link. Back to Williams. And now Ed. Short ball here for McAnally. Had a crack himself. And unfortunately that ball has gone to ground, but good intent so far shown from Dubbo.
Yeah, really good start there. I think you noticed, I think last game, James, you were talking about there were lots of Berrymans and Berries, and the controlling referee at the moment's put Berryman. So he's actually, I think, the uncle to a couple of those players from the last game. So there's Berrymans everywhere here at Dubbo.
Absolutely is. As it comes away here through Harrison Ed, and now Rome Williams. Ed once more. So it's the Ed, McAnally and Williams show so far. Speaking of which, all three combined on that particular play, but the changeover occurs. The Northern Beaches side have a chance to work it away from their own end for the first time. So yet to get out of their own half. They'll spread it wide nice and early, heading towards that substitutions area. The transition is a really smooth one too. Up towards halfway they come. This is nice play here from the Northern Beaches with their first chance to impress with the ball. Campos plays it. Now he receives it back once more. Campos, last play. Out now to Calandruccio. Oh, beautiful ball down the sideline they go. Wooldridge gets there with an acrobatic finish. Oh, try time for the Northern Beaches boys. Surf is up.
First class play there from the Northern Beaches, and I don't think Dubbo did a lot wrong. The Northern Beaches play swept on as they substituted, rolled down the field, strung through a whole chain of passes, and an outstanding try in the corner.
So their first foray into enemy territory, and it produces a result. And as a result, Dubbo now have work to do as the two sides change ends that they are running. That's of course how this competition is working. 25-minute halves, or should I say 25-minute matches, no halftime breaks. The two sides change direction when a try is scored. Last play now for the Dubbo side. The home team looking to strike back. Stewart receives it. Nowhere to go, at least for now. The dancing feet come out though, but they can't fool anyone. The Northern Beaches have marked up beautifully there and secure a nice defensive set. So they'll start to work it towards their own substitutions area now. Their first transition was absolutely brilliant. See if they can follow up in like kind here. They've done so again. So the roll on continues. Carpenter back to the middle. Last play with Cooper. Cooper, quick hands. They've worked something here, the Northern Beaches side. They've got to put the foot down and go for it. Oh, the touch came at the death. It's a try saver there from Tyler Eade. Beautiful stuff. However, they are playing advantage here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, and you can wind that straight back to the vision there from Cooper. He didn't want to settle by just saying that's the end of the set. He wanted to ask questions of the Dubbo defence, and he took it to the defence and resulted in a penalty. Now it's resulted in a try.
And it's Cooper once again. Went to the line, turned it back through the middle. Another try here for the Northern Beaches. They lead 2-0.
Yeah, we talk about touch being a real family sport and, multi-generational, and that name you just mentioned, Cooper, he's the son of one of the greats, Heath Cooper, who's the most capped Scorpion player in history. He's won, I don't even know how many titles, probably more than my age. Heath Cooper, absolute great of the game, and it's good to see, the next generation coming through.
A very successful club, the Sydney Scorpions, as the touch is made here from Angus Webb. Dubbo once more looking to find an opening. McEwen is caught on that 7 metre mark. He receives it back now. They make the touch. McEwen wrapping around once more off the left foot. Nice step, but well read in the end there from, I believe that was Carpenter making the touch. Last play now for Dubbo. Nowhere to go on this occasion. Once more they stepped up through Bo Cooper and shut things down. So Sutcliffe tried to split them, but good pressure in defence again from the Beaches side. 2 tries to nil, and also the defence is looking really strong as they head wide early. Big dummy comes up. Once more, just keep your eye on the subset here. It's a good one. So they haven't got this wrong so far, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, the flow's very strong, and I have been impressed with Dubbo, how they keep meeting Northern Beaches. They're not overawed. They're in the game, and I like the way they're moving the ball around. They're meeting them in defence. There's some really good signs here for Dubbo. You know, not just for this game, but throughout the rest of the tournament. Looks like they're going to be ones to watch, this Dubbo team as well.
So they begin this set 10 metres into enemy territory. Lots of plays to work with here for the Northern Beaches. Stewart slowing it down now. Just shy of that 7 metre mark. Waiting an age before playing it now with Berryman. So another Berryman in action. The touch comes once more here from Dubbo, midway through the count. Campos. Back to Stewart. Very patient approach. You don't usually see that from 12-year-olds, I'll tell you that much. Popped the ball over the top. Oh, just a little behind the link position. The option was there. He just pushed up perhaps a little bit too far for that gap.
Yeah, some of these plays that we've seen the Northern Beaches run in particular, they're actually plays that you're more likely to see like in a test match or a NTL final or something. They're really structured, and they're really complicated to run. They're not something you can pick up in a second. So they're very well drilled here. I think Maury Kennedy's the other coach at Northern Beaches, but Heath Cooper and Maury Kennedy have clearly done a great job because they're running very complicated plays.
So Dubbo asked quite a few questions in that set. They split them twice there, just unable to find that final pass on both occasions, but most certainly they are probing this Northern Beaches defensive line, who once again work it at pace. Great run here from Berryman. So that's a name you'll get very familiar with by the end of this tournament. They're in all sorts of grades at the moment. Carpenter pops it back here for Cooper. Now slow it down once again on that 7 metre mark. Cooper,
wow.
Beautiful play. Cooper, he feigned the touch and the play the ball. The big dummy came out, and then a lovely pass. They might only be under 12s, but that is world class.
Bo Cooper. I think it took me about 10 years to work out how to do that play, and he's just rolled out and just made it look so easy to hold the ball in one hand like that and almost going straight into the dump. Like the whole defensive line, James Preston, folds because they see that, and to have that skill to be able to control the ball, bring it back up and go straight into a 3-on-2 scenario. We're really seeing first class stuff here from Bo Cooper, Berryman. Lots of class there.
Was pedigree in the name and certainly in the play as well. As Dubbo once more on the attack. And take nothing away from the local side. They've actually looked very sharp. It's just been a brilliant performance so far from the Northern Beaches. They step up and make the touch. Looking for an opening here through Gordon. Gordon back towards the middle. Was that played at? Referee says no, ball down, so that will be a changeover. Probably the right call, if a little unlucky.
Yeah, some nice lines there from Dubbo. That's why I was mentioning that I think they're going to have quite a strong weekend. I'm seeing some really good signs that their composure and the way that they're moving the ball around. But I'm still trying to come down from that play from Cooper. As much as Heath's one of the greats of the game and an absolute first-class player, I don't know if I recall Heath running a play like that. I think he'll be quite chuffed at seeing the skill on show from his son.
So McCarthy making a play of that ball from the link position, which means another set to work with here for the Northern Beaches. Touch comes in, Stewart out of acting half and now operating as another option at first receiver. He gets it eventually through that middle, but as he's diving to ground, they make the touch. Back to the 7 metre mark goes Stewart. Here he is now, cramming across field, links up with Calandrucio. Berryman in an acting half Fires around for Calendrusio. They've got numbers here. Oh, well read in defence from Cruz McEwen. Shut it down nice and quick there for Dubbo. Back to Stewart. Berryman fires it back towards the middle. Calendrusio again. They've worked the numbers. Really hard efforts here from Cruz McEwen. That's 2 plays in a row. He's really worked overtime to make the touch. Last play now here for the Northern Beaches. They'll pop it over the top. Oh, batted on again. Is it play on? Is it all backwards? Yes, they're going to rule it. That's beautiful stuff from the Northern Beaches. Under 12s, you're kidding me.
Mate, that little tap on, I think it was a 50-50. Could have gone either way. It was a line ball, but to have that sort of, I don't even know whether I was going to say vision, but it was just instinct then, just a straight tap on, a great execution. And Northern Beaches, I don't know whether to say one to watch. I just think...
Just watch them, full stop. Yeah. They're entertaining. The Harlem Globetrotters of Dubbo, they've arrived. Up through the middle now comes Campos for the drive. Nice run on that occasion there from Tane McEwen, one of the 2 McEwen boys in this side. Cruz working so hard in defence in that last set. Sutcliffe turned away as he was getting close to the try line. Still got some plays up their sleeves though. Last one now. Here comes Sutcliffe again. Sutcliffe finds half a gap. Oh, they did a good job to shut that down very quickly. There was a gap there ready for the taking, but that was good defensive pressure.
Yeah, very good defence there. And, you know, you're talking about the standard that we've seen in the 12s. To me, it's almost like touch has been redefined here, because if these young boys, 10, 11, 12 years old, can run this level of play, which we'd normally see, say, at a men's or women's open level, it's sort of a little bit scary to think what touch is going to look like in, 5 or 10 years' time. Like, just the absolute speed and level of play, if this is what we're seeing.
Once more, they approach things with a great deal of speed here. Carpenter and Cooper out there. Here's Carpenter now. Gets the quick roll ball. Cooper receiving it once again. Turns it to Carpenter. Great strike dump. Oh, what about the one-handed pickup? Here comes Cooper again. Jeez, he's got some skill, young Bo.
I'm trying to see which skill he doesn't have, so I can give him some tips, but I don't think he needs any tips from me. One of the things that's technically really strong that you might notice is when he's getting the dummy half, he's getting around the side of the player that's dumping the ball, and it's creating what we call like downtime, or he's getting sort of the ball really quickly in his hands, putting pressure on the D.
Oh, here they go though, Stanton. They're away now with Rome Williams. Rome wasn't built in a day, but this try is on day one. Dubbo go in with a beautiful long-range effort from Rome Williams. They are on the board, 4-1, Northern Beaches lead.
And Rome Williams, they almost gave him just a bit of space, as in, what can you do? And he said, thank you very much. And he just pinned his ears back and flew to the corner, and it was a little bit unexpected, but very much well-deserved as Rome Williams took the opportunity.
They'll love that, the home side. There's still plenty of time in this one. We're exactly halfway through this match. 25-minute matches, no halftime breaks. And they're about 7 away from the try line now of the Northern Beaches as Cooper plays it. Receives it back once again, Cooper. Oh, the big dummy, he's fooled them all. Bo Cooper, goodness me. He's putting on an absolute show here. It's an exhibition for him. He sets up another try.
It's a masterclass clinic here from Bo Cooper. He showed the quick release plays. He showed some of those running bump plays and sweeper. We've seen the dummy dump, and he's looked up and he said, you know what? I'm a good scooper and long ball as well. Add that to the repertoire. Bo Cooper, write that name down.
I'll tell you what, he's got a bit of attitude too. He's come off the field going, what did you see? I just do this every day. I do it in my sleep. Well, he might well be able to, based on plays like that.
Well, he's probably showing a bit of cheek to one of the coaches there, Maury Kennedy. He was a little bit cheeky like that. But it is really encouraging to see, some of our former greats coaching, playing, refereeing, still being involved with the game. Really good to see.
So Eade turns it back here to Gordon. Gordon unable to escape the defence. Have a nice little wraparound play here, floating it over the top. Oh, beautiful stuff. They've managed to keep the width. I think they're going to rule this one. Yes, Dubbo have gone in again, so 5-2. They aren't done with just yet.
And that's the sort of play, that sort of play with that early sweep and throwing it over the defenders for that 3-on-2 to the winger, that's going to serve them well. If you can, like, this is what they need to be thinking. If Northern Beaches, as strong as what they are, can't stop that, well, who's going to be able to stop that this weekend?
Must say it's a great ball too, because that's thrown directly into the wind. We've got it coming straight across the field into our commentary position, and it wasn't a short pass by any stretch of the imagination. So good strength shown there, especially in the under-12s division. The touch is made. Cooper's out there again. Carpenter, lovely little short ball. Well read in defence though from Saxon Scott. Last play now.
Yeah, super touch there from Scott.
Here's Cooper off the left foot. Jeez, every time he touches it, he looks so dangerous. He's always thinking, Bo Cooper.
Maybe it's those yellow boots, James. But back to that pass when you were talking about how, like, into the wind, how difficult that is. Normally what you'll see is that the pass will generally drift forward. When you're running and throwing into the wind, it's really hard to control it. So that made that even more impressive from the Dubbo attack there.
So Sutcliffe provides a short pass. And now McLeod out to Scott. Scott tries to evade the run. Oh, big pressure coming up. I don't think that'll be forceful contact. It's more incidental. But certainly McLeod was bundled over. With just over 9 minutes remaining, the margin is 3. Cooper supplies it for Carpenter as they head towards the sideline. Bit of argy-bargy coming into things as well here. Cooper now picks it up and runs quickly, evades the first attempted touch there from Searle. And now Stewart popped across. Play it through the middle here. Campos slowing it down now with Stewart again. Campos dancing with the feet, plays flat to Berryman. They did have an option out the back, but I think they were trying to confuse them with the short ball instead.
Yeah, better defence there. I know there's a little bit more contact in the game, but I don't mind necessarily seeing it from Dubbo, because you don't really want to be overawed or let the Northern Beaches have it all their own way. So as long as it's not too aggressive, just sort of making sure your presence is felt, I think that's probably a good initiative from Dubbo to just make sure, you know, they stay in the game.
So Pearson caught before losing it. Back to the mark he goes to play it. Ed straightening things up. Last play now. At pace comes Rome Williams again. They fling it on here with McAnally, but I think that's going to be a touch pass. Yes, it is. So called back. That is the end of the set there for Dubbo. 8 minutes remaining. Still the margin at 3.
Yeah, that was a strong scoop there from Rome Williams. I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that over the weekend. He looked like he really had the defence, you know, really sort of a little bit bothered by that really strong scoop there straight at him.
Carpenter, good evasive technique. In fact, they'll say Williams got him just in time. He's had a big game, Rome Williams. Now Cooper is back out there. He supplies it to Carpenter. Out of acting half, it's the Cooper and Carpenter show. Oh, beautiful little pop pass. Carpenter had just pulled up on his run, though, and couldn't quite take full advantage of it.
And this is really good to see from Dubbo. I feel as though they've settled into the game a little bit, like if you look at, say, Rome Williams, for example, he's gaining confidence throughout the game. Dubbo's gaining more confidence. They're completing their sets. They've got a couple tries, and they could almost use this as a bit of a springboard. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Dubbo back later in the weekend when it comes finals time.
Well, they have got 2 of the last 3 tries here, the home team. So they have gradually managed to work their way into the contest. Still plenty of work to do, though, as McAnally comes forward. This is nice play, though. Good roll on. And they take the strike dump inside the 7. You don't see that too often. Williams crabbing back to the middle, wanting another strike dump to work with here. Williams supplies short instead to Ed. Ed with the dummy, back out to that 7-metre mark. He'll offer himself as another option out wide. They've got to turn it back to the middle, though. Hard to launch a play when you're all the way into the corner of a field. I think he was trying to suggest there was no touch there. Certainly made, though. Williams with the dancing feet. Oh, evades the first touch. Williams straightens things up. It's a nice play from Rome Williams. He's been left on the ground too, though. That's a little bit eccentric from him. He's completely fine now. And up he pops. And they'll try and launch another raid. Oh, that's a beautiful little scoot. I don't know what the nightclub here in Dubbo is, but that wouldn't be out of place. To know he's about 6 years too young to get entrance. That was very fancy.
That was fancy. I think on the previous play, Brian Williams was playing dead there for a little bit. He said, "Where's the penalty?" The ref said, "No penalty." And he said, "Okay, then I'm good."
I think he's been watching a little bit too much NRL the last couple of seasons. There's a lot of dives going on there. Fortunately, we don't see too much of it here in touch. So they try and link up with their outside men here. So just over 5 minutes remaining. Time is beginning to become quite a factor here for Dubbo. They need to score at least one more pretty quickly. Still the margin at 3. Up towards halfway they come. Big touch is made, and they scoot out of acting half through Eade. Play on it is McEwen. Back out there, Cruz, this time wearing the hat. Sun certainly has picked up here in Dubbo. Now, was there a loose foot coming through the play? The ball? No. Play on is the call. Here they come through Eade, turning it back on the inside and ball to ground. I think that's a good call there from the officials. Yeah,
good call there, and really good to see Eade asking questions of the defence. I think Dubbo looked particularly strong, like on that set when Eade scooped, looked like he was going to go for the line, turned it back inside, then they went again. And that's really advanced football. So I think Dubbo would be well served for, to do more of that this weekend.
So change over here in favour of the home side. McEwen can take the touch. In fact, they're going to rule them all the way back to halfway here. That's an interesting call. I didn't even think the Northern Beaches had gone that far up the field. But McEwen will take the tap now and gets us back underway. That's a bit of a coach killer though. First play and they've turned it over. But here is Cooper now linking up with Carpenter. Short ball provided. Campos. Carpenter as they drive straight and hard. Good run there from the Northern Beaches. Cooper will take full advantage of the man less after the fallen player. Quick hands to Carpenter, who promotes the footy. It's the Carper and Cooper show, or should I say the Carpenter and Cooper show. But they're going to rule this one back here, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, I think they caught it. I think that one was called forward again. I think we mentioned it just a few seconds ago. Throwing that pass into the wind at full speed is really difficult to control. Dubbo did a good job of it. Northern Beaches didn't quite get the result on that occasion.
3.5 to go here. Dubbo have turned it over. They can ill afford to do that. There is still time, believe it or not. Things can turn around very quickly in touch football. As Carpenter steps off the right foot. Cooper, short ball. Good driving runs to begin this set, all the way inside the 7. I believe that's Cruz McEwen's hat that's been left as a victim in the background. Carpenter slows things down. Plays it on the 7. Now Cooper at pace. Cooper, beautiful ball. Carpenter's there and he nails it.
Yeah, Bo Cooper again there showing that he can pass right to left, left to right. Really has the whole skill set under his belt. But one of the things I wanted to highlight, James, is that there is a really good finish in there from Carpenter, Cooper, Campos, Berryman. But this Northern Beaches team, 1 through 14, they're rolling up and down the field. They're strong in defence. Their communication's strong. They're very well drilled. And I think players like Cooper and Campos and that, they're sort of benefiting from it. They're playing on the back of a great platform.
So they've pretty much sewn this one up. The clock is going to beat the home side here. It's been a pretty valiant effort though. 6-2, Northern Beaches lead with 2 minutes to go. Another penalty here, so a full set to play with. As they head back to that 7 metre mark, Sutcliffe taps it. Up they come to meet him. Striked up, and now McEwen, Sutcliffe. Good pressure again, jamming in from the outside. In that link position. Back to the 7 metre mark. Quick hands here for Sutcliffe once more. Sutcliffe supplying there for Tane McEwen, who's caught. Marched back to the 7 metre. Sutcliffe, McEwen. McEwen having a crack himself. Oh, very close. They got the touch in time. At least one player is suggesting he didn't make the touch. Good honesty there as well from the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, we're all honest, mate. Number one. Northern Beaches, what are they doing out there? What's in the water out there? We saw, was it Black Berryman last game? Now we're seeing Bo Cooper. I don't even know. I don't have any words to explain it. Just so sharp. these are like big names. These could be great to the game in the future, James.
Well, Cooper is displaying skills that are probably 4 or 5 years above his age, that's for sure. He's doing it with relative ease so far in this match, so I think you're right, Jason. He's definitely going to be one to watch over the coming years. Very crafty middle. As they take the tap here. Northern Beaches up over halfway and now running at pace. Speaking of Berryman, there is Stevie Berryman out there in the 4. So he picks it up from acting half, supplies a short ball here to Calandrucio.
Yeah, Stevie Berryman, big future for him there as well.
Well, he's an option here short. They'll cut him out. Oh, beautiful set play. Berryman came from an outside inward line. It opened up all sorts of space and they were good enough to pick the pass and go in. The Northern Beaches collect try number 7 and a great way to put the icing on the cake.
Yeah, again, see that's a really difficult play to run. That's a play that would take maybe 4 to 6 weeks for a top men's open team to be able to get right. So again, I don't think Dubbo's doing a lot wrong. We're just seeing very classy and polished attack there from the Northern Beaches.
Certainly, I would imagine they will be one of the teams to beat moving forward for the rest of the tournament. But at full time, it is a pretty convincing win here for the Northern Beaches side over the home team, Dubbo, in the 12 boys division. 7-2, and up for you next, David Stone joins the commentary alongside Jason Stanton as we bring you the 18 boys division.
Good morning and welcome back to Dubbo. We've got an exciting clash here between the Northern Beaches Renegades and the Central Coast Dolphins. This could be an early glimpse at possible final, semi-final towards the back end of the tournament in the under-18s boys. This is Dave Stone, joined here by also with Jason Stanton. Beautiful morning, Jason. The wind is picking up, but how good is this venue?
It's a great venue. The field's dried up. I think when I was wandering up, there was some talk of this being a preview to the grand final, or is that going off a bit early, David?
Oh, I've got a little bit of inside information. This could be an early glimpse at a semi-final or grand final, and there's some class in both of these sides here. We've got from the Central Coast Dolphins, we've got a couple of Australian squad members in the under-18s, and also from the Northern Beaches Renegades, we've also got a very famous name in Berrymans from the Northern Beaches. Everybody knows the Berrymans, so looking forward to this clash here. And we have Central Coast tapping off. This is Ellers. Ellers gets a quickie play. He plays short. Good line there by the 3 in Herring, but tight defence there early by the Renegades. And Ellers will be one to watch. He played in the All-Stars Indigenous team only a couple of weeks ago over in New Zealand, so he'll be definitely one to watch. And here we go. Central Coast plays short side, out to the winger, but just couldn't handle the ball. But they've opened them up early, just could not capitalise early for the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, I like those lines that Central Coast are running to start the game off. Very direct, asking questions of the defence, and they're going to condition the Northern Beaches to collapse, and then they want to probably build off that later in the game with some more wider play. So this is going to be intriguing to see how this pans out.
Yeah, it will be a good game, and we've also already seen the Renegades, and here they go. They've opened them up. Ella's coming across in defence, and this is the 5 in Dolby Bowl, Faithful. Here we have the ball. This is Berryman. Gives the ball out to the 8 in Berryman Duff. Flicks the ball out, Berryman, but that good ball's gone forward. Good strong start here by both teams, with Ellers with the ball, driving the ball forward. Gives the ball out. Good press there, defence there by Faithful. Once again, we've got the Central Coast Dolphin working to their box to get fresh legs on. Here we see the 63 from the Beaches in Buckley. This is the 9 in Post with the ball. 34 out of half is Burke. Burke's got the ball, finds the link on the out, switches late. He's open. They've opened through the middle, and Central Coast opened the goal with the first try.
Absolute class. Absolute class. Northern Beaches compressed and they slid across to help each other out, but the extra pass, they did like the +1 or that extra pass after the switch was very much unexpected. And Central Coast, a great finish to a great driving set.
Yeah, well rucked down the middle of the field there by the Dolphins, but that late switch got them late, and the inside just didn't cover from the Renegades, and Central Coast opened the scoring. Here we have Renegades starting the ball with, here's Berryman Duff with the ball. Got the zinc all over the face, so very sun smart there by Berryman Duff. And here's a sweeper play. We got the inside ball, but just couldn't find the man in the 10, and that would be Boyle. And here we go, Central Coast going away from their box early in the game. This is a drive through the 34 in Burke. This is good flow here by the Central Coast Dolphins. Not much defensive pressure there, and they've saved a touch. They've got fresh legs coming on. This is good flow once again. This Truscott Jones at half. Out to the 7 in Walker. Walker's got the ball in the middle, and a repeat set here. Just the Renegades retreating to the line, not pressing forward. So a good chance here in Walker. Walker with the ball, look to get a quickie play. There it is, takes him short side, steps back, Jinx. Good defence there by Berryman Duff. Once again, we have Walker with the ball. Walker looking for some defender to press forward. There we go, Walker's down. 63 sweeps, and that's Buckley. Good defence there, once again, nice and tight by the Renegades in Berryman and Berryman Duff. Here we have the 63 again in Buckley. Buckley, and this is Walker out of half. Goes the long ball, but just a little bit too deep there, the winger.
Yeah, Central Coast controlling the rhythm of this quite nicely. I think we saw last game with the Northern Beaches, Black Berryman, and their attack was able to, really dominate, whereas Central Coast are really starving them of possession, controlling the midfield, and we're not seeing that flamboyance we saw from Northern Beaches earlier.
Here we have fresh legs in the Renegades coming on through the middle. This would be the 7 in Baum. That's set of 6 over and done with. So not a bad defensive set there. That could be a penalty. No, they're going to play on. So must hand the ball straight back, but the referee said no, that's okay. So here we have Central Coast playing direct. This is good flow here by the Central Coast. I like their rucking sets to start the game. Here we have the 21 coming on in Walkerton. The 18 is Hunt. Hunt through the middle. Looks for the support play, and here we have Ellers with the ball now. Ellers at half. Hunt with the ball. Ellers finds the open man in 21 in Walkerton. He dives to the line, but good defence there once again in the 7 in Baum.
Yeah, that's a play we've seen more of. I think you would have seen it earlier today, where the two middles will do a dump, like almost like a quick release, but the player that's splitting or moving away from the ball keeps going laterally wider, and the link comes through the middle and creates a bit of confusion. And we've seen a bit of that. It seems to be quite effective.
Yeah, it's a very old player that's come back in the last 12 months, so a lot of teams seem to be going to it.
No, stop it. You only said that because I used to run it.
But here we have the 13 in Monaghan with the ball, and here's Berryman at half. Renegades just slowing it down. Here's Berryman Black. Berryman out of half. Here he goes out of half. He's the man to watch. He goes short side. He steps back. Play on's a call. Berryman Black with the ball. Berryman with the ball. And that's a set of 6. So he's the man to watch. Young Tylen Berryman out of half.
Yeah, it's a little bit of mouthful, isn't it? We've got Berryman. Is it Berryman Duff and Black Berryman? Is that right? Or are we just going to go with Berryman for both?
We could do Berryman for both. So we'll see how we go throughout the call. And once again, Central Coast with their rucking set. Ella's looking to save a touch, but no, just held on to it pretty smart there. And here in the 23 is Jackson. The 9, Post coming on through the middle. Out of half is Burke. Burke with the ball. No, good defence there by Berryman Duff.
Yeah, but it's really impressive there from Central Coast. A little bit hard sometimes to pick up through your TV or your stream, but the Central Coast players are, before they take their drive, you actually see their eyes up to see where the defenders are before they take the drive, and that's a really advanced skill, and it's enabled them to control the midfield because they're moving the ball when needed.
And here's Boom out of half. He takes him short side. He's got some wheels. He's gassed the defence. Couldn't find the open player, and once again, good wing defence there by Kesby for the Dolphins. And we've got the referees just communicating in the middle.
Yeah, very good. I think it was quite strong there, Riley Post too. Didn't seem too flustered by Baum's speed and just stuck with him and run him into the corner.
Yeah, Kesby's got for holding the winger back in defence. So here we have the 3, and this is DeJesus with the ball, and the 7 in Baum. Berryman gives the ball out. They've got the overlap. They've found the winger in the corner, but Jones covering defence. Another one of the Australian youth players coming through the system. Here is Berryman, the danger man. And this is ball. Berryman gets a quickie play, throws it out to the wing, but good defence there once again by Kesby. So great start here by the Central Coast Dolphins wingers in their cover defence.
Yeah, they're handling the play quite well. Seems to be Aussie players scattered throughout both teams. They're very strong.
Yeah, both strongholds, the Northern Beaches and also the Central Coast area. And here's Berryman with the ball. Berryman steps, jinks, he jumps. Ball out, overlap, but good defence once again there by Jones with a late pass. So Central Coast defend that set well. They will work off their own line.
Yeah, very strong defence. I've been really impressed with Central Coast. And like most particularly through this area here, look at the yards they're getting here. That's only 1 or 2 touches over halfway. Then it enables all these subs can now happen in the attacking half, and they're coming on fresh, and they're really going to bother the Northern Beaches if they keep controlling the midfield like this.
Yeah, Central Coast, they're not afraid to go away from their box, which I like. And here's the 21 with the splitter play again. He dummies, he jinks, but almost got through the middle there, and tight defence there by the 7 in Baum from Renegades.
Yeah, Baum's defence he's got a really good read. He anticipates what's coming, but he's also got that speed to react to things that are unexpected, and really, I think he's saved 3-4 tries already. We're not that long in.
Yeah, definitely. And here we have the Renegades coming out of their own half with Berryman Black. Here's Berryman Black out of half. He jinks, he jumps again, and it's opened up, and they're through the middle. And this will be Berryman Duff. I think that's a try, yes. Play through's the call, and Berryman Duff through the middle. have opened the scoring for the Renegades. We have 1-1.
Yeah, almost against a run of play, that one. Central Coast seemed to have the rhythm and the control of the game, but Northern Beach is showing, when given the opportunity, they're ready to strike, and they're right back in it. What's that, 1-1 now?
1-1, 9 minutes into the game, and here's Ellis with Central Coast Dolphins with the tap off, and Ellis once again with the ball through the middle. There's a lot of jinking and jumping around on the field here in the 18s, boys, and here we go. Dishes the ball out to the 21, and this is Walkerton. Ellis with the ball. Walkerton sweeps around. They've got the same play that they opened them up early, but Ellis with the ball once again. Looks to go short, but good tight defence there by Berryman Black. Here we have Ellis with the ball again. Walkerton on the sweep. 18 in. Hunt with the down with the ball. Ellis, Walkerton steps inside, outside off the ball, but once again, good defence there by Berryman.
Ooh, could have gone either way, that one. Great play, great defence.
Yeah, Walkerton on the sweep, just working off the ball, almost caught out the Renegades. Here we have the Renegades driving the ball from their own half, and this is a good defensive set here. They don't want to drop here, the Central Coast Dolphins, and this is the 12 in captain Erland Club. Out of half is the man from the Baum, the other vice captain as well, and this late switch again. Oh, tried to go the double late switch, but just couldn't find its mark. So we've got joint captains here from the Northern Beaches, but Ellis through the middle again, and here we go with the Central Coast finding fresh legs on. The 23 and Jackson's got the ball now, driving the ball forward, and we just see the Renegades sucking to the line, trying to stop the flow of the Dolphins' touch. Here in the 7 is Walker. The 30 is O'Brien. O'Brien with the ball, gets the ball back. This is Walker. Walker and O'Brien working together through the middle. O'Brien out of half, hits Walker's inside play, and ball's down, I believe, and that's try number 2 to the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, very, very sharp there. We've seen, I think we mentioned it earlier, that we're starting to see more of those trail plays in the game where you might have a quick release or a sweeper, and then looking back on the inside, the player following, and that was executed there to absolute perfection. And one of the plays there, he wasn't actually in that play, but I think it's Jackson out there at the link. He's had lots of really, really good touches. You know, some nice drives, some nice heads-up plays. So I've been really impressed with Jackson there at Central Coast. As to Walker, Walker's been very strong as well.
And this is Berryman Duff with the ball, and also Black Berryman working in the middle there. Here's Berryman out of half, gives a quickie play out to this link, but just couldn't find its mark, and referees called play down. So Central Coast Dolphins will once again work from their own 7. We can see him here just driving the ball straight down the sideline. A bit of old school touch here coming out in the Dolphins, boys, and they'll look for fresh legs coming on in. But just, I think it may have been called either over the mark or a forward pass, I'm not too sure there. We didn't get a signal by the referee, but cheap turnover, an early chance here for the Renegades.
Is it? Yep. So a good opportunity here for Northern Beaches to see whether they can get one back. Early sweeper here from Black Berryman, gets it down, but equally good defence from the Central Coast Dolphins.
Yeah, good defence there by the Dolphins, boys, and once again Berryman, he's in the thick of it again. Once again, we've also got Baum, the man out there who's been probably their leader at the moment for the Renegades, but here we have another chance for the Renegades to have a repeat set. Here's Baum out of half, gives it to Berryman. Berryman finds Baum again. They run the phase play out to the winger, and I think they've opened them up, and yes, they have. In the corner for the Renegades. They equal it up in 2-2.
Yeah, very, very clever play there from the Northern Beaches. And you know, when we talk about that phase play, often what we're talking about in touch is second phase. Like with the first phase is the first attack or the move, and then rather than try and dive and score, you return the pass and actually dump again, and that's a really, really difficult play to handle.
Here we have Ellis with the ball. Ellis just jinking around. They're just holding off him, and Hunt out of half. Ellis with the ball, runs a quickie play, and good tight defence there by the 16 from the Renegades in Richie. But Ellis and, well, I think we'll see young Walkerton come into the play here. He almost got him on the last set, and here's Ellis and Hunt. Walkerton in half. Ellis back to Ellis and Hunt. Walkerton out of half. They're just trying to catch him out on the short side with that. They try to show an open 4-on-3 play, but they just try and catch a short side defence out there, and not bad defence by Richie. But a repeat set here for the Dolphins.
Yeah, I think the Northern Beaches almost anticipated that come in there, unfortunately for the Dolphins.
Good defence in the middle there by Sergi.
You see, Manly looked strong earlier. Then we saw Northern Beaches one level higher. Now we're seeing Central Coast match them. What else can we expect from this division, David?
This division can be very tight. I reckon there's probably 4 or 5 teams on their day could win this event. So it'll be very tight, this Northern State Cup. So here we have Central Coast open them up on the outside. And Jones just unfortunately couldn't handle that last pass. But we see in there Walkerton, Ellis, Hunt. They're all in the middle there working together. They're the 3 that could be the key to the Dolphins game here. And here we have the Renegades pushing up, and this is good defence here by Hunt. Also walking and pressing high. There's no flow here for the Renegades, and Ellis takes the touch. This is Berryman Black and Berryman Duff. Here's Black Berryman through the middle, steps back, finds the link, but in the middle, he's intercepted, he's away. Can they cover him? But good defence there by the winger in 14. That would be Cooper. Here we have, they're getting fresh legs on. The coaches call for fresh legs, so he's sending out a plan here, and that could be no control. Oh, they're going to call a penalty, but
penalty for the Coast. Look, I understand that the score's 2-2, and you know Northern Beaches are showing a lot of firepower. But generally, my feeling over these tournaments is generally the teams that control the midfield and control the ball are the ones that win out over 3 days of high standard footy. So I think Coach Wong will.
Buckley through the middle.
I'll come back to that.
Ella's out of half, and Buckley straight through the middle, and we saw there a glimpse of Ella's, just the speed out of dummy half, and he's definitely one to watch throughout this tournament. We have the 3-2 scoreline.
Yeah, Central Coast with a good hit back. What I was trying to point out is that Central Coast are really controlling the drive in the midfield, and over 3 days of high standard footy, it's more consistent, and more often than not, those teams are the ones that are going to win out. So Northern Beaches, I think Coach Wong will something. He's a very experienced campaigner. He's a champion. He's won everything 5 times over. So he'll know, he'll realise that, and that'll be something I'm sure we'll see a bit of a correction over the next couple of days.
Here we have Berryman on the sweep. Berryman Duff at half, gives it to Black Berryman. Oh, good play, good tight defence there by the Central Coast. Just shutting down on the sweeper side. Here we have the 2 Berrymans working well together here in the middle, and this is a 10. And Berryman out to the winger, and that's a great ball, but ball's gone forward from half. Thought they had opened them up again, but forward pass out of half. So Central Coast relieved once again.
Yeah, very difficult to throw. That's a really hard pass to throw. I think we mentioned it in the last call, David, that running at full pace, throwing into the wind. The wind's coming, would have been into Black Berryman's face there. Throwing it into the wind's really difficult to control that. And, unfortunately the wind probably caught that and, dragged it, made it, hard pass to keep straight.
Once again, Central Coast get relieved with a penalty, and this is the 30, and O'Brien with the ball. Once again, we see that tactic between the Renegades. They just drop to the line. They feel more comfortable with defending their own line than running the roll defence. So here's O'Brien out of half once again. O'Brien and the 23 and Jackson. Jackson gets a quickie play. He dives to the line. Tight defence there in the 10 from Renegades in Boyle. Here we have Jackson. Also O'Brien with the ball. Jackson again on the sweep in the 7 is Walker. Another penalty there, so must move forward in Berryman Duff. Once again, we'll see what they construct here and send it on Ehlers. He's got the play call. So we'll see a couple of touches here just taken just until Ehlers gets on and notifies his players of what play they're going to run. And here's Ehlers with the ball again. Looking for a defensive player. He gets a quickie play. They've gone short side. Long ball out to the 6 from the in Kesby. Good defence there from the 13 in Monaghan from the Renegades. Here we have the 7 in Walker. Walker with the ball. Walker with the ball. Jackson gives the ball out to Ellis. Ellis steps back. Play on's a call, and this could be substituted. We've got a player holding. Number 10. No, he sent him straight to the other end. So we'll see. 4 completed sets with the Renegades only playing with 5 on the field. This is a good chance here for Ellis.
I think so, yeah. That all happened pretty quick, but essentially a player was held. We'll come back to that in a sec.
The 7 throws the ball out. Just couldn't find its mark. But yeah, back to you, Jace, with the...
Yeah, so it all happened pretty quick. There was very good call from you, Stoney. But what sort of happened is that the player was called offside, so the attacker could have just dived to score, and then the defenders grabbed the attacker to prevent that happening. That's a professional foul. So that's why it resulted in a sin bin rather than a full substitution.
Yeah, I believe it was the right call, but Renegades are going to do it tough for the next couple of minutes. Here we have Renegades working the ball off the line, and here we go, Berryman out of half. Let's see what he can construct with 5 on the field. Throws the ball out to the wing and just couldn't handle the ball, so here's a good chance. We'll see what tactic they play, the Renegades here in defence with only 5 on the field. And here we have Central Coast working the ball off well, and Ellis drives the ball forward. He makes 15 metres. That's just too easy for the Central Coast Dolphins. And in the 21 in Walkerton, driving the ball forward, trying to use them. They've got him out short. Jones with the ball, dishes it back into Walkerton. They've got the numbers, so they need to be patient here in the 34 in Burke. Burke with the ball, 63 out of half, runs the short side quickie play. I think they've got him. I think ball's down, and yes it is. Burke gets the 4th try for the Central Coast Dolphins. Central Coast Dolphins 4, Northern Renegades 2.
Yeah, the Dolphins almost a little bit, I'd almost say they were fortunate in that little period, because they sort of got, sometimes when we play we get a bit sucked in with the overlap where we, 6 on 5, we keep trying to run around the defence instead of going through, and the Dolphins appeared to do that, and I think the Renegades almost got out of it. Yeah. So it was almost a bit fortunate for the Dolphins, but they got the well-deserved try and 4-2 up.
Here we are, Berryman. The 2 Berrymans working well together throughout this whole tournament. And here's Berryman, hits a link hole, but good defence there by the winger in the 11 from Hudson, from the Central Coast Dolphins. And here we have Berryman and Baum, and the 2 Berrymans once again. They'll look to construct a play, and they're trying to work the middle around, and they're trying to get Berryman up. Berryman with the ball, he's down, gets the ball, throws the ball out of the wing, and they got him. Oh, I thought they had him with 5 on the field, Jace, but forward pass. Very lucky the Dolphins.
Yeah, it might have been forward out of their hands. It didn't look too bad from this angle, so probably a little bit fortunate again for the Dolphins. Have had a couple of things go their way, and I think is this the last one, David? How does this work with the substitution? Is it two sets, or?
I think that should have been the last set, so Renegades should get 6 on. Yep, they've called him back on the field, so they didn't lose touch of the count. So we're back to 6 on 6. We'll see if the Renegades, they got relieved of one there with the Dolphins turned the ball over in the middle of the field, and here we go with the Renegades driving the ball forward in Flynn. Sorry, this is the Jesus with the ball. Oh, and that's no control, so a cheap turnover there to the Dolphins. So they got one back. Here we have Dolphins working the ball off their own line. This is a good drive, good eyes there. Dishes the ball back inside to the 7 in Walker. The 80 in Truscott Jones drives the ball forward. Oh, once again we've got Hunt, Ellers, Walkerton. They're all on together. Here he goes, he steps, he jinks, he dives. Good defence there in the 7 from Baum.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind them running more, involving Jackson more in the play. He definitely looks super sharp and very high skill level.
Here we go. This is going to be a tough set here for the Renegades, working out their own half, but they've been playing very well so far in these last couple of games. See if they can hit one back. This is the 10 driving the ball forward, looking for fresh legs, but they've left him hanging. Out to Berryman, he's just staying on the field. I don't think he's ever subbed. He's been on there for a very long time, Jason, and here he goes out of half. A very fit young man, and Berryman Duff out of half. Black Berryman, they've got the overlap. He's just given a little bit too early there. He could have ran, I think, a little bit, but once again, Ella's out of here in the link, driving the ball forward. Once again, they find that open play.
The drive through the midfield is definitely one level higher than what the Northern Beaches have been able to produce. So, again, this is early in the tournament. Northern Beaches can make the correction, but Central Coast have definitely got the run of this, the midfield and the rhythm of this game.
Here we have Walkerton with the ball and O'Brien coming into half. No touches made, so they must move forward here, the Renegades. Here we have the 63, and that would be Buckley. Once again, Walkerton with the ball, trying to get the quickie play. They release Buckley on the out. He steps back. And there's a penalty. So Renegades have been penalised a little bit, just not moving forward off their own line. So two very contrasting types of games. We've got the Renegades who sort of hold off a little bit. But the Dolphins, they love that flow game. They love the running game. So very different types of games they've got here, both teams. And they've got out in the wing. There we go, the hooter in the background. So Central Coast Dolphins will win this one 4-2. But like we said earlier in the match, could be a semi-final or final pre-game match, pre-match that we may see later on in this weekend. Please stay tuned. Before we go, I'd like to thank the Dubbo Council and our partners, GYG, Guzman and Gomez, Hyperactive Merchandise, ISC Official Apparels, partner of New South Wales Touch, Budgie Smuggler, and also Bar TV for broadcasting this event to you. Please stay tuned. We'll be back with you with another game very shortly.
And welcome back here to beautiful Dubbo. The wind still picking up as we hear Harry Styles in the background. James Preston and David Stone with you for this match of the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. The Wallsend 16 girls taking on the Ballina 16 girls. And Stoney, this one should be a very interesting fixture. Both these sides, it's a little hard to pick exactly where they're going to end up come the completion of regular matches.
Yeah, we've got two teams from two different regions, so it'll be hard to see how they're matching up. I believe the Hornets girls, they've played a couple of Hornets champs that they have around there, but also the Ballina girls, they've been involved with the Northern Eagles champs. So be interesting to see how the two regions come and mix up together, but very good. Probably Ballina, they're probably our furthest affiliate for this Northern Conference. Travelling, dare say, up to possibly 10, 11 hours drive. So a very good effort for them Ballina girls to come down and participate in this event that has moved, but we're all here to enjoy our touch football, and let's see how they perform.
Most certainly the case, and it will be Ballina who get us underway here. Sharkies girls looking to put on a bit of a statement with their first use of the ball, and beautiful conditions overall here in Dubbo. Not too hot, there is a bit of wind floating around, but we do have 25 minutes on the cards here. No halftime breaks, and the two sides will of course change directions once a try is scored. So Ballina with first use of the ball, and straight away on the attack, and move it away through Matthews, and now a bit of room here through Crethar. Crethar once more on the 7 metre mark, crabbing across field, going to turn players back on the inside. Nobody presented as an option though, and it was good sliding defence there on that occasion from Wallsend.
Yeah, good defensive start there by Wallsend Wolves, but Crethar could be one to watch. She looks like she's got a bit of speed about her early in this game, but quick turnover here to the Ballina, so good chance.
They had worked an option down that sideline. Unfortunately, the last pass just unable to be grasped in. So it works away here through Matthews. Matthews providing for Mitchell. Big dummy comes across Crethar again. Looming and looking for some sort of opening. She's been dangerous with the first few touches of the match so far. Now play this on the 7 metre mark. Taylor Matthews pops it towards the middle. They go for a little scoot to Kyla Radford. Last play now. Orchard. And nowhere to go. Mitchell is caught. And once more, pretty good defensive work there from Wallsend.
Yeah, that's two strong defensive set there by the Wallsend Wolves. And if the Ballina girls, they try to go around them, I think Wallsend will contain it. I think they need to go a bit more direct plays through the middle early against the Wallsend Wolves, the Ballina girls.
So here come Wallsend now. Fresh players onto the field. Kaya Olsen is one of them. Last play now. They've got numbers in support. Through into the backfield and linking up out wide. Try time for the winger. Wallsend go in. They lead 1-0 nice and early in this contest.
Yeah, that's something I think Ballina can learn from early from the Wallsend defence. They're making the Ballina girls run around them, around the outside, where just there we could see the Wallsend, they scooped straight through the middle and the Ballina girls just went man on defence. Maybe stay tight, make the Wallsend Wolves throw that last pass to create a try. But nice try there by the Wallsend girls to kick off the first play and first try of the game.
So the two sides have changed ends here. That's how it's working for the Junior State Championships Northern Conference. As we see a mistake very early on in this set from Ballina, allowing Wallsend to apply the pressure once more. And they've worked it beautifully down the sideline. Here they go now, plenty of pace. Oh, way too much pace, in fact. Linnea Roberts absolutely scorches the turf. And that's a beautiful try for Wallsend, 2-0.
Wow, they've just opened them up early on the outside, but the speed there by Roberts. One to watch. Gets a bit open space. She could be away all the game. Here we have Ballina. They need to get back to their start. They started off strong, but they've just dropped off these last couple of last sets.
We saw the Wallsend 16 girls a little earlier on this main field this morning, and we didn't see a great deal of Roberts in that particular match, but she's showcasing here that there's definitely plenty of space and pace about her work. She can work all sorts of angles, and now they drop it back on the inside. Challenge is made. Crethar stepped up, shut it down against Stevens. Long ball here, supplied to Orchard. nowhere to go though, and that is the changeover. So they haven't asked a great deal of questions so far.
You've lost your voice there, mate. Yeah, no. The Ballina girls, I think that they're making the touches on the link play, where they need to really try and make the touch on the middle defender. That will create the overlap on that rooster play that they're trying to run, and good defence there in the middle. That's a little bit better by the Ballina girls. They just got to be careful. They don't release too early in defence. Are you good, Jay? You're back on board, mate?
I'll tell you what, Stoney, it's actually a hiccup I've had halfway through there. So it was an interesting one, but we're back into action here. Orchard with the ball, up to halfway. Cretha with a couple of dummies. In fact, so many dummies, she might as well start becoming an author for one of those books. Over it goes to Patterson. Patterson now straightens. So once more, a bit of a disjointed set here for Ballina. Back towards the middle, and they're not really asking many questions. There's no strike dump that's coming about from their play.
Yeah, there's not a lot of flow on the back end of their sets, and that could come back to either the girls aren't getting off quick enough to get the new girls that have got fresh legs to run on and have that flow on the back end, because it just seems like the last play came and there's still two girls running on from the box. But here we got a repeat set here to the Wallsend Wolves.
Yeah, good call from the officials. There was a stray foot in there from the 33 for Ballina, Isabel Slater. As they now work it toward the middle here, Wallsend in a commanding position early on in this one. 5 minutes gone, 2 tries to nil. Now work it over to that far side of the ground, toward the link position. Options back to the middle. Leishon is wrapping around. She receives it now. Quick hands. Oh, they did a good job to jam in off the wing. Last play now here for Wallsend. Leishon has a little scoot at them. Good pressure coming out in defence there from Kyla Radford. Shut it down.
Yeah, that's a lot better by the Ballina girls. Is shutting it down twice. If they're going to score a try, you want them to score on the wing and throw that last pass. Always try and force that last pass to be thrown. There's a possibility it could be a 50-50 and go forward. That could be forward there. No, play on.
Well, they let it go here for Patterson. Play on is the call. Now Maria Mitchell up over halfway. And very much you can see the field position battle is most definitely being won by Wallsend so far. They're just only creeping into enemy territory, whereas we're seeing most of the sets, such as this one, within 2 plays. Wallsend up over halfway.
Oh, nice fly play through the middle.
And they've managed to evade the touch as well. Nelson is on her way. Nelson goes all the way. Wallsend in once more. 3 tries to nil. And put it down there as well to Kaya Olsen, just hopping out of acting half and engaging a couple of defenders, popping a nice little pass.
Yeah, so they call that a fly play, where the dummy half actually tucks in like they're going to go down and run that strike dump play and scoot through the middle. But the dummy half just pops out late, which creates an overlap. And the Ballina girls were just a little bit too wide there to defend that pop-out play, and Wallsend well constructed through the middle.
Well, the Wolves are howling early on. The Sharks have got work to do here. They pop the ball. Now away to Capola. Straight and hard they go through Quinn. Quinn getting very close to the line. They were waiting for her though, back to the 7-metre mark. She goes. So they fire it wider still. Harding drops it off here. Now Capola. Capola having a crack at them. They were there waiting once more though. Very stern defence so far from Wallsend and unable to be breached. So about 7.5 gone. Nelson once more puts the toe down. Here she goes. She's off for the prize. Nelson looking for back-to-back tries. Oh, she's way too quick.
Wow, what a set of speed. Like, we saw some fast players last week, but I reckon she could match it with the best of them. And that's twice I think she's opened them up through the middle there. So definitely one to watch when in the clear.
2 in a row, Stoney. Oodles of pace on Mackenzie Nelson. She makes it, I think that should be 4 tries to nil.
4-0, yeah.
I've added an extra one there. They've got me doing all sorts of things today. I'm a multimedia man.
That's why you get paid the big bucks, mate.
The big bucks, baby. Now tap it from the halfway line here, Ballina. All very close to being 4 there. Crethar is shunned backwards in that particular touch. She has another crack at them though. Now it comes here for Taylor Matthews. Up to that 7-metre mark. We haven't seen too much of Hickey so far. Hickey has a crack herself. Popping it up there for Crethar, who then dives at the line.
That's a little bit better there by the Ballina girls. They actually got the middle to make it. What I'd like to see them do, actually pass the ball to the wrapper, because the open side defence for Wallsend are shutting down. So when they pass the ball to that wrapping player, we'll create that 3-on-2 overlap. Here's a good chance for the Ballina girls. We'll see if they run that same play, that rooster play again.
Most certainly will help them. This is the best field position they've had all match so far. So Hickey touches it, and we're back underway. Matthews. Hickey comes at them once again. Oh, beautiful dummy. Hickey does it all herself. But they've just ruled that they've got the touch in time. I thought she'd fooled them. She certainly fooled me.
Yeah, she fooled me too. And I don't know whether it was a little dive or a little fall over, but she almost got over the line there.
So Mitchell hops in at acting half, and now Radford. They're slowing it down here, but they've got to work for some sort of strike dump. That's not going to happen on this occasion. A good touch from Spicer. They come short side. And once more, they've got all the answers in defence, sliding across nicely. Last play here for Ballina. The dummy comes, it falls absolutely no one, certainly not us this time, Stoney.
Yeah, no, they're a little bit disjointed there, the Ballina girls. They're trying to construct a play, but it's just taken a few too many touches to get that play run. But once again, the Wallsend Wolves, they're tight in defence and they're strong, and that's ball down. Yeah, good call there by the referee.
So another change over here, just inviting Ballina with a few opportunities in the last couple of minutes. See if they can take advantage of them. They need to put something on the board pretty quickly. 4-0 is the score. There is a lot of time still remaining, about 15 minutes. But ultimately, they've probably still got to be next to score. Otherwise, the pressure from the scoreboard starts to take its toll.
Yeah,
They head to the open side of the field. Play on here for Ballina, up down the sideline.
We could see here just the Ballina girls are just going too sideways, trying to get to the box. That's set there where there's a turnover at halfway. They're better off just staying on the field and just going directly straight towards the try line. Where they wasted 3 touches going towards their box on basically in between the halfway and the 10-metre line.
Something Jason Stanton mentioned a little earlier today was a lot of the sides, especially in the girls division so far, aren't particularly fond of doing that hard driving sets, and they would much prefer to work for the subset itself. But we're seeing here, for example, Wallsend, a much more direct approach. Nelson hopping in at acting half, pops it here for Leishon. And that's going to be no touch there, at least intentional. So ball to ground and a change over here for Ballina.
That's much better. That first drive was very good there by the 5. I'm not too sure what the young girl from Ballina's name is, but that was really direct, which I like. And that's a lot better from the Ballina girls. That's what we need to see a little bit more of.
Bit of a slow transition though, so they struggle to keep the momentum. Last play now as they come through with Crethar. Crethar popping a ball at the top. Forward. It's definitely gone forward though. But that's a much more incisive run from Ava Crethar.
Yeah, much better. So I'll take that back to the direct one-on-one. They broke down a little bit in the middle of that set, but the backhand flow coming on and then Crethar out of half, playing straight through the middle, that's a lot better by the Ballina girls. I'd like to see them stick with that sort of play.
Draw and pass here from Wallsend, but Nelson can't snaffle it up on this occasion. So Crethar comes away with it now for Ballina. Matthews towards the sideline. Flat pass here with Quinn on the charge.
Once again, we can see the Ballina girls have subbed, but they need to just stay on. They've wasted 2 touches basically with only having 2 people on the field. So this is touch 3 or 4 coming.
And there's a huge disassociation here as well. There's no link in the correct position. There's no way they can find the pass out to Isabel Slater, who did have some room to move.
Definitely something I think Ballina will watch this game back a bit later on, and they'll actually realise the little things that they are doing a little bit wrong, which will help them towards the back end of this tournament. But once again, we can see the Wallsend with their flow coming on. It's a lot different between the Ballina and the Wallsend girls at the moment.
Well, watch out here because Botham is on the charge. We mentioned earlier she's got oodles of pace and she's displayed it again there. I thought danger was looming the moment she started hovering around that middle and just kept herself one little pass wide of the active play the ball. And straight through a gap she goes. Stevie Botham makes it 5-0.
Yeah, nice try there to Botham. But once again, just Ballina not stopping that roll that the Wallsend Wolves have in their rucking. And the wind's picked up a little bit here, James. It's starting to come in. It's been around the last couple of days as well. So this will play a bit of havoc with some of the passing game of these teams towards the end of this day.
Well, the good news for us here in the booth, which I must say is not covered at all, we can feel it, but the chairs, we're sitting on them this time, so they can't fly off the scaffolding again. So here comes Ballina, about 10 to 15 shy of the try line. Capola drops it off. Still an option there. Capola, they're caught inside the 7, so back to the mark they go. Last play now for the Sharkies. Orchard, nowhere to go again. They're just, I think, getting this a little bit wrong on the second last play. That's when they've got to work for that strike dump, but they're all a bit at sea at the moment.
Yeah, just losing the count, and that's something that probably, I dare say, the coaching staff will work on, is the counts, and when they do need a strike dump, you should be trying to at least having 2 or 3 cracks per set at the line, and at the moment it's just taking too many touches for the Ballina girls to get organised. But here we go once again, no defensive pressure, and the Wallsend, they just got the flow on the back end.
They've got the backpedaling, but unfortunately for Wallsend, they couldn't make them pay. They won't be too upset about that though. Ballina, still lots of work to do, still a fair bit of time remaining though, but they need to score next, that is for sure. 5-0 with 10.5 still on the clock. Good pressure from Wallsend in defence, caught just shy of the halfway line, and now up over it on the last play. Crethar, she's looked the most likely, floats the ball over the top, but it can't be reeled in on that occasion from Isabel Slater. She was trying to suggest Roberts got a hand to it, but that was well after the fact.
Yeah, Crowther, she's been probably the one to watch from the Ballina girls. She's played not too bad, and maybe just needs 1 or 2 more girls to step up and go with her to create a couple of tries towards the back end of this game.
It's good pressure there from Slater, stepping up and closing things down. And that's what happens when you put that defensive pressure on. You do force a mistake.
Yeah, just a little bit of defensive pressure, and caught Wallsend really napping there, so turned over the ball in the middle of the field nice and cheap, and here's a good chance for Ballina, but they must go direct again, and there we can see just another cheap turnover.
So you've called for the directness. I think we're all having a little look at this saying, yes, we've got to go straight up the guts here. They continue to try and operate towards that subs box. As you mentioned, it'll probably be something the coaching staff will look at for the next match, that's for sure. Some of their sliding defence has been quite decent, though, for Ballina.
Yeah, and there's another little fundamental mistake. So these 1%ers are killing both sides at the minute. They need to fix them up, and I'm sure the coaching staff from both teams will discuss that with their players when they come off.
So Patterson rolls it, and now Radford on the follow-up. Then supplies for Charlton, who's caught at that 7-metre mark. Radford supplying a pass here for Patterson, who evaded the first touch nearly. Just got there in the end. Last play now with Radford again. They have no strike dump to work with. It really is a bit about game management at this point, you'd have to say.
It is, and we could see there they're just trying to beat the defence on touch 4, where just get a quick roller ball, get the dummy half with what we call no downtime, so the dummy half in at acting half, and pop the pass early. That way you get the player on the backwards momentum in the defence, and you can catch them out with leg speed.
Well, here they go. Speaking of leg speed, they had them all at sea there. Botham was looking to chime in once more. They'll get another crack at them, though. So they've got 2 real speedsters in this side in the form of Botham and Nelson. Nelson's already crossed for a couple. Botham's got one herself.
Yeah, we'll see a play here, I think. Oh, just unfortunately couldn't find the mark. But
well, there's the commentator's curse, Tony. We'll see a play here, I think. I don't think so after that.
I was about to call what it was too, but no, just thumble there. So here we go. Once again, just Ballina not with the flow. There's no communication there, and that's something that the coaching staff definitely has to work on towards the back end of this tournament. But it's a little bit better. There's no defensive pressure here by Wallsend, so play through the middle. That's a lot better there by the Ballina girls, but just no dummy half, and once again lost count of the touch. So a few little things here for the Ballina girls to work on, but I'm sure they'll fix it by the end of the tournament.
A far more direct set, and we're seeing that here from Wallsend as well, as they supply that cutout pass. Leishon is away from them, just manages to stay inside the field of play. No, she's put a foot on the touchline. So there is the changeover. She's nearly away from them, Leishon.
Yes, very much so, but this is the big set. See how there they've just wasted a touch, they've gone nowhere? This needs to be direct and go straight. That's a lot better there. And another one, this is better. But once again, the Wallsend defence, they're clinical with pressing up high.
You can just see there, as you're talking about, David Stone, that slight delay and looking to crab across field just invites the defensive line to come up that much quicker and shut down any possibility of promoting the ball further upfield.
Very good defensive set there by the Wallsend girls. They only make about 15 metres there, Ballina, so they really pressed hard that set, but we'll see if they can capitalise on the field possession.
So they pop a ball once more here through the middle for Wallsend. Now straightening things up with Harris. Hard they drive again. They've got numbers in support. Good ball supplied. The width is kept. And they've gone in again here. So Wallsend making it look way too easy. 6 tries to nil with about 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, just a little bit too easy there. I thought the winger may have had them both covered, but almost made the touch and held till the pass was given. But once again, the Wallsend just a bit too clinical there in the middle transition zone, and that's where I think the difference is between these two teams at the moment is the defensive pressure in the midfield, but also the flow in the midfield from the Wallsend Wolves that's the difference at the moment.
So Ballina get us back underway. Radford with the first touch. Plays it just inside enemy territory. Patterson. 10 metres in to the Wallsend half. Slowly creeping up on that 7 metre mark. Geez, that was a pass that really didn't need to be thrown. There was plenty of pressure there from the likes of Leishon, who now has a chance to turn defence into attack. Here they go through Nelson once more. Can she wind up? We know she's quick. Nelson, the big dummy, still going. Now links up with Leishon. Leishon back on the inside. The touch is made, though. Well done. It was Kiana Hickey who left her mark. Excuse the pun. Now here is Nelson again. Nelson off to Olsen. And then in an acting half, they've still got some plays up their sleeves here. Once more, the pressure is all on Ballina. They'll drop it inside the 7. Nelson, well, there was a chance for her to attack there. She just wasn't quite ready and on the mark.
Yeah, a little bit in the ruck there, the defensive player, so she's pulled it back, but here we have them. Once again, they've got the overlap.
Nelson goes short this time. Botham is there.
That's good.
No opening.
Good defensive read there by the 9 and from the Ballina girls. I quite like how she's she's holding late and she's shutting down late, so that was good defence there by her, but once again, through the middle. I think that's Botham.
It is Botham indeed. Some great footwork late at the line, and also a couple of dummies secures her second for the match, so she's now keeping pace with Mackenzie Nelson. Those two are doing the damage. 7-0 is the score with just under 4 to go. So you'd love to see Ballina get on the board here.
Yeah, come on Ballina girls, get on the board, but go direct. Don't waste too many touches in this middle third area. Try and get up to the 7 as quick as you can.
They've done a good job with this first play, nice and straight, as is the follow-up. So Emmanuel Harding, I think you've called her before, is saying she's done a great job in being one of the most direct players for Ballina. There's 3 runs in a row that really gets her side closer upfield. Here's the 4th play. Harding receives it once again here. They'll drop it off on the last. Harding is there in support. The pass just a little behind her. Play on though. She nearly managed to salvage it, and that was better from Ballina.
That was a lot better from Ballina. The only play that broke down there was play 4, where they tried to set up for that strike dump on the 7. So that's probably just a little bit of lack of communication, but definitely something to look at for the Ballina girls. But look at Wallsend, straight through the middle again and out of half.
Well, here they go through Roberts. Roberts has put the toe down. She can't score herself. She's from dummy half. They do get the link up, though. Another try here for Wallsend. Put it down to the clever play out of acting half from Linnea Roberts, though. 8-0 to Wallsend.
Yeah, that was very, very, very smooth there by Roberts. Just she could have went the first one, but she gave the ball back and went on the second where all the defence was off and just scooped straight through the middle, found the open winger, and I think the Ballina girls, a bit of the weary legs is happening at the moment towards the back end of this game, but still got 2 minutes. Like to see him get one on the try, on the scoreboard.
So Ballina comes straight and hard with Matthews, and I think that may actually have been Allo that set that up, not Roberts. Just having a look at the little knee brace there. Don't think Allo was wearing that one. They head back towards the open side, the commentary side of the field. Crethar on the last now. Crethar approaching at the line. Botham does a good job once more. So she's been very strong both sides of the ball.
That will show very well on the TV if people watch that back. So the Ballina attack was just going lateral, and you could really see the Wallsend defence go lateral as well. That's when you need to change an angle. So a late switch or something like that, coming back against what we call the grain, and that would open the Wallsend defence up.
Speaking of opening the defence up, they nearly did so on that occasion. Now Olsen joins the action. Oh, good pass, but just a little behind the run there. It was certainly on though, David Stone.
Yeah, it was definitely on. I think Wallsend, they're just trying a few of their back-end set plays here now, just for the back end of the tournament. Once again, Ballina turning the ball over inside their own half. Once again, another chance here for the Wallsend girls to capitalise.
And Nelson is out there, so is Olsen. Here comes Olsen now, putting the foot down. They've got to be watchful of plenty of players out there at the moment. There are some real speedsters on the field. This is one of them. She pops it back to Olsen. Now Nelson gets it on this occasion. Nelson going from distance. Oh, what a great dive that is. They can't get to her. It's a hat trick for Mackenzie Nelson.
Yeah, Nelson just diving through the middle. The Ballina girls not pushing up off their own line, and it's very hard to make a touch when you're caught 2 feet flat on your own try line. So once again, Wallsend girls, they're showing they're a force to be reckoned with throughout this tournament.
Well, inside the final minute, and they're just shy of double digits. Ballina should get the final use of the ball. Let's see if they can get something on the board. They'll touch it quickly here through Capola, who goes nice and straight and follows up in the same motion as well, Capola.
I think something the Ballina coaching staff can look at, see how they're running the buddy plays. They're losing a bit of momentum with the girl going backwards and forwards. Maybe try and go a 3-man rucking set to start their tap-offs. They may get that flow better, but there's the hooter in the background. We have the Wallsend Wolves coming out 9-0 over the Ballina Sharks. So stay tuned. We have plenty more games coming up with you, and I'd like to once again thank the Dubbo Council, our partners in GYG, Hyperactive, ISC, Budgie Smugglers, and thank you to Bar TV for their coverage. We will be back with you with another match very shortly. Please stay tuned.
Welcome back here to beautiful Dubbo. The sun is shining. Also, the wind is out, which is causing a few problems But the Junior State Cup Northern Conference continues in full effect here with the Beresfield Bandits taking on the Northern Beaches Renegades in the 14 girls division. James Preston and David Stone with you for commentary, and it is the Bandits in the predominantly black strip. The Northern Beaches side, though, very strong across all grades and both genders.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of their teams already today. The 18s boys have been very strong, but I think it was the 12s boys. They were very impressive in their win last about 2 games ago. But we're just talking about the strips. I do like the Indigenous design strip here of the Beresfield Bandits. It looks quite good. So there's a few Indigenous designs getting around the venue at the moment, and I'm sure there'll be a bit of swapping of jerseys towards the end of the tournament.
Well, absolutely, and a little nod as well to the Wiradjuri people. We are on their land at the moment. Great to have your support here with the Dubbo Council also getting involved, and we are seeing plenty of these beautiful Indigenous designs in some of the jerseys too. And it is a good one for the Beresfield Bandits. Usually used to seeing just the yellow and the black. They've also got a little bit of blue trim in there.
Yeah, there's a little bit of blue trim down the side. So yeah, very, very good to see them acknowledging their elders and their history of the Indigenous people in their area. Here we go, the play's underway.
We're off and running here for this match in the 14s girls division. It is Beresfield with first use of the ball. Jarman. And now they come wider still to Porter. Porter nowhere to go. Well read though from Hadding. So they come again here through Porter. This time it works for them, or have they just got the touch in time? I think they have too. Porter was adamant she'd got there in time.
I think we could have maybe I think this could be a ball down, to be honest.
Well, certainly looked that way from where we are.
I wasn't too convinced the touch was made, and yeah, they're going to play through. So first try to the Beresfield Bandits.
It's been a good start for them. They do lead 1-0 here at Dubbo over perhaps arguably a more fancied opposition for this particular match. We'll see what the Northern Beaches Renegades can come up with now with their first use of the ball. So Paloma Campos, one of the 2 captains with the ball now, just shy of that 7-metre mark. Campos again. And speaking of again, once again, we are seeing a Berryman take to the field. There's plenty of them floating around in this tournament. Here she is now diving for the line. They just did enough to get her in the end. Jarmaine was the lady who got her.
Yeah, very well known name on the Northern Beaches in the touch circuit. Berryman name.
Berryman with the big dummy there, unable to crack the defensive line here. I think we do actually have our scoreboard back up and running. That's good to see. Yeah. At this point, it is 1-0, of course, to Beresford. So our timings will be a little bit off here in the booth. So bear with us. We've had a little technical glitch with the on-field scoreboard at the moment, but it is Beresfield who drive forward with Townsend, and now they offer it away. Simon linking up wider still, close to a touch pass. Referee says play on. Now slow it down this time around. Back to Townsend. Green is out there as well. She hops in an acting half now. Here comes Simon. Simon at pace, but they read it nicely there, the Northern Beaches side.
Yeah, once again, a bit similar to the last game where the attack's going really lateral, but the defence is going lateral as well. They need something to go back against the grain just to open the Renegades' defence up.
So Campos heading towards the sideline. The subset is not a bad one here from the Renegades. Could have been a little smoother, but still pretty good. Up they go through Hadding. Hadding, quick hands. They've got them for numbers here. Oh, they could have continued pressing it wide. They did have a retreating defensive line to take advantage of, but still another play up their sleeves as Burke heads towards the middle, drops it back on the inside, but they read it pretty well there, the Bandits.
Yeah, the Bandits, they're definitely getting tested on the inside defensively.
Nice straight driving run here from Simon. Followed up from Zali Keats. And now Jarmaine. Porter drops it down. Here's Jarmaine once more. Porter in option. Oh, how about the hands there? Nearly managed to collect the ball. Was even using the gluteus maximus at one point to try and do so. Tell you what, Stoney, if that was me, it would have stuck because I've got a giant thing behind me. Up towards halfway they come. Renegades playing it now directly on that halfway line. So they've done a good job of working away from their own end here, and they can continue promoting the ball. Now they've unleashed it down the sideline. Here comes Froggatt. Froggatt nearly got away from them. Good touch in the end. Zully Keats came across and made the touch. Baum with the big dummy. And going nowhere, the touch is made. Emmy Porter, the sole try scorer of the match so far. Successful in shutting that one down. Now Keats is off and away. Porter once more. Touch comes in and worked here through Ava White. Back to White once more. Last play here. Good defence again from the Renegades. They are asking questions here, the Beresfield side, but they've got most of the answers. A floating pass over the top and beautifully tracked in the end from Aquilina.
Beresfield has started I've been very impressed with them early in this game. Like, as we said, the Northern Beaches, they're a very strong affiliate, but the Renegades girls have definitely come here to play the big game on the stadium.
It's been a very good start from Beresfield. They do lead 1-0 with roughly about 6 or 7 minutes gone. Here they go, though. Oh, there was an option back on the open side. Completely unmarked was Fulton. Instead, they tried to pop it through the middle. Pass went forward, and that will be a changeover in favour of the Beresfield Bandits. They are hard to breach at present. They've worked the opportunity on this commentary side of the ground. Just didn't take the look when they needed to, though. Townsend. And now Simon, as Green chimes into the attack. Middleton also out there for her first taste of footy so far this morning in the 24 for Beresfield. Hanging out here on this wing. Green back through the middle. It was nice play, almost too good.
Yeah, that's something definitely to look at. They call the Renegades lapsing on the inside, and Simon almost went straight through the middle, but just couldn't find that last pass. It's been very good here by both teams with their rucking sets. They're getting their players on and off nice and early.
So Talia Berryman is out there now, so a couple of more Berrymans in the action here today. Chanel in the 3. And this is Cervantes, one of the 2 captains, but they'll turn it over here, the Renegades. Now the Bandits heading towards their subs box. Nice straight drive to pick up those extra metres. And this is a good run as well from Ava White. Kuru. Good footwork. Oh, a couple of big steps from Kuru. Now she straightens. Porter. Out to White. Play on is the call. They could have opted for a strike dump inside the 7 there. Referee playing the advantage. They'll get another set to work with. So this is good stuff once more from Beresfield.
Yeah, Beresfield, they've been very impressive. And I like this young girl in the 7 from the Beresfield Bandits, and Porter. She's definitely one to watch. She'll construct the girls out there from the middle of the field, and I believe it could even be Mum that's coaching the team from Beresfield. So a bit of mother and daughter combination here, and here's Porter.
White now with it in the 20. Porter hopping in and acting half. Quick
ball.
Hands. Oh, was there a little touch in between? There was a slight bobble as she was trying to collect the ball.
No.
But I think she's got there in time. And I was just going to say as well, Stoney, there could have potentially been a bit of a problem there for the Northern Beaches side too. They'd been pinged twice on their line. Third one could have seen someone sitting down, but they didn't need it there, Beresfield.
No, they didn't need it, and it was a nice ball there. I'm not sure who threw that last pass, but it was a nice ball because she had to catch and pass very quickly because the defence were on her. But how's this? Beresfield girls, 2-0.
So Northern Beaches with work to do coming into this match. You and I were probably looking at Beresfield as being the underdog, but they are in cruise control at the moment. Berryman is back out there, picking up from acting half now. Just shy of that 7-metre mark. Playing with patience in this set so far. Now they look to turn it on. Berryman back against the grain. Oh, it's a great step.
Oh, no, the Sixers missed the touch. I thought she got her there, but Renegades, they hit back with Berryman.
Sharp work there indeed from Berryman.
A definite common name that we've heard here so far this morning at the Northern State Cup Conference.
Yeah, plenty of Berrymans floating around Dubbo. anymore, and they might even have to declare a new type of pandemic. There's so many of them. Berrymanitis is catching on. Forward they come now through Slee. And now Townsend. Long ball here to Green. Green shunned towards the sideline. 2 tries to 1. Bandits in the lead and on the attack once more. Floating pass here for Simon. Drops it down. They get the nice little wraparound working. All a little bit too slow though, because the pressure once more really strong from the Northern Beaches girls stepping up. They have a chance to work it away now. A 20 shy from their own try line. Now heading right up towards that halfway mark. It's Talia Berryman who supplies the roll ball. Here she is again. Campos. Berryman, last play. Campos now wants to launch something. Berryman is there in support, turning back against the angle. It's still alive here. Oh, I was building for the Renegades. The pass just not quite on the mark though.
Yeah, the dummy half had the idea, right? She was looking for the late switch because the defensive Beresfield were all going sideways once again. So definitely something to look towards in this game with these young girls. They're all going sideways defensively, so a late switch will catch them out.
So short side raid there through Townsend, picked up some good meters. Fresh players onto the field. Beavis is in there at acting half, flinging it away. Now Porter once more. Porter drops it down. Last play here. Jarmaine has a crack herself. Continues to promote the footy. Porter nowhere to go though. Once more we're seeing that very energetic defensive line from the Renegades closing things down.
Yeah, they've been defending very tight and very well in the middle there, but once again, they do look a threat every time Porter's on the field, getting it half. Bit of a conductor out there, just guiding the team around. She's definitely one that can cause a bit of havoc to the Renegades' defence.
Cervantes in at acting half for the last play now. Nowhere to go, and in fact, an incorrect roll ball, so they won't even have to defend that final play as Porter quickly touches it and gets on with things. Well, very flat pass there. Play on is the call. Now straighten things up here through Jarmaine.
I like the look of the 11 from Beresfield here. I think she's got a bit of footwork about her, and I think she could really create a chance here for Beresfield on this repeat set.
Well, here she is now, Jarmaine with the ball, tossing it back towards Porter. It's the Jarmaine and Porter show at the moment for Beresfield. Those two have been pulling all the strings through the middle of the pitch. And they're not stepping up here, so that's the second one in quick succession. Porter wanted to get on with things very quickly. Nobody was ready, certainly not the officials.
No mark was given there, so Porter had to bring it back. And here we have, I think, these two working well together here.
Nice pass here for Beavis. Beavis trying to head towards the sideline. Porter.
Playing it straight, that one.
They've really let them off the hook there because once again, they'd built up 2 penalties.
Yep. They only need to get that third one to have one sit on the sideline for the rest of the set of 6. But look at here, the Renegades working the ball off hard from their own line. This is good.
Straight and hard running. The drive is working well for them as they get those fresh troops back onto the pitch with a pretty smooth transition. Now Baum links up quickly. There's numbers in support. Oh, the big dummy comes out from Berryman. Berryman for the line. Oh,
that could be a good touch there. That's a great touch by Porter.
Well, Porter has saved a certain try there. Great work from Berryman to somehow find a way through, but they've stopped her at the death. Here she is again, though. Not content with the first effort. She wanted a second, but Beresfield across the park. Great scramble.
That could be a big result towards the back end of this game. Like that could really change the momentum, but just stumbled the ball there in the ruck, and they've called for fresh legs on defensively, so if Renegades shifted early, they could get the overlap.
Berryman linking up out wide now through Martin. Not too far to go. Baum joins the action. Caught right on that 7-metre mark. Smart play too from the Renegades. They kept pushing forward whilst also heading towards their subs box. So they've still got half the set to play with here, and now they've got the reinforcements there. Berryman, good hands.
Yeah, great hands there by Berryman.
Back to that 7-metre mark they go, and in fact they'll get a full set here. Offside is the call against the Bandits. So they can just slow things down a little bit, have a think about what they want to do.
Good touch out there. Far link. Can't grab a number there, but pushed up off the line. No. It's called play through, so obviously the referee said offside maybe. Play through, and Renegades, they even it up to 2-2.
It's hard to tell from this far out, but the Northern Beaches girls are back in the action, as you said there, David Stone. It is 2 apiece. And now a chance for Beresfield to work it upfield and put themselves back in the ascendancy here. Townsend plays it. Wide, they sling it through Green. Green off the left foot, Green straightening. Dangerous little run there. Caught on the last, no strike dump to work with. Townsend slumming it down again. The defensive pressure is good. In fact, this now is the last. They got one extra one there. Simon fires it wider still, and stepping up to shut it down is Packy.
Yeah, the Renegades, they stayed tight, they stayed firm, and Renegades, they working the ball once again off. They get them fresh legs off early, and here comes the new players back on, and they've opened them up down the sideline.
Well, here they go, good speed shown, but also a very important touch there from the Beresfield Bandits. That's not the first time they've scrambled well to stop a dangerous situation. Through the middle they come now, and back out there is Cervantes. Slowed down here with Giselle Burke, who plays it 10 into the enemy territory. Burke still in support. Well read once again, though, jamming in from the link position was Alyssa Slee. Yeah. So now the Bandits working away from their own end.
Big set here for the Beresfield Bandits. They need to get their flow, get back to what they were doing early in the game.
Well, that's nice there from White. That's exactly what they were doing, which is straight hard running, as Porter also steps off the right and make sure the drive continues. Jarmaine is out there now too, so the two big guns are on deck. Porter pops it for Jarmaine. Jarmaine with a dummy, gets it to ground very quickly. They like it, the referees, and they are going to point to the spot. Porter and Jarmaine combine once again, 3-2. Beresfield back in the lead.
Yeah, they're definitely the two that can break this game open for the Beresfield Bandits girls. We can see them there combining, and I like the look of Jermaine, how she plays the game. She's got good footwork, and it's 100 miles an hour as soon as she gets the ball. That's a good style of player to watch.
So the Renegades behind the 8 ball once again here with just under 11 minutes to play. Although that is, of course, a bit of a guide here at the ground. It's not the official timepiece. I think we're probably closer to about 8 minutes of play remaining. So they continue moving forward here, slowly but surely. Campos in an acting half. Berryman is there as support. Oh, how about the hands there above the head? White's done a great job to get there, but I don't think she's got there in time. The handling on that occasion, superb from the Renegades. Yeah,
just the defensive shape there by the what we call the lead defender. Just didn't have the body turned out to pull a corner or protect a short side, and White just got caught a little bit too wide on the sweep. But they've hit back the Renegades. This is a good game, 3-3, with about roughly 8 to 7 minutes left.
Let's try and get a little update in terms of our live stream time. That's probably a bit of a better indication at this point. No, in fact, I think it might even be worse. So we'll just stick with the action for what it is here. The Bandits around about 7 away from the enemy try line. Porter is out there again. Here she is in an acting half, working down a short side. Porter back through the middle. The touch comes just in time from Campos. Well worked from the captain, who leads by example.
Both teams really got into their groove now. We can see a lot of expansive play there. The Beresfield girls, they ran a short side sweeper and just played the inside trail line. We've seen a fair bit today and almost caught the Renegades girls lapsing. Here we go, the Renegades girls. They've got the fresh legs on, they've got the flow again, and it's been end-to-end this game. They've got the overlap.
Where they go, they keep promoting the footy. Berryman is out there. Berryman looking to link up. No, the touch is made from Porter. She's all over the place, attack and defence. What a stellar effort it has been from Emmy Porter. Still on here, though, for the Renegades. Cervantes pops it over the top. I think it's a touch pass, though. Yes. Referees are on the spot. 3-3 we remain locked at. And there's roughly 7 minutes remaining.
If Beresfield come away with a win in this game, they've got a lot to thank to Porter. I know they do set up a few tries, but the 2 try-saving touches that she's made have kept the Beresfield girls in this game. Here we have Beresfield. They need to play a little bit more direct. They're a bit sideways at the moment. The Renegades' defence is just knocking them off.
Head towards the sideline there through White. And now once more Porter. Gee, she must be heaving. Just sucking in the big ones at the moment because she has done a lot of work. Forward they come now. Oh, Green, it opened up for her. A big gap between middle and link. Had she taken it, that would have been very interesting, but still the scores remain tied at 3 apiece. And the Renegades must work this deep away from their own end. There's been plenty of pressure from the Bandits the last couple of minutes, David Stone.
Yeah, defensively, the Beresfield Bandits have been really tight and compressed. But just the phase, the second phase, the jink-off balls and that the Beresfield girls have been playing, that's what's catching the Beresfield girls out defensively. But here we have a good chance here, a good set of 6 from their own 10 for the Beresfield Bandits.
It's Middleton who plays it as they then come to the middle. Keats is caught directly on halfway. Green stepping off the left foot a couple of times, opens them up. Here they go through Green. Stops on a run. Options back towards the middle. It's a great piece of play really from Green because it's also allowed them to get fresh troops back out there. Here she is again, Green, a couple of big steps. She is caught on the last though.
Green's a very smooth runner, isn't she? I reckon she'd be a very good long distance runner. Just the long stride, you can see when she takes off from half, it's just very, very smooth. So maybe a long distance runner in the future there from Green.
Yeah, very fluid movements about the play of Myra Green as the Renegades drop it off about 15 shy of the try line. Did well to reel it back in. Berryman once more. Berryman puts the foot down. Or she had them double guessing themselves. Now they played here through Packy. Still live on the last. Campos tries to get away from them. Touch pass again. They've done a beautiful job shifting across from the middle. It's Kiani Simon who makes the touch.
I think here one late switch could really open this game up here. I think it's very sideways from both teams in the attack. So one late switch catching in the defence on the inside. That could be something definitely to go to.
Heavy touch made there as White comes back into the action and picks up really good metres too, about 15 on that run. Now Middleton, who then supplies for Jarmaine. Porter, Jarmaine again. Oh, that's time it's gone behind Jarmaine. It's pretty much the first error she's made all day.
Yeah, they definitely set the big guns in Jermaine and Porter on for the back end of that set, but fortunately just couldn't control the ball. But forceful touch here, so Renegades, they'll get a bit of relief of pressure, work the ball from their own 7 metre line. Oh, changeover.
What have they called there, David Stone? I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, this could be a bit controversial, but normally in the 8th edition rules they're allowed to go back and play the ball if they've played it incorrectly. But the referee said change over, so we'll play what the referees are playing on the field. But once again, we've got Porter, Jermaine, the two threats here for Beresfield.
We'll get another set here as well.
7 on, so Beresfield have got 7 on, so I'm not too sure. I think
it might have actually gone against the Renegades here. He's ruled another set for the Bandits at this point.
Yeah, you can't take the ball back. That's going to be
Unfortunately, we don't have the benefit of having our referees mic'd up. That would explain a lot for us. We can only go on what some of the hand signals are.
So there should be a repeat set here from the 7.
It will be from wide out. Play on is the call. So now we get back under the way with things. Porter at first receiver. That's where they come. Porter's caught now, Jarmaine. Porter again. Emmy Porter with the long ball. White is wide. Now to Middleton. Good defensive cover once again. It's Coco Aquilina. She makes the touch.
Yeah, she made a lot of ground there, Aquilina. The ball was on the far side. She had to come all the way across, but once again here, just something back against the grain, I believe, would open the Renegades girls up.
Here is Porter. The sweet play coming around. They were ready for it, though. Another set to work with here. That's 2 in a row. We're yet to see 3 from either side. It certainly has been the Renegades who have pushed the boundaries the most in that respect.
Yeah, they've still got a couple of minutes, so they've got plenty of time here. So they could work for this penalty and get one sat on the sideline, but I thought she held the ball there, but no.
Yeah, I thought it was a feigning of the play the ball to try and get a false touch. But on that occasion, she might have actually outsmarted herself there, Jarmaine. So the cutout ball comes as they head directly towards the sideline with those fresh players entering the action. Up over halfway now for the Renegades.
Oh, good to
However, they're able to beat the pressure there of Jarmaine, who then comes again and makes a nice big touch. The referee says it's a little too big and more of a push, though. So another set to work with here for the Renegades, and not particularly healthy off the back of it is Charlotte Baum.
Yeah, I think she got a little bit winded there.
Also just clutching at an arm too, so hopefully that's nothing too serious for Charlotte. We'll keep our eyes on that as the play unfolds, but there's not a great deal of time left, just around about 2 minutes remaining as they come forward again. So this could be all important, this particular set here for both sides. The Renegades trying to put the foot to the throat with Cervantes, the captain, with ball in hand. Now offering it here to Berryman. Berryman again, off the left foot, couple of dummies. Good touch though from Jarmaine. Been a mountain, both sides of the ball. Berryman and now Cervantes. Cervantes on the 7, last play now. Berryman stops on a run. There's nowhere for her to go. She's going to have to conjure some sort of miracle to create something. They've nearly done so. I think they just get the touch in time. Yes, good stuff there from Kuru. And at full time, it's all level. 3 tries apiece. These two could not be split, David Stone.
No, very well played by both teams. And yeah, probably a fair result at the end of the game. Both teams had their moments and both could have capitalised, but the efforts from both teams were very good throughout that game. And it'll be interesting to see where they match up towards the finals. But yeah, please stay tuned. We'll be back with you in another game very, very shortly.
Yes, and that one should be a real cracker as well. All the action still to come your way for the 11:30 fixture, which will see the under-12s girls division take to the field between Beresfield and Wallsend. All the action in just a moment. Welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. We move to the under-12s division here in the girls' side of the competition. Beresfield taking on Wallsend. It is Beresfield in the black. James Preston with you in commentary, and we should have Jason Stanton joining us in a few moments as well. Beresfield set to get first use of the ball here. And a big match here in the grand scheme of things. We've already seen both these sides play earlier today. They are really looking to put their best foot forward and step up on day one of this three-day tournament. Beresfield underway here. And a nice first touch coming up as they continue marching towards the opposition try line. Wallsend working hard in defence as they get up towards that 7-metre mark. Little wraparound play coming. They've got numbers out wide. Trow tries to escape the touch of the Wallsend player. And that will be the turnover though on the 7-metre mark. So forward they drive. It's a nice drive too from Wallsend, picking up good meterage here. Of course, if you're just joining us, 25-minute matches, no half-time breaks. And when a try is scored, the two sides changing directions. So we see a penalty go the way of Wallsend here. Chippendale set to touch it. And back into action now. So about 10 metres away from the try line. We see the first error from Wallsend here. That'll just let them off the hook a little bit, Beresfield. This one is a pretty tough one to pick in terms of which side is going to come out on top. They're pretty evenly balanced, actually, both these sides. And good meters on offer here, too. A lovely run from Willow Barry. So they keep marching forward now. Triplet plays it on the 7. Back to the middle they come. Oh, a lovely falcon in the process as well. Chippendale has left it behind. And they'll pick it up and continue driving forward here, Wallsend. So pressure coming in there from Haiti Cook, a nice touch. So the reinforcements arrive now. Last play here for Wallsend. Forward they drive, nothing too creative so far about the play of either side. They're just looking to work through their early sets here and ensure that they can get some sort of momentum before launching a raid. Hammond plays the ball. Forward they come now with Triplet. Long striding legs, picks up good meterage. Allen at pace as the touch is made there from Hearn. Evans tucks back towards the grain. Last play now, Barry. Barry looking for some sort of support. Couple of dummies, floats it over the top. Well watched out wide. Good defence on that occasion from Mia Hearn. She kept her width nicely. Didn't allow her opposition winger any free space down the sideline. So through the middle, Wallsend come now. Around about 2.5 minutes of play has transpired in this one. Nice big run here from Tani Elliott. So they head all the way towards the sideline to get those fresh players onto the field. And a beautiful driving run here from Wallsend on the follow-up. Fortunately, they don't take full advantage of the quick play of the ball. Elliott. They found some space out wide here, putting the foot down. Oh, how about the speed on display here from Willow Toomey, who goes all the way. She just would not be denied. Very, very fast feet from Willow Toomey. Wallsend lead 1-0. Oh, we've got a real treat here in the commentary booth. It's not Jason Stanton. It is, however, Josh. Are you coming onto the mic, my friend? No, he's not. He's decided this is not a place for him. It's merely a case of a bit of exhibitionism. He's having a good little watch here. So we head towards the Wallsend try line once again. Oh, there's a try gone begging there, unfortunately, on that occasion. Maloney was just a little bit above her head. Was takeable, but the defensive pressure was good from Wallsend. That was a good chance to square things up, but they remain in front. 1-0. Around about 4.5 gone in this one. So they straighten things up again. Around about 15 to 20 metres away from their own try line. A little bit slow with the transition here, though, for the subset. They eventually get the reinforcements there. That's much better on this play. Up over halfway they come. Last one now for Wallsend. Short ball. And again, looking for Tani Elliott. It might be diminutive in stature, but she's got oodles of pace. Towards halfway they head now. Beresfield still looking to get themselves on the board here. 1-0 Wallsend lead. So they head wide. Now a nice straight drive. Beautiful run, in fact, here from Evie Allen, who picks up good metres, but they're going to come back here for an incorrect play the ball. So all that hard work undone in one quick blow of the whistle there from the referees. Changeover to take place on the halfway line. And the quick tap is taken from Wallsend. Good metres on offer as well there for McKillen. Now Carlson. Elliott flings it off. A lot of sideways movement here from Wallsend. They need to stick to those straight drives that have been producing results for them so far. Instead, they'll back themselves to get around the outside. Good cover defence, though, from Beresfield. Last play now here for Wallsend. Elliott at speed. Oh, she's nearly got through them. A very late touch. She's got great acceleration off the mark, Tani Elliott, and nearly managed to scurry and burrow. Combine the two under the defensive line and all the way into the in-goal for a try, but just denied at the death there from Beresfield. Triplet towards halfway. Another good straight drive here. So Evie Allen's been really good for them in that department. She's tucked it under her wing a couple of times, make it 3 in the last few sets, and picks up good metres again. Last play now here for Beresfield. They haven't quite got that play the ball right, so a changeover here with just under 19 minutes remaining. It is Wallsend leading 1-0 over Beresford. Beresfield, should I say. McKillen up over halfway, and they've left it behind on this occasion. So the changeover here for Beresfield. Good pressure, jamming in defence there. That was Sophia Christie. Made a nice touch. Follows it up with 2 in a row. So working very hard is the link. Triplet plays it just over halfway. Once more, here comes Allen. She's a real meter eater. Short ball here for Poppy Maloney. Last play now. They've got the reinforcements out there, but they can't capitalise on it. An error in the play the ball. Walmsley struggled to pick that one up. Change over here in favour of Wallsend. It's a bit of a stalemate between these two sides emerging. We've seen a lot of play in the middle third of the field as opposed to each side's danger end. Transition hampered by a good touch on the previous play from Beresfield, and then Walmsley doing some great work here, 2 plays in a row to make the touch. And then more pressure in, so that's great stuff in defence from the Bandits, forcing a changeover. It'll be Evans to take the restart here. Evans, up she comes, met by Christie. Nice straight running here from Walmsley. It's been very good ever since that little error a few moments ago. Here she is again now, Walmsley. Good metres once more. So her and Allen have really been picking up some great meterage with those straight drives. Evans flings it wide. And now for Hammond. Last play here for Beresfield. Nothing really doing. They continue to promote the footy. They've got options out wide. A great long pass here from Walmsley. Well, she managed to open up the space. Just a little tough for Kenzie Gibson to take that one, though. They won't have to wait for long for another opportunity. A quick turnover here from Wallsend. So 16.5 on the clock. Plenty of time here for both sides to stake their claim in this one. Beresfield looking to get their first try of the match. Worked here through Evans. Wider still now to Hammond. Hammond rolls it inside the 7 metre mark. We don't see that too often in touch football. Typically the option is to head back to that 7 metre mark as they continue recycling the footy here. Now it's out to Layla Ray Hammond, one of the 2 Hammond girls in this side. Walmsley is an option. Oh, the intercept is nearly taken though. I think they'll say the first error though comes from Beresfield. Yes, change over here. Good call from the officials. Thought they could have also been pinged potentially for holding on to the jersey. Good meters as well in this follow-up play here for Wallsend as the fresh troops come onto the pitch. Decent subset so far for Wallsend as Tani Elliott again. Real good mover is little Tani. Great hands as well. Elliott again. Then stepping off the left. Touch pass I think they're going to call here. Yeah, it was just a little bit delayed on that occasion. So Beresfield working away from their own end, but not for long. They've turned it over. An incorrect play the ball. Not square is the ruling from the officials. Elliott for Wallsend now. And once more, Evie Carlson. Good pressure, they force her backwards. McIlwain. Elliott. Crabbing across field, linking up with Carlson, who also tries to put on a bit of footwork. Here's Tani Elliott again. Such a quick little customer. She's caught 7 away from the try line. Last play now. Elliott once more. They've made her do plenty of work. She must be getting tired. Evaded the first touch, not the second. Beresfield do a good job in defence here and ensure there is no further breach of that scoreline and their defensive line. It remains 1-0, but they've turned it over here, deep in their own end. And Tani Elliott is looking to make them pay. So too is Carlson with the ball now. But another turnover. It's a turnover-a-thon at the moment. Up towards halfway, they arrive. Barry. They'll head towards the sideline here to get those fresh players onto the field. Willow Barry once again. Nice and straight from her. Hammond. Good run here from Cook. Great meters, picks up about 10 on that particular play. Last now with Fredrickson, who links up with Dawn. Wider still, trying to unleash Gibson. Gibson puts down the foot. She just can't get away from them. So around about 13 minutes remaining. We unfortunately lost the benefit of our on-field timepiece. So the time you are seeing is merely a guide, but that's the one we will be running with here. Approaching that halfway point in this match. Of course, if you're just joining us, you're live from Dubbo. And thanks to Bar TV. Josh and the team doing a great job, bringing you all the coverage. James Preston here with you in commentary. It's the Beresfield Bandits with ball in hand up against Wallsend. Trailing 1-0 midway through this match. 25-minute matches, of course. No half-time breaks in the sides. Changing ends when a try is scored as they play that 10 metres into the Wallsend territory. Last play now, rolled back from Myers. And forward with Triplett. Triplett can't find that opening that she was looking for. They tracked well in defence and closed it down. This is a nice drive as well here from Wallsend. Good meters on the first 2 plays. It's very direct. They're not looking for the sub-box. And they're picking up great meters as a result. They'll keep coming forward again here with reckless abandon. Johnston, good meterage. Followed up from Toomey, who's already got 1 try herself. Play on is the call. Play on indeed. Capriotti has a crack. She'll go around the outside of them. Capriotti for the corner. Oh, Capriotti. I'm not sure she's got there in time. No, the Beresfield cover defence is beautiful. They've just denied Jada Capriotti. Not sure who it was that made the final touch, but it was a good one. So 20 away from their own line now. A real stalemate developing here at Dubbo. 14 gone, 11 to play, 1 try to nil in favour of Wallsend. Up over halfway comes Triplet. Now with Willow Barry, couple of dummies, picks up an extra 5 metres or so, last play, and gets the strike dump. Here is Triplet. Triplet supplies a pass. Good pressure in defence from Wallsend. They can't go anywhere on that final play. Play on is the call. Capriotti again. Those long striding legs pick up plenty of metres. They'll try and get around the outside of them. Good pace on display here. Still going. Gibson has got work to do. Eventually she gets there. Nice run there from Wallsend. They continue the momentum or tried to just time it. Unfortunately, she'd overrun the pass from acting half just a little bit. Touch comes in here from Wallsend. This one's starting to get quite a bit of life about it, with both sides finding their feet here. 15 minutes gone in this one, about 10 to play. Triplet picks it up. Barry, nice and straight. Has to go back to the mark though. That will slow things down, and they're not played square. Starting to get quite hot here as well at Dubbo. Just taking a quick little look at the temperature. Forecast for a top of about 27 degrees today. And yeah, we're not too far off it whatsoever. Already at 26. I think we might have had an update too. It's going to get even warmer, 29 by the time we hit about 4 p.m. Change over here with the Bandits getting use of the ball. Fatigue very much starting to become a factor here with those warmer temperatures. Just taking a look at some of the players on the sideline, they are very hot. The Beresfield girls. They've got the towels and the water bottles flowing. But they are on the attack here and looking to level the scoreline. Hammond back towards Walmsley. Last play now. Hammond once more. Links up with Evans. Evans tries to pop the pass. It's all a little bit too late though. Touch came in. And that will be the changeover. So have a little look here for Tani Elliott. The little number 6 for Wallsend. Here she is now. She's got great footwork and a lot of acceleration. And also Evie Carlson, who now has the ball. Those two operate in a very similar fashion. They've worked a penalty here. Wallsend running away with it is Carlson, picking up good metres. Still live here in this play, but not playing it on the mark. So both sides have been very guilty of that particular indiscretion so far in this match. Cook is caught right on the halfway line as Walmsley has a nice run here. Good metres on offer. Evans going nice and straight as they get those reinforcements back onto the field. A nice dummy and then linking up with Fredrickson. Hops in at acting half now. Fredrickson running in an offside player. Dawn. No touch called. Fredrickson continues things. Dawn, there's an opportunity out wide if they can get the ball there. Oh, they've gone the wrong way, unfortunately. Dawn is caught with it on the last. Well, they had a 2-on-1 out wide. Fredrickson didn't quite see it though. So Wallsend still in charge here with about 7 minutes remaining. They caught just shy of the halfway line, all a bit slow about it. This particular play from Wallsend. Now they speed things up, get the fresh players out there too. Nice and straight is the run from Zali Shepherd. But a great touch, I think maybe from Gibson. In fact, no, it's Fredrickson. He's done a good job there. Then she comes up with the dummy. Supplying the pressure was Willow Toomey for Wallsend. And then jamming in off the wing there, Mia Hearn. Once again, an incorrect play the ball. That's been the main source of penalties for both sides in this match. really trying to work for that quick flow on. Just having a few issues in the ruck itself though. So the pass is popped here for Brogan. Now they head directly across the field. Sophia Christie running very quickly, but heading quickly into touch, allowing those fresh players on as it's left behind here from Evie Carlson. Barry driving forward again, up over halfway. Carlson comes in to make the touch. Myers, good meters here for the Bandits. Evans, Triplett picks it up out of acting half. Numbers in motion, last play now. They are well set. Can they put on some sort of raid here? Evans, the ball just goes behind her. She can't reel it in with the defensive pressure coming up there from Wallsend. Nice driving run here. Picks up a good 20 metres or so as Carlson follows up in like fashion. Good evasive technique as well, stepping off the left foot. Inside the final 5 minutes here at Dubbo for this under 12 girls fixture. Touch is made. 10 metres into enemy territory. Last play now. They'll straighten things up. A big dummy coming out. Oh, Capriotti certainly can move. She beat the first couple of attempts, but the last one got her. That could be all important here for Beresfield. Still, Wallsend with a narrow lead. 1 try to 0. Touch is made from Mia Hearn. Straight and hard. It's a nice run there from Ava Trow. Walmsley. Capriotti makes the touch. Hammond out for Walmsley again. Fires the long pass just a little bit below the stomach. It was a tough one to take. And the changeover happens once more here in favour of Wallsend, who still have that slender margin. They scored pretty early on, and they have managed to retain the lead ever since. And another incorrect play the ball here for Wallsend. Geez, both sides have been very, very guilty of those poor play the balls, whether it be not playing it on the mark or not playing it square. Just shy of the halfway line here. They now head over it. Trow links up with Walmsley, who's had a massive match actually. She's only had the 1 error. Ever since then, she's been absolutely brilliant. Here she is again now, Walmsley. Walmsley threatens to link up long. Does so this time round. They track across nicely, though, the Wallsend defenders. Well read. They dump it inside the 7. Nobody there waiting at acting half. There's a real dog's breakfast. And Wallsend gobble it up. Not happy. You can see Walmsley as well, throwing the ball to ground afterwards. Just saying, girls, we've got to get there in time. So, not much time remaining. Only about 3 minutes. Wallsend just have to complete their sets. Points have been obviously very hard to come by. Just the 1 try so far in this match. And there'll be another turnover here against Wallsend. An incorrect play the ball. Carlson told to go back onto the spot. Provide the ball to the Beresfield Bandits. And now is the time for the Bandits. They need to get a try here to get back on level peggings with time quickly running out. Good touch made by the Wolves, number 12, Hearn, who's been really busy in defence the last few minutes. They've been consistently attacking her side of the field. Fredrickson picks it up. Now there's a real chance here for Beresford. They must link up out wide. She's just got to keep going that way. Fredrickson instead turns it back on the inside. Here's Dawn. They can still work something down the sideline. I think they've evaded the touch. They'll just do a final check. No, the call is that they've been caught right at the death. They've got to go on quickly here though, Beresfield. Fredrickson. Off now to Allen. That will be the changeover. There can't be much more time remaining. By my watch, there's just over a minute, so they might get one more set, maybe half a set here. the Beresfield side. Wallsend just have to get through this set without a turnover, and they'll be in a great position to close this one out. 5 metres into enemy territory. Oh, there we go. Well, there's the opportunity for Beresfield. Fredrickson with only around a minute left. Nearly left behind there from Dawn. Up over halfway they come now. Allen straightens up, good right foot step, and then jinking a further 5 metres. They play that one right at the advantage line. Dawn is there. Fredrickson. They've got to launch something here. And instead they'll turn it over, so that should do it. Wallsend, there's the siren in the background. Capriotti takes it forward, and they've done enough. The Wallsend Wolves, a tight affair, but at full time they run out 1-0 winners here in Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference in the under-12s division. But don't go too far, there is more action just around the corner, all thanks to Bar TV and also Budgie Smugglers, ISC, the official apparel partner, and the likes of Guzman and Gomez, who are supplying some delicious food today. But up for you next, in about 5 minutes' time, we move to the 18 girls division. It will be between, in fact, the 18 boys division between Carlingford and the Peninsula side. It'll be Nathan Loveday and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action.
Good afternoon. Yes, Jess, it is just turning on afternoon here at Lady Cutler, the beautiful Dubbo. Have a look at it in its finest. I'm Nathan Loveday. I'm joined here in commentary by Jason Stanton. And Jason, how's the day been for you so far?
It's been good, and there's a lot to live up to after the last week with the Southern Conference in terms of the standard and the speed of play. But we've got a great surface, great conditions, and we're seeing another weekend that's kicked off with fast-paced touch.
And here we go. Here we've got the Peninsula in the navy running right to left. And the Carlingford Cyclones in the royal blue and the orange. And an interesting start to the game. And referee Brendan Sanderson with Alec Clark and Ryan Waite. They'll be through the youngest and the brightest. As Peninsula go on the attack, and they go the bounce play. They've got him at 6s and 7s, and that's a great play to start. Peninsula go bang to start, Jace.
Gee, that was crisp, that little bounce play that we call it. The link looked like he was holding a nice tight line, and as the ball was about to be passed, stepped out. That's that bounce that Nathan called, and a beautiful start to the game. They did it well, didn't it? Crisp. I don't know whether the defence did a lot wrong.
It was very sharp early. It was just, I think, the player at a little bit of 6s and 7s here with the footwork, and he was able to go through, and as you said, the bounce, and they throw it out wide, and he can't hold on to the ball. It's Jack Sooty, and I'll move forward here as get up over the 7 and go forward and take it up now. And you can hear the wind in the background. The wind's been here all week. Pretty much he dropped the ball. Ryan Waite was the #1 referee last week, and Brendan Sanderson's jumped on the field here to give his 2 bobs worth. And we've got a penalty here for, I'm going to say, a swipe. And yeah, Ryan Waite last week was impressive, Jace.
Yeah, Ryan got my Guzmani Gomez referee of the tournament. I was particularly impressed with I actually can't recall if it was the boys or girls, but I think it was one of the 16s games. He made some great calls in the final, nice and composed, brave calls, and I was really impressed with his refereeing last week. We've got a nice step short dive over. I think it's going to be a try.
And Sanderson points to the spot. Peninsula getting that penalty on halfway. They extend their lead to 2, and Carlingford, they're going to need a right to reply very, very quickly.
Yeah, there's been a noticeable difference in level just to start this game. Peninsula's come out full of running, and the Cyclones, they'll have to reset and refocus, otherwise this game could easily blow out from them, because Peninsula started at a much higher pace than what Carlingford have.
As Carlingford, they're looking for the ball, they're dancing around, and referee Wake will go through and give a penalty to the Cyclones, and I'll tap the ball, and that wind is starting to pick up something severe. As Friedman there looking to dance with Knight, and Friedman gives the ball away back to Knight, and he gives it, there's Knight with the ball, and Friedman looks a little quickie, but as you said, it's lacking a little bit of pace, and the piranhas are just eating them all up here. They're going to look for the sweep, but he settles down, and Knight's with the ball, and Friedman's looking. He comes under, and Sooty can't handle it, and just a lack of direction on that play, Jace.
Yeah, a little bit flustered, because Peninsula's come out pretty hard, and we've already seen some strong games today in the 18s boys with Manly, Northern Beaches, Central Coast, really strong. Maybe Peninsula's one of those ones that want to be thrown in the mix with those top teams that are going to be fighting it out on finals day.
That Central Coast area we know is a big breeding ground for the future of touch footballers. Look at the speed, they give the ball back, and he goes short, and he had the option long, but it was a good read by the winger Sooty there. Not everything going right for him so far, but that's a great bit of defence there.
Yeah, that was impressive, and we've seen that a little bit throughout some of the games today, where some of the teams get a little bit flustered in their drive when they're up against a more fancied opponent, but their defence on the line is often quite strong. They scramble, they talk a lot, keeps them in the game. So Cyclones will be looking for a lot more of that.
As the Cyclones they've been trapped down here in their own half, and Knight with the ball gives it away, and I think late was the call by Sanderson. He gets right on that Junior State Cup logo, and take this opportunity, as you can see from the footage, the stadium field, all the fields around this venue here at Lady Cutler, and for Veens here, the venue is in magnificent condition. Jason, I know you've been out and about, and you've been to the merchandise tent and the Grip Stars and Budgie Smuggler tent as well. You've been everywhere this morning. Yeah,
anyone that knows me knows I'm very, very particular about my products, and I don't like giving shout outs unless it's great stuff that I'm wearing, and I happen to be wearing the Grip Star socks as we speak, and I've been impressed. I actually picked up my first pair last weekend from the Grip Star tent, and I've been wearing them around, really enjoying them. So for those that don't know what it is, it's sort of got I don't know if it's rubber, what do you call it, poly something on the bottom of the sock, and gives a bit of a grip and stops your foot moving within the shoe. So very comfortable and great for performance.
And Cyclones on the drive there, cough it up, and Peninsula, as you said, Peninsula looking to extend their lead to 3 here. They'll go forward, and that'll be Zane Smith as they head to the box. You've got Marks now, and Smith going for a sub, and here they come, the reinforcements on the field. You've got, that'll be Turner with Tucker, with the ball, and he'll take it about 10 out, and they're going to look for a strike dumped. I dare say there's right. He'll get the quick. He's got him, all ends up. He's got him beat. He goes short, and Hickey is touched. It's good defence. Sudi on fire on this wing here for the Cyclones, and they got one last touch as Hickey with the ball gives it away, and that'll be Wright. Wright steps off the right, and he's caught. A good defensive step by the Cyclones there.
Yeah, they held him out quite well. I was particularly impressed there with the number 5 Russell when they did that quick release or the quickie play. Rather than standing behind Wright, he actually got round the side and gave it to him very quick off the ground. And sometimes we call that downtime, or how long the ball's on the ground. And Russell did an outstanding job there.
Cyclones take it up and go there, take the flick pass out the back.
Yeah, they're probably trying a little bit hard on that occasion. We had a couple questions sort of come through about the about the refereeing, the way it works over the weekend in terms of, like, they're getting assessed and getting tips throughout, and then how does it work, like who gets the final?
So Saturday night, so they've got a big coaching panel. I think it's about 14 or 15 people that get out and about and look to finalise. They go over the top, and they're in the piranhas. Stop me there. Chislett's in the corner, and he scores and extends the lead. It was Bailey Chislett scores in the corner, and a good long pass there. But back to what we're talking about, Jace. So that panel will sit down on a Saturday night. They get a room and have dinner, and they just discuss. And I think there's a bit of a running. So even Friday night there's a discussion, and they move into Saturday, obviously, and have a rough idea of their rankings for the top referees. And that's sort of how it works. That's how they get to the crux of it on.
And then every tourney's fresh. So Ryan Wake, who had a really strong, outstanding performance last week, very impressive. Coming into this weekend, is it back square, or do we remember that he was great last week?
Yeah, I can't actually answer that. I think the best person for that would be probably Matto and the crew. Ian Matthew, who turned 75, I believe, on Wednesday. So happy birthday, Matto. So he's here and enjoyed a bacon eat this morning. My shout. So hope you enjoyed that,
mate. I'm glad you couldn't answer, because I like to put you under pressure. For those that don't know, Nathan Loveday's a very accomplished referee in his own right, so I like putting all the referees under pressure, whether you're on the field or whether you're in the box.
Yeah, I could try and answer. I just wouldn't probably give you the best and most accurate answer for the way they do things. So I think in their own right, I think the referees, they've got numbers, long pass, and the only one scoring that one was a referee on the sideline.
Yeah, it's a very difficult pass that it's sort of come up throughout the day. The wind's coming like almost across towards the screen, or the bottom right corner of your screen. So to be able to run at that speed and throw the ball into the wind almost against you is quite a difficult skill. And we've seen quite a few passes in that bottom corner, or the top right corner to your screen, being called forward or go into ground.
There, Sudi taking and we've got problems on the drive, and what have we got? 7 on is the call from referee Alec Clark, and the Piranhas, another chance to attack here. Yeah, did probably fair to say, difficult conditions to try and attack in? Is that fair to say? And you can probably hear the wind. We can hear it through the sound effects mics here. It's increased. My forecast at 11 said the wind was dying, but it seems to have picked up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely as the wind's picking up, and the ball players, whether they're scooping or running a quick release like we're seeing here from Peninsula, that's actually down again. You know, he's probably reluctant to throw long into the wind, but he's gone with the right option there for a try.
We have Smith and Marks combining there, the little fist bump to celebrate for the boys from Peninsula, and they extend their lead, and the Cyclones rush back to halfway, and they get another chance to attack, and Studdert takes a tap off, and he had to be offside. Good call by Sanderson, and go forward, and we've got jersey 24, Corbin Ross with the ball, and Studdert into half, and he's working with Ross, and Ross will pull him out, back to Studdert. They're going to go to 4 and 3. They are, but good defence by the Piranhas, and they're holding up, and Ross now Studdert they're looking for the sweep. Ross will go down, and Studdert gets there. He picks it up off the ground. Ross now steps off the left, gives it out and back, and the ref has a tumble. It's always good to laugh at. They throw it. They've had some space. They've shut the gate. Some good defence there by the Piranhas. They're scrambling well, Peninsula.
Yeah, they are, and I think it was quite good to see the Carlingford, I think you said it was Ross, running some plays, asking questions of the defence. That's a lot better from the Cyclones on that set. But the Piranhas clearly up to the task, and they're almost shifting into cruise mode here. You get a few up in these games. You've got to play quite a few games over the weekend. And like for those new to the game, it'd be 2-3 games a day, I think, is it, in these events? Yeah,
depending on the amount in the pool. Yeah, roughly 3 games a day. You know, some have 2 games a day, so 4 to 5, or minimum 2 games. But yeah, most of them have. All games, all rounds are minimum. There's minimum 5 rounds. 5 games for each club here this weekend. So I got that out eventually.
Yes, that's quite taxing on the players. Like to keep getting yourself up, and it's almost unrealistic to be full speed, maximum effort every game. So these sorts of games where you get in front, like what we're seeing here with Peninsula, as long as you can stay focused, it's a good opportunity to cruise, maybe back off one gear, and cruise a bit, and conserve a bit of energy. So these games are important for the campaign as well. It's not just every game full pace, as many tries as you can.
Yeah, well, as you said, it's an important part of the weekend, and you see that a lot in the Senior State Cup. It's probably more of a place that we see that killing the clock is the best way it's described. They've got space here, they've got numbers. Big step off the right. Sudi, he's having an absolute blinder on the wing.
Yeah, Sudi's getting a lot of traffic out there. He's a traffic cop. The Peninsula players are hurting the Cyclones D on the inside, which is forcing them to come in and help and collapse. And Sudi's seen a lot of traffic there out on his right wing.
There's the bounce play again. He's a little bit late, I think. He's the winger. And Dransfield scores for the Piranhas. It's that little bounce play again on that link. Where they just think the link sort of switches off there, and
I think
he just bounces a little bit. And
yeah, it's a nice play, Nathan. That sort of play went out of, I suppose, fad or out of populated for a little while, and now it's coming back. And like as a defender, I've actually got beaten on that quite a few times myself. And what it is that you see your opposite link hitting the hole, like inside you, and you think, I've got to go save it or it's going to be a try. And as you step in to touch the attacker, he bounces outside you. So sometimes it looks a bit easy like on the screen, but as the defender, it's actually quite difficult to actually hold out that sort of play. So it's just very well run from Peninsula rather than something that's an issue with the Cyclones do.
And the play through, the call from Sanderson, and it's Dransfield, the try scorer. He gets up the field, and they get up near the 10 now, and they come back over, and a little bit slow on transition there. I think some after the play through were not sure they were subbing or not, and they have. And here we go back to 6-on-6, and you've got Straker with the ball off to Smith, and Straker and Smith will go middle here looking for Bull McMinnon, and Bull McMinnon off the ground, and the out ball, and they've got space. They've got the 2-on-1. I think that's forward. Oh, Jason Stanton, if you want to hear an analysis, go back about 3 minutes to that far corner on your screen, and there's another one to that corner.
Yeah, that top corner of the screen. It's a very difficult pass pass to throw when you're moving forward into the wind. And as I said, like you're running at full pace, you really got to get a bit of extra rip on the ball to try and keep it going backwards.
This is some good defence here by the Piranha. Oh, he's dropped it. Sudi, he's been saving the try, and he's almost gifted Zachary Straker a try there, but he couldn't hold on to it.
Oh, Sudi's everywhere, isn't he? He's saving tries, he's doing the drive, he's directing traffic, he's going, come on Cyclones, get in there, drive the ball. Sudi's I think he's a traffic cop from way back. He's in everything today.
And they go the link quickie, and ball's dummied inside, and Piranhas again, they're just their attacks probably just missing a bit of speed and into it. Like they're sort of holding the play up a little bit too much downtime, Jace, and if you care to explain what downtime is in touch.
Yeah, so downtime's when someone gets touched. Obviously, they place the ball on the ground like you saw there, and downtime's how long it sits there before someone can pick it up and give it to a live attacker, because during that time the defence can get back onside. And when Nathan, when you're just mentioning about maybe Cyclone, being a bit off the speed or this or that, that's like influenced by the defence as well. Like Peninsula getting back onside early, they got good comms, so it sort of makes Cyclones appear a bit slower than what they are because the defence is so strong.
As you said, they're quite structured as well, Peninsula. I think they're definitely putting their hat in the ring. As you said, we've had the Central Coast boys and Northern Beaches boys, Manly this morning. That finished, I think, 4-3, Manly. And
yeah, Manly showed some good stuff, and then Northern Beaches looked to be the team to beat. So a try here.
Referee Clark bring it back. It was a good hole run by Russell, but the referee brings it back for a forward pass off the ruck.
I like what I'm seeing in Russell, that those sort of, getting that quick downtime of getting to the side of the of the dumper, which we spoke about earlier, hitting a nice tight line there. And if you look in DC, how he's leading the press, getting up, there's some really good things there from the number 5, Nash Russell for Peninsula.
Get up here, and this press from the Peninsulas, as you said, I think it's definitely a contributing factor to the speed of the Carlingford attack, but they're getting off the line awfully quick, Peninsula, and it's almost too quick, but it's not.
Well, there's a lot of anticipation in the modern defensive lines, aren't they? They're sort of like there's a lot of watching stuff on YouTube or Bar TV, or they're really understanding what the attack's doing. So the defence is like anticipating, almost know what's coming before it happens.
They'll get in for the strike dump, but another penalty here, and appears to be a game where, just with the score it is, I think it's 5-0 currently to the Piranhas, and as you said, this will be a good opportunity for the Piranhas to just sort of look to kill the clock. And there's Dransfield, he looked to get the quickie play, and he's got the touch there, the defender. On the attack, and Dransfield gets the counties in, and he goes, he pumps short, and it's a hole. It's a great hole from Byron Marks. They combine again, I think for the 3rd time. Peninsula extend their lead.
Yeah, and I like to add a bit of trivia or a bit of history to that. You might have heard Nathan call out counties, which was a quick release from a middle link, breaking like to the long side or towards the other middle, and someone might, you might be thinking, where does counties come from? Well, there's a team called Counties Manukau in New Zealand, and in the 2001, I think it was, or 2002 Nationals, they invented that play, and we've affectionately called it counties ever since. So whenever you hear these moves, sometimes it's good to dig through the origin, and you might come up with some interesting some interesting facts there. I don't know if that's useful or not, but that's where that move came from.
I think there'll be plenty of youngsters, and even maybe some of the guys from the 18s looking at the footage a little bit later when they have a look at the Peninsula and try and break them down for the potential final. So there'll be no doubt some coaches, probably Mitch Walkerton from the coast, and you got Wongy, Nathan Wong, and Jonathan Palau, and Harry Berryman from Northern Beaches. I'll probably have a little bit of footage a bit later. There's a couple of great exponents of the games of the counties at the moment. Dylan Hennessy probably one of the ones that comes to mind straight away when you talk about.
Dylan Hennessy's all class, so we might as well explain how to defend it then if we're going to say to run it. So what you want to do if you're the outside 3 players and they're running that quick release towards you, you want to get 2 or 3 steps off the line to sort of take a time away from them. Then you want to almost like tread water or jog on the spot and let the play unfold in front of you. Because what the ball player that gets the quick release, what he wants to see is 3 defenders charging at him. So he's got an easy option, hit short or hit long. So if you can take a few steps off the line, take his time away, then almost pause, that makes it difficult for the ball player. So that's a bit of a tip that might help some of our crew coming through on how to stop the counties.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it here first. Jason Stanton breaking it down. He's our expert. You'll hear him throughout the weekend.
Yeah, a nice touch there by the Cyclones. The other thing too that I've found interesting in the last weekend at the Southern Conference, and then we're starting to see it a bit here today, is the way that the referees work, like as a unit with the 3 together. It's not like back in the day. Oh, it's a nice try. We'll come back to that. Is that the 11? Is it Zane Smith? Made that look too easy there with a nice quick release, stepping off the left and finishing the try. But with the referees back, 100 years ago when I used to play, you'd be like 1 ref, and then we thought, let's help him out and get 2. You've seen that with the NRL a bit as well. And then you look at the touch where you've got 3, and one of the things that's not immediately obvious is that the 3 referees work together. So the outside referees are talking to the controlling referee or the one in the middle, and we saw that again, last weekend, and we're seeing it again today, where it really helps getting the right call. And is that where do you prefer to be, in the middle or on the outside? Or
I prefer to be in the middle, that's for sure. But I think that the big importance, I think, of the referees and their role is knowing what their exact role is. So I think a lot of the times, and a bit of controversy as such might, and I think we saw it last week, is sometimes when the forward passes get called by the far side referee, and that might create a bit of angst. But I think the best games are usually the ones where the combinations of the referees really work together, and they work and they communicate really well. And I think there is a clear difference, and I think you've obviously been around a while to know that there's a clear difference between the way a game is officiated really well, because you just don't notice the referees. Like when they're not noticed, it's usually the better games.
100%. And I guess that's from, I'm not a high level ref as Nathan, but I mean, one of the tips I'd say is early comms between the 3 really helps. So before the decision's made, and that, you don't really have to stop the game and go and have a discussion. A lot of the times you can be talking on the run, early comms to the controlling referee and get the right call. So that's probably what I'd encourage the younger referees coming through is, sort of don't be shy. Get talking, have a bit of dialogue going between the 3 referees throughout the game.
I'll just get you speak about that, talking on the run, and one of my pet peeves is when they decide to have a committee meeting at a try in the corner. They pull out the chairs and the tables.
Sorry everyone,
and
I've started him off. Sorry, apologies to all the viewers at home. I've started off Nathan on his committee meetings.
Because you just spoke about being proactive with what they see. They should just communicate that. I've told Matto this a million times, that they should just say what they see, and if they disagree, they disagree. Just get on with it. That's life. But we haven't seen it yet, and the referees here are doing a good performance. They're getting a good workout here with the back and forth, a little bit of drop ball coming into the game, and quite a few penalties in this game. And I think it's probably a little bit to do with fatigue. Whilst the wind's up here, it's still quite humid and still quite muggy. Not as warm as last week, obviously. You got the long sleeve on today, which you wouldn't have donned last week. There's no question of that. So a little bit difficult, but completely different conditions to last week.
Yeah, it is a bit different with that, and I don't mind my long sleeve. Hyperactive merchandising, shout out. I said to you, I only give the shout outs if I'm wearing it. Hyperactive merchandising, doing all of the I like all the sun smart stuff. You go to get a hat or a long sleeve. I love all the that stuff. You turn up at the event, you got the kids in the car, you packed everything, you rock up and you go, oops, I forgot that. You duck down the tent, and Michael Einfield from Hyperactive Merchandising will save the day.
As the Cyclones looking to get on the board, there's Ross with the ball, and he dances with Ward, and they go long, and I'd love to see Sudi get one here on the last play. There's not long to go. I'd love to see him pull a bullet pass out and see Sudi score in this corner. He's had a big game. The young fella.
Ross has been really creative, Nathan. I think in against an opposition, and it's no disrespect to Cyclones, of course, but Peninsula's dominating the game, and it's making it hard for the Cyclones' attack. But Ross is asking questions and he's creating, and I think maybe coming into the subsequent games where maybe not up against a juggernaut like Peninsula, Ross is going to cause a lot of damage.
And they go through the line. There's Bulls McMinnon and intercept, and he's been touched. I'll take that out to the 7 on a 0 touch. So changed the 8th edition rules a couple of years ago. It's a 0 touch from an intercept. You would have seen Ryan Waite waving 0 above his head, and there's Ross taking that ball forward, and there's a siren in the background, and he's dancing there, Hugo Brown, and that'll do us. Peninsula far too good in this one. We'll take a short break and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Welcome back here to beautiful Dubbo with the sun shining up around about 27 degrees. It is warm, and there's also a bit of wind floating around for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. This is the 14 boys division. The Wallsend Dragons taking on the Port Makos. James Preston with you in commentary, and alongside me is the CEO of New South Wales Touch Football, Dean Russell. Dean, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, James. Beautiful weather out here at Dubbo, and the fields are picturesque.
Certainly are. All that early morning dew has transpired, removed off the ground. Conditions are perfect for a bit of footy, and it is the Wallsend Dragons who will get first use of the ball, and they are one of the red-hot sides in this particular division, Dean.
Yeah, this particular division, there are a lot of really good players spread across all the teams. Wallsend performing really well at their local junior levels, and one of the teams to watch.
We'll get to watch them straight away here from the onset. 25 minutes on the clock, no half-time breaks, and of course the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. First use of the ball here with Wallsend through Jed McDonald as they come back to the middle of the field, stepping off the right foot. Still live here through Fodu Moala. Now played inside the 7, Fodu Moala. Good footwork, just couldn't evade the final touch there though. Good defence from Port Macquarie.
Yeah, it was good defence. They were trying a little dink play back on the inside there, but they just got their lines wrong, and that'll be something that the coaches will want to work off when they come to the sideline.
And unfortunately for the Makos, very early on in the set, they've turned over possession, so a really good opportunity for the first points of the match to come the way of the Wallsend Dragons. Straight away, they go on the attack. Gristwood back here to Wallace. Wallace slows it at the 7. Gristwood now Fodu Moala. Fodu Moala getting very close. In fact, he's gone better than that. It's try time for the Wallsend Dragons.
Yeah, that was a really good play there. They just used their foot speed to get on the outside of their defensive opposition. But really good work from Cade McKay on the outside. He ran a really good line, which made sure that his link had to stay with him and couldn't come down and make the touch. And so it's really important for the juniors to understand the support play, running the right lines, and the opportunities that's going to create.
Well, they're far too much of a good team to offer them that kind of field position. So Port Macquarie will have to be careful moving forward when working away from their own end. So they feign to go for the short play instead, straight out of acting half and into the backfield, popping the ball over the top, and a great contortion of the body to get it to ground. They'll just confer there. In fact, there was a touch in time, so good defence from Hunter Simpson.
Yeah, there's that pass went a little bit too high, so it took a bit of time to get the ball to the ground, allowed the defence to get across and make that touch.
So Wallsend survive and can now work it away from their own end. They are in cruise control at the moment, leading 1-0. Port Macquarie slowly easing their way into the contest. Wallsend have had a rapid start to it though. Simpson out of acting half and now supplying for Gristwood. Further on they promoted McDonald. Wider still now to McKay. Played on the 7. Last touch now. Oh, Fodu Moala, what a ball that is. And right through the middle goes Billy McDonald.
Yeah, I was just going to say there, when they went around to the right-hand side of the field, they were running across field rather than straightening the attack. But when they came back to the left, they straightened the attack. They hit a really good line there, just running an in line, and pays dividends when you go direct.
Certainly does, and so far all the dividends are falling the way of the Wallsend Dragons. 2-0 they lead early on in this contest against the Port Macquarie Makos as Blaze Martin crabs across field, looking for some sort of support here. Now Rowlett. Rowlett still crabbing in at acting half. They feign to link up. They've done this a couple of times so far, but on this occasion they're caught out, of course, in touch football. You cannot be caught from dummy half, otherwise it is a changeover, Dean Russell.
Exactly right. A little play where they sneak behind the runner coming close to the ruck, run around behind him, try and get a rooster play by Berserk, and then try to look to create that opportunity. But the defence there from the Wallsend Dragons was up to it and weren't fooled at all.
Change over here as well with an incorrect play the ball, so Port Macquarie get a chance to work it away from their own end.
Yeah, no, they've just picked up a penalty there that the substitutions were incorrect, so that's why they've brought the ball forward to that 10-metre mark and given the penalty for Port Macquarie now into the red zone.
I think that one's going to go against Port Macquarie here. Yes, no hand on the ball. That was all just loose possession from the Makos. as they head towards the sideline now, the Doyleson Dragons. They're very good club-wide in terms of their subsets, getting that transition rolling quite smoothly. You can see it here once again as Gristwood plays it. Beautiful flick up as well from Simpson. And Fodu Moala continues things. They've got them backpedaling all the way through nearly. No, a clutch ankle tap just at the death there from Joey Thompson.
Yeah, they come from the club where you could argue have the best subset in the game with their men's Premier League team under the coach of Carly Banks. And Carly has a lot to do with the Doyleson Touch Association and the juniors. She's not just their Premier League coach. And you can see that transition coming on the field at pace, swinging wide and trying to catch the defence short.
Well, it's very reminiscent of the style that's been employed over at the Penrith Panthers, of course. They seem to play the exact same way no matter what grade, what division. Very similar structure for the Doyleson Dragons as well. Last play here for Port Macquarie. Gordon picks it up, finds some support in the form of Riches, but they get him in time. Nice touch coming across from Ryder Clark.
Yeah, good defence once again from Doyleson. They look a well-drilled team. If I was the Port Macquarie coach, there's one thing I would try and get them to do is to be a bit stronger in the ruck. They just look like they're getting a little bit out-muscled at the moment by the Doyleson defenders. So you're a little bit stronger in the ruck, get a cleaner roll ball away to allow the attack to flow out of that.
Here is McGeorge playing it. Simpson flicks it up, continues the attack here. McDonald, one of the try scorers. Through they go. Nowhere near making the touch. McKay really does live up to his first name as the Jet, and he zooms through them.
Yeah, and once again, that came off the back of a subset. They drilled the ball to the sideline. They got their sweeping substitutes coming on at pace, swinging wide, and just running into holes.
So really good position here for the Doyleson Dragons. Nice and early in this one. Only about 6 minutes gone. They lead 3-0. Port Macquarie with oodles of work to do.
Port Macquarie haven't looked too bad. It's just the Doyleson defence. Yeah, good to call there for the referee, calling the three out there. McKay, he was offside. But Port Macquarie, as I was saying, they haven't looked too bad. We've just got to strengthen up here in the ruck. Here's an opportunity as they go.
Well, it is Walters who's come very close, but the touch comes in there from Thomas McGeorge. Back to the 7 they'll have to go.
He might have picked up a little bit of a cork there, Walters. It's just a collision on the line, trying to score the touchdown and trying to prevent the touchdown.
Gleeson is caught on the last. A changeover. They survive once again here, the Doyleson Dragons. They did ask a few questions there, Port Macquarie, but all the answers supplied from the Dragons. They head towards the sideline and unleash down the sideline. Here comes Simpson. Simpson getting very close to that sideline, also close to getting away, but good cover there from Gleeson as they head back towards the middle. Gristwood plays it. Simpson and now Wallace. Wallace nice and straight. Fodu Moala. Fodu Moala once more tears them apart. Simpson goes in. There's no one saying dull about that one.
Yeah, they're going to have to really tighten up on Fodu Moala there. He has been in sensational form in the early part of this game. Every time he's got the ball, he's looked dangerous. Doesn't matter whether he's in the attacking zone or coming off his own line. He's always creating an opportunity.
So Doyleson Dragons 4-0 after around 7 or 8 minutes of play. They've been very strong to begin this one. Port Macquarie, you fancy already need to be next to score just to try and keep touch with the scoreline here. Gordon receives it out of acting half. And now away to Rowlett. Rowlett encroaching on that 7-metre mark. Good pressure. Stepping up into the line was Nash Wallace. But he's being called offside here. So touch and go. Referees are on the spot though. Now we'll get another set to work with here. Port Macquarie. Just slowing things down a little bit here. Thompson promotes it further here to Schmood. Schmood drops it down here as Thompson at pace. Lovely cut-out pass. That's beautiful work there from Joey Thompson. And they managed to go in through Oakshott.
Yeah, and you called for it there, James. You said that Port Macquarie had to be the next to score, and they've answered back exactly with that call. It was a really well set up play. They sent the sweepers around to the right-hand side of the field. They then dumped the ball. Look back to the left, a nice long ball out to the wing, and they score in the corner to put themselves back in the contest.
So margin cut to 3, 4-1 in favour of the Doyleson Dragons. As McKay is back out there. Good pressure in defence. McKay wrapping around. Once more trying to work for that overlap. Back he turns it to Ryder Clark. McKay, lovely cut-out pass. I don't think they've got there in time. They went to ground very quickly. I think you might see another try here for the Doyleson Dragons. Yes, it's all clear. 5-1.
Yeah, the referees converse over there. Little winger out there, he chased across, he got the touch, but unfortunately the ball was already on the ground, and that's another touchdown for Doyleson. I'll tell you what I am impressed with, James. They're doing it pretty easily out here, but the coach on the sideline for Doyleson, very calm and relaxed, but when his players are coming off, he's just getting them together and giving them more instruction about what he wants them to see doing.
So far, he must be pretty happy with what he's seen. His side is in the lead by 4 as McKay steps up to make the touch. And now it's worked away here through Gleeson. Ritchie's drops it off last play now. Hudson still an option through the middle. Oh, nice little run there though from Walters, who tried to evade all the touches. He's earned his side another set to work with here though.
Yeah, the referee played good advantage there, and when he didn't get through, gave the penalty. Gleeson
slows it down. Just toying with their opposition here. They're looking to work for that 7-metre penalty. Of course, if the defensive line doesn't come up to that dotted line that you're seeing on your screens, that results in a penalty being blown. You get a quick succession of those and someone will be sat down. Here is Gleeson now. Gleeson, oh, the fancy footwork, so fancy, he's fooled himself.
Yeah, he was trying to change his pace there, and unfortunately just tripped himself up, and referee's picked up an incorrect roll ball there, so it's a change over to Doyleson now.
Well, Dean, I've always been quite interested in doing ice skating. That's exactly why I don't. That's how I'd look if I hopped up there on the skates.
Yeah, I can do most sports, but I am a little bit of a Bambi when it does come to the ice skating.
So here comes McKay, and now Simpson popping in at acting half. Nice little step away there from Gristwood. Quick hands on now to McDonald. Fodu Moala is back out there. He's a danger man for them. Caught about 10 shy of the try line.
Yeah, a little bit disjointed that time on their box play, bringing the players on. They just kind of got in their way as they were running through, and there's a mistake now from Doyleson.
Well, that's a continuation there. You're talking about a bit of disjointment, but also give some credit to the Port Macquarie defensive line too. They rushed up and in, and just forced the hand a little bit there from the Dragons.
Yeah, put pressure on them, took time away from them, didn't just roll back to their own line, which is what caught them out in the first couple of touchdowns they allowed in. So good adjustment by the team, and no doubt by the coaching staff.
Well, that one could have gone either way. That roll ball was very messy there from Martin, but play on is the call. Gordon now in at acting half, has Martin in support. Eventually uses him. I think that might be touch pass though, and they get the touch regardless. So good diving effort there from Gristwood to close it down just in case it was play on.
Yeah, it looked like he might have been caught out that time, but adjusted, turned his body in and made the diving touch to save the touchdown.
Touch made there from Schmood. Fodu Moala up over halfway now. Nice driving run as the reinforcements arrive. McGeorge. Here's Simpson. And now Wallace. Wallace, good meters. Last play. Here's McKay. McKay diving into the in goal, and the floating pass over the top. Hunter Simpson just unable to collect it.
Yeah, it was a really good setup. Again, they are causing all sorts of havoc with the defence when they do come off that sweeping play, off the subset. But you'll notice that time with Port Macquarie, where the previous time they came forward to try and shut down time and space, this time they rolled back and caught themselves out.
So Knight with a run there for the Makos as they head towards their subs box. Still driving upfield. Good touch made from Wallace. We've had about 13 minutes of play, so into the second part of this match. Good ball back on the inside. Nice recycling of the footy. Unfortunately for the Makos, though, no result, and then a touch pass, so change over here.
Yeah, unfortunate there. They were trying to create something. They're behind on the scoreboard. They do need to create opportunities. They just tried something there, and unfortunately, just the pass was a fraction late. Really good decision from the referee to pick that one up.
It's McGeorge with the run, and now followed up by Mackay. Further forward they march with Clark. Clark with a nice little roll ball. Fodu Moala, lovely long pass here. Mackay once again. Oh, he's split them, has he? Just on the outside. The big dummy came in. No, they did enough in the link position. Good scramble. Last play now for the Wallsend Dragons. Fodu Moala, quick hands. They've got them backpedaling. They won't need the extra support, will they? I think they've stood tall here. Yes. Touch is made.
Yeah, a couple of great defensive efforts there from Port Macquarie. That last one there by Eli Hudson coming in and making that touch. But the play before on the other side of the field from Joey Thompson, chasing down the long striding Doyleson attack and was able to save a touchdown.
So up to halfway now come the Makos. Still with plenty of work to do. They are down by 4, 5-1. Doyleson Dragons leading if you're just joining us. Port Macquarie in the blue and black outfit. The ball is here with Riches. Drops it down. Now comes Blaze Martin. Blaze looking to blaze his own trail, so to speak. Continuing to pop the pass here. That's definitely going to be after the touch was enacted. So change over here in favour of the Doyleson Dragons. So they remain in cruise control, working away from their own end. As Clark plays it, they head towards the sideline. Once more, a very smooth transition here. You can see all the players onto the pitch as the drive continues through McGeorge. Now McKay. McKay short side. Oh, that's very sneaky. It's nearly come up trumps for him.
And once again, Eli Hudson there on the wing, making a great touch.
So McKay slumming it down. Oh, he threatened to go bang off the left foot. Instead, a big semicircle. Dummies once, still alive here for them. Barton, back to McKay. McKay off the right foot. Once more showing it. And nearly evading the touch, but it was good play there from Arthur Schmood, who stepped up and made the touch in the end.
I'll tell you one thing, they must feed them well at Doyleson. They've got a couple of real tall timbers out there playing, which is an advantage with their long arms and long levers to be able to throw the ball long or take those high passes.
Well, Dean, I know you've frequented the Doyle. They've got great chicken schnitzel there, so it makes complete sense to me that they're a little bit taller than a lot of kids their age. So the touch comes in here from McGeorge. I thought that might have been an offside play there from McDonald. Play on is the call instead. The flick pass comes out. I know you're a big fan of those. When they count, I think on that occasion that was actually worthy of a flick pass.
I would give that a tick. It was a very nice play there. But great skill, that little flick pass. Had the defence looking one way with his eyes and just flicked it out the back and it hit the mark.
So McKay rifles it from left to right. And now McDonald hopping in at acting half. Touch is made here from Oakshott, the sole try scorer so far for the Port Macquarie Makos. And they're really moving at pace in this particular set. Here is Cade McKay, one of the two McKay boys. Now Fodu Moala. Fodu Moala, splits them, looking for support. He can't score himself, of course, from acting half. Eventually pops the pass. It's just a little too far in front of Ethan West. Perhaps it should have been a further east.
Yeah, it's some really good work then once again for Fodu Moala. But just lacking support play. Give credit to Port Macquarie defence. They didn't let their players get away from them defensively. They were able to mount the pressure air, and unfortunately, Polamaala could not find a mark to get the ball down.
So about 8 minutes remaining, and there's a real miscommunication there from Port Macquarie. Changeover it is, 10 metres into enemy territory.
Yeah, that's what we call those coach killers in the game. They've been under pressure. They've really defended well, Port Macquarie. They're trying their hearts out down here defensively. They get the opportunity to move the ball downfield and a quick turnover.
Here is Fodu Moala hopping in at acting half as they scoot around the outside with Gristwood. Gristwood linking up with McKay. Another touch here from the Makos. That'll do it. Change over here once more.
Yeah, late pass that time. Referees have had a pretty good game this in this time slot. They're right on everything.
I must say they've been pretty exceptional across the entire morning. I've seen a lot of good calls, especially from our sideline officials, I must say. We do have beautiful markings here, so you can definitely see when the foot is going into touch. Not too many blue boots floating around out there.
Yeah, the council and have done a tremendous job with the way they've prepared the venue out here, and no doubt that's coming up a treat on your screens at home.
And a big shout out to Dubbo Council for hosting the Junior State Cup Northern Conference for 2023. So it's been a little while since we've been able to put on the Northern Conference as well.
Yeah, we've had a bit of bad luck weather-wise, but certainly the conditions we've got here today are fantastic for play, and it's predicted to be this way for the rest of the weekend.
Perfect conditions for footy as the Makos head up towards the Dawson Dragons try line. Still a few plays left in the set. Schmood comes away with it. Last play now. Gleeson provides short here. Gordon at pace. Gleeson still an option. Oh, they tracked well. However, there were a few offside players, so referees playing advantage. Back to that 7 metre mark with a full set to play with. Gleeson touches it. Now looks for Gordon. I'll slow things down here. Bit of patience about their play. Last time we saw them with a concerted approach. Resulted in a try for Oakshott. They drop it inside the 7. Short ball for Gleeson. Nearly opening up there. There was certainly a passage wider still if they wanted to opt for the big bomb over the top.
Yeah, just a learning lesson here for them. They probably want to, when they're playing that strike, oh, that's down for mine.
I think that's through.
The referee's going to call that as well.
Absolutely. It was Ryder Clark who was just caught shy of the try line. Immediately they ran at him, and it's reaped dividends. 5-2. Port Macquarie Mako's reduced that margin.
Yeah, and really good low dive too. Like sometimes the youth and the juniors can dive high, what we call high in the air. But young Rafferty Gordon there got his body down low and he slid the ball over the line to make it more difficult for the defenders to get down there. And once again, the referee's right on the spot. Great decision.
So coming inside the final 5 minutes here between these two teams. It's not quite done with yet for the Dawson Dragons. They lead by 3. There is enough time if Port Macquarie is good enough. We certainly know their opposition is a hard team to beat as Fodu Moala supplies a perfect pass from right to left, 20 metres, rifled into the waiting arms of Hunter Simpson, who hunts himself a try.
He has got this game on a string and in the palm of his hands, hasn't he? He's just had an exceptionally talented game, and everything he's turned has turned to gold.
It's a 6-2 here, with time very quickly running out. I think that might do it here for the Dawson Dragons. They'll be tough to beat from this point. Port Macquarie certainly won't take their foot off the accelerator, though. So they come forward here through Blaze Martin. A little bit of miscommunication in that play. It broke down just a touch. Now with Richards. Richards crabbing across field. Fodu Moala comes out to make the touch. I thought, oh, geez, that really could have gone either way for mine. I thought there might have been a stray boot there from Fodu Moala.
Yeah, look, it could have been in there, but it's one of those 50-50s. And again, that's what we talk about, being strong in the ruck. If you're strong in the ruck, you keep the defender out of that zone there, and you get a cleaner play the ball.
Well, here he is now, Fodu Moala, up over halfway. Good pressure in defence, though, from Blaze Martin. As McKay is back out there, Jet McKay turning it back towards the middle. Picks it up with the one hand, great skill into the in-goal area. McKay pops the little pass. I think they've ruled it 4, though.
No, he's made the touch. That was the last touch, and the touch defenders got into the ruck there, and they made the touch. And now good drive out there from Port Macquarie.
Nice run here from Port and followed up from Blaze Martin all the way up towards halfway within 2 touches, and now further still. So midway through the count, good meters on display, but that's a bit of a coach killer. They've left it behind, and Adam Simpson, in fact, should I say Simon Martin, won't be particularly pleased about that one.
Yeah, look, again, like that was probably nearly their best set, the way they drove the ball down the field. They're making 10 metres on every drive. And again, just not strong enough in the ruck, and that's something the coach will have to work on. Got pushed off the ruck.
Here goes McKay finding a passage down the sideline. He linked up with Simpson again. Those two have caused all sorts of problems. Sorry, Dean, got a little bit excited there for me.
No, that's all good. They look like scoring down the right-hand side there, but referee Ben Harris, he's right on the spot again, saw that last pass go forward. And what I was saying is that Port Macquarie are driving the ball really well, but they've just got to be stronger in the ruck, and they're just being a little bit out-muscled by Doyleson, and that was what happened. Good dummy there, and that's what happened in that previous set.
Well, if that dummy was any bigger, I think you and I would have fallen off the scaffolding here thinking the ball's still coming this way. It's an enormous swing with the arms.
Well,
I think Fodu Moala might be in a bit of trouble here too.
Yep, forced sub. He must have said something to the referee, and that, unfortunately, he's had such a good game. He doesn't want to do anything stupid here, the young lad.
So out to Schmood as Jet McKay comes back on in place of Fodu Moala. Now slow it down here through Blaze Martin. Picked up. They attack once more. Almost thought he was going to put a little grubber in just for a moment there.
Yeah, look, and I thought he probably should have gone short then to Martin. I thought that might have been a better option. but it was still on out wide, and just unfortunately just not coming together for Port Macquarie at the moment.
So with only about a minute left, it is the Dawson Dragons in a commanding position here, 6-2. And they've worked another penalty here. Schmood ruled to have engaged in some forceful contact. Of course, a little bit of contact is fine. It's just if it goes above and beyond the necessary requirements, referees will ping them for it. Fodu Moala is back out there now. Thought that was forward for short. No, play on is the call after the juggle. Now drop it right on that 7 metre mark. Here comes McGeorge. McGeorge off the left foot, diving for the try line. They stood tall and made the touch, though.
Yeah, good defence from Gordon there. Didn't get sucked into the half rooster play that Doyleson tried to put on. Chance now for Port Macquarie to again drive down the field. There's a penalty here. They've just, again, the referee called for the ball to be given back, and Doyleson just threw it a little bit away. And last couple of minutes, a little bit of undisciplined play, which is unfortunate. They've been so disciplined in all aspects of their game so far. That's one thing their coach will probably want to talk to them about.
Well, this will be the last play of the match. Mako's looking to keep it alive. Martin flings it long. Oh, the intercept was on there for Hunter Simpson. He just couldn't reel it in, but at full time, a pretty dominant performance there from the Doyleson Dragons in the 14 boys division. 6-2 over Port Macquarie. And up next, we move to the 18 girls division. This one should be a really enticing fixture as well. Can't wait for all the action. That's going to be coming your way in about 5 minutes' time, right here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV. Welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Beautiful conditions for footy. The wind has fortunately died down a little bit. Still quite hot though, around 27 degrees, so fatigue will definitely become a factor at some point throughout this match. And on this particular match, we are seeing Nelson Bay in the blue strip taking on the Maitland Touch Association, the 18 girls division. 25-minute matches, no half-time breaks, and the two sides changing ends when a try is scored. James Preston with you in commentary as Maitland begin their crusade for the try line. And it hasn't begun particularly well, it must be said. It's actually more resembling a crusade after that one. Turnover straight away here for Nelson Bay. Nicholas driving forward and now finding Baxter, who picks up good metres. Here's Nicholas. Baxter then hopping in at acting half. We do also have Jason Stanton joining us in commentary for this one as well, as Nelson Bay is on the attack. Oh, diving potentially between two players. Stell Nicholas nearly did a stellar job. Back to that 7 metre mark. Nicholas floating cutout pass, a little bit too much height on it. The defence is able to arrive in time. They keep recycling the ball and they are asking a few questions there, but fortunately for Maitland, they had all the answers, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, Maitland were able to come up with some really strong D there. I've been hearing some positive things about this young Nelson Bay outfit, so I'm interested to see how they, what they can bring here on the stadium field, and to see whether Maitland, see how they match up against them.
Of course, the 18 girls division, a very hotly contested division for that matter, as Amelia Faulua comes up and over halfway. Now through the middle, Sunnerton. Faulua again. She is once more on the charge. Lovely pass back on the inside, but really well tracked in the end there from Emma Dawson.
Yeah, you mentioned it's a really hotly contested division. Just sort of wandering up to the field, I've always got to do a bit of a double take, because I think the ball's moving so wide passes, and it's moving so fast. I think it's women's. So I'm thinking, is it women's or 18s? And I've always got a double take because the ball movement's so great, and the speed, the level of touches just keeps getting better every year from these young girls.
Here is Olivia Hall. I'll get a turnover there. You're certainly right. I mean, we've seen, for example, in the, I believe it was the under-12s or under-14 girls division a little earlier this morning, some of the great diving. That's now become a real component of that particular division, something we probably weren't seeing a few years back.
Yeah, I mean, just to give you, I guess, just the viewers at home, to give you a bit of perspective, it wasn't that long ago when we were coaching the female touch players and the rugby players, where we'd take them to the beach and say, here, we'll show you how to dive, because there was a bit of a reluctance, and we had to sort of really try and teach it as a skill. Whereas now, if you come along and you coach in representative touch, everyone can dive. And it's really sort of clear in my mind, because I was there when we didn't dive. So it's a really really exciting thing to see that sort of skill on show in the female game.
Isabella Rawlins with that previous drive, and then heading to the sideline to allow those fresh troops onto the pitch. Last play now for Nelson Bay. Nice drives throughout the entire set. They're unable to launch a raid at the end of it, but a good spot to turn over possession as Maitland pick up good metres from the first run here. It's a very strong run for that matter, and followed up by Emmy Ladder. And another penalty coming the way of Maitland as well, as Fortunato Clocker restarts things. Eckford.
Yeah, so Maitland are moving through this midfield quite good. It's a bit of a fortunate penalty there. So now what they need coming into the lines, they've got to run, they've got to try and execute a really good play, a sweep or a wrap.
Well, here they go, just getting the touch in time there on Imogen Egg. And Egg is forced back to that 7 metre line. They'll slow it down here through Sunnerton. A little bit of miscommunication on that particular play as Beckett picks it up. Now Murdoch. Beckett again. Beckett with a couple of dummies out of acting half. She's touched. That means a changeover. So Nelson Bay. Nice scrambling defence against their line. There's been a few different raids from Maitland, but they've managed to come up trumps each time.
Yeah, and that's what I was sort of trying to get to in the commentary there about with the Maitland attack, is they had a good platform there. They needed to ask some questions. They need to run their plays diving at the line. I think they'll perhaps, a little bit standoffishy a little bit in that set, so they'll be looking for a little bit better better effort when they get down there next time.
Mitchell tried to link up with her outside player. It was touched by Maitland, so another set to work with here. It's probably one of those ones where, had they had their time over, Maitland might have just retracted the arm. Last tackle there, or last touch, should I say, so could have gone quite well for them had they just let the ball sing instead of interfering with it. Nelson Bay won't mind too much. Rawlins to Mitchell, and Mitchell now slows it down back to Rawlins here. At acting half, Rawlins, Mitchell, once more, Mitchell puts on the afterburners. Just got on the outside there for a moment, but Murdoch recovered well. Back to that 7 metre mark. Here is Mitchell. Slowing it down for Rawlins. Finally gets the touch on that 7 metre mark. Turning it back on the inside, but really well read. The entire play there from Tani Beckett. There was no opening whatsoever as Mitchell again tries to conjure up something, but Maitland's defence is like the Great Wall of China. There's no gaps whatsoever.
Yeah, Maitland looking very strong there. One of the things that I find particularly impressive that Maitland are doing is the outside players, or like the links and wings that are not in the touch, they're anticipating the touch and they're actually almost getting back to the try line, retreating back out of the play, which enables them to then, you know, be in good position for the next play. So it's something Maitland's doing really well, is not getting caught up in the touch.
Here's Falua, dumbing left, right and centre before finally being touched. She'll play the ball. Still an option through the middle. Well, they've got to release it. She's out of acting half. That was a real breakdown of communication. Falua was initially there in support, but just turned ahead away from the play. Wasn't much more Maitland could do as a result. So 10 metres shy of the halfway line now for Nelson Bay as Mitchell comes forward again. Oh, big touch on Mitchell. That's certainly forceful contact. So another penalty coming here.
Yeah, I think the red of Maitland and the pink of the referees, sometimes I look up and I think I've got 9 players on the field. But one of the things, Maitland, that you just sort of touched on there is that, like, they're defending well, they're driving well, but they've got to get a little bit more, you know, cohesion in their attack.
And off the back of that heavy touch, it's a forced substitution as well for Bonnie Walter back. So she's headed to the sideline. She'll be back shortly, though, so don't worry too much. It's not as if she's been sent off. And they'll turn over possession here, Nelson Bay. So still no score. Maitland Redbacks looking to work it away from their own end. Quick play, the ball. Off they go now. The scooter's on here for Sunnerton. Sunnerton getting away from them, looking to link up on the outside. Great scything run out of acting half from Sunnerton.
Incredible game awareness there to realise that she might get caught at dummy half, which would have been a changeover, and settle herself down and find a support player. That's first-class play there.
Falua was an option wrapping around once more. Big dummy came through, and somehow, despite it not being at the most blistering of paces, they've managed to find their way through here, Maitland. First try of the match goes the way of the Redbacks.
Yeah, well, speed's not always in the feet. Sometimes it's between the ears, and that was a perfect example. A try almost against the run of the play out of nothing by identifying the offside player, and it's something that that we've been seeing in some of these games. And like the ball plays, it's not just trying to always run around someone. There, the attacker spotted an offside player, probably heard the referee saying you're off, you're off. She's run at her and got the try, and that's really against the run of play and a great outcome for Maitland.
So quick hands here with Mitchell. Threatening that try line. Mitchell again. Oh, Mitchell, beautiful stuff. The swan dive and picks up a glorious try. We're back to level peggings. It hasn't taken long for the strike back here.
Yeah, Nelson Bay almost seemed to, that try they let in sort of almost seemed to shock them into a higher gear, and they come marching down the field. A beautiful play on the run, which we're going to have to see more from Nelson Bay if they want to go deep in this tournament, and they've hit straight back for 1-1. That's a really good response there.
So these two sides very evenly matched. I did allude to that earlier in the call, that this entire division is a pretty tightly contested one, as the touch is made here on Murdoch. Murdoch now shifting it on here for Beckett. Very busy so far, Tani Beckett. Here she is again now. Ball out in two hands, threatening to link up out wide. Great cover defence though, and the ball just a little bit too high, but referees playing advantage. All offside, so another set to work with here.
Yeah, and this would be This would be interesting to see now whether Maitland have learnt from their previous time down on the Nelson Bay line. They had some success there with the Nelson Bay players being called offside. So this is where Maitland's got to really almost get outside the 7 and force the defence right up out like they're doing here, and then running at the offside player. That's where the best chance of getting some luck.
Let's see if they can work it through Murdoch, who then supplies short there for Eckford. Eckford is caught by a couple of them. About 9.5 minutes gone so far in this one. 1-1 is the score. Maitland Redbacks with ball in hand up against Nelson Bay. Last play now, and the referee's not happy with how they've played it. Of course, you do have to play it square here in touch football, and that is the call. It wasn't square.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Maitland. So a bit of a tip when you're trying to set up your players, you'll often hear, like James in the commentary, or you might hear a coach say, "I dump on the 7" or "do it on the 7." That's so that you know the defenders all have to hit the try line. I might come back to that, James.
Well, here comes the Maitland Redbacks. They've gone nice and wide early on. They nearly stripped them for numbers. Murdoch back towards Beckett, and Beckett now links up with Egg. Egg drops it down. Beckett slowing it here for Murdoch. Once more, they are on the 7. Of course, that's what you're talking about there, Jason Stanton. It's a perfect place to drop it off. Very rare that you see the ball played inside that 7-metre mark. Usually from a real big momentum swing, pushing further into the field, and then popping back on the inside there. Not played up from Nelson Bay. But just back to your point there about that 7-metre mark and just how teams can utilise it for the ultimate attacking opportunity.
Yeah, so when you're throughout other parts of the field, you sort of got this imaginary 7-metre line that you can't quite see. So as the attacker, you're always trying to work out, is that player on or not? When you dump on the 7, you know every player has to hit the line. So it's very easy to see who's off, and you can be diving at their feet. So most coaches are going to be, trying to teach that you want to be doing your dump on the 7. And then even better, as a bit of a tip, is if you can set up outside the 7, like an 8 or a 9, and run in and dump on the 7, that's even better again, because you're getting more players offside when they come up to meet you outside the 7. So there's a few little tips for you when you're, for the young kids sort of trying to, develop their plays and work on their attack.
Absolutely, and that's why we see a lot of those offside calls occurring specifically around the try line as Farlua tries to link up. I think that's either been bounced or potentially touched. No, the referees are happy with it. It's Tani Sunaton who gets the benefit of the doubt there.
Yeah, Maitland, they're really surprising me. I wasn't wrapping them up too much because I thought they were a bit more one of the developing teams, but they seem to be going with Nelson Bay. They just keep raising the bar, and that was really good to see the scoop in the end goal. We haven't seen a lot of scooping today, and that really caught Nelson Bay off guard.
There's a lovely run from Farlua. They'll get another set to work with here, Nelson Bay. Good field position too, around about 15 metres away from the try line. Maitland Redbacks leading 2-1 here over Nelson Bay, 10 shy of the try line now. Here comes Mitchell again. She's looked dangerous so far. Oh, very late pass there, delayed until the very last moment. I'll go back to the 7-metre mark and play it. Mitchell flings it back towards the middle with O'Connor. Threatening to link up wider still. Dawson instead turns it back on the inside. Here she is again, Dawson. Dawson scheming, plotting and probing. Finds Mitchell. Mitchell got to ground very quickly. And 2 tries apiece. We're all locked up once more. These two, once one scores, the other one says, well, hold your hats. I'm coming back for you.
Absolute superb. And Dawson, I can't wrap her highly enough for that. She's scooped with speed, which is, a replica of their previous try. So they've worked out, hey, this is going to work. They've scooped through, but she's had enough composure and poise in the end goal under pressure to calm herself down and find the vacant support player. And that's really hard. You can't teach that.
It's about 13 and a half gone. We're into the second stanza of this particular match. Of course, 25-minute matches, no halftime breaks. As Murdoch has it about 10 away from the try line. Midway through the count here for the Maitland Redbacks. Murdoch dives from distance. Oh, they've done a good job there to get down very quickly because Murdoch herself was very quick to grass. One final play here. They'll fling it out, still alive just for the moment. Eckford, I thought there might have been a touch pass. That's what you're calling for, Jason Stanton. And I think, yes, they have in fact picked it up here.
Yeah, interesting thing you mentioned there, James, you mentioned 25 minutes with no half time. Often the half time's a good time in other formats of the game where you settle everyone down. You might say they're running this play, we're going to defend it this way, or this is the way they're defending, let's try this. And the coach can really have an influence on the outcome of the game. When it's 25 minutes straight, it's a little bit harder as a coach, and sometimes it can get away from you. So it's quite impressive that these teams are being able to hit back, and it's a bit like coaching on the fly. So a bit of a shout out to both sort of coaching crew and these teams, because it can often be a little bit difficult to make adjustments throughout the game.
You're 100% right. There's no chance for recalibration. If there is something going wrong, as you mentioned there, it's got to be fixed on the fly or not at all. And unfortunately, they weren't able to pick that one up on the fly. Left behind there from Hannah Baxter. So change over here for the Maitland Redbacks as they head towards their substitutions area. The transition's a very smooth one too. They continue the roll on. Charlotte Mate now up towards the middle of the pitch. But a stray foot, her own foot for that matter, coming into contact with the ball. Sloppy play the ball and a change over here for Nelson Bay. They work it away up towards the halfway line.
Yeah, a little bit difficult sometimes at speed, James, because these girls are flying so quick in their passing and dumping. It's, you only can be a fraction off and then the ball's bouncing or you're off the mark or.
It's a skill set very specific to this sport. There's not too many ones where you're reaching down at full pelt, trying to pick up the ball and continue on with the momentum as Mitchell hops around the centre of the field. Change over here for the Maitland Redbacks.
It is unique to touch footy, James. It's a good point. I remember back in the day, we had some games actually touch football players versus NRL players as a bit of a sort of challenge.
Oh, here we go though, Jason Stanton. She's off here. Tani Sunnerton for the line. Sunnerton exploits a short side and goes all the way. Great pace on display. Maitland Redbacks are back into the lead, 3-2.
Maitland just keep on coming. They keep on coming. The gift that keeps on giving, James. Every time I keep thinking, well, that'll do. Nelson Bay will come back now. Maitland say, no, we're not done yet. And now they've got the lead again, 3-2.
Now, you're mentioning there as well about an exhibition match between NRL players and also touch footy players. How did that transpire?
Yeah, there was a game. It was the St. George players. I know, I'm showing my age here, but it was, Anthony Mundine, Nathan Blacklock, that sort of era. And it was St. George, and they come up against some of the West touch footy players in an exhibition game. And what was interesting is the general aspects of touch football, driving up and down the field and hitting holes and all that. They were like level pegging or maybe better. But when it got to the dump and scoop and like the diving and like what we're seeing here from the girls, this lateral speed, and see how she's got under the defender, they weren't able to handle that because it's just such a different game.
Well, much heavier bodies as well in rugby league. Obviously, they're built for more impact, I suppose, and we've got a more slender frame in general for most touch footy players. It's all about speed as opposed to power. So that would obviously have a bit of an impact as well when you are doing those harsh angle changes.
Yeah, very harsh. And a really easy way to visualise it, I guess, for everyone watching at home, is you'll look at an NRL set of 6, which might go for a minute or something, 60 seconds or something. In touch, you'll see this set will finish in 20 seconds, 25 seconds. So even one set of possession is at least twice as quick or 3 times as quick as an NRL set. So you'll probably have easily, 2 sets of 6 per minute. So that's a good way to visualise.
Oh, here we go though, Jason Stanton. How about the footwork there and then popping it back to the middle. However, no try, but wonderful effort there from Tani Beckett just to stop on a run and then come back against the grain. Those are those angle changes that we're talking about as we discuss the differences between the likes of NRL and, of course, New South Wales touch football, a great pathway for a lot of aspiring league players, for example. That's a wonderful encapsulation of exactly what we're describing.
Yeah, so there's some skills that are in rugby league. Obviously, like tackling is an easy one, where it's like specific to league. The thing that sometimes some of our viewers are not across is that there are specific skills to touch, like the angle changes, the aggressive diving, and that's running backwards at full speed. You don't have to do that in rugby league. So they're the ones for touch, and then you've got this middle area where you've got all these skills that are transferable, and that's why some touch footy players become great NRL players, because they pick up the skills in NRL and they bring the touch football speed. And we saw that, people like Jonathan Thurston, Benji Marshall, when they were playing touch footy, they had all these attributes. Then they added the rugby league skills to their repertoire, and then they're near impossible to stop because they're just playing at another level.
Of course, a more recent example being Jerome Luai, the premiership winning 5'8" for the Penrith Panthers, a very long association with New South Wales touch, as the Nelson Bay side hop into Enemy territory here. Maitland Redbacks just being told to make sure they're keeping their onsides. Last play now as they drive straight and hard with West. West can't find an opening. Once more, we're still here at level peggings as we get inside the final 5 minutes. 3 tries apiece.
I don't know how this is going to end up. It's actually unexpectedly very exciting. I actually thought Nelson Bay were dominant, then I thought Maitland might run away with it. And yeah, this is grandstand finish here on the stadium field.
Here they go, good metres through Ladder. Ladder has left it behind in the play the ball there. Difficult one to pick up, unfortunately, there for Abby Turner. But it does mean that Nelson Bay now have pretty good field position up towards halfway. Flat ball right at the advantage line. Driving directly at some of those offside players. They just get back in time. And now Letitia West picked up, scooped away here to Hall. Last play now for Nelson Bay. Off they go with Nicholas. Nicholas threatening to link back up through the middle, but Turner has done a great job there. She was the woman who made the initial mistake, but she's done a great job in cover defence there and made the important last touch.
Yeah, well, that's one of the other positives in touch footy. It's happening so quick with a set of 6 every 20 seconds. If you happen to make a little error, you get a chance to make up for it very quickly, which is what we saw on that occasion.
And Turner follows it up with a nice run towards the subs box as they get their set in motion. Up over halfway now with Egg. About 10 metres into enemy territory as Murdoch is back out there. Now she's with the ball. Steps off the left and drives hard and straight. Beckett back to Murdoch. Murdoch all the way through the middle, but they've just got her in time. I thought she was home and hosed.
It's a beautiful tight line there from Murdoch. Really explosive. Unlucky not to get the try.
Here's Murdoch again, threatening to link up out wide. This time the pass looking for Fortunato Clocker is a little too far in front of her.
I've had a bit of a brain blank, James. We've got the Maitland Redbacks. What have we got? Nelson Bay. What have we got? Stingrays. What are we? Nelson Sharks.
I think you've put me on the spot here.
I don't know.
I'm not 100% sure. I know the Ballina Sharks are playing.
I've had a bit of a blank there because I'm just thinking Redbacks versus, and I'm like, oh, what are they again? So the Nelson Bay folks, sorry. I know I'm going to be getting lots of unhappy fans telling me later on. I should know Nelson Bay. I've spent a bit of time coaching up there. I should know the mascot.
Absolutely. There's no excuses for you. Now there's a big dummy here and then the pass is thrown, but not collecting there. I'm just having a little look for you on the back of the jersey. You're welcome to have a crack yourself if you can try and find that little moniker.
Yeah, I know my phone's going to be running pretty hot pretty soon if I don't work this out.
It is Nelson Bay, though, on the charge here. Hannah Baxter taps it. And now away to Alice Mitchell. Now slow it down here with Dawson. Back to Mitchell, who's already picked up a try herself. She's been one of the best players for this Nelson Bay side throughout this particular match. Always looking dangerous. Here she is again, slowing things down. Now she'll launch a little raid. Mitchell getting away from them with a long stride. Oh, Mitchell, there it was. I did call her as being a dangerous customer. She'd set up a try in all but the end product.
James, would you believe it if I said it's the Nelson Bay Neptunes?
I mean, there's many things that I associate Nelson Bay with. I don't know if it's Neptune, the god of the sea, but I guess it kind of works. So the Redbacks come towards their sideline.
I like it. I'm just kicking myself for not remembering.
So I've at least got a point of difference here. I don't have any direct association with the Nelson Bay Neptunes. You've coached there, though. What's your excuse?
Oh, I was fortunate enough to do some clinics and things around the place. I've actually got a long history with Dubbo. I sort of come out here, I think, 4 or 5 years in a row, running clinics out here. So back when I was playing, I was trying to, do a lot of development work and sort of grow the game. So I've got some connections with some of these clubs, and Nelson Bay always looked after me. And so, yeah, got a bit of soft spot for Nelson Bay, as I do with Dubbo.
Of course, we have seen Dubbo in action already on our main field. I'll have a little look in between the break between this game and the next as to when we might see them again on our main field. But there's only about 2 minutes left here for the Maitland Redbacks and the Nelson Bay Neptunes. And we do have level pegging still. 3 tries apiece. And this next try could be all important here. And unfortunately, they have given away possession in an attacking position here. So Nelson Bay want to get on with it pretty quickly through Mitchell. Mitchell, great footwork, picks up an extra few metres. So they head towards that sub box once more. It's a decent transition with a great drive off the back of it on play 3. However, the play the ball again, incorrect. That is a real coach killer here. They won't like that. Jamie Law wouldn't be particularly happy with her team there.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky there. You're going to stick your neck out. Who's going to win this one? I don't know. Can I go with the draw? I'm not sure who's going to get this one. It's just so hard to predict.
Well, this could be the crucial set. It might be the last of the match. Nelson Bay may get a few plays thereafter, but we're inside roughly the last 30 seconds here. So the Redbacks, if they want to try and take this one out of the fire and claim the entire points on offer, they'll need to launch something pretty quickly here. Beckett with a couple of dummies. Oh, nearly unleashed Murdoch. They've given it away. So the last chance of the match should be here with Nelson Bay. There's the siren. Mitchell decides she needs to keep it alive. But at full time, it is 3-3. A bit of a thriller, Jason Stanton.
I think so, and definitely I got a bit of extra entertainment because I kept thinking it was going to be one-sided. I don't mind being proven wrong, especially when we see that standard of touch from the girls. And I think both these teams have probably got a bit of growth in them in the next the next couple games, and I think both are a very good chance to be there come finals time.
It was a very strong performance from both sides, but at full time, a victory for neither side. They have managed to square things off here, 3 tries apiece, and coming up next on our main field, it'll be Dean Russell alongside Jason Stanton to bring you all the action from the 18 boys division as Mudgee takes on Singleton.
Welcome back here to the New South Wales Touch Association Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Boys 18s game this time around between the Maitland Redbacks and the Central Coast Dolphins. For those of you who may not know, the Redbacks will be playing in the red and black uniform, and the navy blue is that of the Central Coast Dolphins. Be a pretty interesting game, this one. Somewhat of a local Hunter region event. And the Central Coast have been pretty strong in their juniors the last few years, so it'll be interesting to see how this goes. We've got Jason Stanton, ex-New South Wales Men's Open player, hoping to get back there again.
Hopefully, mate. Yeah, really excited and absolute honour to be joining Dean in the commentary here. The Central Coast team, that they set this tournament alight earlier today on the stadium game, knocking off the very fancy northern beaches. So Maitland have got a big challenge ahead of them here, Dean.
Let's see how they open up. We're just in the referee's hands at the moment, waiting for the hooter. Fantastic conditions for touch, and there's the hooter. Maitland will tap off. I'll drive it down there. That was Nichols, but ball again. They go to half. They've obviously got a set play here as Nichols floats across, throws the long ball out, sweeps around. He's gone a long sweep there, Nichols. It's in the hands of Meriton, but late pass that time, and an interesting, if not dynamic start from Maitland.
Yeah, very, very good start there. I think it was quite solid, and one of the interesting things already we've seen is that Central Coast didn't immediately go to their substitution box, which is something where we've been seeing with some of the other games. They sort of didn't mind going straight down the middle.
Yeah, opportunity there. Little step back, and that was off Logan O'Brien. He gives the ball back inside to Jesse Walker, and it's just a pretty simple set, driving all the way down the field. They opened up the defence there. Goes to his left, steps back right, drops the small pass inside, and Central Coast boys on the scoreboard early, 1-0.
Yeah, Walker got that ball down so quickly, Dean, and we saw in earlier games with Walker, he's got a really good, dump split game, scoop game, and he's driving. And there he showed really good support play. He really has the full range of skills.
It's the Redbacks now into the red zone. They sweep around to the right-hand side of the field. They go long. Dummy long there. That was in the hands of Jones. The defence shut it down pretty quickly. Last play, and they just shifted all the way out to the nothing on, so they give it wide to Bowen, but Bowen's thrown the ball away, and he's given a little bit of a piggyback here to Central Coast, and you don't want to be giving them too many opportunities. Move the ball to the centre of the field, and like you said, Jason, unlike a lot of teams, they're not just a sub-setting team where they just drive to the box and just immediately swing players on. They look to use the ball in hand, and now they'll come on at pace. And that was in the hands there, the drive through again. They go to the left-hand side. Great touch there coming across. And that was Burke, I think, coming across there from... Oh, sorry, my mistake. That was Cunningham who got across there. And that was really good defence that time from Maitland.
Yeah, really good scramble. What we've been seeing in these 18s boys games so far is that the scramble and the D across all the teams is really strong, but where the difference has been is around this midfield, and who controls that generally wins the game.
And here's an opportunity for Maitland. Good set of legs there, good pace there. And that was Hickson there, showing a good turn of speed. Nothing really on. There's the long ball, got him outside his defender, and he put the burners on and scores.
That was absolute outstanding football from Maitland. And we were just talking about the midfield, and they come charging through, and they perhaps unearthed a bit of a potential weakness there in Central Coast, because Central Coast have looked quite solid in all their games today, but they got found wanting on that occasion.
Yeah, we used to call that a brothers out, where you throw the ball long outside the defender and then get into a foot race. And here goes Central Coast now. Ella's there with the ball. He's got the ball again. Gets it down in front of Hunt. Hunt gets it across there. Ella's out the back. They go with a passive play. But good defence there from Maitland. They're going to pick up a penalty for a late pass. Solid defence that time from the Redbacks.
Yeah, Maitland scrambled quite well. So that passive play that Dean's talking about, that's that outside runner. Rather than being up flat and hitting the hole, they actually hang back quite passively and don't run onto the ball, and that's been proved to work quite well against some of these defences that shut down.
Yeah, really good yards here from the Redbacks as they get to their sub-box and they bring fresh troops on. That was Walker in that time. Now they slow it down fractionally. That's the big 10 there.
I think it was Nichols, I think.
Yep, Reg Nichols. Tell you what, they feed them well in the Hunter. There's a lot of tall timber out there in both teams.
And they're fast too. I think it's one thing being, you might be tall or different body shapes, but to have to have this ball, like this skill and the long passes and the quick dives, and they really got the full repertoire.
Yeah, very athletic both teams as they go here to the right-hand side of the field. A good turn of pace that time. Good defence there. I think that was a big reg again. There'll be 6 to go that time. He was looking to drop the ball back inside, but the hand in the passing lane there knocks the ball down.
Yeah, Merton didn't get flustered there, did he, Dean? He just he knew that the scooper had his measure, but he just stuck with him, dived, made the touch. Like, really good composure there from Maitland.
Yeah, Bowen just waiting to pick up Cunningham as he brings him in field. The ball in the hands now of Camburn. Again, Camburn from half. Dishes out to his right-hand side. They beat the first there. That was Gothard. But just a mistake there at the ruck, and now Central Coast turn it over. And they look pretty composed, Central Coast, whether it's attack or defence.
Yeah, I think Central Coast are still finding their way. They're still trying to feel out Maitland, getting the rhythm of the game. So Maitland, they really got to take it to them and make the Dolphins earn everything.
Yeah, that's Ellis there. He looked dangerous early with the ball. Here he is again, Ellis. Here gets on the outside. Really good work that time from Walkerton, and gives an easy path to the score line there for Ellis.
Yeah, we've seen that play a few times today, Dean. It's sort of gaining a bit of popularity through representative touch now, where the player that dumps the ball on that quick release splits really wide, and then the outside link or the player outside that comes between the two, and that kind of creates a bit of confusion in the defence. And I think back in your day that was a drifter maybe, Dean, did I get that right?
Yeah, that is correct. Back in my day when Jesus played fullback for Jerusalem. Yeah. Yep, the drifter. Anyway, the Redbacks now, they're into the red zone, attacking here. Carlson gets the dump. He gives the ball out to Jones. Jones gets it back inside there to Tranter, who throws a very long pass out to the wing. They've picked up the penalty, so they'll be able to reset here, the Redbacks. The Tranter takes the touch. He gets it back off the quickie. They get the ball wide, but just on the ground there. Unfortunately, it went to the feet of Hickson, and he wasn't able to pick it up. Now the Central Coast, they'll just drive the ball forward, looking to pick up yards. Elders out towards his sub-box that time. They'll bring fresh troops on. They need to straighten the attack here, and they do that now. They drop the ball back on the inside. A good drive that time by Hunt. They release out of here from half. They go back on the inside. Good touch there. And that was Buckley nearly slicing through.
Yeah, really good comms there from the referee. You could see some of the arms waving. I know we haven't got the referees mic'd up, but one of the things that's quite unique to our games is that the 3 referees will work together as one unit. And there's I know it's not coming through on the feed, but they're always talking to each other, giving each other tips, and it's more often than not, they get the right result.
Yeah, it's no different to how teams operate, Jason. You've got to be talking to your teammates left and right. Oh, it's got through there. I thought the touch had been made, but obviously Logan O'Brien has said to the referee, "No, sir, I missed." And we've got another touchdown there, this time to Maitland.
Yeah, and again, like we're just wrapping the referees, and that was a really good example of where that could have easily had a different outcome, but the referee on the sidelines probably got the comms going, check with the toucher, the controlling referee nice and calm, checks in with the player, and then we get the right result. So great referee in there.
Okay, here they go again. That's Ellis and Hanson working together, and Hudson, working together. There's Ellis with the ball. Walker out of the half, back to Ellis. They throw that passive play again. Good unselfish play there. The score, I thought Walker could have gone through and scored, but he unselfishly throws the ball long to the winger, Keesby, and they've picked them up that time on that passive play.
Yeah, really good execution there, Dean. So a bit of a tip there, if you're like that defensive winger and that plays run at you, you really got to decide early. You've got to get right up and touch that link as they're catching the ball, or you've got to get off the line a bit and almost like pause and disrupt a little bit, then back away to give your time cover across. You really got to be really decisive to try and save that as a defender.
Yeah, you definitely can't hesitate in those situations. You make your decision and go with it. A little drop play inside there from the Redbacks, but really well read by the defence. Last touch here coming around. They put the ball in the hands of Coburn. He tries to get it wide there to Cunningham, but the defence was equal to it. Now, Central Coast, they'll drive off their line. Again, they send the sweepers around the outside. That time, Walkerton. A good release, gets extra yards down the sideline through Jones. Now they bring fresh fresh troops on. And that was Truscott Jones driving the ball in. Out they come of half. That was Hunt there. He taps on the inside, steps back again, tries to get the ball back there to post, but the ball goes to ground, and now it'll be the Redbacks who will drive down. They're moving towards to their box.
Yeah, just on some of those attacking sequences we've seen, Dean, I think it's interesting just to reflect a little bit. Like, these are things that you would have been coaching when you coached Australia and whatnot, but now we're seeing it at the club level. We're seeing these advanced plays.
Oh, great ball out wide there. That's a fantastic touchdown to the Redbacks. Hickling that time off a very flat pass, cuts the middle player out and hits the leg, running a really good line into that hole. And all of a sudden, we've got the Maitland boys up 3 touchdowns to 2 against what we thought might have been the more fancied Central Coast team.
Yeah, I definitely was guilty of thinking this was going to be a one-sided contest, but Maitland have showed they've got ability. They're here to play, and every time Central Coast lose a bit of a focus or they're 1% off, Maitland's taken full advantage.
And I agree with your earlier comment too. The level of coaching, especially at the 18s and 16s levels, has gone very much up a gear. And some of the best coaches at different clubs are now taking on these players. So they come into their Opens program already developed and ready to make a mark when they get into the Opens level. Great long ball there for the Central Coast. They get the ball out wide. And that was a fantastic pass, 25 metres plus from Jones. And they picked the touchdown up in the corner.
Yeah, that's a nice hit back from Central Coast. The when we talk about some of those plays, you've got like a 2-man play, which would be like a quick release or a quickie. You've got a 3-man play, which might be a bump and run or a sweeper. These plays that you're referring to with the passive out the back and that, they're 4-man plays, and that traditionally would be more of a elite thing that you would have coached at Australia. But now, as we're seeing all the way down through the juniors, that there's just a skill level in touch football has gone another gear.
And plus the amount of content that the coaches are able to access, as Maitland looked to score there, but the amount of content they are able to access through the networks now with the social media and also on YouTube and that. Coaches are able to take all that information in and now adapt their game plans to make, as Central Coast make a breakdown here. It's Ellis again. Really good defence coming across from Jones. Ellis with the ball. He's going off his left and his right. He dumps the ball. They give it back and Walker comes back to the left. He drops it back inside to Ellis. And they picked up a penalty, so now they're going to have 6 touches in the red zone.
Yeah, they had him in a bit of trouble. They probably would have liked to see Walker actually go at the line a bit more, but they've still got another chance here.
Yeah, but Ella's really prominent in this set of play. Him and Walker working together in the middle of the field. That's Walker then coming around to the right. They give it to him now. He releases straight away. A long ball out wide. And that was great play from the Central Coast boys. Really well set up. And they now have jumped out to a 5 touchdown to 3 lead.
Yeah, very strong there from Central Coast down their right side there, and with that strong coaching you were talking about earlier, Dean. I think one of the tips if you're maybe coaching some of the younger teams is you want to get your drive right. You want to get your 2- and 3-man plays right. You don't want to go straight to a 4-man sweeper passive play. You know, when you're starting off, you've got to get the building blocks right. And because the standard's so high here, sometimes we get a bit excited and we want to go to the big play a bit early in our coaching maybe.
Yeah, if you want to build a double-storey house and you don't want to put it on any foundations, it's not going to last very long, and that's what Jason's talking about. You need the skill sets and then build the foundations first, as Maitland nearly sliced through there. Unlucky that time, Camborne tried to get through. Just a little bit of frustration there and gives the penalty away, unfortunately, but it was a good attempt to get through. Just through the dummy and sliced through the line. The touch was made by the Central Coast team. And again, some composure by Central Coast. They just drive the ball down now on the left-hand side of the field. They're playing what's in front of them. Some great speed there shown by Riley Jones.
I love seeing that ball movement around the midfield, Dean, rather than just charging off to the sub-box. I love seeing that extra pass and really, charging over that halfway line.
Here they go again, slicing through this time. They get it wide, but the pass just goes to ground. That was Buckley trying to get through. I agree with you, Jason. As long as you're giving the ball to somebody who's in a better position, not just passing for the sake of passing. Always dish the ball off to somebody who's in a better position for that second and third phase play. Maitland now coming off their own line, looking to get towards the box. Good play there that time by the Maitland boys. They're driving it around the right-hand side of the field. That's in the hands of Carlson. They release long, they release the ball long, and it's got out the side to the 6. Anelzark, but good defence there from the wing position. Liam Buckley that was, I think. Drops the ball back inside, a little bit disjointed here, but again, see, they're just shifting it off to someone to get in a better position to open up the field, but that whole set was disjointed and they've turned the ball over in their own half.
Yeah, you can give credit to Carlson for that. He was up and spoiling, and he showed so much effort running across the field as the Central Coast were linking the passes. You just kept going at him, and he forced the error almost on his own. So great work, Carlson. Now he gets a chance with the ball.
There he is. He rolls the ball this time to Traynor. Traynor gives it back to Carlson. They're sending Gothard around to the right. They give it to him as a quick release back. They look to get the ball down. That's interesting. I think the ball's down. So does the referee. And Maitland back into the game. 5 touchdowns to 4.
Yeah, Maitland just keep coming, and they just keep responding to what Central Coast throw at them. And not just for this game. This is a real booster for Maitland's whole campaign, because if they can bring this sort of level of play to all their games, then they're going to be featuring on finals day as well.
It's been entertaining stuff from both teams, and the game's still in the balance. It's Central Coast now, and that's Ellis, who's had a really sharp game. He gets down now in front of Post. Post gives it back to Ellis, and yeah, the referees called that correctly. The forward pass in the ruck.
Yeah, they're right onto it. These 3 referees are really working well together, and I like one of the things too that I'm seeing with the referees is that it's a nice, swift, early call from the comms. They're not having to slow it down and talk about it. They're straight into it. Yeah, that was forward, bang, bang, and then we get back to the action.
Yep, they're working well, as is Maitland here, as they drive the ball forward. In the hands of the big 21, Hickling. They go long again, but well read defensively that time. A lot coming off Camborne here. Camborne at half, gives it back this time to Lillyman, but the referee's found an infringement at the ruck, and it'll be a change over here to Central Coast.
Yeah, we often talk a bit about the rhythm or the tempo in games, Dean, and we had some questions coming through about the having no half time in this format, which is unique to touch, and how that sort of limits, I guess, that like the coach can't really say, let's try this different, or, you know, can't settle the team down. You've got to coach a bit on the run.
And that's why I think it's actually, and there's really good play there. The referees have got that ball down, and that's Jesse Walker going in for another touchdown for the Central Coast. I agree with you, Jason, but I think it's actually really good from a developmental perspective for coaches, because you have to learn to coach on the run. So making adjustments while the game is playing, and some of the best coaches in the game, some of the most elite coaches will go into like an NTL or an interstate match or an international match even, where you are playing 2 halves and have a set game plan, but within the first 5 or 10 minutes, you know you've got to change that game plan up and you've got to send those instructions in. So it's a really good developmental phase for coaches to be able to coach at this level in this type of format. As Maitland nearly sneaked through there, but good defence once again from the Central Coast.
Yeah, so they're really good skills to have as a coach. So it's something I guess we need to embrace and really take on board and identify that as a unique skill to actually, you know, watch the game, encourage the players, but also look for ways we can influence it with, you know, they're defending this way, let's try that sort of thing, which again is on the fly. You don't get the half time.
Yep, and a lot of coaches think that once the game started, well, they've given them the game plan and it's really up to the boys or the girls out there. But they do still have the opportunity to have an influence in that game by the information they're giving their teams as they come off for substitutions, by changing the game plans up if they need to. And it could be as simple as just changing your rotations, whether you're playing in pods or whether you're playing man-on-man substitutions. Just changing those rotations around could be a way of influencing the game.
Yeah, definitely. Again, it's something that's unique and pretty awesome with touch footy, is that you don't have the coach in the box, you know, on a 2-way. I think that's ball down there.
Yeah, I reckon he slid underneath from where we are, but the referees are a lot closer. No, they've said the touch was made, but they are penalising for not moving forward. So Maitland now, they're going to have 6 touches on the Central Coast line.
Yeah, they need to pull one back here, Dean. They've got to throw everything at him.
Nicholas with the ball there. He gets it again. He goes trying to go underneath, but good defence there, Nicholas. Didn't quite get underneath. He's a very tall lad.
Yeah, that was super impressive to get down that low so quickly too.
They come down around the left, but they dummy and go back right. Just held up there. They're going to have to reset here again. The ball in the hands now of Merton. Nichols with the ball. He gives it off there.
Early sweep.
Merton's really down with the ball. Nichols on the sweep, and this time just a good little prop and step back off his left-hand foot. And Nichols gets the meat pie.
Yeah, what was super interesting there, Dean, is that if you're at home, you watch it on replays, you'll see the players off the ball actually pull width, which actually caught the eye of the defenders, which opened it up for the dive. Sometimes the support players will ball watch a bit, but it's actually really advantageous to break off the ball and get the defenders, almost distracted, and Maitland did that to perfection on that occasion.
Yeah, and for a tall lad, really good agility to be able to get around there, prop and step back off his left. And here's Ellis, who's been really dangerous all day. He can go off his left and his right. Catches out the defence there, gets the penalty. They're really going to have to squeeze up on him when he has the ball, because he can go off both feet. He gets the ball then again off the quickie, goes, look to prop and go back inside, but good defence that time from Camborne. Ellers with the ball. Gets it down in front of Hunt. Hunt gives it back to Ellers, and they're really involving him down here now. Walking out there, walking to the behalf. He gives it to Ellers. Just slowing the play down. Camborne comes out and make the touch. Off the ground to Ellers. He looks to go long, then decide to go short. Nothing was on, and a changeover occurs, and now Maitland. Good defensive set there.
Yeah, that was really strong there. It was particularly impressive that they didn't really rush in on the ball carrier, or sometimes we say bite in. They didn't really rush in. They just were nice and calm, almost on the spot, or hedging, just sort of let the play unfold in front of them. So that was really good to see from Maitland.
With the ball again now, Maitland. They're at halfway. The ball in the hands of Traynor. Traynor gets it down. It was Carlson, gives it back to Traynor. He gives it back to Carlson. They get it down in front of Hickling. Hickling just gets caught up in the ruck. It's Carlson there working with Traynor. He gives it back, but this time the ball's gone forward.
Yeah.
Now Central Coast again.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there with the with that turnover, because they've really got to control the ball and keep giving it to Central Coast on their own try line to see if they can get back in this one.
Here they come again. They're sweeping around. Out of half, they come to the left-hand side of the field. It was Jesse Walker trying to take off on the defence that time, but the defence was equal to it. Now Maitland. Again, they're a team that does like to come to their box, but nice little dummy there from Carlson. Gets the defence a little bit disjointed as they come on at pace now. Merton with the ball. He'll be looking for Nick now. Nichols wants to slow it down. He gets to half now, gives it back to Camborne gives it back to Nichols. He drives into the defensive line. They come back to the right-hand side of the field. There's no touch been made. Trying to get someone out. Oh, the ball's down. The referee, there's going to be a conversation here. He's saying the ball down.
That's a great call. That's a great call. There's a lot of noise there. A lot of defenders yelling, calling touches with players that didn't have the ball. So that was exceptional piece of refereeing there from the two. I haven't got the names, sorry, but yeah, that was a great call.
And again, there was a quick conversation about what the sideline referee had seen. He was happy, and they have awarded the touchdown. Central Coast now in the hands of Walkerton. He gets it back to Ellers. Ellers is down. He's got the ball back in his hands again. Looks to drive in props. Maitland defence looking tight there. They get the ball long. Really smart play set up there. They slowed the ball down in the middle of the field. Brought the runners in, went behind his back to Ellers, and it's just an easy release to the wing. And Central Coast hit the front.
Yeah, if you give Central Coast possession like they've been getting, they really execute some of those set plays really well, and nice and polished. So you really got to try and starve them a ball, because they look so strong when they get to your try line.
Maitland now, they'll look to hit back here. Camborne, he's got the ball out here into the hands of Lillyman. Lillyman gets it down in front of Hickling. Hickling goes now long. Camborne's going to go from half this time. He goes out to the left-hand side of the field. He's on the outside of his player, but they shut it down pretty well, Central Coast.
Yeah, a quick note on the substitutions, just a bit of touch terminology. So it's unlimited interchange. So you'll see the players running on and off, as many times as they want, essentially, and then you can either just substitute like randomly, like one in, one off, or you could do the pod that Dean mentioned where you'll be almost clustering, you'll be subbing on with a partner, or you've got that rotation that he was talking about where you come on and off with your buddy. So there's a few different ways to unpack it, but the main thing to get so that it's unlimited interchange.
Yeah, just over-aggressive in the touch now. That's given Central Coast another set of 6. That's unfortunate for Maitland because the ball had gone to ground. So it's in the hands of Walker. He gets it down. He gets it back from the ground. It's Walker and O'Brien in the middle of the field. O'Brien will be half. O'Brien with the ball. Walker at half. He picks up Walker then going through, and little split play, bringing Walker then through the middle of the ruck. And there's full time. And he's got to be offside. And once again, good communication between the referees. He was nearly as far offside as I tried to use to be.
I was imagining myself as him and said, what? I'm on? What? What's the problem? I'm good.
Last throw of the dice here for Maitland. They'll have to throw it around. They've gone wide. They drop it back inside. Quick hands through. It's in Camborne's hand. He dummies it back in the inside. But really good defence to shut it down from Central Coast. That was a really entertaining game. Central Coast get the chocolates over Maitland, but Maitland certainly not disgraced.
Yeah, Maitland made Central Coast work really hard for that, probably harder than what they wanted to. And I'm interested to track Maitland now throughout the tournament because I saw some really good things from them, and I don't see any reason why they can't get that drive a little bit stronger through the midfield and actually be there and featuring on finals day.
We'll be back here shortly at the New South Wales Touch Association Northern Conference of the Junior State Cup. Stay tuned and we'll see you soon.
And welcome back to beautiful Dubbo. A very warm Friday here for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. James Preston with you in commentary alongside the CEO of New South Wales Touch Football, Dean Russell. And we move to the under-14 boys division here. Carlingford in the blue and orange taking on Tamworth in the different shades of blue. Dean, how do you see this one playing out?
Look, this will be a really interesting game. Carlingford, obviously a Sydney-based club, and have had history of going pretty well in the game, but Tamworth, a new affiliate in the last couple of years, starting to develop, so it'll be interesting to see what their young players have got on offer.
So first use of the ball here with the Tamworth Titans. So they come right up through the guts here. Cooper Hunt. And now dropping it inside the 7 is Millgate. Ruled back here, playing it eventually. Millgate. Rolls it just outside the 7 mark on this occasion. Hunt. Millgate again. Stepping back off the right foot. A sharp step for that matter for Shearer. Last play now for the Tamworth Titans. The wraparound comes late from Millgate. Oh, flicking the ball around the corner. That could be beautiful. However, it's ruled forward.
Yeah, unlucky for forward pass there, but not a bad start from the Tamworth team. They look pretty good in relation to the fact that they drove down the field well. They had a couple of options off their play. Already the 6 for Tamworth. He looks like he's a pretty handy, Cooper Hunt, he looks like he's a pretty handy little talent out there. But really good drive down the middle of the field now from Carlingford. Oh, unfortunately, they just overstepped the mark. But, geez, they look good in that drive.
Yeah, promising signs for their first set with ball in hand. Carlingford giving it away there, so another chance here for the Tamworth Titans to put first points on the board. Hunt picks it up. Just overrunning that mark there was Shearer, so Hunt had to stop on his run. And now they're caught about 8 metres away from the try line. Hunt once more slumming things down. He's got Tremaine Millgate in support, who now hops in at acting half. Millgate cuts out Hunt. Great hands to collect that one well above his head. And then intentionally played out there from Carlingford.
Yeah, if Millgate had given the ball straight away to Hunt from the ground, I think there was a chance Hunt might have been able to dive over rather than just taking the ball, taking too many steps out of half, actually allowed the defence to realign.
So still with ball in hand, though, are Tamworth. Hunt back through the middle. Millgate is there, but so too is the waiting defence for Carlingford. We unfortunately don't have the 21 on our team sheet at present. So hopefully that can change throughout the course of things here. 25-minute matches. No half-time breaks as Millgate is caught. Millgate again, though, having a little crack at them. The dummy comes and then a long dive from distance. And I don't think they got him in time. No, Millgate opens the scoring here. And Tremaine Millgate makes it 1-0.
Yeah, really well set up from the Tamworth boys. They tried the attack a couple of times, that little short quickie play. They went back to the left. They weren't having any luck there, so they decided to set it up and come to the right. And Millgate was able just to get on the outside his defender, and he a bit of a taller lad for his age, and he was able to stretch his body to a full extent and get that ball down before the touch was made.
So with the try being scored, the two sides change ends that they are running at now. And it is played here from the number 11 for Carlingford. That's Samuel Taggart. Off they go now, getting very close to the line. Hayes has set it up beautifully. And try time for Carlingford. They strike right back. And that will bring a smile to the face of Nichols Craig.
Yeah, Craig Nichols, the coach down there. Been a long time coach of Carlingford, as well as a pretty handy player himself. And he'll be very happy with that immediate strike back from the Carlingford team.
Yeah, good stuff there.
Boys just getting used to the turnaround there. They immediately went back to the way that they were running, and then remembered we have to turn around. It does take a little bit of getting used to the touch turnaround format.
Of course, it's not something we use in every single tournament either. There are other matches played using the traditional two-half system. You think about the Senior State Cup, for example. As they go back off the right foot here. Nice big step from Rushbrook. Popping back to the middle, Rushbrook again. I think they've just got hands to him in time. Yes, there comes a little finger poked up there from, I believe that's Connor Hayes, who's made the touch. And that will be the turnover here. So Carlingford survive.
Yeah, good defence there. They were stretched by the Tamworth Titans. And both coaches, I think the Carlingford boys, they've spent most of their time down in their half. So an opportunity now as they get into the Titans' half to show us their wares.
Unfortunately, they won't get a chance to do that because the very next play, call it the commentator's curse from Dean Russell. They have left it behind in the play the ball. Up towards halfway now come the Tamworth Titans.
Yeah, and the Tamworth Titans, they've shown a lot of ability down in this end of the field. And Cooper Hunt back on the field.
There he is supplying the pass, and also joining the action is Millgate, the first try scorer of this match so far. Those two have been scheming through that middle section of the field, both Hunt and Millgate. Here is Millgate again. Well, they've stripped them for numbers out wide. Oh, beautiful work, though, from Carlingford. They take the intercept, so that will be a changeover at the 7-metre mark.
Yeah, very good hands there, Taker. That was a pretty good pass to the winger, but it was really good hands from the wing that time from Carlingford to pluck that one out of midair. And it wasn't a bad play from Tamworth. I'd just like to see them get their runners, their support runners, to run a straight angle rather than fading across the field.
It was important as well that he didn't panic. It wasn't a 2-on-1 situation, but he held his line. Made sure that there was no brash choices there. Scully goes for a scurry, and he's caught just shy of that 7-metre mark. Last play now, pressure coming up from the link. Great defensive pressure for that matter from Max Shearer, who did a good job there.
Yeah, I've been pretty impressed with the Tamworth team so far. Carlingford have thrown a couple of shots at them, but they haven't panicked. They've just stayed nice and calm, and when they've got the ball, they've looked to make good yardage and they've looked to control the ball.
It's a big dummy coming there from Millgate. Hunt is back through the middle. Here he comes now up towards the defensive line. Touch is made about 15 away from the try line. Here is Shearer. Made a really important touch himself before, and that's going to be a touch pass. So change over here. Just trying to force the issue a little bit in that set there, the Tamworth Titans. So Carlingford have a chance now to work it away from their own end as Millgate makes the touch. And up they drive now through William Scully. Good metres on offer for Big Will. Up over halfway and continue to drive forward. That's a nice run there for Carlingford. Hodges, a little bit too high up for him on that occasion. So the change over here in favour of the Tamworth Titans as Shearer immediately turns defence into attack. They link up and nearly away there was Lachlan Hull. Good speed shown from the little man.
Yeah, and a couple of different styles of play here. You see when Carlingford get the ball and they're looking to drive down the field, they're very direct, very straight down the field. Where Tamworth, they're willing to use the ball a little bit more around the park, and then when they get into this red zone, as they are now, they're just slowing the ball play down and looking to run a couple of static plays against Carlingford.
It's a lovely pass supplied back on the inside, and it nearly produced a result. Instead, it will be the last play now for the Tamworth Titans. A couple of players wrapping around. Instead, they come to the open commentary side of the field. And a good touch made in the end there from Nathan Wilkes.
Yeah, good defensive set there from Carlingford. Under a bit of pressure from the Titans, but they're able to hold up. And now you'll see they're going to try and get people from the box out in the field. Well, the referee telling the 9 to stay out there. And
I wasn't happy about it, but I must say I love the shake of the head from the number 9 for Tamworth, Drew Carslake. That's a little bit cheeky from Drew. Keep an eye on him. He could be one to watch throughout the tournament. Great footwork here, though, from Carlingford. It was Marley, Tupou, Takataka as they head further towards the sideline here, the commentary side of the field. Taggart drops it down. Once more, they come hard at them at the line. Beautiful pass, and Wilkes has gone in with no one within cooee of him.
Yeah, that was really good play. They disrupted the line 2 plays earlier, and then they came back to the left-hand side of the field, and it was through Hayes, who ran a really tight angle back behind the ruck, drew the link and the winger of the short side in and delivered a great flat pass to the wing, and they've scored there, and Carlingford on the board.
2 tries to 1 to Carlingford here. And it will be the Tamworth Titans restarting things. So up they go towards the try line. Millgate with a couple of dummies and then off the left foot. Millgate still scheming and plotting and probing. Oh, they just get there in time. Tupou Takataka makes the touch. Millgate, short ball, and they'll drop it inside the 7. Real bit of a mix-up on that occasion, though. They'll get away with it with another set.
Yeah, if I was the coach of the Tamworth Titans, I'd be speaking to my links when we're in attack and just trying to have them play a bit wider. At the moment, they're just creeping infield. So when their middle players are getting on the outside of their defenders, they're virtually running into the same channel, which is forcing the links then to run a flat, wide angle. If they're further out in the field, they give a bit more spread, then they'll be able to hit what we call an underline and just run that angle to get into a hole and not be in the same, running the same rotation.
Well, here is Millgate, though, getting into the in-goal area, floats the pass back over the top, alley-oop style. You might as well give that one 3 points. It's a try here for the Tamworth Titans.
Yeah, very much like a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar skyhook, that pass, but it delivered the goods and just was able to slice through the defensive line, got into the back of the in-goal area. Defenders chasing from everywhere and used his height to just lob that ball over the top to a support player.
So all level once again here. The Tamworth Titans striking back, 2 tries apiece. Now Carlingford looking to threaten the opposition try line straight away. 10 minutes gone in this one, about 15 minutes to go. Now play it right on this 7 metre mark here, just inside by the time the ball is rolled. So they look to isolate the Lincoln wing out on this open side of the field. Last play now here for Carlingford. They shifted back towards the middle. Merchant supplies it on, comes wider still for Scully. Scully has lost track of the touch count. Changeover.
Yeah, and the last play just before that one, you see that often in junior touch. The wingers are told, make sure you hug your sideline, stay out, stay out, stay out. But sometimes they should be running the switch play back in. There was an opportunity there. If the winger had just switched ball back inside, there was a massive hole for him to run into and possibly score.
Well, here come the Titans, nearly opening them up once again. Good touch made on Carslake. No, Drew is a bit of a cheeky customer. He nearly sneaked his way down the sideline. Back to the open part of the field they come. Here is Carslake again. Carslake with a few dummies. Great footwork as well. That'll do it there for Carlingford in terms of defence changeover. And chance for them to work it away from their own end. About 11 minutes gone here. They roll it on their own 7 metre mark. Scully comes forward. Carslake makes the touch. Up towards halfway. Great driving run. Scything all the way through. It's a foot race now for the death. Oh, beautiful scrambling defence. But how about the run there from Carlingford? Play on for now. Comes away to Hyun. Hyun drops it down. Now Scully straightens. He's got support. They'll get there. Carlingford are in again. 3-2 they lead.
Yeah, good reward there for the lead-up play. He did all the hard work to get him into that attacking position. They disrupted the defensive line, and the Titans were never really settled once they were able to get back there, and Carlingford took full toe there and just found the easy play.
So the Sydney Siders reigning supreme in this quasi-city v country fixture here. Carlingford 3-2 over Tamworth. The Titans, though, with ball in hand and looking to strike right back. Here is Carslake with a big dummy. He'll roll it back now to Rushbrook. Goldman. Goldman floating around the middle part of the field. Cut-out pass here. Well marked up, though, on the wing. That's good defence from Carlingford. Carslake back to Goldman. Ball goes to ground. No touch there from Carlingford.
Yeah, probably just a bit disappointing, that play. I mean, they probably panicked a little bit because they're just one touchdown behind. There's plenty of time in the game, a touch left. I'd like to see them spread the ball a bit wider, force the defence to react to it and move the defenders around rather than just keep attacking down the one corridor.
So Wilkes with a nice driving run there, picking up plenty of meterage and followed up pretty well in the next play as well. Off the left foot they go. Straightening once more. Wilkes is an option out wide. A late pass here over the top. Now the question is, was it released before the touch came in? I think so. So it could be 4-2 in favour of Carlingford. They're just conferring here. No, it's going to be a touch pass. It was very much a 50-50 call there.
Yeah, but I like the way the referees conferred before just making the call. The sideline referee there it had a different line of sight than the on-field referee, and he's giving him that information, saying, look, the touch was made just before the pass got away. So really good communication from the referees to make sure they get the right result.
So another change over here favouring Carlingford. well into this match now with about 11 minutes to go out of the 25. Finally, they get the right direction here. They've still got to touch the ball, though. They've forgotten that part of it. They'll roll it now. Connor Hayes comes forward.
He's been dangerous, Connor.
Yeah, great strike jump as well. Quick hands, and it opens up for them. You can put that one down to Connor Hayes. A lovely driving run and such a smooth release of the ball. Sets up a try here.
For Connor Hodges.
Connor to Connor.
So, yeah, again, smart play there. They drive in hard, get the defence on the back foot, and instead of the defence moving forward, all of a sudden they're rolling back to the line, which just makes those attacking raids a little bit easier.
So here is Hunt restarting things for the Tamworth Titans despite scoring first. They now find themselves behind the 8 ball, 4 tries to 2. They need to keep touch with them here as Millgate gets the dancing feet moving. Hunt is gobbled up by Scully there, all sorts of pressure. Stepping off the left foot, trying to open them up is Cohen Henry. He's caught though, back to the 7-metre mark he goes. Hunt, quick hands, Millgate floats it over the top. Oh, Hunt just got there in time. Evades the attempted touch there of Scully. Now plays it on the last and on the 7 for that matter. And there's a real mix-up there. Both Hunt and Millgate were operating through the same hole, and it made it very easy work for Carlingford.
Yeah, and that just comes with experience. I mean, they're young kids. They're only 14 years of age. They're learning their trade, if you like, at this particular level. And that can sometimes happen where they do run into the same hole. But the promising signs for Tamworth, that the setup for that play was pretty good, and they just want to keep working away at that, and they'll get beat for the rewards from it.
Merchant hopping in and acting half now. Pops it back towards the middle. Scully is there as an option. That's where they come now. He steps off the left, and last play for Taggart. Taggart looking for some sort of support. Oh, he nearly found a gap. Beautiful cover defence, though, from Shearer, who has come up with a few clutch plays from that linked defensive position.
Yeah, he's had a pretty solid game, both in attack and defence. There's a good little run there from Tamworth to get him onto the front foot. Oh, and there we go. Commentator, we'll have to take that, both of us.
That's 2 for you, Dean Russell. Don't try and bring me into this.
You give him a tip just before that as well, so we'll share that one. But yeah, look, unfortunate there, but he has had a pretty solid game.
So here come Carlingford now, immediately looking to make them pay. Scully, was under all sorts of pressure, but there is that man, Shearer, on the spot to ensure that there can't be any put down. The defensive pressure he applied was crucial in that play.
Yeah, exactly right. And unfortunately, just made an error that put him in the attacking line. Some kids might have thought, I'll just put their head down there, but he didn't. He kept his eyes up, played eyes up footy, and was really smart to get in there and to disrupt that play and force the touch to make sure that there was no touchdown.
So the Titans into enemy territory now as they charge forward with Montgomery, who hasn't seen a great deal of football so far in this match, but that's a nice drive. Now caught is Carslake, and they've just let that one slip at the death. They did get the nice strike dump. Goldman just slipping from his grasp. As now Carlingford work it away with Scully. He's a big lump of a lad for just 14, Scully. Very strong looking.
Yeah, and it does stand out amongst all the rest of the Carlingford kids. But here they go again, Carlingford, again off a good drive.
Nice stuff there from Wilkes. They popped it back to the middle, but it's been left behind. So we've got about 7 or so minutes left in this one. Still a pretty tight game. Carlingford leading 4 tries to 2. The Tamworth Titans with ball in hand as they come up and over halfway now. Goldman rolls it back. Carslake, who's been very busy in this match, still looking for an opening. Gets the dancing footwork moving. Picks up another 5 or so metres off the back of it. They'll slow things down here. Patience is a virtue, and they're certainly exhibiting that right at this moment. Goldman rolled back to that 7-metre mark. Rushbrook waiting, looking for an opening. Last play now. He'll have to come up with something this time. Rushbrook tries to get away from them. Good touch, though, from Connor Hayes. He has had a big match. However, referees playing advantage for a few offside players there.
Yeah, and the thing that Tamworth need to be careful of here is playing the scoreboard. Try and put the scoreboard out of your head. Go through your plays, go through your processes, and trust in what you know to get the touchdown. And that's the way you'll take the scoreboard out of the game.
So rolled here from Rushbrook. Goldman Goldman with a long floating cut-out pass, and I think that's exactly the opposite of what you've just talked about there, Dean Russell.
Yeah, and look, again, 14-year-old boys playing at the Junior State Cup the first time in a couple of years. It is easy to understand why just the level of experience isn't there yet, but these are really good learning curves for them. They'll take a lot out of this game no matter what way the result goes.
So initially they were thinking they were potentially in trouble for having not had someone in an acting half, but play ball was in the play the ball was incorrect, so changeover nonetheless here for the Titans as they supply it wide now. Now, was that touch from Carlingford? No, just a loose pass. So unfortunately, Kenzel unable to get on the end of it. So they roll the ball just shy of the halfway line. Wilkes pops it up. Now for Merchant. Good metres from Merchant. A nice straight drive there. Rolls it about 5 metres into enemy territory. Here's Taggart. Taggart with good metres. Merchant will follow up. Supplies it for Scully. Slows it down. Hits that 7 mark and looks for the strike dump. They don't quite get it on this occasion. They'll still try and operate down the short side. Beautiful delay on the pass. But I may have just got there. Yes, they have. Last play now.
Yeah, good decision by the sideline referee and the on-field referee communicating there again. Touch just getting made before the ball was down.
Here's Scully crabbing across field. No opening forthcoming. That's tough work in the middle from Goldman, who didn't ever stop pursuing his man. So now they head towards the sideline. Although a couple of left foot steps will open things back up. And a beautiful draw and pass. Oh, if they got away there, it was open pastures on this commentary side of the ground, but they've gone well away from the subs box, so that might cause a few problems here for them.
Yeah, they still need to go forward here, Tamworth. Shifting the ball from side to side is okay, but they need to go forward, put the defence on the back foot so you can make the most of your attacking plays.
I think sometimes we do often see at this younger level, when they are still learning the ins and outs and all the strategies, there can be somewhat of an over-reliance on opting for that subset instead of continuing with the drive when momentum is up for grabs. So here is Millgate now dumbing, finding an opening. Goldman is there, and yes, baby, that is golden. 4-3, the margin is reduced.
Yeah, and you're right about that, but I can tell you from watching a lot of touch that it doesn't just happen at junior level. One of my personal bugbears is that so many at senior levels just automatically play the subsets. I'm a big believer in what we call eyes up footy, and you play what's in front of you. And yep, the subset has a place in the game, and you can use it as a real attacking weapon, but it's not something you should do every single play on a changeover.
So now Carlingford will restart things from the halfway point. They still have a slender lead here. 4 tries to 3 with time quickly running out. Roughly 3 minutes left on the clock. A great little dump there right on that 7-metre line. Has nearly set up something here for them, but 2 different players, including Shearer, claiming that touch. Big defensive effort throughout this match from Max Shearer.
The referee was right on the spot there to make that call.
Play on now for Carlingford with Connor Hayes dropping it off at the 7. They come at pace once more. Oh, great sliding dive. I don't think they've got there this time. Surely Tupou Takataka. No, they're going to say he's been caught too. That was a very close run thing. Here's the last now for them. Joslin goes all the way through. And when you consider how easy that was, Tupou Takataka must be saying, you're kidding me.
Yeah, look, you can see, unfortunately, the Tamworth boys just starting to tire there a little bit. They did all the hard work, the 2 plays earlier to stop 2 touchdowns in a row. And then, unfortunately, just a nice little step off the left foot, got inside the defence and was able to put the ball down. But the Tamworth team, you can just see it's just starting to tire a little bit.
Here's Millgate, though, looking to create something. He's got plenty of pace and a nice big dive, too, but I think they're going to rule that he's just been touched in time. And speaking of time, I think the clock might beat the Tamworth Titans here unless they can score pretty much from the next play or 2. They trail by 2 with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Shearer is caught about 5 away. They take it back to the 7. Shearer himself has a crack. The touch pass is there, and he really wanted it, but he had to hold on to the ball there, Shearer.
Yeah, and you can see now they are starting to play the clock. They're starting to play the scoreboard. They know they're behind. They're trying to get some touchdowns to get back in the game. And that's going to come with taking chances. And sometimes when you take the chance, you create an error. But now they're going to offer them an opportunity.
So about 1 minute and 20 seconds left here Shearer with ball in hand. They have to score, and they've got to score quickly. It's a very sloppy play, the ball. Yes, that is the correct call from the officials. It was rolling all over the place, and that will see Cullingford through.
Yeah, look, that's just the fatigue error. You can't be too critical of the player there. He's played his heart out here this afternoon. He's been really good in attack and defence. And you can just see that there's just a level of fatigue creeping in. And like I said earlier, those mistakes come when you are fatigued.
Well, it is very hot here in Dubbo, 28 degrees at the moment. It's only going to get hotter. By the time we hit 4, it'll be 29. And all that early morning breeze is pretty much abated so far, which as a result means it's even hotter on the ground here. You can see hear the siren in the background. Shearer comes in to make the final touch on Hodges, and at full time, Carlingford hang on for the win. A very solid performance, 5-3. And Dean Russell, that was an end-to-end affair for much of the game.
Yeah, it was really entertaining, and good to see some young teams and some young players showing their skills. Like I said earlier, I think both teams will take a lot of learnings out of that particular game, and that's one of the things we really want to see from this event. And it'll be interesting to see how both teams progress through their pool and for Sunday's games.
Absolutely, and up next we move to the 12 girls division, the Central Coast side taking on Nelson Bay. Myself and Jason Stanton will bring you all the action in 5 minutes' time right here on New South Wales Touch Football and Bar TV. Welcome back to beautiful Dubbo. Very warm conditions here for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. We move to the 12 girls division here. The Central Coast taking on Nelson Bay. First use of the ball will be with the Nelson Bay Neptunes. Of course, 25-minute matches, no halftime breaks. And the two sides will change hands when a try is scored. The Dolphins coming into this one arguably as the hot favourites. It's a very strong breeding ground for touch football talent out in the Central Coast, whether it be the Dawson Dragons or the Dolphins themselves. Plenty of talent is present a little further north of Sydney, but it is Nelson Bay with first use of the ball. They charge forward here through Madeline Baxter. Baxter again, crabbing across field, good touch made there from Windley. And they've left that one behind, so change over here in favour of the Dolphins as they go on the charge and finding a little bit of room to move out wide. Good touch made in the end there from Vogtman. Once more they carted upfield as Jason Stanton now joins us in commentary for this match between the Central Coast Dolphins and the Nelson Bay Neptunes. And Jason, thanks for joining us in the booth once more. I was just saying that it's a very strong breeding ground of talent out towards the Central Coast, whether it is the Dolphins or the Dawson Dragons.
Yeah, they're very strong. James, I just run up to the box. I'm probably not as fit as what I should be. But it's almost like the home of touch now, the Central Coast, because if you look at the depth, whether it's Central Coast, Dawson, Nelson Bay, Maitland, Peninsula, that's sort of, they're so strong. And then you add to that the northern Sydney, like the Renegades and Manly, Hills. It's really the home of touch. That's where all the talent's coming through.
Certainly fits for this particular conference. This is the Northern Conference, of course, and we're talking about all those strong northern-based teams. As Nelson Bay go very close here. I think they might get an extra set to play with. No, they're going to call last instead. So popped back towards the middle. Nowhere for Gambrel to go, though. Change over here for the Dolphins. No score as of yet. But all the field position so far has been with Nelson Bay. They tapped off first. The Dolphins coming out of their own end have had errors to date. Wrapping around, looking for some work is Isabella Quick. And we'll see if she lives up to that last name of hers. Especially if she gets into open space, as now Windley looks to scythe through the middle. But no opening there. Very strong defence there from the Neptunes.
Yeah, one of the things that I like seeing with the Neptunes there, and probably we'll see Central Coast do it as well, is they're actually anticipating the touch. So rather than make, when your partner in defence is making the touch, then everyone roll back after that. They're sort of anticipating the touch, so they're starting to get back on side as the touch is made, and that's a really good skill that these girls are going to need as they go through the different representative programs.
Lovely ball right at the advantage line. They keep driving towards the try line. I think Kyla Rankin has got there. Yes, she has. First try of the match comes the way of Nelson Bay, and the early field position ends up with a result.
Yeah, that was a superb run there by Rankin, and I don't think Central Coast did a lot wrong. She was just so fast the way she came onto it, and she got down so low. I think you mentioned in previous games, James, about the diving ability of the modern player being so strong, and they can all dive. And that was a case where the D didn't do a whole lot wrong, but Rankin just got down low, and a beautiful dive, resulted in the try.
So Healy now for the Central Coast Dolphins, who find themselves behind by one. Over to Curran. Healy. Now to Beattie. Beattie tries to put the foot down. She has certainly got some good acceleration about her play. Now Benazi Kia pops it back to the middle. Nothing doing there, though, for the Central Coast Dolphins. The defence was up and in from the Neptunes. So they get the turnover here. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing. I think they've been ruled to go back eventually, but had a bit of a false start on that occasion. As they jam in with a bit of defensive pressure here. Nice touch made from Sweeney. Neptune's up over halfway now. Good run here as well from Baxter, who heads towards the sideline. Really smooth transition too. They can keep the flow going. Nice momentum about the play Good speed too, on display. Touch comes in. They hit right at the advantage line. That's beautiful play from the Neptunes. Mia McDonald has gone all the way to the try line. And have they ruled that as a try? No, there's a touch right at the death. No, in fact, it has been confirmed. There we go.
There we go, 2-0. I was going to say I wouldn't be too concerned if I was in the Central Coast camp, because I felt like the sides were fairly evenly matched and they were in the game, but certainly that having that slide dive in your arsenal has caught Central Coast a couple of times now. And I think you mentioned that was McDonald. That's a really difficult thing to do, to be able to run full pace that way and actually pull up as though you're going to pass and then drop straight into a dive. That's a really advanced skill. So again, we're seeing the best of the best here in the Junior State Cup.
So here's Gambrel with that run. Now they keep marching forward. Quick is in there to make the touch as the reinforcements arrive. Manning is out there now. She took the previous little run. Now back off the left foot. Last play here just before that 7-metre mark. Oh, another great big dive from distance. And this one is to ground as well. So they're carving them up at the moment. I think that time it was Rankin again.
Yeah, that was three tries from 3 dives. And the interesting thing on that one, James, is that the defender was onside, but because she wasn't able to take that 2 steps, like to get off the line a bit, you essentially have, you're reaching down and it's, the ball often will beat the hand in that situation. The defenders have got to try and take at least 1 or 2 steps off so they don't get caught on their try line.
Played here from Beattie. Now Curran. Centre of the ground. Out to Windley. Windley with those long legs just striding towards the opposition. Very fluid movement. Out to Beattie once more. Beattie looking to create some sort of an opening here. Last play. Once more they go short side with Beattie, but they're all marked up. Well read there from Bonnie Sproul.
Yeah, I think was it Windley you were saying? It was interesting that in touch now with these modern players, like the rep players. We often say modern because they're a different sort of skill set, different build, and we're noticing whether tall, short, all different body shapes, they've got the full range of skill. They can catch, pass, they're fast, they can get down for the dive, and I think we saw that, that was something that you highlighted there with Windley, where even though she's a bit taller than the other girls, really sharp, got a good pass and diver on, and that's sort of what we're seeing now in the game.
And it is very interesting too, because at this under-12s level, we actually have some players that might only be around the age of 10 or so. So there can be a huge discrepancy with some of the reaches on some of these players, whether it be for a high ball or for a long-range dive. If we take a look at little number 9 there, Isabella Quick. Here she is now with the ball. She's very fast, but she's also very short too. So she does a great job trying to squeeze through those little spots, as does this player here, Remy Walkerton. So Walkerton is causing a few problems. They fling it over the top. Good pressure, though, from Nelson Baden. It's a real array of different skill sets across both of these sides, Jason.
Yeah, it was good to see Quick there, and it is a good thing. I think to point out for all our viewers that at home or on their devices out here, is that if it's under 12s, that maybe they're 10, maybe they're 11, maybe they're 12, and that just makes it even more impressive that they're all competing at the high level together.
They've done a great job putting together these competitive sides, each of the respective managers of the clubs, as they keep shifting sideways here and eventually caught. Good touch made from the Central Coast Dolphins. They'll play it with the turnover on their own 7-metre mark. So still, however, the Neptunes are in the ascendancy here. 3 tries to 0. They've looked very strong to start this match. Marking up nicely too as the Central Coast Dolphins head towards their substitutions area, looking to get a smooth transition. It's not a bad one either, as they work it away now through Beattie. Beattie, who has been more than happy to do these little in and aways and really use her fast feet. She certainly does have a bit of pace too.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be giving her too much space, because I think she'll make you pay with that turn of speed that she just showed on that occasion.
Change over here though, and now the Neptunes will look to make them pay with good field position. They play it just on that 7-metre mark. Reinforcements arrive. Here's Borg. Borg drops it on the 7 herself. Oh, the pass was the right one there. She'd drawn in a few defenders, just stopped on a run momentarily, and that was all that was needed for that one to just sail in front of her.
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed in this 12s girls division is they have the ability, and I guess it's a bit of a tip for all our young players and coaches coming through. They have the ability to dump the ball with their left hand and the right hand. And again, just reflecting back on how much the game's progressed over the last 10 or 20 years, there was a time when dumping left-handed was a real special skill. Oh, can you dump left and right? And now we're seeing with these under 12 girls, both teams being able to dump on the right side and the left, almost as though it's just a natural thing that they can do. So I think that's full credit, to the coaches and the respective programs.
Yeah, certainly have developed the skill sets for all age groups. Some of those clinics that you're talking about as well, Jason Stanton, whether it be the likes of yourself or Carly Banks, we know does a lot of those in particular. So some of the preeminent minds of touch really instilling some great practices with our younger players. As another penalty comes here for the Central Coast Dolphins. This is good field position, a real chance to get themselves on the board now. 10 minutes into the match, still 3-0. Nelson Bay leading. The Central Coast Dolphins coming into this one, such a strong nursery. We had certainly some thoughts that they could cause the Neptunes a few problems, but so far it's transpired in the other direction. Nelson Bay have been the side in the ascendancy.
Yeah, Nelson Bay have been able to execute some really good plays and dives. And this comes across as a slightly younger Central Coast team, but they're actually, sort of sticking it with them in sort of periods. It's just not consistent enough across the whole game to get the result by the looks of it.
Tuckwell now on the run, looking to try and get away from them. Pops a late pass here for Benazi Kia. I'm going to say that's actually a touch pass, in fact. So changeover, it was the last anyway. So now the Nelson Bay Neptunes will get a crack themselves. 11 minutes gone. So they head up towards the opposition half. About 10 metres shy.
Yeah, another good opportunity here for Central Coast, and they really need to see if they can snag one back here, James.
So here come the Central Coast Dolphins, about 10 away from the try line. Referee just ensuring they're all back on side. Oh, beautifully worked down the short side here from Sienna Tuckwell. Nearly opened them up. It's good pressure, though, supplied from the wing against the run of Benazi Kia. Back towards the middle as Healy plays it. Still a couple of plays up their sleeve. Here comes little Isabella Quick. She certainly is quite quick.
Yeah, that was the right idea there from Quick. And one of the things as well, another, I'm always full of tips for the young girls coming through. So one of the things that I'm seeing here, as we've got a bit of a changeover there for Coast, is that the girls are running with the ball in two hands, which is what we saw there for Quick. And often when you start to play touch, you tuck it under your arm, like you're playing like maybe rugby league or rugby union. And it's a bit of a skill then to start running with the ball out in front so you can pass and dump. And we're seeing that from both sides here. Another turnover there, but yeah, we've seen that, and that's really impressive as well. And again, something that we maybe didn't used to see in the past. Now all the players been having that ability to run with the ball in two hands, which gets it ready for a dump or a pass.
That's exactly the point. If you have it out in the two hands, you keep the opposition defensive line guessing, because anything could happen from that point. As the Neptunes go on the attack here into enemy territory, that one just a little bit behind the run there of Gambrel, leaves it behind. So Tuckwell will tap it. The Central Coast Dolphins now have a chance themselves. 3 tries to 0, they lead around about halfway through this match. Of course, 25-minute fixtures for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. See the finalist of these fixtures later on in the season. A couple of weeks' time from now, they'll be in Sydney.
Is that Beattie, is it? She's flying.
She's just got oodles of energy. She's been doing this all day, no matter what match it's been. These long runs across the field, trying to open up a few wide passages.
I'm just tired watching. If I was defending Beattie, I'd be asking for help straight away.
It's definite Labrador energy when we talk about what is your spirit animal. That's what I'm imagining there. Oodles of energy.
Yeah, as soon as she caught the ball, I'd be yelling out, help, help.
Little pass here from the Neptunes. Off it comes now for Collie. Richards up towards and now over halfway. As the run comes in from Gambrel. Good meters too, a nice drive from Gambrel. Just have to slow down a little bit there with Manning. Wanted to continue things in pretty abrupt fashion. Nice change of angle there too from McDonald. And they hit this one at pace right at the advantage line. Oh, if they could have got the quick ball away there, it was really on out wide from Olachund. Back towards the middle. They keep it alive. Nice recycling of the footy. Olachund gets it low. But the pressure is a really good one there from Rankin. In fact, should I say, from Post.
Yeah, the way Rankin comes charging onto that ball at speed on the back of the platform that the Neptunes are setting for, that's really hard to stop. So definitely look out for Rankin over the course of the weekend, and definitely put a bit of a circle around this Neptunes outfit.
So Winley is back out there. Tuckwell taking that little hit up there. As it comes away now for Curran. This is Winley now running at some offside players. Big step came in. She thought she'd managed to evade that initial touch there of Kyla Rankin, who's been so heavily involved with 2 tries so far in this match, but she was unable to, and that means, of course, a change over here for Nelson Bay. Here is Rankin again, dropping it off. A little slow with the transition there. Eventually they got those reinforcements onto the field. About 10 minutes to go, 15 gone here. Unfortunately for the Neptunes, just as it was building, another error coming to the fore. As Winley is told to hop back onto the mark and complete the roll ball. So now the Dolphins with a chance to march upfield.
Yeah, do you think would it be fair to say that you're loving the Neptunes mascot now, James? We weren't sure that they were called the Neptunes, and now it's just a really affectionate mascot, eh? You're loving the Neptunes.
It's definitely grown on me. It's grown in a big way. It might even be my favourite Greek god at this point.
You're happy with the going a Greek god rather than the dolphin? You want to go with a god?
I'm not sure if there's a dolphin equivalent for a Greek god. Maybe there needs to be. Maybe Neptune is the equivalent. He is the master of the seas, after all, and at the moment, it is certainly the Neptunes who are mastering the Dolphins in this one. 3 tries to nil. So they head up towards, and now over halfway. Great little roll ball too. A little slow to hop into acting half, but they can continue the momentum here with Clark, who picks up a good 10 metres or so. They'll crab across field. Baxter drops it off. Now the transition is complete here as they get into the last, and they can work with a semi-strike dump here. Not the worst play the ball, that's for sure. But they do a great job jamming in from out wide. Post, another really good read for such a young player. She'll come up again and shut them down. That's beautiful play from Alana Post. It's a 2-on-1 situation, and both times she made the right call.
Yeah, really good read there. And that's what you want to try and do when you might be coaching, or you might be playing in a game where the opposition's got 2 or 3 tries from diving at your players' feet. So how you respond to that is you get your defenders to help each other out. You squeeze the line in a little bit, and you force the attack to throw longer balls to try and get around you. And it looks like Central Coast have made that correction where they're a little bit tighter now, and they've tried to take that dive away from Neptunes and make them pass the ball to score.
Winley, that pass there, it's a little tough to take in for Tuckwell, but I think it was a touch pass nonetheless. So a turnover here, 10 shy of the halfway line, 8 to go. The Nelson Bay Neptunes still with a nice little advantage here. 3 tries to nil. Sproul comes forward. Now they'll play it with Gambrel. Around about 20 away from the opposition try line. They keep marching upfield. Good run here. Working through the middle is Colley. Last play now. She's still an option. Back out there is Rankin, already with 2 tries in this match. Colley promotes it further. Oh, it's just gone behind on the final pass. It was building nicely, though, for Nelson Bay.
Yeah, really, really strong there from Nelson Bay. And again, Central Coast appear to have made that correction where they're taking away that midfield dive and making them move the ball. So I think that's really impressive from Central Coast, and that'll serve them well throughout the rest of the tournament if they can force opposition teams to string passes together to try and score against them.
Well, here we go again with Beattie. We know she loves those cross-field runs. She got away from the first defender, but this time they were waiting for that crabbing across the field. And now Curran picks up some easy metres here, still alive. And the next play here with Healy, they'll turn it over. So Nelson Bay, about 6.5 remaining. Still with a handy little buffer, 3 tries to nil. And what we have found is at this age group, tries can be a little bit hard to come by. So Nelson Bay, 15 away from the try line. They pop it up once more. Gambrel straightening the attack. Caught inside the 7. She'll go back to the mark and play it Last play now here for the Nelson Bay Neptunes. Good drawing pass. Gambrel works it beautifully, and into the corner they go through Delaney Borg. 4 tries to 0.
Yeah, and I like these post-try celebrations too, James. I love seeing the energy and the joy. Looking at these teams, like they really come together at these events and have a good time, and I think that's an important aspect to touch footy as well. We are talking about the best of the best, but there is a lot of fun and camaraderie in these outfits.
Well, especially for these Junior State Cup conferences, this is where players are still learning their trade, falling in love with the game. When we get to that Premier League division, we don't see quite as many try celebrations. It's all very much a case of the business face is on. But the one thing that we do get from these events is that the feedback for players and families alike participating in the events is just, they have a terrific time. So if you are interested in joining all the fun, you can head to playtouchfooty.com. It's playtouchfooty.com, and you can sign up for your local club. You might even appear at the next Junior State Conference. So here are the Nelson Bay Neptunes, still in the attack. 7 shy of the try line. Last play now. Big dummy. Gambrel it is again. Gambrel has gone in, I believe it is. And if it is Gambrel, that's a hat-trick.
Yeah,
in fact, Rankin, sorry.
Might be Rankin, yeah.
It's Rankin.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point you mentioned about getting involved with touch and actually playing. We've got a nice post-try celebration there again. Is one of the unique things about touch with this with unlimited interchange is that when you're new to the game, there's 14 players in the team, but only 6 on the field, so you can go on for a bit, come off, go on, rotate and learn the game. You're not under a bit like, maybe not pressure is the right word, but you don't have that sort of like expectation that you've got to know the whole game right off the bat, because you can sort of feel your way into it and pick up things as you go. So it's certainly one of those sports where you can just sort of jump in, as soon as you show a bit of interest, get there and, get playing with your friends and learn it a bit as you're going. Whereas some of the other sports, you might have one team that's, they stay on the field for the whole duration, but touch is unique that it has that unlimited interchange.
It's also very much a team sport. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. If a single player isn't quite in the right spot, whether it be attack or defence, there's points leaking, so it's very much a cohesive unit. So you will definitely feel a part of the family if you are playing touch footy, and once more, the best way to do that, head to playtouchfooty.com as the Central Coast Dolphins have a try that's gone begging there with about 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so there's boys and girls here at the junior elite level, but as you move into some of the older divisions, then mixed becomes an option as well, where you get the boys and girls or the men and women playing in the same team. And I think that's another unique aspect to touch football that you don't get in other sports, is that mixed element where you can really get the family together, whether it's brothers, sisters, cousins, even sometimes the mums and dads with the kids, all playing in their local comp.
Yeah, I think of the Rosarios. I believe they're husband and wife, are they not?
Yeah,
the mixed origin level. Yeah,
there's a lot. As we go to the corner, good touch. Yeah, there's a lot of stories like that, like husband and wife, or mum and dad with the kids, or playing. You'll probably see through the commentary. There's quite a few times that we'll mention the coach, and they happen to be a former player. And I think we were talking about the Northern Beaches team earlier, where there was Coach Heath Cooper, who was one of the greats from the Scorpions region, and then his son Bo Cooper happened to be one of the strongest on the field, and his wife Vanessa Cooper is actually from touch as well, and she's an elite rep player as well. She recently played for New South Wales, so there is a lot of those family connections throughout touch football, which again, you don't always get that in all the sports. So it's something that's awesome about our sport.
Well, speaking of family connections, in this Nelson Bay side alone, we've got Bonnie Sproul playing in the 14, and then the coach is Mother Michelle, the assistant is Father Glenn. So there you have it, very much a family affair. And also Amy Olachund is the mother of Ambimbola Olachund in the number 7 as well. So there are plenty of family connections in this one side alone, and there's not a great deal of time remaining, about 2 minutes here. Still a commanding position here for Nelson Bay, 5 tries to 0. The Dolphins have tried hard, but it's been a very clinical display so far from the Neptunes as they continue promoting the footy wider still. That's great tracking, though, there from Alana Post, who's done some really good things out wide, especially in defence, as they work it nicely here, though. The Neptunes, they're in again. Beautiful play. Mia Richards goes in, 6 tries to 0.
Yeah, a great try then again. And look, Rankin and Colley and Richards, like this under-12s team from Nelson Bay, if they're able to keep sort of taking steps and developing throughout the weekend, they're going to be really hard to beat. We've got another post-try celebration again. I didn't get to do them. We didn't do them back in my day because I'm 100 years old, but it's definitely something that I like seeing. I'm a little bit jealous I didn't get to do any post-try celebrations, but this Nelson Bay outfit, they're looking really strong.
Looking very strong indeed, and at full time, they have run out pretty comprehensive victors here, 6 tries to 0. It's a big result for them. Central Coast Dolphins coming into this one have had high hopes. There is still time to regroup and certainly ensure that they can come away with a couple of big results moving forward. And up for us next for the 3 p.m. slot will be myself and Jason staying with you. So we move to the 18 girls division, the Ryde Eastwood team taking on the Newcastle side. All the action in 5 minutes' time at 3 o'clock. And welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference, the 18 girls division. Right Eastwood in the red and black, taking on Newcastle. And two very red-hot sides in a very competitive division. We've been struggling to split the sides that have been in this one pretty much all day. James Preston and Jason Stanton with you for commentary.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one, James, because we're sort of getting towards later in the day now where it isn't the first game for a lot of these teams. So they've sort of settled themselves into the tournament. They've got a bit of a feel. They start to see what plays work and don't work and how they combine as a defensive unit. And we see big jumps or lumps in standard. Big jumps between the games. So, yeah, interested to see how this one pans out.
Here comes 007 herself, Lauren Bond. And unfortunately, they've dropped that one early here, Newcastle. So midway through their first set, it'll leave the Right Eastwood Hawks with not much defensive work to do as they can go directly on the attack themselves and pick up plenty of meterage as well.
That's Riley
How
Michelle.
about this from the pace? Michelle's away. Oh,
wow.
Riley Michelle. Forget Michelle's patisserie. That's delicious.
Wow, I think I blinked and missed it. Riley Michelle, I think it was just going to be a one-up. They showed her a bit of space and she said, hey, you give me that space, I'm going to take it. And that was I think it was a 40-metre sprint down that touch line. Very unexpected. And Riley Michelle has put them on notice. If you give me space, it's going to be a try. 1-0 to Right Eastwood Hawks.
Well, she's a quick customer. I'll tell you what, my knees are crying just seeing how fast she is. And straight away, Newcastle have left it behind again. So yet to complete a set. They've only had about 3 touches in total between the two trot balls. And it is providing lots of opportunities here for the Right Eastwood side. As they go on the attack once more, Sheeran comes to that 7-metre mark. Dumps it off, now Kelleher. And back here to Musri. Musri slows it down. On that 7-metre mark, Musri at the line, good defence. Was she back in time? No! So referee's on the spot. Despite the touch being made, the feet weren't back behind the line. It means back-to-back tries here for the Right Eastwood side.
It's a great try there. Newcastle can be forgiven for, like, you know, not having their guard up. Like, the game's barely started and it's try. I was still getting comfy in my seat. I hadn't got set up yet when Riley Michelle went down that sideline, and now the Hawks have come back and grabbed another one in quick succession. Newcastle got to try and sell into this game so it doesn't blow out, but certainly out of the blocks hard, the Hawks.
Well, it might be a little bit shell-shocked to begin with. We've had less than 2 minutes of play, so they are currently beating the scoreboard, but now they've got a good chance to launch a raid of their own here. Good field position at last for Newcastle, and a bit of time with the ball. This is Ahoy, and she drops it back on the inside, picking it up once more from acting half. Ahoy at full tilt. Oh, gave a great ball. It was a tough one to try and finish off, but Bond nearly did it. Just spilling it at the death. So Right Eastwood survive, and they maintain that 2-try margin.
Yeah, really liked what I saw there from Ahoy. So pretty much when you sweep to one side of the field like we saw there, they were sweeping to the top of the screen and then Ahoy's dummied and gone back the other way. Often we'll say that like going against the grain or against the flow, and sometimes it catches the defence out because they all run to where the sweeper's going. So I thought that was very innovative by the Knights.
Good run here from Kelly, nearly getting away from them. A lovely touch at the end, though, from that woman that we're just talking about. Ahoy making it just around the ankle there, so it was an important one that had to be made. There was plenty of pace once more from the Right Eastwood side. They head towards the sideline here, the commentary side of the field. Bond hopping in at acting half. Ahoy once more. Young up towards halfway. Bond. And now out to Slavos. Here they come again. Slavos through the middle. They're away. Play on is the call. They dropped it back over the top, but they've just got the touch in time. I thought she could have taken off herself there, Jason.
Yeah, she might have had him. I think maybe a little bit tentative. I think that she got a bit more space than what she thought she had. And Newcastle starting to settle into this one. If they can get a try, I think they can, gain confidence from that and get into the game, because they've certainly got the ability. They just got a bit shell-shocked from the early dominance from Right Eastwood.
Well, a lot of that came from the run from Riley Michelle, who had the previous little run there, and it nearly opened up something on this occasion for Poley. But they've managed to catch her just in time. That's much better scramble here from Newcastle. They'll get the changeover on the 7 metre mark.
Yeah, I noticed a good run there again from Riley Michelle, who you just mentioned, and she had a bit of a limp there, so I might keep an eye on her to see how she's tracking. She's limping a little bit of discomfort there in defence. Here she is coming up now. So I might keep an eye, because she's obviously going to be important if the Hawks are going to be successful, not just in this game, but over the course of the tournament.
So Seidel playing it as she was knocked to ground. No forceful contact rule. That might even be a touch pass. Either way, it's been left behind here from Bond. So changeover in favour of Right Eastwood, who still have that little margin. 2 tries to nil with about 5 minutes gone. Riley Michelle now fires it wider still to McQuaid. McQuaid, nice little drop off. Riley Michelle again, threatening to go down that sideline. To the centre they come. Musri promotes the footy on. Musri wrapping around again. Here they are at motion. Ladalevu. It's been left behind though. I'm quite sure we do have a Ladalevu playing reasonably high level rugby league as well. That might be a relative of Eleni.
Yeah, there's lots of connections, I think, throughout the, whether it be rugby league, touch football. There's lots of links there as turnover to Right, and they'd be looking for. I think if Right Eastwood would have scored next, that it's going to be difficult to come back. Newcastle got to try and stick with them here, James.
So here is Right Eastwood on the attack. The assignment, a pretty clear one for Newcastle. Don't concede. They pop it back towards the middle. Brianna Kelly in at acting half. Picks it up and has a scoot herself. Kelly finding a little supporting player through that link position, but well jammed in off the wing from Newcastle. Back to that 7 metre mark they come. Short pass here to Besgrove. And now Kelly. Besgrove picks it up once more. Last play. Out they come to Kelleher. Kelleher having a crack herself. But the touches come in there at the death from Priestley. Good defence from Newcastle. They certainly asked a few questions in that set.
Yeah, Newcastle strong D, and I thought it was quite innovative play there from Ride, the way they sort of took it into the line, and asked some questions. I think it was Kelly there, really sort of running hard straight at the line and forcing the Newcastle defence to decide if they were going to come up and shut down on it or stay out. So good work.
Slavos, and now with Simpson. Simpson getting through them. Simpson is still alive. Links up with a wide ball. I think they might have just done enough there, the Right Eastwood side. That's great tracking defence.
Yeah, good defence by Ride. Probably a bit unlucky for Newcastle that they didn't maybe come back for a penalty or sort of get the call, because it was really good attack there, and just a bit unfortunate for them. But if they keep that style of dump scoop rolling down the field, that looks to be where they look the strongest, the Newcastle City team.
There is Michelle. She's ruled back here. And this is going to be a changeover, I fancy, in favour of Newcastle. No, in fact, it will go the way of the Right Eastwood side. I'm not quite sure what they've called that one for.
It might have been the changes, James. I think the referee to the bottom of your screen, I think, picked up that they might have had 7 on, or they might not have had a smooth change. So when that occurs, it's sort of like an immediate sort of penalty. You don't generally get an advantage when there's like 7 on. The referees normally just pull it straight up.
Nice little wrap around there from Ladalevu, trying to unleash once more Riley Michelle. She'll play it back on that 7 metre mark. As Michelle comes away here for Poley. Touch made from Simpson. Ladalevu splits them. Beautiful play. Eleni Ladalevu held it out in 2 hands, kept the defence guessing, and squeezed through a gap.
Yeah, I'm trying to sort of get my head around what's going on with Riley Michelle here, because it was a great run, then it went into a limp, then it was an outstanding long ball to set up the try, and then into a limp off the field. So she's obviously carried an injury, but she's got the ability to maybe block it out for a few seconds to cause some grief for Newcastle.
Could be a little bit of gamesmanship coming into play even from Riley Michelle.
You think it's a fake limp, James?
It could be. Don't quote me on it, but I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I'm putting a few options up in the air as the changeover comes, and now Right Eastwood through Musri. Drives it forward. Good follow-up run here from Kelleher. Really good meters. Nice and direct play here. Isabel Sheeran taking that previous run. And now Donkin. Oh, and just in between the run there of Donkin and also Musri. Donkin had to have a little snatch at it. So Newcastle with a chance to work it away from their own end now. They head up towards halfway. A good run coming in there from Matilda Seidel. Up over halfway. Nice straight drives in the midway part of this set. Slavos. Last play. Still with numbers in motion. That one's just unfortunately gone out in front of the link position. A little bit of miscommunication on that particular play.
Yeah, it was a little bit disjointed, but it was good to see Newcastle moving the ball around, and that's one of the things that we're seeing throughout this tournament with these young girls is that they have the ability, like they're fast, they've got the run and the dump, but also they've got the nice long, wide lateral passes, which we traditionally haven't seen in junior touch, and definitely over the last few years we've seen more and more of it, and definitely Newcastle have that ability.
Lucy Clark got very close there, but they marked up well. Good scramble defence from the likes of Forbes, Abercrombie. Made the touch. Here she is now with a run herself. And coming in, a little bobble there. Was it picked up from the referees? No. Play on for Broomhead. Or should I say after the touch of Broomhead there, as Newcastle keep driving forward. Eve Bailey in the 72 is out there now as well for her first taste of the footy.
Yeah, this is better for the Knights. They need another dump here. Another dump and they might get him. Well, they've got the penalty either way.
Well, even better result for them. They'll get a full set to play with here. Ahoy back out there as well. She's one to watch. Here she is now with the ball. Little dummy. Very delayed pass there. Play on is the call. Ava Simpson slowing things down as Lauren Bond heads back out there into the wing position. Penalty once more for Newcastle, with the players not stepping up to that 7 metre mark. We'll see if there's another one here. We could actually see someone sat down.
Yeah, good call from the referee there, because they definitely weren't moving up.
So Ahoy gets pretty close to the line, but is pushed back to that 7 metre mark following the touch. Good patience about their play here. Newcastle not panicking about the scoreline just yet. Long dive here from Simpson. Simpson just hasn't quite evaded the touch. It was a very close run thing.
Yeah, Kelly showed really good poise there under pressure to sort of foot it with her, then make the dive. Well done, Kelly.
Simpson drops it off. Now Ahoy, and at pace they come once more here. Nice little run. They just couldn't quite evade the defensive line again.
Yeah, so close. A dive probably scores there. A bit unfortunate for the Knights. Very close on that occasion.
Yeah, Jemmy Young it was. Turned back on the inside. Nice angle change. They had the cover defence there anyway, I feel, through Brianna Kelly. But just asking a few more questions in that set.
Yeah, it's interesting when you sort of unpack the game a little bit, because often we talk about the online moves, like those lateral plays or the trick plays on the line, but often you're more effective on the way in, on the back of your drive or the flow. And Newcastle looks to be that sort of team where they want to sort of run into the line with that flowing touch, a bit like what we're seeing here from Ryde. Some teams this
Michelle,
suits
here
better.
They go now down the sideline. Sorry to cut you off there, Jason, but it's all happening here in the corner. They've managed to stop that play on this occasion. Riley Michelle still floating around the middle. Poley with the ball now as Ahoy makes the touch. Last play. Poley comes to the line. Poley, good ball. Oh, great hands. Had to turn and twist to reel it in. But once more, good scramble from Newcastle. They survive.
Yeah, very good play. Then again, looking dangerous whenever Riley Michelle's around the ball. I wonder if she didn't have the limp, what would we be seeing here today?
She's already shown a clean pair of heels for the first try of the match. It was an absolute cracker. As Newcastle head back to the middle, here's a good ball for Ahoy, who picks up another 10 or so metres. Further forward, they charge with Nikas. Now onto the field is Seidel, taking a little run. She'll slow it just momentarily, assessing her options. They are all continuing to move up, though, so no penalty forthcoming. So they go on the run. Long floating pass, beautifully read out there from the wide position for Ryde Eastwood. They are very tough to get around at the moment with about 13 and a half gone.
Yeah, and this sort of, just to circle back to that point, James, this is where if when you're watching the game, you can see Right Eastwood seem to be quite comfortable on their line, but when Newcastle's are running at them, when Newcastle's coming down maybe 20 out, 15 out, that's when they're most in trouble. So Newcastle almost want to get them up outside the 7 if you can, like walk right back, get the Right Eastwood girls off the line, and then run in. I think that's when that'll create their best chance for a try.
So ball in hand here for Isabel Doherty. Doherty flings it off, and now worked her way through Seidel. Dummy on the outside, then finding support back to the middle in the form of Doherty. Seidel slows it again.
Yeah, they've almost got to wait out here at the 10 and really get the Ride girls up outside the 7 as they've got there. Now they're a good chance here.
And they'll get the penalty instead. Again, you can just see the referee suggesting they're not coming up as they are required to. They must hit that 7-metre mark. If they stop short of it, that's when the penalty is enacted. As the touch is taken here from Doherty. Yes. Seidel with it once more.
Yeah, the Newcastle's got to really get them outside that 7. So you want to get out of that little bit of a waltz, all that stuff that's happening around the 7 when the referee's saying not moving forward. Get back to the 10 as they are here. Get them right up and then run into it. This looks a bit better.
Nice little strike dump. Seidel is still an option there. They'll go for the long floating cutout ball, but it arrives straight into the arms of Bailey Broomhead, who sweeps that one up, excuse the pun, as they move it from right to left. Bit of room to move here with Ladalevu, who's caught with a good touch there from Howarth. Once more Howarth coming up to put on the pressure and make the touch. Working hard in defence. Up towards halfway. Come the Right Eastwood side, and now over it, only just. Kelly goes for a straight run. Good pick up, and forward they march through Kelleher, who then tried to opt for the alley-oop over the top and just falling short of the mark, but that's good intent from Kelleher.
I think so. That was a nice change of pace there from Kelleher, which was again that's another weapon or another thing that Newcastle City have to contend with.
Quick hands here for Newcastle, picks up another 10 or so metres. The touch is eventually made from Broomhead. As onto the field come some reinforcements, including Kalani, Forbes, Abercrombie, who took that most recent run. Back to the middle they go. Priestley dropped down and then picked up very cleanly from Slavos, who tried to put on the afterburners. She's caught by her opposite number though. Besgrove makes the touch. 3-0 it remains, so time is beginning to become a factor here, Jason. How much does that scoreboard begin to weigh on their minds?
Yeah, it would, because, and this is where, when we're talking earlier about Ride getting out of the blocks with a couple early ones, was so significant, because since then they've been fairly evenly matched. And then now as we get to the back half of the game, now the scoreboard becomes an issue where, you know, we need 3 tries.
Good ball here from Riley Michelle, and then really putting on the afterburners was Lauren McQuaid. And she's gone all the way, no touch on her. A great piece of play here from Right Eastwood secures their 4th try of the match.
Yeah, and a little bit of scoreboard pressure then. I think Newcastle looking over their shoulder a little bit, seeing that it was such a mountain to climb to try and get back in this game, and they almost lost a little bit of concentration. And Right Eastwood, I think that's their MO, isn't it? We're in the game, and if you drop your guard, we're going to take it for a try. They've got speed across the park.
Plenty of pace. McQuaid displaying a lot of it just then. Unfortunately, another early error in the set. So each and every time they've been down the opposition end, they've come up with an error reasonably quickly into the set. So they just haven't been able to build pressure at any point so far, the Newcastle side. As Right Eastwood head up towards halfway. Big collision there with McCarthy.
Yeah, Ride probably putting a bit of pressure on Newcastle too, I think, which makes it a bit hard. They've found it hard to get into their rhythm at times, and they've had a few turnovers, but probably due to the Right Eastwood pressure.
So Ladalevu sweeping around. They won't get a chance to put on that special play there. Changeover for Newcastle. They needed that. There's only about 7 minutes remaining. They need a try, and they need it quickly. Reinforcements arriving as Young gets up over halfway. Bailey hopping in and acting half full. Good hands there from Nikas. It was behind her. Seidel is out there again. She's got ball in hand now. Drops it off for Doherty. Doherty dumps it down. Seidel once more. Classy customer, Seidel. She has real fluidness about her movements. That one just not quite played on the mark, has to be directly on the 7. Last play now. That will hamper things a little bit here for Newcastle. The hop and the skip nearly got away from Musri, but the touch is made. It is the last. It is from acting half. No matter what way you look at it, it's a changeover.
Yeah, Seidel looked particularly strong. I think on the back of a good drive or, a better platform, which I'm sure Newcastle can provide in this game or, future games, I think Seidel's going to be very difficult to handle on the back of a drive.
Seidel still out there alongside Doherty. And this now is Nikas. Nikas drops it about 10 away. And another penalty here for Newcastle. They've had plenty of them. But no result off the back of them as of yet. Doherty. Here is Seidel. She's one of the talisman for this Newcastle side. Doherty, great ball over the top. They keep promoting the footy. Lovely recycling. Nikas dove for the line, but they just got her in time. Yeah. Good scramble from Right Eastwood.
Yeah, Broomhead with a great scramble and recovery. She might have injured her hand here, but she's sticking with it, and that was a great save.
Seidel, quick play the ball. Doherty is there. Latalevu steps up and makes the touch. So a lot of their big guns are on deck at the moment. For the Right Eastwood side, Musri's out there. Latalevu. Broomhead, as you mentioned, has been really strong defensively on the wing. Nikas wanted to try and work something through the middle. It might still work for her. Oh, goodness me. The final pass. Well, she had to wait till she got in front of her to begin with.
Yeah, I think
it's a bit of a mess to conclude.
I think it was a little bit rushed, but this is where, full credit to Right Eastwood. That sequence that you just called there in that bottom corner, James, I think that's a try against almost every team that's here in Dubbo, but somehow Broomhead, took both attackers on her own right on her scoreline and saved it. And I think that's probably why Newcastle, I think they probably have 2 or 3 tries if they're playing most teams up here, but Right Eastwood really on their game.
Well, I'm officially calling Broomhead the sweeper, not just because of the name, but also because of how much clean-up work she does. So back to the middle they come now through Forbes Abercrombie. Newcastle have had the better of the field position in the last 5 minutes. They're still searching for that first try to get them back into things, though. Priestley plays it now, flips it up here for another run. They'll dive nice and quick. I think the touch has been made, though, from Besgrove. Yes, it has. So back to the 7 they go. Still a few plays up their sleeves.
Yeah, a bit of a tip here. When you're attacking and the D's not really coming up, as what's happened here, we'll just wait to see this unfolds.
Slavos pops the pass. Oh, it was actually on there for Forbes Abercrombie. I think she thought that there was an intercept in the making. She pulled her hands away from it. They'll still get another crack here, though, Newcastle.
Yeah, they'll get 6 again. Yeah, so what you want to do, the tip is you really want to stand further than the 7 and force them to come up.
Slavos, nice ball. Now, first touch was definitely off Newcastle. So fancy that'll be a changeover regardless. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so what Newcastle's doing is they're sort of standing on the 7, trying to do their dump on the 7, and then Right Eastwood's, not sort of coming up, and the ref's giving them warnings, and you get into a bit of a dance. And the way you break that as a bit of a tip as the attack is you walk back to the 10, and you stand still and say to the ref, hey, they've got to come up. Then you run into the 7. That's probably what Newcastle might want to try in some of the subsequent games to get some benefit, because they are causing issues for Right Eastwood, but Right are quite doing a good job at anticipating the touch and rolling out of the 7. So you really got to try and break that up if you can, if you're on the Newcastle side.
Broomhead makes the touch with only about 2 minutes remaining here at Dubbo in this 18 girls division. Right Eastwood 4-0 over Newcastle City. Ahoy is back out there. A little bobble in the play of the ball. Play on is the call, though. Ahoy once more comes forward. Michelle making the touch. They drop it off. Last play now here for Newcastle. Simpson at pace, trying to exploit a little bit of a gap between middle and length, but we're just seeing once again how quick Riley Michelle is. There was an opening there, but it was closed so rapidly.
Yeah, look, when you talk about fast players or athletes, there are different types of speed. You can be straight in fast in a straight line or fast laterally or quick, but you sort of got game speed where it's just worth so much more. And Riley Michelle appears to have that game speed where when she's around the ball, something's going to happen. In defence, you can pick up the attacker so quickly, and that's a really good skill to have. Definitely one to watch, Riley Michelle. I did cop some criticism for not giving out any man of the matches, because last week I sort of invented the Guzmani Gomez man of the match, or not man of the match, player of the match, and I haven't really given that out today. So maybe who are you thinking for the GYG player of the match? Let's get it back on track, James Preston.
That's absolutely, for the colour commentator, I am completely biased and neutral in this process. Don't you dare try and dump it off on me, Jason Stanton. You've got a minute to think about it. But here come Newcastle up over halfway. But certainly Riley Michelle has been a very strong performer. So they go on the attack here once more. Newcastle popping the pass over the top. It was building nicely for them. It was a very difficult pass to try and reel in, though.
Was that the sweeper again, saving yet another try? I thought you were going to go with Broomhead, because she, like, if you save a try, it's the same as scoring one. And she saved 2 or 3 out there. So if she'd scored 3 tries, we'd be talking her up. Well, she saved 3. That's the same thing. So Broomhead, you know, she almost, if you're on the Newcastle side, you almost want to attack the opposite side of the field, because she's saving everything, Broomhead.
There's a real winding run from Aloysioso, and that will be full time here. So last play for Right Eastwood. They fling it out wide, back towards the middle. It's certainly gone forward. They'll say play on, though, so it could still be on here for the Right Eastwood side. It is Broomhead. Oh,
Whoa!
Broomhead with the front flip. We've called her the sweeper. Well, she's taken the sweepstakes of tries with that one, and I think in the process, she might have wrapped up the Guzman and Gomez woman of the match.
Well, an absolute superb one in the corner. I was going to say Riley Michelle. Can they chop the gift card in half and get a burrito each? What do you reckon?
I think we can split a burrito. Why not? Sounds delicious.
Well, they're very healthy. Guzmani Gomez, I must say, I don't mind a burrito or 2. So maybe we have our first split player of the match. Riley Michelle and our outstanding Bailey Broomhead are going to split the burrito here on the stadium field. What a game.
Been a terrific game, but at full time, 5-0, Right Eastwood running out victors over Newcastle City. All the action of our next match in 5 minutes' time at 3:30. And welcome back here to beautiful Dubbo. Still quite warm conditions, but the wind picking up once more. We move to the 14 boys division here between Beresfield and the Port Macquarie Makos. Both sides looking to stake their claim in this one and push forward as we near the conclusion of day one's play. For a beautiful Dubbo. James Preston with you in commentary. And it will be the Port Macquarie Makos with first use of the ball, 25-minute matches, no half-time. The two sides will change directions when a try is scored. As Port Macquarie go on the attack nice and early here. Gordon now supplies for Gleeson. Gleeson crabbing across field. Touch is made there from Curry. They have a little crack themselves. Great ball floating above the top. Looking for Rafferty Gordon. They got him mid-flight. Good defensive work from Beresfield. Gordon. Long pass over the top. Well snaffled up from Eddie Gleeson, but nowhere to go. The pressure from the Beresfield side very strong. They stepped up and in, closed things down nice and quick. So Beresfield with the first chance of the match to work it away from their own end. They've left it behind here though. So once more Port Macquarie have a chance to go on the attack early in this fixture. Schmood floats it to the middle. Now here is Gordon and then supplying for Gleeson. Gleeson again in the one. Up to the 7-metre mark. Touch is made. Schmood to Rafferty Gordon. Big touch here on Gordon. They'll cut out Schmood, have a crack themselves. Now they find a gap at the death here. And I am joined in commentary by, I believe, Jordan Parsonage.
Yes. Hi. Sorry about the heavy breathing. I've just run over from my 18s girls game.
I can imagine that would have been a fair way away. But Jordan, thank you for being here in the booth with me. Of course, Right Eastwood player. How have you been going so far? In fact, no, you're with the North Bears. Sorry about that. I saw the black and red. That's the one. Very similar jerseys. But great to have you here in the booth. How's the day been unfolding for you so far?
It's been pretty good. We just had a really tight game with the Neighbours and the Renegades. We went down by one, but yeah, the girls putting in a really solid performance so far.
Well, let's see if Beresfield can do the exact same thing. They currently trail 1-0 against Port Macquarie, but they are on the attack here. Short ball supplied and they go at pace.
Oh.
Once more moving forward. Slater Kidd says, I am a kid no more. I'm a full-grown touch football player.
What a put down by. What a put down.
So try time there for the Beresfield side. We are back to level peggings. And Jordan, what are some of the things that we can typically see around this age group of the 14 boys?
A lot of these boys are mostly cross-code athletes, you'd imagine. There's a lot of stepping, a lot of weaving, some unreal dummies to go through in these sort of age groups.
So the Makos will get things back underway here. Blaze Martin, very strong so far throughout day one of this tournament here in Dubbo. Martin, again, up towards that 7-metre mark. Touch is made from Blakemore. They head back towards the middle of the field. Rowlett, crabbing across. Touch is made. Now they drive straight and hard at the line. I think they got back there in time behind the try line. Drinkwater did indeed get his feet back in the right spot. Now they'll shift it from right to left, all the way over to the wing there of Risley. And left behind. So good defence there from the Beresfield side.
That was good defence. These Port Makos boys look dangerous off that Rooster platform. I'd like to see them look at that short side option. Their winger was sitting in a bit of space there.
So they work straight away towards the substitutions area to get that transition in effect. And they come forward with a bit of purpose with that run there from Curry. So last play now for Beresfield. They've got to promote the footy, but they've lost track of the count. It's like me in math class back in year 10. They head towards the sideline here themselves, though, the Makos, to get their fresh players on the field. However, we've seen an indiscretion in the play of the ball.
Forward pass there, I think that one was. Let's see what they can do off the back of it here. Good field position.
It's the best field position that Beresfield have had so far in this match outside of the try. So the Makos have dominated the bulk of the territory so far as Schmood makes the touch. Up they come now. Parker back towards the middle. Curry.
Oh, there's a goosey.
Well,
Love
Denon
to see
Kemp
it.
would be loving that. Now it's come out again here for Parker. Parker twisting, turning, threatening the defensive line. Curry back here to Parker. And once more now, Ridgway drops it off on the 7-metre mark. Last play here, Parker at pace. Oh, delayed the pass. It was a nice little movement there. He held it out in two hands for an age, just trying to suck in the defensive line.
Yeah, that was nice. I was just checking to see if he was injured. Poor fella's hit his head, I think.
I think we might have a concussion protocol here, so fresh player coming on to replace him. That'll be Slater Kidd as Parker heads to the backfield. Yeah, he's still clutching at the head there, so hopefully he's all right. Young Harley Parker.
Let's see how Port Makos get out of trouble here. See, they go to the box, or they're fresh for a driving set.
So for the meantime, they're going to keep driving forward away from their substitutions area. Good meters on display too from Rafferty Gordon. Riches.
Oh,
great meters from Riches. He picks up about 15 by the end of the run. Back towards the middle with Nash Knight. Knight still an option out wide. Knight is there.
Beautiful.
There he is. Well, forget Knight. He's making it his own day. He dives in. Nash Knight takes it to 2-1.
Clean footy there. Lincoln was on and the winger was almost hitting free too.
So just take us through that play. Obviously holding it out in two hands and drawing in the defensive line. What does that do when you're holding it like that and just asking those extra questions?
Yeah, it freezes the defence. It puts the defender in two minds. Is he going to run? Is he going to pass? Am I in trouble here with him diving at my feet? And he just about did all three of those options there.
So Beresfield behind the 8 ball.
Oh, another goosey.
With ball in hand, Tyler tapping. Rolls it back. Scunthorpe. And now out to Doherty. Doherty flings it back and now hops into acting half. Scunthorpe against Scunthorpe. Oh, the kangaroo hop to put it down. Or Kangaroo Jack, forget that, it's Kangaroo Kobe.
2-2 there, is that right?
It is indeed 2-2. Beresfield didn't have to wait long to level peggings here.
What a hit back. Let's see if this is going to go try for try.
So 6.5 gone, and it's a bit of a triathlon so far. We have seen some pretty low-scoring affairs at this particular division, but not the case here, Jordan.
No, they're putting on tries galore. The boys actually looked like they were confused with the touchdown turnaround there. They lost track for a hot second.
Has that happened to you so far?
It happens to me in every game, and I'm not even on the field.
Hey, happens to the best of us. I'm in the booth, and I still think sometimes we need to be facing the other way.
Oh,
Little dummy comes out here. So they continue moving through Walters. Walters back to the open side. Milner drops it down. Here's Walters. Short ball. Oh, beautiful play. Milner gets it down, but they've called it forward.
Oh, unlucky. They look pretty dangerous there. A little open side quickie.
So close yet so far. And the scores remain level. 2 tries apiece. Thought they'd worked that brilliantly there. It's a very close run thing as they head towards the sideline now. Good run here from Kidd. Fresh players onto the field. Ridgway with a nice driving run. Hopping in and acting half and then promoting the footy further on. Good to see that Parker is back out there in the 17th. He's recovered from that head knock. And the touch is made. Change over here in favour of the Makos.
Alrighty, let's see if we can get a clean box set here. Port Makos look pretty dangerous in that middle channel coming on. Let's see what they put on the back of this.
So straight away they head towards their subs box, and good meters on offer there for Gleeson. Now, was there a stray foot? It looked like there could have been. That was unlucky there for Gleeson. I think he was already losing possession as it came into contact with the opposition, though.
Lucky we've got the best of the best. 3 refs on every game. Eyes all over the field.
So here they go once more now. And they'll drop it off through Parker. Slow to get players back out there. It won't matter, though, because they've turned it over. An indiscretion in the play of the ball. 10 shy of the halfway line. The changeover comes now in favour of the Makos as Blaze Martin looks to blaze a trail through the middle. Good touch made there from Scunthorpe. Martin once more heads out towards the far side of the ground.
Let's see if Rafferty here goes for the middle platform again. He's been pretty dangerous off the back of it.
Certainly has. Here is Rafferty Gordon now. Short ball to him. Threatened to link up with the likes of Joey Thompson, but they jammed in from out wide and shut him down. Now Schmood once more looking for some sort of opening. None forthcoming. And Punton did a good job to squash things there out wide. So we've seen Port have some early success here, but Beresfield really starting to just number up out wide. Where do you think the best avenue for the Makos is going to be moving forward?
The boys look threatening off that middle platform. They start to play some eyes up footy. They can look at these long options if they can get the ball out there, because they're definitely creating space.
Well, here is Blaze Martin, caught just on that 7 metre mark. Gordon, back now to Thompson. Thompson plays it on the 7. Had an opportunity to launch the strike dump, but instead Gordon decided to slow things down. So the wind really starts to pick up here as well. At Dubbo, play on is the call. They'll make the touch. Colethorpe thought he was in for all money. They slid across nicely. So around about 10 minutes gone in this one in the under-14 boys fixture for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Last play here for the Port Macquarie Makos. They just made up the ground in time. Great diving effort from Joshua Drinkwater.
Yeah, great defence there. They've been fast on that transition and caught Port on the back foot. Let's see if they can execute off the back of this boxing drive.
So Beresfield head towards their box, as Jordan mentions. And just shy of the halfway line. Big touch there. Oh, I thought that could have gone either way for a potential forceful touch. It's gone against Beresfield, though.
I think their coach did too. The hands started to be raised there for a hot second.
I don't just out him. Your hands start to get raised as well. Back to the middle they come. Martin with a little shimmy before playing it. Blaze Martin again here, firing it wide. Out now to Colethorpe. Colethorpe, Schmood now back through the middle. Good touch made there from Punton. At pace comes Milner. And then slowing things down. Good patience about the play here so far in this set from the Makos. They dive from a fair distance. Last play now, though. They got down in time. It was Bradford who made the touch. Back to the 7 they come. Nowhere to go for the Makos. On this occasion, they simply succumb with the last touch. And I wasn't thinking much was building, but I thought we might see a bit more than that.
Yeah, I think he must have lost the touch count. We're giving the benefit of the doubt there.
So away come Beresfield, jamming in from the wing. Beautiful read there from Eli Hudson, who really shut things down nice and quick. So they head towards the substitutions area. Curry comes away with it, up towards halfway. Drinkwater, who made some great defensive reads in that last set, now pops in at acting half and just can't get the scoop cleanly. It was building nicely, though, for Beresfield.
They looked really dangerous off the back of that. I like to see Drinkwater have a crack again out of dummy half. He looked like he was ready to go for all money.
Instead, it'll be Port Macquarie who are ready to go back on the attack here. About 12 minutes gone, so roughly halfway through this match. Of course, 25-minute fixtures here for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. So they head from left to right. Rowlett drops it down. Now Gordon. Rowlett again at pace. Gordon still an option. They play it here through Walters. And a caught just shy of that 7 metre mark. They've got to step up the Beresfield defenders. Otherwise they could eye the referee into a penalty. Gordon wrapping around. Once more an option there is Gordon. They get the touch in time though. Curry did a good job.
A great defence from the Beresford boys.
Still 2 tries apiece here. Directly in the middle of this match. Oh, they opened it up nicely. Feigned to go on the outside, popped it back through the middle. He pulled up on his run, fair enough, because it was a very narrow passage.
Oh, go son.
Here they are away now. The jinking run coming into effect there from Kidd. He's been very good so far. So they head toward the middle once more. Doherty.
Oh, fresh pair of heels on the field in tapping there.
Tapping with a little in the way. He'd opened up half an opportunity. Unfortunately, Magbag just couldn't reel it in. There was a slight passage down that sideline there, Jordan.
They looked really dangerous there, Beresford. Looks like they're starting to play a bit of eyes up footy on the back of that boxing pattern. They're looking really good.
So up over halfway they come now. Gordon has been extremely busy in this one so far. Gleeson takes it above his head. What if they rule there? Potentially a forward pass, is it?
Forward pass there. Bit of a momentum swing, you would say, at the moment. Oh, and he's been marched 10 for throwing the ball away, it looks like.
Insult to injury here for the Port Macquarie Makos. The Sharks at the moment without a bite after that play. 5 metres into enemy territory. They continue to promote it from right to left. Doherty plays it 10 into the opposition half. Here he is again. Flat pass back to Scunthorpe. Scunthorpe with a little head fake, stopping on his run. Now back to the middle with Doherty. Doherty and Scutthorpe slowing things down. The two middles acting as the puppeteers, pulling the strings.
Oh, try Tom.
Here is Scutthorpe. Oh, beautiful ball, but an even better read from Blaze Martin. He delayed the pass, but Martin just shifting mid-flight. Got there in time, but ruled to be offside. So another set to play with here for Beresfield. Martin steps up to make the touch.
Oh.
And an incorrect roll ball, I believe, there.
That hurts on touch one. Let's see if the Port Maco's boys can get out of trouble here. Get up the other end of the field for a set.
So around about 10 minutes to go. Gleeson with a nice driving run. They keep it down that narrow passage. Nash Knight already a try so far in this match. One of the two scorers for the Port Macquarie side. They head back towards the middle through Rowlett. Great little strike dump. They pick it up and scoot themselves. Walters having a crack. Oh, they've left it behind. Good read in defence nonetheless. I think they're going to get another set here, though. Yes, they are.
Let's see what they can put together here. They've been running some Roosters Port boys and they're looking dangerous. Let's see if they stick with that platform.
So they'll take the touch here. Riches is out there. Off to Milner. In that link position, Hudson hops in from the wing. Riches. Now to Rowlett. Riches at pace. Riches having a crack himself. Well read though from Tyler Tapping, who didn't panic.
Let's see what they've got here. I think they're up to touch 3 or 4.
It's midway through the count for the Port Macquarie Makos. Drop down. Once more, having a crack at them. Walters.
Great defence.
Question is, was it played at intentionally? No. So they're going to rule last play here. Walters. Oh, the big step and the flick pass. Unfortunately, it's gone the wrong direction. Tom Brady's on the field now. Straight into the arms of Tapping. They've gotten away with one there, Beresfield. That could have gone anywhere, quite literally anywhere. Couple of dummies. More dummies than a pacifier store as we get up over halfway.
Well done to get that ball down on the mark there. Oh!
And here's a nice driving run. Oh, they just got the touch in time. A nice little ankle tap there in the process from Milner. I think he spilt the ball as a result.
Change over here. Let's see if these Port boys can get a clean set. I feel like the last couple of minutes has been a bit of a momentum shift. Beresford look pretty threatening here.
So Rowlett and now Walters heading straight towards that sideline. A nice run to help set them up with that transition. It's a pretty smooth transition too as they get up over halfway. Gordon meeting the defence there of his opposite number, Drinkwater. As Blaze Martin once more takes on Drinkwater. They've tried to isolate him so far in this set, and it's worked an absolute treat. Up through the middle they go, and Joey Thompson dives in. They've got the lead here, the Port Macquarie Makos.
And he's flicked the pass back all the way to halfway. Special talent, that one.
Special talent indeed. They are looking very good at the moment.
All right, let's see how Beresford hit back here.
So they've got about 7.5 minutes to answer in some capacity. Is a nice move here from Kidd, who has shown throughout this match he's a very elusive customer. He'll go back to the mark now, though. Kidd once more. Here is Scutthorpe, who drops it down. Scutthorpe slowing it here about 9 metres away from the enemy try line. Blakemore drops it down. Kidd from distance. Good touch coming in. It's a nice read from Oakshott out there on the wing.
Yeah, a great little defensive player there.
Back to the middle, Scutthorpe. Dropping it down now for Kidd. Scutthorpe on the last. Scutthorpe popping a pass, basketball style. Again, though, Oakshott, a beautiful read in defence.
He's all over it, and I think they've just got the penalty for holding on it. They're looking great here.
So not a great deal of time remaining, about 6.5 by our clock here. Of course, merely a guide on the screens here for New South Wales Touch Football, courtesy of Bar TV. Josh and the team doing a great job out here today at Dubbo. So the touch is made on Nash Knight. Blaze Martin up over halfway.
Some good meters there from the Port Makos boys. Let's see what they can put on the back of this boxing set.
They keep driving into enemy territory here. Thompson, most recent try scorer, drops it off. Big dummy coming out from Gleeson. They get the strike dump. It's on here for Gleeson. He's got to move quickly. Gleeson gets behind them. Thompson's there again. Ball is down. It's back-to-back tries for Joey Thompson.
Smart footy there from the Port boys, and Beresford unlucky. Just looks like they lost count of the touches there. Oh, we've got one hobbling off.
Just having a little look at who that might be. You've picked it up well there, Jordan Parsonage. It's not looking 100%. Although the wry smile to a group of friends might give him away as potentially being a little bit eccentric for that particular issue. I think it might be Braith Punton. Drinkwater crabs across field, still an option through the middle. Oh, Drinkwater, sharp work off the right foot. Play on is the call from the referees. That pass going to ground will mean a change over here in favour of the Port Macquarie Makos, who still lead 4-2. So Beresfield need to be next to score.
Beresford are looking real threatening there. Drinkwater's been electric every time he's had a crack down on the line, so I'd like to see him with more line attack strikes over the last couple of minutes of this match.
Riches drops it off. Really good run here from Gleeson. Good evasive technique as well. Just to avoid that last little attempted touch. Rowlett. Big dummy here from Martin. Oh, the footwork as well, and gets the strike up. They weren't there to completely capitalise on it, but it was tough for anyone to keep up with Blaze Martin there. Last play, Walters now. Short ball, back through the middle. Rowlett is just caught in time.
Great touch there. Is that Drinkwater again? Well done.
Yeah, might well have been Drinkwater in those white boots with the zinc on the face as well.
And the skin sock seems to be a trend in this Beresford team. I'm looking down in the sub box and can see a couple of them.
Well, I could use some and I'm not even running. Pain all through the body. Once you turn 30, it's all downhill. So forceful touch coming from the Port Macquarie Makos side, which means an extra set to work with here for Beresfield. They won't mind that with about 4 minutes left. If they can score here, we've got a grandstand finish, and it's a forced sub as well for Benjamin Oakeshott.
Let's see if Port can hold out the Beresford boys here while they've got one change coming.
So now back to the full complement, and unfortunately Beresfield have immediately given possession back to the Makos. Well, the Bandits thieving themselves of possession. That's not how a Bandit's supposed to work. It's meant to be from the opposition.
Let's see what we can get here. I think Port's one of their best attackers today has been Rafferty Gordon. I wonder, just back on the field for the last couple of minutes. Let's see him have a crack here. It's been electric when he's been on.
Well, there he is, Rafferty Gordon with the ball. Eddie Gleeson as well has been very damaging through the middle. Here he comes with a little run himself now. Gordon, beautiful pass. Did they get to ground in time? No, it's a lovely touch coming across there from Carlo Magbag.
Great defensive read there, just in the nick of time.
Gordon, Thompson, quick hands, Magbag. Once again, I think he's done enough. Yes, he has. It's a couple of brilliant plays in defence from Carlo Magbag.
Is that Oakeshott diving in the corner over there on that far side? Bet you he's practiced that one a couple of times, flying in the corner.
He's done a good job to get back out on the field, having been forced subbed if that is him. Let's have a quick look, see what the number it is. It could well be Oakeshott.
Quick little speedy sub.
Parker over towards the sideline. Makes a nice little run. Here's Curry now. Oh, he's just left that one behind. And they're going to say forceful touch. So both sides have had a couple of these so far in this match. Played in good spirits, though. There's certainly no suggestion of too much aggression going on.
No love lost on the field.
Little dummy here from Scunthorpe. Then eventually links up with Ridgeway. Scunthorpe again. Scunthorpe. Good ball here to Kidd. Stepped off the right foot. It's a likely customer. Here's Slater Kidd. I wonder how much of that name Slater comes from Billy Slater, who was called Billy the Kid.
Little hot stepper, hey?
Could have been a bit of a anointment process for him from the parents. Slater Kidd once more having a crack. Referee playing advantage. They're all offside.
They've earned a repeat set here. Let's see what they can do with it. They've got some of their most agile attackers on here. Let's see if they use the whole set, what they can produce.
Scunthorpe and this man with the ball. Kidd is the two to watch. Here is Scunthorpe. Scunthorpe having a crack himself. Gleeson got there just in the nick of time. 4-2 the score remains. They can't concede here, Port Macquarie, if they are any hope. However, I think the clock is likely to beat them. Just over a minute left. Out it comes now for Ridgeway. Scunthorpe to Kidd.
Great defensive shape here from Port. They're pushing the Beresford boys back. See if they can hold out. Oh.
So Beresfield need a result here. They get all the way through. Scunthorpe, oh, they found the pass. Unfortunately for Ridgeway, they're all over him.
Oh, Porter got one more to defend. They almost lost the count there too. Oh,
Well, that'll
unlucky.
do it for the Port Macquarie side. Less than a minute remaining. An error there from Beresfield. They lead by 2. Gleeson with the big dummy. And he continues marching upfield. So Gleeson just shy of the halfway line now. Rafferty Gordon. And Jordan, I am going to put you on the spot here and get your pick for man of the match in this particular game. I know you're a big fan of Rafferty Gordon's performance.
Yeah.
Is that who you're going with?
I think he's been very good. I think Josh Drinkwater as well for Beresford has had a fantastic game. I thought he was really promising too, if I'm picking one from each.
We're not quite done with yet. Whilst the siren has sounded, there's still another penalty to play out here for the Port Macquarie Makos. So they'll go back and touch it. I'm not sure they'll be looking to do too much with this particular play. They head towards the sideline, a big dummy and the step. In fact, they might opt for one final thing here. They keep recycling the footy. The dummy's on. It's touched in flight. It hits the deck. And that will be full-time at last here. Beresfield unable to launch the comeback at full-time. The Port Macquarie Makos take out a 4-2 victory, and all the action for our next match coming up quite shortly. Mitch Walkerton will be in the box alongside David Stone leading the commentary as we move to the 16 boys division between the Central Coast and Wallsend. From James Preston, Jordan Parsonage, it's a very good afternoon, but don't you go too far.
Welcome back to Lady Cutler Park here at Dubbo, the Northern Conference 2023 State Cup. We've got a match here in the under-16s boys between Central Coast and also the Wallsend Wolves. So a bit of a close match, local derby here. This is Dave Stone, I'm joined in commentary here with Mitch Walkerton, the under-18s Central Coast boys coach. Welcome, Mitch. Debut, I believe, so welcome to the booth and looking forward to this match.
Yeah, thanks, Tony. Really looking forward to joining you in the comm box, mate, and looking forward to seeing these boys go at each other. They played each other a couple of weeks back where Wallsend won in a very tight game, and really keen to see both teams how they've improved and what they've got on offer today.
Yeah, they have had a couple of weeks to train since the Hornets regionals, and yeah, looking forward to this clash here. So obviously being a coach from the Dolphins, who are we looking out for here in the Central Coast team, mate?
Look, there's a few boys that you'll be looking out for. Kobe Rodriguez at Link will feature fairly heavily in the attack. He'll be one of their main go-to players, I would imagine, in the attack. And then, they'll try and mix it up, I'd imagine.
Very good. So we got the Dolphins tapping off here, and this is Rodriguez straight away with the ball, tapping off, and here is McKee onto the 13 in Dixon. McKee and Dixon with the ball in the middle. We got Rodriguez on the sweep. Dixon goes light. They play out the back. No, they play short. Nice set-up play there by the Dolphins, but well defended there by the Wallsend Wolves.
Yeah, absolutely no panic there from the Wolves. And the boys from the Dolphins are going to have to do a little bit better and move the middles if they're going to try and create a few more opportunities there.
So we have Wallsend Wolves working the ball off their line, and fresh legs coming on through the middle in the 23, I believe that is, in Brown. And here we go, the 22 through the middle in Saxby. Tries to open them up early, but a good defensive start there by the Dolphins, winning that central midfield. Here we have Central Coast working the ball outside their 10. I believe this could be the 13 in Dixon, driving the ball forward, and this is McKee. McKee with the new ball. Werner pushing in the middle. The 49, this is Truscott Jones. This is Werner on the sweep. Werner gets the ball. He dives at the line, but once again, good defence there. So good start by both teams here in the middle.
Yeah, really good start. Good flow there, good defence, and also good attack. So we expect it to be a very tight game. And I think whoever completes their sets, makes the least amount of errors, will probably go a very long way to winning this game, Stoney.
Yeah, and here's a good chance here early for the Central Coast with cheap turnover on the 10-metre line with Central Coast attacking. Here we have in the middle in Werner. The 49 is Truscott Jones. Truscott Jones with the ball. Werner at half. No, back to the 7 in Ellers. Ellers steps, Jinx. This is Werner here with the ball once again. So Ellers, I believe, could have an older brother in the 18s. Is that correct? Relative?
Yeah, relative, cousin.
Yep.
Manor. Most people would know sort of who he is in the touch community. He was in New Zealand for the Indigenous All-Stars a couple of weeks back.
Yes, that is correct.
That is his cousin. So, unfortunately, the Knights, his home club, weren't able to get an 18s boys side, and we were lucky enough to pick him up. So, yeah, very fortunate there.
Very good. So here we have Wallsend Wolves pushing through the middle with the 22, and that is Saxby. And we've got a cheap turnover here. We're just trying to get our scoreboard up and running as we speak, but we'll forget about that. We'll get back to the game. So Central Coast working the ball from their line in Truscott Jones. And this is Werner driving the ball forward here. Werner was touched, so he's called back to play the ball. Here we have fresh legs coming on through the middle. So with your system at the Central Coast Dolphins, do a lot of you boys play the same structures? So it's just a filter through for the boys?
Yeah, currently 18s, 16s and 14 boys all run the same box pattern. Oh, bad luck there, creating a chance on the sweeper.
Yeah, so we see a lot of clubs just as a progression for their juniors. It also assists the coaches. They don't have to start again every year. We see a lot of the teams throughout and affiliates throughout this tournament, they'll run the same patterns just to assist coaches and players as a progression. And here we have Wallsend Wolves pushing the ball off their line. Here's the 23, and that is Brown. The 7 with the ball is Hinton. Brown with the ball, gives the ball off, but just couldn't find its mark there in the 13 in Keats.
Yeah, I'd like to see Wallsend try and get a bit closer to the try line. I think that's their third turnover. I'm sure their coach would like to sort of see them have a better crack closer to the line as opposed to 15 metres out.
Yeah, they haven't really hit the 7 yet, so that's something for the Wallsend team to work on. And here we have, once again, the 49 in Truscott Jones pushing on, also with McKee. McKee at half, gives it off to... No, he's calling underplay but caught at half, so here's a good chance for Wallsend to get down to the own attacking 7.
Yep, first time they've had good field position to start the set. and let's see if they can get down to the 7 and put a play on.
Oh, nice dish play back inside, and he's down the sideline, but we've got a forward pass. Yeah, possibly.
Oh, the poor Wallsend coach, he'd be pulling his hair out.
Yeah,
that must be their 4th or 5th error.
Yeah, they haven't got really inside the attacking half yet, so that's one thing definitely the coaching staff over at Wallsend will need to address. And here we have Truscott Jones pushing the ball forward. It's Werner again. So this middle third, we've had a few little mistakes here in the middle. Something for both teams to fix up. Here we have the 29, and that is Priestley driving the ball off. The 22 is just a bit of a stalemate here with Saxby. They'll just get themselves set, the Wallsend boys, in the 5 with Radburn with the ball. Priestley with the ball, gives it out to the 12, and this is Skulls. Returns the ball back in, the 22 is Saxby. Skulls with the ball. Skulls looking for an open play. Skulls down, Saxby with the ball, the 28, and this is, I believe this could be Ethan Eade in the 28.
What would your advice be, Stoney, if you were one of the coaches of either team right now, mate?
I would be completion rate. That would be your main thing. And just trying to get some flow in the game. At the moment, it's just very stalemate. So trying to work on the flow, just complete every set, even if it's just a scoop out of half. Just try and get that flow during the game, and then push it on from there and work on what defensive structures you're seeing and what you attack with. So that's a little bit better there by the Central Coast Dolphins. They've completed their set, and here's a chance for Wallsend to hit back, and we're driving the ball off, and this is Skulls with the ball, drives the ball. This is much better for 2. Oh, just once again, couldn't complete.
That's the commentator's curse.
Yeah, there's been a few of them today up in the comment. We call it all the time, and all of a sudden something happens. So the old commentator's curse, and here we have the 7 in Ellers. Ellers and the 22 in Walkerton. Well, would this be a relative by any chance?
That might be my son.
That's your son, so no bias up here in the box.
Absolutely
we'll be all
none.
neutral.
Absolutely.
You'll be a hard taskmaster, I reckon, on the son while we're commentating here.
Absolutely.
So here's the 4 in Chippendale, driving the ball forward for Wallsend. Dishes the ball back into Graham. That's good play there by Wallsend. Down the sideline, the old trick play. Here we have Wallsend sending fresh legs on. Here in the 22, which is Saxby down. Saxby's with the ball again. He steps, and that could be 6 to go. So here's probably the first chance for Wallsend to have a really good crack at the line.
Yeah, Stoney, I think that was their best set too. Bit of flow. They actually drove the ball. They didn't stop. Let's see what they've got within inside the 7.
22 is Saxby, and also with Keats there. Keats is down. Saxby with the ball. Gives it out to the link. They've got the overlap. No, dishes it back inside. Just a wasted set there, I believe.
Yeah, bad luck. Yeah. Oh, and it's...
Oh, what have we got here?
Going to be compounded with a penalty, I believe.
Yeah, we thought he caught it between his legs. He thought he was away, but penalty was given. So once again, easy turnover here for the Central Coast, and good field position to start their set of 6. Here we have, this is good defensive pressure here by Wallsend, but they called offside. So this would be touch 2 with Rodriguez. Fresh legs on in Walkerton, driving the ball forward, and here is Werner. Penalty here, so good field position on the 10. They'll get a good 2 or 3 touches on the 7-metre line here to the Central Coast.
Yeah, I'd really like to see them run a couple of sweeper plays. Let's test out the middles, see what they've got in defence.
Here's McKee and Dixon working well together here in the middle. This is Dixon with the ball. McKee gives the ball, quickie play. Dixon dives at the line, but good tight defence there once again. I think you could be right. Just try and move the middle around a little bit on these sweeper plays. It's very static play at the moment.
Very good touch there by Ivan the link, I believe.
Here is McKee with the ball. Steps, Jinx. That's not Rodriguez, Werner, sorry. Werner with the ball here in the middle, and Dixon at half.
Not square.
Just them little 1%ers are killing both teams at the moment. Here we have Wallsend working the ball off. Here is Saxby at half. Drives the ball forward. Now, that's good by Saxby. He's away. He's down the sideline. There's no one in sight. He's away, and Wallsend out of nowhere open the scoring. 1-0 to Wallsend over Central Coast.
The big Superman dive to seal it as well. So I'm not really sure how communication breakdown or defensive breakdown over there. looks like the referees are having a bit of a chat, but I think they're going to be happy with it.
Yeah, they've waved it all clear, so Wallsend out of nowhere. They haven't had the field position, but half-field try, and Wallsend take the lead 1-0.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how the Central Coast boys handle that. They've had probably the better run of play, more attacking options. Will they continue to try and press forward, or will a bad call sort of impact their next 5 minutes of play?
Yeah, they can't let that get to their heads too much, because they have been the team on top at the start of this game. Let's see if they can have a hit back here, and Truscott Jones and Rodriguez with the ball. This is off to Ellers. Ellers is down. Ellers got the ball again. He's down for a dump, and that's a 14 in Herring. Herring and Truscott Jones back to Ellers. Ellers with the ball. He's a sweeper around. Not too much happening there, and well defended there by the Wallsend Wolves. It was just a little bit late on that sweeper play.
Yeah, they were trying to get Rodriguez around on the sweeper play, but they just couldn't seem to sort of set it up properly. So well defended by Wallsend.
I'd like to see him try and open that side where he's sweeping to as well, as a very short side sweep.
Mm-hmm. Get that field balance right.
Yeah, that's correct. So here's Wallsend working the ball off their line. This is the 28. That would be Ethan Eade, I believe. We just got a bit of a slow play there, so Wallsend will try and find their flow on the back end of this set. Here is Skulls at half. That's good. We've got a forward pass off the ruck by the looks of it. Yes, we do. So once again, here is Ellers going away. This is a good transition here by Ellers, and driving the ball forward. In 14 is Herring, and this is Werner driving the ball on here from the box set, and McKee with the ball. This is the 13, and Dixon drives the ball forward. This is Werner with a quickie play. Will he step back? He looks short. He dives at the line, and once again Skulls defends the ball well.
Yeah, it's good to see the little punish play there on the link. I actually thought the link wasn't onside. But the referee didn't see it that way, so the changeover, and the Wolves are rucking it out.
Here we have Wallsend working the ball from their own line in the 7 in Hinton. And this is the 13 in Keats. We've got some fresh legs working on here in Chippendale. And penalty there, so tap from halfway. This is a good chance here for Wallsend. And this is Chippendale. Chippendale with the ball and onto the 18, and that would be... Do not have the 18. I apologise. It could be Hughes with the ball. And the 22 is Saxby. 28 in Ethan Eade once again with the ball. Saxby and Eade. This is Eade with the ball. Saxby gets the ball on a Rooster play. Just good defended there by Central Coast.
Nice touch from Jake Dixon, the 13 there, coming out, knocking off the Rooster.
So here we have, this would be Eade with the ball. Just gives the ball out to the wing. So Central Coast, they've got to come all the way to their box. There's a good defensive pressure here, but good ball out. They've got the overlap. Can they get through? Well defended there by the winger from Wallsend in Donkoviski. Once again, here's...
Oh, no, he stepped out the dummy half there.
I'd nearly give that back to the winger from Wallsend. That defensive pressure, he held.
He did, yep.
And it just sort of disrupted the flow of Central Coast there. So well done to the young winger on this sideline. Here we have... the 22, which is Saxby, and also Eade in the middle. Eade strikes dump. 22 is Saxby. Finds a link, and he's through the whole Chippendale. They go 2-0 up.
Yep, very nice play. Little Rooster, wrap. No shutdown there from the open side winger, and we've got a score of 2-0.
So Central Coast really need to hit back. They can't let this get to them, because they have been probably the dominant team for the most part of this first half, and definitely something I'm sure the coaching staff will address, that keep their heads up. They'll get themselves back into this game. Here we have the Dixon working the ball forward. Dixon at half, and this is Werner again. Werner and Truscott Jones. Truscott Jones with the ball, gives to Dixon. Dixon and Werner. Werner and this is Dixon. Truscott Jones with the ball again. Just setting the play up here, and here we go, Werner on the sweep. He looks to go open side, and once again, just a little bit too lateral there on that play.
No, I don't want to be too negative, but we did. The Coast did burn 2 or 3 touches just trying to set up a sweeper, and I would have liked to see the sweeper come and be a little bit more direct, although we've got another error here from Wallsend rucking out. So the Coast will get another couple of cracks here, it looks like.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they learnt from that last play on what they can run. Like you said, a little bit more direct on them sweeper plays and diving at the feet possibly.
Yeah.
Just to get the defence working a little bit harder. And
Absolutely.
here's Werner. Dixon with the ball. He goes side and
that's
dives.
down. That's ball down.
That could be ball down. We'll wait for the referee's call. He's called yes by the looks of it, and they're back in it.
There he is.
Central Coast Dolphins, and like we said, diving at the
Diving
line.
at the line, asking questions of the defence. Number 13, Jake Dixon.
So Dixon opens the campaign here in this game for the Central Coast Dolphins. We'll see what Wallsend have to retaliate here and see if they can jump ahead a little bit more again to give them that breathing space. But it's a ball game here, 2-1 to the Central Coast Dolphins. We have our scoreboard that's broke down, so we'll get the live stream on to give you the time out there. So 10 minutes to go, I've got the call. So it's a tight game here, 2-1 to Wallsend Wolves, and they've got a trick play here, but the pass just couldn't find anyone. They had sweepers and movement going everywhere, but just couldn't find that last pass.
No, if I'm the Central Coast coach, I want to see the back fence. I want to see them charging straight down the hey diddle diddle.
Yeah, this is good here by Central Coast, playing nice and direct for this set, and the 6. And that will be McKee driving the ball forward again. He's a big tall boy, and the 22 is Walkerton. Walker gives the ball back. Here's that punish play. Walkerton gives it out to Rodriguez.
That's a very good touch there. Very, very good touch from the winger.
Once again, that's another good touch there in the 9 in Donkoviski. So here's the big man again. Just passes the ball out.
Oh, and another touch from your man.
Yeah,
another touch.
He's been very good, the old number 9.
No, he's been tremendous.
Riley Donkoviski. I hope I pronounced that right. But yeah, he's defended very well in this game. So here we have Wallsend working the ball off their own line. This is a good drive. He made a good 15 metres there for the Wallsend Wolves, and we've got fresh legs. That's well done by the Wallsend there. And a little bit of lip by the looks of it, by the signal from the referee.
Yep, that looks like it might have been my son giving a bit of lip there.
I'd love to be in the car on the way home, Mitch. We've got that on video, son, so you're not going to get away with that one.
Naughty, naughty.
Here we have Ivan at half, gives it off to Graham. Graham dives on the line.
Great touch there from the saving middle on that Rooster.
Yeah, that would be McKee. Could it be McKee by the looks of it? Yeah, so here is Graham again. Gives the ball off to Brown. Brown gets a quickie play, but Central Coast penalised for not moving forward. So here's a good chance here for Wallsend. Graham with the ball. Graham gives it back to Brown. Brown takes a quickie play. Just not too much happening here, but they're opened him up. Oh, he could have dished that ball in and tried to get Herring involved defensively, but he just opted to dive at the line, and this is Brown. Brown gives the ball. This is Graham. Graham gives it out to the
read
link.
From the winger there.
And Priestley. That's a good read there by Neely, I believe it could be.
Yep. Kobe Neely out there on the wing. That's a nice read.
Here's a 23 in Brown with the ball. Gives it off to Graham. Graham goes short side. Brown with the ball. Tries to stand him up. He stands him up. It's true. Oh, what footwork there by Brown. Toby Brown.
Yep. Really, really good footwork. No threat there. It was 2-on-2. And he's beaten him short side just with good footwork.
Yeah, it's great footwork there by Brown, and definitely opens a little gap there between Central Coast and Wallsend. We've got a 3-1 scoreline, to the Wallsend Wolves. So only about 7 minutes to go, and I think Central Coast really need to hit back here shortly to get themselves back in the game. Here we have the 13 in Dixon with the ball. This is Dixon.
That's a forward pass.
That is a forward pass. That's blatant forward, but play on's the call. Ella's with the ball here. Striked up here for Werner. Repeat set here, so a good chance here for Central Coast. What would you like to see a play run here?
I'd like to see a dive, middle. Let's have a look at them, and then maybe a quarterback, and then go to young Jake Dixon sweeping. or just scoring like that.
Oh, that is down, I think. I think he's caught on the line, the defence. And Dixon.
He has.
He got real low and he's dived at the line and he's got him back in the game once again. So Dixon's the man for this game for the Dolphins at the moment.
Yeah, he's had a very big week, Jake Dixon. Turned 16, got his L's earlier in the week and got himself a double on TV.
The young man, he is having a great weekend here. All right, we got Wallsend tapping the ball off, and this would be Graham. Graham drives the ball forward again. We go at half as Radburn. This would be Keats with the ball. Gives it back to... Oh, is this trick play again? We're diving at the line, but... Play on's the call. So Mr. Referee's got the ball down.
Hang on, we're gonna have a bit of a chat.
I think Truscott Jones was off the line, but the referees are reffing the game, and they're gonna have a little meeting here in the middle, and they're gonna play on, I believe. So that try there, I'm not too sure. I think it was the 5 in Radburn, scores through the middle. I think it was an old Rhino play where the sweeper. Yeah, the sweeper was a fake sweeper, and then the middleman comes straight through the middle and dives at the line. So Wallsend open up another 2-point score gap, and we've got a 4-2 try line here between Central Coast and Wallsend, and once again Ellis. They got Dixon the man. He's on the field once again. And here we go, Rodriguez with the ball, and here's Dixon. The man with the hot hand. He's going to look for a sweep here, I believe. He's coming on the sweep. Here's Dixon. He steps back, plays inside. A good defence. No, they got play through here again.
Oh, he's over.
Wow. So it's try for try. There's play throughs all over the park.
Absolutely. The little red snake there.
That's probably his hat trick, I think.
Yeah, I could be. It's can they get a stop, or will Wallsend skip 2 in front again?
Yeah, there's only about 4 minutes left in this game, so it's really tightening up. And once again, they send Graham on the field.
Oh no! What have we got here? We've got a forward pass.
Oh, that's a bit of a coach killer. So here's a possession that Central Coast have been looking for, and once again, McGee takes them direct away from the box, and Truscott Jones drives the ball forward here. McGee at half gives it off to the 14 in Herring. Herring with the ball. They'll just set up a play here from the centre of the field. We got Herring on the sweep, and this is the 6 McGee in the half. Gives the ball out, and once again the winger well defended. I've liked him this game. He's one to pencil down for the future.
There he is again.
He's defended very well this game. He's kept Wallsend in this game for sure. They can pat him on the back towards the end of this game. But here we go. Wallsend. We've got an exciting finish here. Wallsend driving the ball forward. And here's Graham at half. Gives the ball off. That's good eyes there by the Lincoln winger. Here we have Skulls at half, driving the ball on with some fresh legs coming through the middle. Here we have the 23, and this is Brown. Brown gives the ball back to Keats. And this is Skulls out of half, I believe.
Oh, he's got a 5th tackle penalty for a bit too heavy-handed there.
So a big defensive set here for Central Coast Dolphins. Can they hold him out and try and reply? Here we have 23. This is Brown with the ball. Gives the ball back to Keats. Keats strike dumps. Keats gets the ball. Quickie play back to Brown. Brown's looking for the open play. Gives it out to the 9. The 9, he tries to stand up his winger, but good defence there by Neely.
Yep, good defence.
Here we have the 23 and also the 13 in Keats and Brown working together. This is Brown. They tried to run a rooster play, but just couldn't find its mark. So here's this chance. Central Coast can't waste time. There's not long to go on the clock. Here we have Truscott Jones driving the ball forward. They'll get some fresh legs on here in Central Coast. They looked a bit fatigued, and here's Ellis. Ellis drives the ball through the middle. This is better. Keep the flow going, young men. Here's Walkerton. Walkerton through the centre. Striked up here for Rodriguez. Rodriguez out of half. Oh, just couldn't get
Bad luck.
just couldn't find his way through. He's not impressed, Rodriguez. He just couldn't get through that hole. But
Wallsend need to complete their set, and Central Coast need to stop. They need a lot of pressure to force an error.
Yes, they do. And here's Skulls working the ball, and this would be Keats. Keats driving the ball through the middle. This is where they need to put some pressure on here. The centre, that could be forward.
And it is.
Well picked up by the referee. So this is their chance. It cannot be long to go. I reckon maybe a minute or two if they're lucky. So Ehlers, will they get a call? And he's straight through. Ehlers has played on. So good listening there by Ehlers, but Here's their chance.
A very good touch again from Ivan.
Would you like to see that sweeper go at the line again?
Or a punish.
Yeah, or a punish play. So this
Get
could
him
be
up.
it. There's the punish play. Goes short. Rodriguez dives the line, slams it down. Did the winger make the touch? They're going to have a chat again, once again, the referees. I reckon the 9 could have got him once again, but I think they're going to play the ball down.
I would much would have preferred to see the traditional slide
dive,
try instead of
but there it
the
is.
slam dunk, but it's still a try.
They've
there we
evened
go.
it up.
There we go.
Up. The man that you said at the start of the game in Rodriguez, he's levelled it up at 4 apiece with only a minute to go or so. So Wallsend can't waste too much time, but here we go. Big showdown towards the back end of this game. Wallsend taps the ball off through Brown. Oh, a little bit physical there, but play on's the call. 52, this would be Knight with the ball. Knight gives it off to Keats. Keats returns the ball to Brown. We've got a sweeper in Hinton.
Oh, no. Oh, that'll be a penalty too for throwing the ball away.
So here's Central Coast chance. Do they have enough time on the clock? They need to go direct, I believe. Don't worry about the box here.
Absolutely.
Here is Rodriguez. He goes through the middle. That's good leadership.
Oh, no.
They will get one crack. So can they conjure up a trick play? Can they use their footwork? Here we go. Here's the man of the game, I believe. This would be Dixon. He uses his step. He uses his weave. Can he find open play? This is good defence here by Wallsend. He flicks it out back. Dixon's away. Dixon's down the sideline. Gives the ball back inside. It's scrambled defence. Rodriguez gives the ball off.
Oh, an intercept.
What a finish to this game. Well done, young man. I believe that's probably a fair finish to this game.
I think it was. 4-4. I think it was a really good reflection of, where both teams are at. Certainly an entertaining game. A few errors from both sides, and I think they can both improve on it. So
Yeah, at the start of the game, they just sort of felt a few little errors, 1%ers that both teams can fix up, but towards the back end of that game, that was a cracking game for the 16-year-old boys. And please stay tuned. We've got another exciting clash between the Manly Sea Eagles and also Wallsend Wolves in the under-18s girls. Thank you, Mitch. I think you may be staying on. I will see if I am still staying on, and we will be back with you very, very shortly.
And welcome back to beautiful Dubbo. Some pretty warm conditions here, 28 degrees at the moment, but fortunately a slight breeze as we move to the 18 girls division for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference for New South Wales Touch Football Association. Manly taking on Wallsend, and the Northern Beaches girls set to get first use of the ball. James Preston and Mitch Walkerton with you in commentary. And Mitch, this is a top of the table clash pretty much. 3 from 3 for both these sides so far today.
Yep, just looking at the ladders, both teams undefeated, so it should be a really good game.
We are very keen for this one. It will be Zara Halliday to get us underway here for Manly. She'll touch, and off we go. 25 minutes away from finding out if finally one of these sides will have a little bit of a chink in their armour, or potentially are we set for some sort of exhilarating draw by the end of full time. There are, of course, no half times, and the sides will change positions if they happen to score a try, and we're going to see it straight away. It is Halliday who dives in, and it's more than a Halliday for her. She's having a holiday here in Dubbo.
Yep. Started off with a very nice little punish there on the link, stood her up, and then just went, see you later. Try 1-0. Very, very nice start for the Manly girls.
Literally a perfect start for them. A complete set resulting in a try. And now Wallsend with all the work to do as they pop it from left to right, opening up the play just a little bit. Here is Chippendale. We've seen her at higher representative honours, that's for sure. Zali once more now looks to put on the pace. Here they go, the girls. Wallsend nearly away. Good cover defence there from Tiani Smith. They'll manage to get another set to play with here from the 7-metre mark. Back to Chippendale now. Slows it down before linking up with Sonny Mitchell. Mitchell to Chippendale. Chippendale drops it off, receives it once again, heading to that open side, a big cutout pass, all sorts of space out there, and Emerson Wilson ties things up. It's 1 try apiece.
Yeah, that was a fantastic pass there from Chippendale. She just played straight. The winger did seem like she was in a long way into the wind. 10, 15-metre pass, no problems at all, and we've got 1-1, James.
It's looking very good for both sides early on. Less than 2 minutes played, already 2 tries. And each time one of the opposition sides has headed down this end of the field, they've come away with points so far. So Manly first to trouble the scorers list, then Wallsend. We literally haven't been on the other side of halfway so far, given we do have the turnaround protocol for this particular tournament. Let's see if we eventually get there. Last play now here for Manly. First receiver, here's Medved. Comes that way now, looking to change the angle. Instead, she puts on the pace. And eventually the touch comes in from Holly Radburn. That's nice sliding defence there.
Yeah, it was a very nice touch there from Radburn. Didn't panic, chased the girl down, made the touch, and Wallsend a very nice start to their set. Looks like they're heading towards their box.
So Madeline Stevens in there at acting half, and now finally we see the other side of the field used. It's taken 2.5 minutes just about, but we're in to the other side of the field. They always say there is a scoring end. That's certainly been the case so far. So play the ball here for Manly with a changeover as they head up towards halfway. Nearly losing the footing there was Sonny Mitchell. Play on is the call instead. Quick pass on here, and now Medved once more goes driving hard at the line. Fresh troops onto the field as Vera hopped in at acting half and promoted the footy further on. Now Calms. Calms once again here through the middle. Last play gets the strike dump. Here they go at pace. Manly, good ball, but once again watchful in defence. They shut it down very quickly there.
Yeah, very, very good defence there. A little sweeper play there. The girls went 3-on-3. And once again, a very good start to the set here from Wallsend as they head towards their box, and they're almost at halfway on tackle number 2.
Yeah, very good set to begin with. Let's see how the transition works for them. It's not particularly smooth. They're still waiting for players to get into the thick of things. Now they arrive. Stevens picks it up, and Chippendale is also out there. So some of the big guns on deck. Here is one of them now. Chippendale scything with the run. A nice floating cutout pass as well. It's gone backwards. It's all good. Wallsend go back to back, and they lead 2 tries to 1.
Yeah, it was the same play that you mentioned earlier, James. Chippendale with a beautiful right to left. Another 10-metre pass. Really, really good try. Nice flow from the Wallsend girls. And they've hit the front, 2-1.
So Manly now with a bit of work to do after just under 4 minutes. We've seen 3 tries. This could be a very high-scoring affair based on what we've seen so far. They changed the angle once more. Here's Zara Halliday, who got the first try of the match. Once more they scoot short side. Halliday stepping off the right foot. Watchful defence though from Chippendale. A nice dive to ensure the touch was made. They've said that one isn't quite played on the mark. Good to see our officials aren't slacking off toward the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Always the stickler.
Yes.
Touch is in here. Play on now for Halliday. Halliday trying to squeeze through a gap. None opening up, and that is the changeover. So once more, really stern defence from Wallsend.
Yeah, absolutely, James. No panic there. Another nice rooster play there for the girls from Manly. But Wallsend were able to counter that, and once again, they come flying out of their box with good flow and a good drive here.
Really clinical approach from both sides so far in this match. And of course, just as I've said that, here comes the commentator's curse.
There it is.
Wouldn't quite be the case otherwise, would it?
There it is. You give someone a rap and then straight away, there's the error.
I was just going to say there's a reason both these sides have gone 3 for 3. Apparently it's because they do errors like that. Wonderful stuff. They turn it back on the inside now for Morgan. Morgan in at acting half for the follow-up play. And there's one in like kind. This time, though, it is for 7 on the field for Manly. So just not quite getting that subset right there.
No, they didn't. It's a play that the Manly Prems team uses, and Brownie, who's I can see down there in the box, who's also involved with the Manly Prems girls. It's the same play that they like to run. And what do we got here?
Oh, I think they're very lucky with that one. There was
too.
definitely a bit of a strip at the ball after the touch.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a bit of a hand in there. But anyhow, you have to play what it is, and Mr. Mason, the referee, calls it as he sees it, and he's saying roll ball.
Well, no benefit of the bunker, of course, in touch football. Actually, it's probably a benefit to the spectator that we don't have to deal with that.
Yep, that's right. It would absolutely ruin our game. We need the flow. We don't need all the breaks.
So French plays it, and out it comes now to Wignall. In fact, that's Van der Reyden, so they've switched jerseys just to make it that much more difficult. But Grace French finds no difficulty in getting to the try line. We have a level ball game once more, 2 tries apiece.
Yeah, really, really nice setup play. They've run the sweeper, so they decide to pick up and go back the short side with the option. Fooled everybody, including myself, and it's an easy try for the Manly girls.
So after 6.5 minutes, we are back level once again. Wallsend with a chance to apply some pressure now themselves. Chippendale comes forward. Good meters on offer for Chippendale. And now with Stevens, who centres things a little bit more, drops it on that 7-metre mark. Chippendale, beautiful pass. It's opened up again for them like Sydney heads. Zali Chippendale is distributing the ball like an absolute expert.
Yep, she's putting on a clinic. That was a really, really good ball. A great hole from the link chopping in. Very hard read there for the Manly winger. But Chippendale summed it up perfectly. She's put on all 3 tries for the Wolves.
So 3-2, Wallsend lead over their Sydney counterparts. Manly girls now looking to put themselves back in contention here with Patterson on that run, followed up by Van der Reyden. And still they march forward pretty easily here through Halliday. Halliday still going. It's like she had spiders on her for a moment.
Yeah, that same punish plate, the same setup, how they scored their initial try. I think the Wallsend coach would like to see the girls take a step off the line and not just be so close to the try line. But that's really good defence there from the link from the Wolves. Number 7, Wilson, I believe it is.
Yes, Emerson Wilson and also Stevens chiming in for that last play there to shut things down. And good meters on offer here for the Wolves, who start howling up the field. A little bit of a dummy coming in as they work towards their sub-box here. Wonderful diving effort, but they just managed to evade it. Keep marching upfield. But never onside is the call from Mr. Mason, our referee. In fact, speaking of call, one of the players is going to be called out and forced subbed as well.
There you go. Maybe a little bit too heavy-handed in the touch.
If it was heavy-handed, it was something that perhaps escaped the initial attention of you and I, but certainly not our matchday officials, as Wallsend continue marching upfield. Chesworth drops it just short of that 7-metre mark. Play on is the call. Mitchell out of acting half, and now back here to Chesworth. Mitchell through the middle. Well read, though, from Patterson. Last play now for the Wallsend Wolves. Just under 9 minutes gone. This one is going along very quickly, but this time there is no opening. Good defensive work from the Manly side.
Yeah, both teams have sort of settled down a little bit more now, trying to get a bit more flow through the midfield. And there's that move again where they save the touch. where they got penalised last time. So Brownie would be happy that there was not 7 on this time. And the girls should have an extra touch to attack with when they get down on the try line.
Here is French, who has scored one of their tries so far. She picked up the most recent one. Oh, a little juggle still live there for Manly. Did a good job eventually to reel it in. Patterson is there in support. They get the touch across, though. Nice work from the very hard-working middle on that occasion there for the Wallsend Wolves.
Yeah, Tiani Smith just kept out a half. Just wasn't able to make it through the dummy half, but it was a good set there from the Manly girls. And once again, a good start to the set here from the Wolves.
So Radburn with that run. Now they follow it up and get over halfway. Oh, that's got to be a forward pass for sure. They haven't seen it, though. And unfortunately, I think our sideline official on this side is actually caught up at the moment, chatting to a few of the players, ensuring that they don't encroach on the field. And in the process, that one's gone missed.
Oh, well, they are human, our officials. You know, the players make mistakes. Referees make mistakes. Oh, there's another forward pass there, I believe.
But commentators never make mistakes, right, Mitch?
Oh, absolutely.
Never not. They work it away here through Evie Wignall. And that is left behind. Speaking of mistakes, a change over here for Wallsend. They get the quick touch, and off they go. Wickham. Now Chippendale. Stevens flicks it up here for Chippendale. Slowing things down. Such a dangerous customer is Zali Chippendale. Bit of patience about this set so far from Wallsend.
Yeah, not sure what they're trying to set up here, but it'll certainly involve Chippendale.
She is playing it. Well, they haven't got the strike dump to work with on the last, and there's a lot of miscommunication here. That's extremely disjointed.
No, that is a very, very poor set. A tap from halfway to put on basically nothing is a very, very disappointing set there for the Wolves, and I'm sure their coach will want them to fix that next time they get down near that 7-metre line.
It's very un-Wolves-like. We've seen how clinical they've been in their approach to everything so far in this match in the opening 10 or 11 minutes, and that's the first time things have come unstuck as Chippendale makes the touch there. So Manly up over halfway, popping it back towards the middle. Nice little scoot here from Halliday. Halliday threatening once more and then linking up with Tasma Patterson.
But a very nice touch there from Holly Radburn, shutting down the run there. So, and here they go again.
Good metres on offer too.
Fantastic metres, James.
For Wallsend, so they get the subset moving pretty quickly, up over halfway. They had to stop on that run, though. They're trying to play very close to the advantage line here, and for the most part, they've got it right, Wallsend. That time, just coming a little bit unstuck and ruining the momentum. Back they come here through Sonny Mitchell. Now hops into acting half, not before running into the backside of her own player. Allo supplies the ball. Back to Allo now. Mitchell will threaten to link up on the outside there with McTaggart. Last play now. Allo, the floating cutout pass, somewhere in between middle and length, though, and ultimately going to ground.
Yeah, I don't want to harp on it, but a very, very good start to the set with good field position on the first 2 tackles. I'm sure the coach wouldn't be happy with the end of that set, and it gets compounded with a penalty. So the Wallsend Wolves will want to hang tough here and not allow a try.
So Wignall marches forward. And now French. Back through the centre. Medved. Quick play the ball. Again, Medved with it. Slowing things down here on that 7-metre mark. Medved having a dive from distance. There were plenty of players there waiting for her, though. They stopped her in mid-flight.
Good touches there.
Roll ball with a few players still at their sleeves here, the Manly side. French bouncing around with abundant energy. French again, splits them. French looking for support, floated it over the top. For a moment there, I thought that could have almost been play on out of the hands of Wallsend and then with a chance to dive on it, but instead they'll get another set.
Yeah, a very fortuitous bounce there. The Wallsend girl wasn't able to reel that one in, and it's another set of 6. So let's see if they can hold on here.
Stepping off the left foot is Grace French.
Great touch there from Alo. Very, very good touch.
She made it right on the line, had to as well, otherwise it was a second try for Grace French, which would have put the scoreline back level at 3 apiece. Can't believe how quickly this one is moving.
That's a ball down, that's a try.
And that's a great pass there for Van der Reyden, who goes in. 3 tries apiece, the referees will confer and confirm.
Yep, a nice little open side quickie. Again, really good line there from the link. And, yeah, a really, really nice worked try.
So a level ball game here into the second part of this match with about 11 minutes on the clock as Chippendale restarts things for Wallsend and heads upfield. Chesworth now on the follow-up. Out to Radburn, slowing things down. They've worked it nicely here, just shy of that 7-metre mark. If they can work a strike dump, certainly a raid is set to follow. They don't get it on this occasion. Chippendale. Oh, geez, nearly Chesworth caught unawares there. Chippendale, however, sees a little something. Just building, however, good pressure jamming in off the wing there for Manly.
Yeah, really good defence there from Manly. It was a little bit too static, I think, there from the Wolves. They couldn't seem to get the right flow and the right play. They were trying to set up, firstly, a rooster and then the sweeper, and they just weren't able to get into the right spot there. And here comes the Manly girls on a very good set.
A couple of good drives, and they followed up with another one
Great
here,
run
Manly.
there. Great run
and
there.
To deck goes Chesworth as well. They weren't pulling up on that run. That's much better defence for the follow-up touch, though. And that does stop them in their tracks. Last play now, but another strike dump is worked here. Good ball over the top, or just down in front of Smith. The line was open and waiting for her. Unfortunately, she didn't have the go-go gadget extendo arms.
No, she would have needed 11-foot arms to be able to catch that pass that was just too far out in front of her. But again, a really good set there from the Manly girls going all the way down the field. And here's some enterprising play again from the Wolves. First tackle on halfway. Let's see what they can put on the back of this set.
They're certainly not afraid to throw it around. I've been very creative with their ball playing so far. Stevens now to Allo. Back to Stevens through the middle. Touch comes in last play now. Incorrect roll ball though, so that's going to hurt them.
Yeah, not square there with the roll ball on the fifth tackle. A coach killer. Absolute coach killer.
I can't imagine that Christian Brown would be too happy with that one. In fact, should I say, Aaron Hard's the coach for Wallsend. Stevens comes up and makes the touch. Good hands there from French. Ball came at her at pace. Last play now. Speaking of at pace here, they work it with lots of room to move here. Van der Reyden tried to open up some kind of a gap, but Stevens did a really good job to slide there quite quickly.
Yep, she did. Unfortunately there for the Manly girl, she wasn't aware that it was the last tackle. She was still trying to put on a dump there. So the Wolves look a little bit unorganised here, and I think Manly can smell a bit of blood in the water. They're getting up and shooting. That might be the fourth tackle, and they're trying to bring on the troops now. Oh, that's a big touch.
I think that's more than big. It's going to be forceful contact. Yep, that's the case there. I must say that's a 50-50 call because she was off balance.
Yeah, no, she was, but yeah, I don't know. I think it was a penalty. I think that was a forward pass, but I think that was definitely a penalty there, James.
I think we need to put you in a pink shirt based on all this.
No, thanks.
Touch comes in. Exactly, that's the case, isn't it? We can say as much as we like up here. We're not down there on the ground. They're doing a great job throughout the day, the
Absolutely.
referees.
They do a tremendous job. They do a really, really good job, and everyone has to remember that without referees, we wouldn't have a tournament. So the next time someone wants to be critical or negative, if you're not prepared to get out there and grab a whistle yourself, maybe you could close your mouth.
Very good point as Chippendale is caught here just shy of that 7-metre mark. Radburn with Chippendale now wrapping around. Will threaten to link up there with the run of Mitchell. Instead, back to the 7 she goes. Mitchell to Radburn. Touch comes in. Last play. Here is Chippendale now. Chippendale threatening as always. Oh, beautiful ball. But I think they've dropped it in the process. Either way, they're going to call it back here. So score remains level. 3 tries apiece with about 7 on the clock.
Yeah, really, really good defence there. Through the ruck there, that'll be a penalty. Really, really good defence there from the Manly winger and the Manly link. Pressing up and making the touch there on the touch. Wasn't sure what number the Wallsend Wolves girl was actually, but just good defence.
So coming in here is Radburn to make that touch as they head toward the sideline. Fresh troops onto the pitch now. Halliday is one of them. She takes a run, followed up by Taudian. Back toward the centre they come. Still a couple of plays up their sleeves. Oh, they had an option out wide. Went away from it initially. Play on for now, however, out of acting half and caught with the ball. So that is the changeover against Manly. They had options there, just needed to speed up the process a little quicker.
I think you're right there, James. I think if the release and gave it to the sweeper, I think she would have dived and scored because the middle who made the touch didn't exit the touch in the best of shape. And I think the sweeper certainly could have been diving and looking at a try.
Well, early on in this fixture, I call we could be on the way for a nail-biting draw, and that is definitely where it's headed at the moment. 6 minutes to go, still 3 tries apiece, and you really can't separate these two sides. They're undefeated so far today. 3 from 3 for both Wallsend and Manly.
Oh, a 5th tackle penalty.
That's got to hurt. I can't imagine Christian Brown will be too happy with that for his side. But up they come now to make the touch on Stevens. Stevens running directly at that woman who
Good
had
defense.
to retreat quickly.
Very good defence there.
Yeah, they stopped Allo right on the spot. She'll play it here. Stevens to Allo. Touch comes in there from Calms. Stevens again threatening, pops it back on the inside. This time they do beat them.
The Wallsend girls, they call that the chicken, which is the rooster out, and then they turn it back inside for the boy. So that's a really, really well constructed try there. Really, really well constructed try.
Does give them a slender lead going into the final stages of this match inside the last 5 minutes. Wallsend 4-3 on the score. Hope you're enjoying all the action. Let us know where you are watching it from, who you're barracking for. It's a good contest, this one, between Manly and Wallsend, as Smith comes forward. Stevens makes the touch. Here they come now, Manly. Oh, it was building for them nicely. Stevens, I think, however, had got back in time just in case she was required.
Yeah, again, really good defence from the girls, from the Wolves, and they get the chance now to ruck it out.
So they'll operate down that skinny short side, trying to get those fresh substitutions onto the field. Chippendale is one of them. She's with the ball now and up over halfway. Has such a lovely stride about it.
She just cruises across the field, doesn't
meters.
she? Yeah. Oh, that's not the best play of the ball.
You're right there, Mitch. It has been picked up by the officials as well, so change over there. And now it starts to get a little bit concerning here for the Manly girls. They do have ball in hand, but inside the final 4 minutes, scoreboard pressure becomes a big factor here.
Yep.
So they turn it back towards the middle. Now Wickham over halfway. French is back out there. She's been tireless in her efforts in this match. French with a great play the ball. They've got a nice roll on here, Manly. They'll play once more. Oh, and at the crucial time, they've lost the footing. Patterson just couldn't get a clean scoop of it.
Yeah, they've run that play quite a lot. They come to the box and then they sweep back, either put a punish on the back of it, or that was going to be, looks like it was going to be an open side release. So they just weren't able to execute with as the coaches call it, completing their 1%ers. So, we've got another error here from the Wolves. So it really is anyone's game. Who's going to complete their sets for the last, couple of minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes left here. And Stevens probably didn't need to throw that pass. They've got to remember Wallsend. They're in front. They don't need to push anything at this point. So quick play the ball here as Taudian comes forward. Now with Wickham. Wickham supplies for Calms, who takes the touch. Scooting out of acting half is Halliday. Halliday links up. Oh, what about that for a dive? Forget Clark Kent. That is completely Superman or Superwoman as it should be.
Really, really good constructed try. Halliday out of half, squared her girl up, passed to the link. Really, really nice dive, as you said. Superman-esque, and we're all locked up.
4 tries apiece. Just over 2 minutes remaining. This one is coming down to the wire. Both sides coming into this match, 3 from 3. We could be headed for a draw, or is there a late twist still to come? Chippendale. And then followed up with a run there from McTaggart. Here is Chippendale once again, threatening to link up with McTaggart, who hops in at acting half, and now they promote the footy further to Mitchell. Mitchell with the dummy. Last play now. Nothing really doing so far in this set here for Wallsend. Can Chippendale conjure up a miracle? Chippendale with a big dummy, but the touch already came through.
Yeah, very good touch there from Halliday. I'm sure there was heart-in-mouth stuff there.
I know someone who had his heart in his mouth just for a moment there. You're looking very nervous as to whether a touch was made, Mitch. Up towards halfway now come Manly and straightening the attack. That's a nice run there from Halliday.
Great run.
Now pop it back here for Smith. And now Wickham. 10 metres into enemy territory.
No, 7 on the field again.
Turned over the ball here. Yes, you're right. 7 on the field is the call. So back at the halfway mark. Really good field position here for Wallsend coming into the final minute. This could be it. Can they steal it at the death? Mitchell, they promote it further. Wider still it comes now to Stokes. Oh, very flat pass there. Play on is the call though. Mitchell is caught about 15 away from the try line. They'll wait to get the reinforcements. Smart play there though from Chelsea Smith, who chimed out a line. Didn't give them the time they wanted to work with. They've gone to ground there with Allo. They'll still get another few plays here, so they'll be able to keep the ball up until full time here, which means the last opportunity rests with the Wallsend Wolves. Stevens touches it. Smith makes the touch. Once more, up they step here. This will be the last play now. Allo, what can she do? Oh, straight into the hands. It's off here for Manly. It's a foot race. Can they outstand them? Here comes Holly Radburn. She's not going to have enough pace. Vera goes all the way and steals it at the death. Jasmine Vera has won it for Manly against all the odds.
Oh, can you believe it? The intercept after the siren goes.
Well, they weren't content with the draw. I can tell you now they'll be far more upset about that final result, though. What a game it was, Mitch Walkerton.
A tremendous game, a really, really good game. I'd expect both teams to go fairly well and fairly deep on Sunday.
Well, that could well be a precursor to the grand final itself. What a match it was at full time. Manly steal it after the siren, 5-4. We've still got more action coming your way in just a moment. We head to the 16 boys division. Mudgee take on Carlingford. It'll be myself and Jordan Parsonage in the booth with you. Stick around, all the action in 5 minutes time here on Bar TV and New South Wales Touch Football.
Jack.
And welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference, the 16 boys division. The Mudgee Mud Crabs in the purple and black set to get us underway up against the Carlingford side. James Preston and Jordan Parsonage with you in commentary. Jordan, this should be a really good fixture.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a bit of a tight squeeze between these boys by the looks of the leaderboard so far.
Well, just take us through a quick rundown of where these respective sides are sitting. We'll continue with the action here whilst to have a little look for us ourselves. We are ready to get underway, of course, 25-minute matches, no half-time breaks. And the sides will be changing ends once a try is scored. So the Mud Crabs with first use of the ball, and they head out wide immediately through Riley Taylor. Here he is again with it. They pop it back towards the centre here. Gallen up towards that 7-metre mark. Short ball here. They've worked an overlap nice and quickly, jamming in from the link position, though. It's a good touch in the end from Taj Smith.
Yeah, great touch there.
So Gallen slows it down now. He operates as another option through the middle. Oh, Gallen with the Superman dive. And somehow he's evaded all of the contact, has he? They're going to have a late little confirmation of this one. I thought there might have been a hand in there.
Ooh.
Yes, indeed, there is. So there was a touch. And more so than that, I think they're going to say it wasn't square at the play the ball, so they'll come all the way back there. So it is the Carlingford side with ball in hand, but not for long. An error on play one, which for Alana Barlow, the coach, should be a hair-pulling affair. David Maguire, unfortunately, leaving that one behind. 7 away from the try line. They come up pretty close and open them up immediately. The Mud Crabs, no touch this time. Harry Gallen goes in.
Strolled over there. That was some great attack from the Mud Crabs.
So looking sharp to begin with. And is Mudgee in cruise control here over Carlingford. And Jordan, obviously you're with the North Bears. How are you guys faring so far in this tournament?
We've had a couple of mixed results across the park. Our boys just played against Renegades.
They head closer towards the halfway line.
Let's see if Carlingford can get a clean box set here.
And welcome back here to Dubbo. Fortunately worked through a nice little technical issue there. We are back with this one in the 16 boys division, and the Mudgee Mud Crabs straight away are looking to make Carlingford pay. They currently lead 1-0. Carlingford have survived this particular raid as they work it away from their own end now and jamming in to make the touch. It is Lane Fisher as they come forward once again. Jordan, wider still. Jordan's still an option on this open side here. They go nice and direct though. Jamming in to make the touch was Pascoe. Last play now. The big dummy comes through all the way into the in goal and popping a beautiful pass. Try time here for Hallam.
Ball down.
So a level ball game here, 1 try apiece. Around about 5 minutes of play. Jordan Parsonage, welcome back to the commentary booth here.
Caught up now, just in time to see number 5 with a clean set of heels, speeding through the line there.
Ashton Hewen, very quick stuff. Setting up a nice try there for Luke Hallam. And so the Mud Crabs will restart us here through McWhirter. They keep marching forward on this occasion. McWhirter back to the middle, receives it now. Slowing the play down, gets a nice strike dump just at that 7 metre mark. Quick play here from the Mud Crabs. Oh, beautifully read out wide and jamming in. It's a nice read on that occasion from Puglisi.
Great defensive effort there from the winger.
So back to the 7 they come. Now with Werther. Now restart things here through McLean. Werther. Forward they march. Werther is there again. Good read though in defence. It was Tate coming in.
Mudgee boys look dangerous there off the ML platform in the middle of the field. Let's see what they're going to... Looks like they might stick with it again.
So McWhirter drops it down once more. They come at the mat pace.
Oh.
Common Keole with some good passage of play there. However, they've done enough to avoid the try there. That pass just floating a little bit forward. So Carlingford work it off their own end now and running at pace. It's a nice, courageous run there from Carlingford, but they haven't played it correctly. So change over here in favour of the Mud Crabs. Still level ball game here. 7 minutes into the action. Before they work through Flynn McLean. Durant. Waiting in support. Now he picks it up out of acting half. Durant wrapping around. Well read though. So welcome back. We do have power restored once more here at Dubbo. And immediately we're seeing the Mudgee Mud Crabs go in for a try to take the score to 2-1 over Carlingford with about 9 minutes played here. Once more, they've worked that short side really nicely there, Jordan.
Yeah, they have. It'll be interesting to see if the defence starts to space themselves out a bit differently, or they keep punishing those short side options, and it
Oh, beautiful pass,
looks to be
though.
exactly that.
Well out in front of the grasp of Jace Wisby. It's a try time here out on the wing. I think again it might be Luke Hallam. It is indeed. So Hallam's got 2 tries for them now. Both of the tries here for Carlingford. He's kept his width beautifully, but what a pass that was.
Alrighty, let's see how Mudgee hit back here.
So Mudgee to restart things from the halfway line. And they do so through Littler. They pick up a nice good 10 metres from that first play. Now Crab back to the centre of the field through Flynn McLean. Littler. Pressure coming up on that 7-metre line. Oh, diving from distance and got to ground so quickly. A beautiful reaching effort from Riley Durant. More like Kevin Durant with a reach on him there.
Someone must have told these boys that their stream was back on. They've all started tries as soon as we're back up.
It's very interesting the moment they can't hear it being commentated. They're not doing a great deal, are they, Jordan?
Back just in the nick of time.
So here comes the touch off once more from halfway. So Carlingford behind the 8 ball here. Mudgee haven't trailed at any point so far in this match. Good touch coming in from Flynn McLean. Now Hodges. Wider still now with Archie Brown. Brown once more. Slow it down here. Takes the touch on the 7. Last play now. Brown scheming. Good touch though. Always well read on that occasion there from Riley Durant. A try scorer just a moment ago. He now stops one for his side, the Mudgee Mud Crabs.
Let's see if Mudgee can get out of trouble.
Welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. Mudgee Mud Crabs in the ascendancy here over the Carlingford side. Long ball as well, a beautiful pass out in front, handled with absolute aplomb. Fisher gets it to ground, and the Mud Crabs go in once more here, 4-2.
That was a brilliant finish. Unbelievable, really. Here come the fresh troops. Let's see how Carlingford will hit back here.
So Carlingford with the work to do. They trail by 2 here at Dubbo. Warm temperatures as well, up about 28 degrees at the moment. So Carlingford with Hewan getting up towards that 7-metre mark and now encroaching upon it. Scully has a crack himself. They got across nice and quickly there.
Some brilliant dives on display in this game. Boys are throwing themselves at the line.
And just getting an update as well coming from our sideline official. I believe the score is actually 4-3 here. So we've had a try in the midst of the little disruption in the coverage itself. So the Mudgee Mud Crabs, however, still in the ascendancy here as they march upfield. Short ball provided. And the touch comes in once again. Now here is Angus Littler up over halfway. Good momentum about their play so far from the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Hyun comes in and makes the touch. There is a game once more. Ashton Hyun. Some hard work there in defence and earns his side the ball with a changeover. And they're ready to roll here on the sideline, the Carlingford team. And they'll get a whole set to work with off the back of it as well. Hyun once more, the touch was a risky one, that little short pass at the line. That's another short pass. This time it has a much better impact though. And they nearly go all the way through with Scully. Big rangy thing for his age.
Great diving touch there by Pascoe.
Smith onto the field now. Dummy not fallen for there by McLean. One of the two McLean boys in this side. Connor and Flynn, of course. Flynn in the 24, Connor in the 23. Off the left foot now they come through Ward. Ward back towards the middle. Ball to ground though. The Mud Crabs survive. And they really haven't offered too many opportunities from their defensive line so far.
No, it'll be interesting to see if we can get a couple of completed sets here. Boys late in the day, couple of games in, heat starting and fatigue. Here we go, they've earned a penalty. Great start for the set.
Well, that'll certainly help things as they continue to march upfield. They are, however, in the lead here, the Mudgee Mud Crabs. 4 tries to 3 on the Guzman and Gomez scoreboard here, thanks to Bar TV and Josh and the team. Doing a great job bringing you all the coverage here today. So they pop it back towards the middle. Now slow things down here with Littler. Short ball. Oh, the dummy comes out and then straight to ground. That is beautiful play there from Flynn McLean, and that is a clean try if I've ever seen one.
Straight to the highlights reel, that one. Beautiful.
He dummied left, dummied right, and went straight through the guts like a bad curry. So now Carlingford restart from the halfway mark. Now pick it up once more here. On the go. Easy meters on offer for Harry Jordan. Hodges for Brown. Brown inside the 7. Drops it down. They don't get the strike dump they were working for though. Hodges instead decides to retreat. Gets that defensive line out. And they can reset things here. Archie Brown touches it down now. Last play. Here they come through Hodges. Hodges has a crack himself. Well read in defence, though. Once more, I think it is that man, Riley Durant. He's having a great game, Jordan.
He is. He's got the long reach on him to get down and make those diving touches.
So Durant, the big match, and now hopping in at acting half, supplies little passes. They head towards the sideline. Good hands, and then running backwards, almost at the same speed he was going forward. They're going to say forceful touch. I think that was just in the process of trying to maintain balance, though.
Yeah, I think Carlingford might be a bit unlucky with that one, but it was almost like a little moonwalk going down the sideline.
Little moonwalk. I'll tell you what, if you get your girls on this main field here, I'm 100% expecting a moonwalk after a try celebration.
I'll let my girls know.
Hey, you tell them. I'll call one of them MJ.
Let's see what the Mudgee boys can put up on this set.
Brown short ball now for Bobby John Pascoe. Pascoe having a crack again at them. And Pascoe has got to ground. Oh, good lad. Bobby John bobs up and gets a try. It's a 6-3 on the ISC Apparel scoreboard. And they're going to call out Archie Brown here. And I think he has to be very careful from this point. Probably lucky not to be forced sub when you're having a chat like that to one of the players.
Very lucky. See if Carlingford can just react and respond to what the referees are calling a little bit quicker, and I think they'll have a good time.
And the referee here just on the sideline, still having a chat with the coaching staff of Carlingford, just ensuring that tempers don't flare up here as they continue with things. Oh, it's nearly a hat-trick there for Hallam. And no advantage ruled, despite that knock-on. So they'll get another set of 6 here from the 7-metre line. Hyun is caught. Picked up here from Toby Ross. Dances across the field. Hyun to Ross. Ross off the right foot. Nice step back to Hyun. Oh, if he could have got the quick strike dump there was a real opportunity brewing, but still somewhat caught in the motion of moving forward. It was a tough one for Hyun to complete. Here he is again with the ball though, Hyun. Ashton Hyun crapping across field. Now he puts on the afterburners. Oh, Hyun nearly got away from them. Bobby John Pascoe, though, makes the touch. Last play now here for Carlingford. Hyun Feigns to go long, turns it back on the inside. Great evasiveness there from Smith. Smith pops it wide, but they're all up in their faces. In fact, a little too much so. They're offside, so another set to come here. They've got 6 minutes to work with here, Carlingford. They're down by 3. If they can score here, we are set for a grandstand finish. Hewn receives from Ross. Hewn, quick hands, tries to get the ball away. That'll be a touch pass, and it's forward. Either way, they are let off the hook here, the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Just needed to show a little bit more patience there, Jordan.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the Collingford boys. They'd strung together a couple of good attacking threats there, and they just couldn't execute on the back of it.
So the Mud Crabs with a chance to work it away from their own end. That will help things to no end for that matter as well. And it's a forced sub here for Hewn. So frustration starting to mount here for the Carlingford side. They do get a fresh replacement onto the field in the form of Lucas Ward. He's out there now in those bright yellow boots. Mud Crabs work it forward. There is Ward now making the touch. Although play on is the call for McLean. Here he is, Flynn McLean now. 40 marches, flat pass at the line. Durant keeps it alive. Oh, what a ball. That is the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Oh, the pincers are in the air, baby. It's claws and all.
What a ball. Who was that? That was a great try.
It was a terrific pass. Durant had the one just before it. I believe wrapping around. We'll have a look here. In fact, it was Durant who supplied that one. A lovely long pass.
Beautiful finish by the winger too to get that ball down nice and clean with defence scrambling to cover.
So another try now, 7-3 the score in favour of the Mud Crabs. And all the work to do here for Carlingford.
Oh, unlucky there.
Archie Brown leaving that one behind. He hasn't had a happy last few minutes. He's been forcibly subbed, spoken to by the referee, and now a drop ball, but he has had a pretty strong game overall. See if he can finish strongly as well inside the final 4 minutes here. So the Mud Crabs unlikely to relinquish the lead at this point. Connor McLean, and there's another forceful touch against Carlingford. So they're just letting frustration creep into the play here.
A little bit of composure to finish off the game. The Carlingford boys have been well and truly in it for the majority of this game. There you go, we've held them out there. Let's see what they can do.
So around about 3 minutes left as it's picked up from Gallen. Gallen in at acting half, short ball. McLean goes long with the big bomb. Oh, it's landed exactly on the spot. The X marks the spot, another try for them. 8-3, the Mudgee Mud Crabs in cruise control with that try to Jace Wisby.
Beautiful try there. Those Mudgee boys have been dangerous off the ML platform all day, and they're picking the right options off the back of it to execute. Looks really great.
So Hewn is back out there after his forced substitution. And he takes the first run off the restart. And that's just really pushing the pass on that occasion there from Smith. As the touch is made from Hewn up over halfway. It's been a very strong performance from the Mud Crabs. They've barely put a foot wrong. Carlingford have just been frustrated a little bit throughout proceedings. Ross makes the touch. They've got them backpedaling once again. Oh, the big dummy comes out looking for support. Can't score from acting half. Hewn intercepts it and goes on a run himself before bumping into a defender. So they'll get a full set nonetheless here. Hewn takes the first of the new one. Ross waiting at acting half now. Very busy performance from Ashton Hewn. Pops it up here for Tate. Up over halfway, a nice strong drive. Ross once more straightens things. Now that is forceful contact if ever you've seen one. Two hands coming out and straight to ground goes Toby Ross. And that's going to be a forced substitution. They want to get on with things quickly here, Carlingford, whilst they've got the extra man. They don't look to be too enterprising with the play though. There's still a man down. And that's really a wasted opportunity. Yeah, the hands go on the heads here on the sideline, so the coaching staff wasn't particularly happy about it. Jack Woodrow, I'm just watching here on the sideline, he was not impressed that they didn't really put the foot to the throat there and attack on that side that had a man less.
No, it's unfortunate for Carlingford. They've definitely had a couple of sets down on attack in the last couple of minutes and just haven't been able to execute there.
The big dummy comes out from Mudgee as they cross the halfway line. Huynh makes the touch. Great one-handed pick up. Away they go now. They're scooting at pace. Riley Taylor tried to get them on the back foot. He was just caught, and of course, in touch football, if you're caught out of acting half, it is a changeover. So this might well be the last, if not second last, set of the match. Quick hands here for Carlingford. That's a good run down the sideline. Nearly Hallam away again. He's already got 2 so far in this match. Turned back towards the middle. They'll pick it up and go again here. Harry Jordan trying to get away from them. Offered a late pass there to Oliver Scully. Hodges supplies a quick pass back towards the middle. There is the siren, and the Mudgee Mud Crabs run out convincing victors here. 8-3 at Dubbo. Well, that'll do it for myself here for today. Still one more match to come your way, though. We move to the 16 boys division. Nathan Loveday and Jason Stanton to bring you all the action between Tamworth and the Central Coast.
Please take any rubbish you may have around the area with you.
I thought I was doing so well.
On your way out.
And good afternoon and welcome back to Lady Cutler Park here. Beautiful scenes here in Dubbo, and we're here for the final game of the day. The Tamworth Titans taking on the Central Coast Dolphins, and I'm Nathan Loveday, and I'm joined here in commentary by Jason Stanton. And Jason, another one to finish the day.
Yeah, last game of the day, it's a big one. Central Coast have been fairly dominant across the grade, so this is an interesting one to see whether Tamworth can upset their more fancied rivals.
And it's going to be Central Coast in the navy tapping off left to right, and the Tamworth Titans in the more of a royal blue. And referee Eric Cheney will start us off today, and it's Dixon with the ball to tap off, and John Herring in the middle, and the shooter gets up out of the line. That's a late pass, and Buddha for Tamworth. Some amazing energy early.
Yeah, that was a little bit unexpected, and I think that's what Tamworth are going to have to do throughout this game, is just do different things and really try and shake up this Central Coast outfit.
And they're going to win the penalty there in the midfield. They're shooting off the line, and the Titans, Goodwin, take the tap right in the centre of the halfway line. So I get a chance to hit back. We could have just gotten rid of that 30 seconds and started again, as Goodwin and Knox will work in the middle, and you've got Buddha in there who shot up off the line, and there's Knox. He plays it, and a bit of a shove from the Central Coast boys. They like it physical, and Knox now looking for the quickie, gets it back, and he'll step at the line and go short, and there's a good touch there by Jake Dixon for the Central Coast boys, and it's fair to say that they're pretty settled that set in defence, the Central Coast boys.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. They did. You probably noticed on the stream there, they did over compress and really sort of put almost their whole team was on the other side of halfway, like vertically on the screen. They really squeezed. So I wonder whether Tamworth's picked up on that and maybe try some plays against the flow of play or against the grain, back against that to exploit it. And
there's Elars with the ball, and he'll pass the ball away, and I'll play it. It's 49. It's Truscott Jones. They dive for the line, and they'll go forward, and they'll go on the attack, and there's the ball, and it's passed away. And Jace, a bit of an indifferent start for both sides.
Yeah, I think they're probably just settling in a bit. I thought they might come out a fraction more intense than what they have, so they're just feeling their way in. A little bit stop-start, a few turnovers, a couple penalties. So I think we're still fighting our feet for this one. Plenty more to come.
As they'll fight through the middle. The Titans, are they there? Referee Cheney says no, and he'll send them back to the mark. And
this is good from Tamworth. A little bit more direct and straight and asking questions of the Central Coast defence, and that's probably going to be their go-to this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I think you're right there, as you said. I think they're going to have to do something a little bit out of the box to get moving as they go forward. The Central Coast boys, they just roll up the field, and the jersey 22 plays off the ground, and that's sharp, and there's Rodriguez going for the line. Rodriguez scores. Has he? No. The referee says touch, and that was sharp from the boys and from the Coast, and I'll take it out and I'll just kill it here on the wing. And
yeah, it was handled quite well, Nathan. One of the things to point out about that sweep of Rodriguez is we talk about sweeping laterally or wide around the player that's made the touch that's offside, or you can also straighten up and come back at their feet, and Rodriguez did the latter of those two. So sometimes it might be referred to as an early sweeper or a tighter sweeper, but it was definitely something a little bit different there from Central Coast.
Seabar plays the ball, and it's passed off the ground by Carslake, and he gives it away to Weckart, and I'll take it down. Now they're still making plenty of metres, Tamworth. It's just they're just not getting a final strike dump on the end of the set.
Yeah, I don't think they've found their feet just yet, Tamworth. They've obviously got lots of ability here, the Titans, but they'll need to be a little bit smoother and a bit more cohesive if they want to upset this Dolphins defensive line.
As they go and pass wide, there's Elars with the ball and pass off the ground, and Werner dives for the line. As he got there, the referee says yes. Elars off the ground to Kyan Werner. And the Central Coast Dolphins will play from in front today.
Yeah, sometimes you hear it referred to as conditioning the D, or we talk about running the same play a second time but with a different option on it. So we spoke about the sweeper that was quite tight coming back, and then on that occasion they ran the same sweeper again. It almost appeared as though they were going to come back straight, but then he ran wide around the outside of the middle. So that was very clever play from the Dolphins.
And Central Coast lead 1-0. We got Knox there. And Knox will get the ball back and they'll go forward. And Knox with the ball. He's in everything. Knox. Long pass over. They're in the Titans. Williams, Ryan Williams on the end of a long pass from Knox.
Wow.
And the Titans level us up here at 1-1.
Knox, that was just like shelling peas. He had a couple goes at the line, 50-50 whether he scored the try. Really got the D thinking about his dive. And even me in the commentary box here, I'm thinking, here comes the dive again. And he caught everyone off guard with that lovely left to right pass, looping over the winger. And we're all locked up here in the stadium field, 1-1.
As Dixon with the ball now, looking to hit back. No panic just yet from the boys from the coast, but Rodriguez dives. Has he got there? The big dive. Rodriguez scores. He almost dived from about 7 metres out, Rodriguez. He could be trialling for the Olympics team.
It was a beautiful execution from the Dolphins, and if you're on the Titan side of the ledger, this is where you've got to make a correction. I think it's the 4th early sweeper they've run, where they're looking quite direct around the back. So they've either got to get the link to come in and strike, like running early to upset that sweeper, or they've got to offset the line a little bit. But Titans have got to make a correction here, or Central Coast will be running sweepers for the next 22 minutes.
As the Titans look to hit back, and they go forward here, and they're attacking the line, and there's C-Bar, and he passes off to Weckart, and Weckart will go, and the ball's picked up, and they almost run into each other, and C-Bar's touched, and we've got last touch, and that'll be a change of possession, and Central Coast hold them out on that occasion, and they'll start driving, and here's the energy, and that could be the try scorer, is it? Yes, it is, Rodriguez. So he doesn't just score him, he does the hard yards as well, Rodriguez, and here comes the latch, and they've sort of fell back in defence there and level it out, so the latch becomes irrelevant on that one. And I'll give the ball back to these Elars, and the ball's picked up, and that'll be McKee. McKee's away, he's looking, he's inside, and referee Cheney says not played at, and they get away with one there, the Titans, and they'll get a chance to play from the 7, and this will be a big defence here for the Dolphins. The winger gets back early and gets in good position to force him there in third touch. We're just short of halfway. Elars gets up, no half. That's dangerous. But also causes a number in defence here by him shooting up. And Knox picks it up off the right. What a step. Where is he? He needs some support. He throws a long pass. Have they scored? Referee says touch. Jack Healy. No, it's not. It's Lachlan Roach for the Dolphins with a great turn and chase and touch. But what about the step from Knox? Very unlucky not to get a try there. Young Knox, he's in everything.
Yeah, it took something special there from Lachlan Roach to save that try. And we often see that with the scooper, when you explode through the line like that and you get to the in-goal, it's quite a difficult thing to actually keep motoring across through the in-goal to make it a short pass to the winger. And often, as scoopers, you know, we maybe not panic, but we sort of rush it maybe a little bit and we throw the long ball.
As the drive there for the box is dangerously close to that touchline, and they got the chance to attack, and there's Rodriguez. Dummies, Rodriguez! He doesn't just score him, he sets him up, does he? No. Kobe nearly couldn't hang on to it, he nearly got there.
Yeah, so we saw the same thing there, Nathan. So this is a bit of a tip. I know it's a difficult thing to do, but when you scoop and you go through the line and you gas it, if you can, what you want to do is run along the in-goal, keeping the ball in your hand, so you've got a little pass to whoever you want to give it to, or a short pass. But as we get through, we're running so fast, sometimes as a scooper, we get a bit excited, or we think someone's going to catch us, and we throw these floating long balls, and it's really a really good skill to have in the game, to be able to scoop, show that speed, but then calm yourself down a bit and run right along the in-goal looking for a free player.
Yeah, it must be hard, Jace, especially here at the Junior State Cup. That adrenaline starts pumping once they get through, and they're on the stadium. They know they got the tens of thousands of people watching. We've got a good crowd here at the stadium in the shaded side here as they go the Dolphins to the box, and there's Werner now sweeping on. But as you said, it would be hard for these youngsters, and it's been a long day as well. We're here at the end of the day as McKee looks to pick up and well halted in defence, and they stall the Titans, and they're definitely in this, the Titans, and the ball's passed off the ground. He looks to dive for the line, and you've spoken about it 100 times here, Jace, and there they go, the adjustment in defence for that sweeper and the dive.
Yeah, very good there from the Titans, and just to sort of, I suppose, close off that point about the scooper getting to the in goal is if you can imagine that or visualise it, you're running full pace. We've got to turn over here to the coast. If you're running full pace, as you cross the try line, you almost want to hook along parallel with the try line and run all the way along it, and you very rarely get caught from behind.
McKee plays at the big dive. Has the middle got him? Yes, he has. The referee says touch, and Gregory Sieber there shuts down the quickie step back, and McKee's looking to work. Here along the line they go the sweeper, and it's picked up off the ground. He's got him for numbers here, got him for space, and the touch is being claimed, but I think the ball's down and the referee agrees. And it's a try to Kyan Werner. He gets his second, and the Coast extend to 3-1.
Yeah, very well executed from the Coast, and if you get to watch that back on the replay a bit later, what you'll see on that one, which is a really good thing that Central Coast were able to do, is they're able to get both middles involved in the touch. So normally one player will make the touch, they're offside, and the rest of us get a bit of a head start back to the line. If you get two in the touch, you got two players offside, the attack's got options everywhere. So that was a case of where they got both middles in, and Titans really did something special to try and save it once that had happened.
Dixon makes a touch on Buddadine, and Knox is on the field with that flowing mullet, and he'll look and get the quickie, and he deserves a try. He sets it up. Has he got there? Cheney says penalty. But Knox from Tamworth, he's a kid to watch, isn't he? What?
Yeah, look, Tamworth down 3-1, but Knox would have to be the best on ground, wouldn't he, at the moment? He just looks like he's a class above.
And he goes again. Have they got the try? Referee Cheney says no, and that'll be two. So we're looking at one more, and they'll be having a man in the free sub, which for those of you at home is if the defensive side gives away 3 penalties down on their line, they have a man sit off the field until they regain possession. So Knox will be playing for this. They'll be trying a bit of mind games. He's trying to win the penalty.
Yeah, you don't want to be going lateral. You don't want to be going lateral. Just dive their feet.
He deserves one. He's got one. Knox. He's there. Oh, the young fella. He's best on ground by the length of the straight.
And we've seen so many times, Nathan, when the referee's given consecutive penalties that the attack gets too excited and tries to run around, goes lateral long balls, but not on that occasion for Knox. He assessed the situation, said, give me the ball back, and he's gone right at the offside player, right at the feet. Great result, and it's 3-2, and it feels like Central Coast had the whole run of the game, but only in front by one, Nathan.
You feel like the Titans here, they're just holding on. They're just scrambling well, the boys from Tamworth, and as I said, they've got Knox is standing out, but there's a lot of other players doing some good stuff. Seabar and Buddadine, they're working hard as they go the sweep play again. They've got to get in. Rodriguez dives. There's a dive from both. Referee says ball down. And Kobe Rodriguez, he's a player to watch with that step and dive on the sweep play.
Yeah, and I think it's 4, I don't know if I'm counting correctly, but it could be 4 sweeps for 4 tries. So, you know, a bit of a tip if you're on the defensive side, you might be thinking, well, how are we going to stop that? So what you need to try and do is you either offset the line and you push everyone across to the sweeper side to help. The other way you can save it in that occasion is if you're the link and the winger is that you rush up together and you try and cut off the sweeper before they get time to straighten and dive. So there's a couple ways you can save that. I'm sure the Titans are having a bit of a chat about that in the box, saying, you know, how can we make that correction? Because 4 tries from sweep, they've got to try and show some resistance there to that play.
As they go wide, they got another one. They got the hit back. The big dive. It's a good touch. Werner not just scoring him, he's setting him up. He's saving him as well. And the Titans, and Knox is not on. Who are they going to go through? And that's Gregory Seabar goes for the line, and referee O'Bray says that's a touch. And Jackie O'Bray in front of the home crowd, plenty of Dubbo supporters still here cheering on Jackie on the main stadium. She's done great job so far in this one, and referee Cheney will come onto the field, and they're up on halfway here through McKee, and he gets up over halfway, and once again they're getting very close to that touchline, the Dolphins. But here's Elars, and they pass it off. There's Truscott Jones. He's going to work with Elars, and they've got a roll here. Elars picks up, he throws long, and Jason, I commentated with you about 6 hours ago, and you mentioned that far right corner. It's almost like the Bermuda forward pass angle, isn't it?
Well, maybe these teams are not watching the live stream here on Bar TV, because almost every game we've been mentioning the way that the wind is gusting on a diagonal across that. It's a really difficult pass to run forwards at flat chat and throw a long ball and try and control it backwards into that gust. So any of the teams that, if this is the win tomorrow, tune in on Bar TV. We'll give you all the tips. We'll take you to the top.
To stay away from throwing long on that far corner, that's for sure. And he's back on the field, Knox, and he's a part of everything here. And
excitement machine. Excitement machine, Knox, and I think there's still a couple down here, but Tamworth's still in it. They just got to try and control the Central Coast drive a little bit better. So Central Coast looking really strong here through the midfield, and then they've got to be able to handle the sweep. If they can get a handle on those two things, we're going to have a game on our hands.
And they're calling sweeper. You might be able to hear that in the sound effects, Mike. But Dixon will go down, and there's Werner with the sweep, and McKee. They've got numbers. Can they hold off? And he finds him, and Lachlan Roach, he gets the rewards for that turn and chase earlier today. He saved one, and now he scores one. Lachlan Roach having a blinder.
Yeah, the Dolphins have been showing that they're very efficient at taking the advantage when it's like a man-on situation, or if you want to give them that space. And if you have a think about the try that was just scored there, there was, I think it was 3 Titans placed towards the top of your screen. One way to try and save those tries is they've got to squeeze the whole defensive line down to that bottom right corner of your screen. They've got to push them across and help. If their defensive policy is more to go man on and all that, it's showing, or well, you know, Central Coast are showing that they like that. You know, I think that's their 5th try, and they don't mind going man on.
I'll come back on, and on the attack here, the Titans, and 5-2 the score, and they're trying to work there. They pass it out here, and it's good communication. You can see the hands waving and the lips moving from here, and they're going to go down, and they're going to go the bump play, the bump and run, made famous by Boland, and he may as well have been up here, Jace. That's how far out he was down there, the young fella.
Yeah, it was a long way. I think you might have got a little bit disorientated, which is easy to do because the speed of play, it's just so quick down there. Sometimes you lose sight of where you are. But I was actually having a chat with one of our greatest of all time, Mark Boland, earlier about that play, the bump and run, or you know, that quick middle down for length, and the other play quickly runs onto it hard like a settle. And he did confirm it was 99 State of Origin. He did confirm that my memory was correct, and that's when he was having a bit of a fiddle with that play. So it was one of those ones where I think Busser invented it, then other guys perfected it. It was one of those ones.
And it continues to have little arms. It's like a tree, isn't it? The moves in touch, they just develop, and they just little branches continue, and there's different things that you can do off it. It's amazing these days with the speed of players at what they can do with a little simple move like that. Knox again off his right, and deserved the advantage, I think, to play on, but referee says no. The Dolphins got back, so they survived that attack from the Titans, and we're about 7 minutes to go here, and Rodriguez, he's been the Dolphins' best, Rodriguez, and sloppy play there as they go towards the box. And the Titans will get another chance here. If they get another one here, Jace, on the back of this set, they'll be feeling there'll be a sniff here.
I think so, but they've got to run here, so they can't really afford to coast. They've got to pick it up here. They've got Knox there, absolutely run on the mark. They've got to pick up the tempo, get the ball in his hands, and then hit some nice tight holes. Here's a good chance out here.
He gets to the 7 and gets the quickie. Knox has been in everything. He's going to take this opportunity to have a breather. And
yeah, probably a bit unlucky there, Nath, maybe not to get the advantage, to give Knox a chance to score before coming back to the penalty, but he might have another might be able to take advantage of it here. Let's see if he can get another go at it.
And he's got the middle that he wants. You can see him there, and he goes open side and steps and goes long. And interesting the choice to go long, Jace. He's been, maybe it's just an option and conditioning, as you said. He's been carving up just going himself, and he's
I hope so. Because honestly, if he goes direct here, it's a try. Both the middles are coming up. He's just got to go straight.
It's a forward pass. He probably had him, and I think the chat from the Central Coast boys is to just sort of put a bit of pressure on him and shut him down as quick as possible. And they cause a bit of panic there, and they get a forward pass. And the Dolphins, I feel, who have, as you said, they've been going really well, and the Dolphins are top of the pool at the moment. Obviously, still very early days, but as you said, Coach John Dalton and the team here at Central Coast, they're a well-drilled side. JD, the coach of the men's open side, that have been there or thereabouts for minor premiers in the Vorden Cup, and they're over.
Dropped that, I think. No, you got it down. There,
Zach Herring with Rodriguez and McKee. They'll be ones to watch come Sunday. But yeah, as I was saying, the Central Coast side, the men's opens, who are the minor premiers in the Vorden Cup, and then bundled out of the quarters for the State Cup by the Panthers. But they're very well drilled and side by John Dalton, who's been around for a long time.
Yeah, still a successful season. I was having a chat with two of probably the original, or still probably the greats in that Central Coast area, Brent Powell and Dean Wilbo, and they were sort of commending how well Dalton's grown the program and how well he's doing it with the men's in that men's space. And it's really encouraging to see, because definitely that's the growth in touch. That Central Coast area is producing so many good players at the moment, whether it's Dawson, Central Coast, Peninsula, that whole area, Maitland we saw earlier today. It's really a big growth, and it's a different brand of touch to probably what we've seen down in Sydney. So really exciting to watch. Yeah,
it's a lot more running game and these days, and they just kick the barn door down every time here, Central Coast, and
we're 7 on here.
I mean, getting up over, that's a good spot there, Jason. I'm glad someone's watching for it. I'll get on the attack, and they go there, and Werner dives, and then they got there, and
I think the middle didn't quite get him. I think he's gone over him, so I think when Central Coast had 7 on, that's when I was going to bust out the call. I think they've got them at 6s and 7s because they had the 6 on and the 7 on. But that was just on the substitution. We had a bit of a joke about it. But what's happened is, as they've subbed on, sometimes they lose count of numbers, and Central Coast had too many on the field, and the players ducked off to get it back to 6. But the unlimited interchange, and it's so fast now in the modern game, Nathan, that's not uncommon to see 7 or a foot on the line or these sorts of box errors.
Yeah, just to put it for the viewers at home, so we're allowed 14 players in the 12s. How ironic they tap off with 7 on the field after that. But they're allowed 14 on for those at home that maybe watching their child or grandkids for the first time, and on live here on Bar TV on New South Wales Touch Facebook page. And 14 on the field, and both teams here. We've got the Dolphins playing with 12 and 11. Actually, unless someone's disappeared. 2, 4, 5. It's 11. It's 11 on 11. So coming the back end of the day, Knox. Knox has got my 3 Dally M points. I know there's no trophy for it, but Knox, he's absolutely flying. There'll be some eyes on him come into Yell, surely.
Dally M points. How about the Guzmani Gomez player of the match? We've got to bring it back, because I think that Knox would be thinking, where's my burrito?
You'll be right. Big thank you to Guzmani Gomez and Andrew Ned and the boys who have been here most last weekend, Southern Conference here, Northern Conference. Every player received a gift card and a pair of funky socks, and can't wait to get mine on. I wore them at training yesterday. And Rodriguez for the line again, and Knox has stopped him, so he thought, I've set a few up, I've scored a couple, I'm going to go out and stop some.
Yeah, he's playing both ends of the field again, not something that's common.
Interception. Here we go. The foot race is on. Rodriguez is trying hard. Truscott Jones is chasing. Seba for the line. I think he's got him. What a touch. Truscott Jones, Seba
couldn't get there, but what an effort. The big dive and despair. Seabar, the tank is on empty. Oh, Truscott Jones, what a touch. You could easily give it to him at 7-3, and Knox is on the field. He steps right. He gives it on the outside. They score in the end, the Titans. And they get it back to 7-4, but what a chase by Truscott Jones.
I tell you what, you got to look at this. You know, if you just sort of assess the game with a bit of a technical viewpoint, you take away the sweeper tries that Central Coast have scored. If the Titans could handle that, even save half those tries, Titans a good chance to win the game. So I think Titans should be taking a lot of confidence. I know they're down in this game, but they should be getting confidence from this one.
And they've got the overlap, the winger, the big dive, dummy, and have they got their referee? O'Bray says that's okay, right on full time. And there's a try to Riley Buckley. And the Dolphins take it 8-4. And Jace, thank you for your time in the box today. That was an exciting contest. I think the big talking point out of that is Knox.
Write him down. There's been a few players today that have sort of really, jumped off the page, I guess, or jumped out of the screen if you're on the stream. And Knox is definitely one that you want to put a circle around, because you'll be seeing plenty more of this young kid.
Yeah,
definitely best on ground in a losing team.
Yeah, an absolute humdinger of a game did Knox. Now, that'll do us for day one. Big thanks to Bar TV and all our partners. And for now, we'll say good night and travel safe.